I will take a shower first. You mustn't pick. Listening to the sound of the shower in the bathroom, Jiang Huai felt his heart race. A blend of anticipation and unease intertwined within him. He pinched his own face, attempting to ascertain the reality of his experience. The most popular girl in school is currently showering in my bathroom, and she might even stay at my house tonight, after a few dishes and a drink. Jiang Huai chuckled at his own absurdity despite its incredibility. This was indeed his reality, his current predicament. Having just endured a heartbreak, he believed he would forever close his heart to love. Yet, unexpectedly, romance arrived with such swiftness. Shonanan, a flawless young lady with impeccable looks, grace, and academic prowess, had written him a love letter, confessing her feelings out of the blue. She even asked him, "May I stay at your house for a night?" Jiang Huai thought any boy with a heartbeat would find it hard to reject such a proposition. Yet, this fantastical scenario seemed too surreal for even a novel. To alleviate his inattention and restlessness, Jiang Huai trembled as he switched on the television, hoping to divert his attention. He struggled to focus on the news broadcast rather than the girl in the bathroom. Soon, the anchor's serious tone helped him regain some semblance of rationality. Today, the police held a press conference to report on the latest developments in a series of recent cases involving young female victims. Over the past month, our city has witnessed 5 brutal murders of young women. The victims, aged between 16 and 20, came from various backgrounds but shared similar characteristics in their tragic fates. The anchor's monotonous voice echoed in Jiang Huai's living room. Currently, the police are making every effort to solve these cases. We urge the public to remain vigilant, especially young women, and to avoid going out alone at night. If any suspicious individuals are encountered, please report them immediately. Furthermore, the police hope that citizens will actively provide leads to assist in swiftly bringing the perpetrator to justice, ensuring a peaceful living environment for all. Don't these people have to study or work? They seem to spend all day seeking revenge on society, Jiang Huai muttered, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the coffee table. Although he longed to focus on the news, the sounds emanating from the bathroom, along with the faint scent of the girl, constantly reminded him stop watching the news. Look at the bathroom. Jiang Huai. As he drifted into his thoughts, the sound of the shower ceased, and Shonanan stood at the bathroom door, clad only in a white bath towel. Her appearance instantly captivated all of Jiang Huai's attention. He hurriedly grabbed the remote, changing the channel to prevent any distressing news from reaching her eyes. Shonanan's skin glowed under the corridor lights, her delicate features enhanced by the water droplets cascading from her hair, adding an ethereal beauty. "Sorry, could you lend me a piece of clothing? I didn't bring a nightgown." Shonanan's voice was gentle, tinged with a hint of shyness. Jiang Huai rose to his feet, his heart pounding like a drum. He approached the wardrobe and opened it, only to find the clothes of his former girlfriend still hanging there. He had considered whether to give these garments to Shonanan to wear. However, upon seeing the audaciously cut sheer nightgown in his hands, he immediately dismissed the idea that would surely be perceived as perverse. He tossed the nightgown onto the bed beside him, intending to dispose of it at a more opportune time. He then rummaged through the wardrobe for one of his own t-shirts. His fingers trembled slightly, but he ultimately extended the t-shirt to Shonanan. Throughout the entire process, he scarcely dared to meet her gaze. "Thank you." Shonanan brushed aside her still damp hair with one hand while accepting the t-shirt with the other. Her movements were graceful and effortless, each detail revealing her refined upbringing and poise. Shonanan turned and returned to the bathroom to change into Jiang Huai's t-shirt. When she reemerged, the hem of the t-shirt just grazed her thighs, showcasing her long, slender legs. Her legs were exquisitely shaped, the lines smooth and her skin fair, akin to a masterfully sculpted work of art. Even a simple t-shirt could not conceal her beauty and elegance. Jiang Huai's attention was captivated by Shonanan's movements, admiration flickering in his eyes. The natural grace she exuded enveloped him in a serene beauty. "I'll sleep on the sofa tonight. The bed is already made." "Good night." Jiang Huai endeavored to keep his voice steady, though the excitement within him was hard to contain. "But it's not even 9 o'clock yet." Shonanan chuckled lightly as she dried her hair. Her smile was like the warm and bright sunshine of spring. Jiang Huai dared not respond, his heartbeat quickening. He felt as if Shonanan's gaze was a gentle spring breeze, causing his cheeks to flush involuntarily. Shonanan slowly settled beside the sofa, her delicate fingers resting lightly on Jiang Huai's waist before gliding gently. This unexpected gesture sent a shiver through Jiang Huai, prompting him to sit up instinctively. Shonanan's movements were soft and enticing, each subtle motion seemingly revealing an indescribable allure. A playful glimmer sparkled in her eyes, as if she were relishing the delicate ambience. "Jiang Huai, can you truly bear to leave me all alone on the bed?" Shonanan's voice was soft yet laced with a hint of provocation, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. This was a side of Shonanan Jiang Huai had never witnessed at school. In this moment, she resembled an ethereal sprite cloaked in the night. Her beauty and confidence emanated an irresistible magnetism. Jiang Huai felt his heart racing fiercely, striving to maintain his composure. Yet, Sean Enon's proximity rendered his breaths increasingly shallow. After all, it is said that men and women should maintain a certain distance. As Jiang Huai spoke, Sean Enon boldly straddled him. Despite her hair being dried, remnants of water still lingered upon it. These droplets shimmered under the light, adding a touch of alluring charm. You neither rejected my confession nor declined to take me home. Now, wearing this innocent expression, do you not think it unfair to meet Jiang Huai? Shonanon wrapped her arms around Jiang Huai's neck, their faces drawn exceedingly close. He could feel her warm breath and detect the faint fragrance that enveloped her. Her eyes locked onto Jiang Huai's, and within those profound depths lay an array of secrets and temptations, irresistibly drawing him in. She was right. Displaying reluctance now would indeed seem ungrateful. Jiang Huai took a deep breath. As a first-year student, they were all adults now, and he should learn to confront such situations. But I am curious, why do you like me, Senior Sean? Why? Does one need a reason to like someone? To be honest, I don't quite understand. We hardly know each other. Is that truly important? Shonanon blinked her large, glistening eyes at him, her long lashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly, exuding a captivating allure. What matters is that at this very moment, we both desire each other. Before Jiang Huai could respond, Shonanon leaned in and kissed him. Their lips met, soft and warm, their breaths intertwining. The kiss lingered for what felt like an eternity, so long that Jiang Huai thought he might suffocate. It was only when Shonanon finally withdrew her lips that he felt a rush of air. The girl gently wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, breathing heavily, her gaze intensely fixed on Jiang Huai. Are you satisfied now? Shonanon tilted her head, flashing a flirtatious smile, her slender fingers teasingly tracing his chest. Or do you wish for more? Jiang Huai was momentarily taken aback. Then, for the first time in his life, he took a daring step. He gently lifted his hand and embraced Shonanon's delicate waist. The girl appeared startled by his sudden boldness, but that fleeting surprise quickly transformed into tender affection. Jiang Huai was no fool. He was well aware of his own merits, yet he doubted they could possibly entice such a senior. However, if everyone is destined to find their place, why shouldn't this be his moment? He resolved not to dwell on the reasons but instead to savor this instant. Feeling her warmth, he leaned in closer. Shonanon's breath quickened, her heartbeat raced, but she responded with even greater eagerness. Just as they were about to kiss again, Shonanon gently pushed against Jiang Huai's chest, guiding him to recline on the sofa. Before he could react, her slender hands propped themselves on either side of his head. Her body leaned slightly forward, enclosing him within her arms. A strand of her dark hair cascaded from her shoulder, brushing against Jiang Huai's cheek, stirring something deep within him. Senior, I am not an exceptional person, I know. And I must confess, I have just experienced a heartbreak not long ago. Even so, would you still be willing to engage with me? Jiang Huai's voice carried a hint of bitterness, his heart brimming with unease. His t-shirt was excessively oversized, nearly exposing half of Shonanon's figure. His gaze involuntarily fell upon her, the contours of the young girl's body accentuated by the fabric, exuding a vibrant youthfulness intertwined with a touch of enigmatic allure. Have a bit of confidence in yourself, Jiang Huai. The young girl leaned slightly closer, whispering into Jiang Huai's ear with a voice tinged with a magnetic allure. The scent you carry. I find myself unable to resist. As Jiang Huai listened to Shonanon's words, the tumult of emotion surged within him. He never imagined that in her eyes he could be perceived as so remarkable. Throughout his life, Jiang Huai had always been the most inconspicuous presence. Even the girlfriend he once cherished had ultimately cast him aside. Over time, he gradually lost himself, becoming self-deprecating and timid, resigned to a life of mediocrity. Yet now, it was Shonanon, the perfect and unattainable goddess, who was telling him that she had been observing him, captivated by everything that encompassed him. Her words brimmed with admiration, her gaze filled with encouragement and expectation, as if to convey to Jiang Huai that he was worthy of love. Perhaps I should not underestimate myself so profoundly. Shonanon shone like a ray of dawn, illuminating the darkest corners of Jiang Huai's heart. He wished to express his gratitude to her, to embrace her wholeheartedly. But just as he lifted his gaze, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Shonanon, he perceived something. The deep violet of her irises radiated not tenderness but rather the fervor of a predator encountering its prey. And Shonanon's body, which should have been fair and delicate, bore strange markings upon her shoulders and collarbone. Senior. Shonanon covered her mouth as if a secret had been unveiled, letting out a soft laugh. Your scent is simply too enticing. Jiang Huai, I truly cannot resist. The young girl grinned, her face no longer adorned with a gentle smile. Within her open mouth lay a row of teeth akin to that of a shark. A flash of crimson colored Shonanan's cheeks, her violet eyes taking on a more sinister allure. What exactly are you? Before Jiang Huai could react, that hand rather, claw pierced through his chest. Thump, thump. Jiang Huai felt as though his heart was being tightly grasped in the young girl's hand. My dear, I have obtained your call. Shonanan wore a chilling smile as she extracted Jiang Huai's heart. Jiang Huai's heart, still connected to blood vessels and tissues, was abruptly torn out. Immediately, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which splattered across Shonanan's face. Rather than recoiling, she extended her tongue to taste it. The darling closed her eyes. Shonanan leaned down, presenting the still beating heart before Jiang Huai. Yet, at that moment, he appeared remarkably calm, his mind consumed by a singular question: why is my heart extracted? Yet I remain alive. There was no pain, only numbness. He could only watch helplessly as this monster pierced his heart with its sharp teeth, greedily sucking the blood that erupted forth. However, Shonanan's actions gradually ceased. Her mouth was filled with blood, its metallic scent overwhelming. It was evident she had not attained what she desired. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, her brows arched slightly, revealing a terrifying yet profoundly meaningful smile. I know where your call lies, you mischievous little thing. Do you truly adore your sister this much? Shonanan perched atop Jiang Huai, leaning back slightly, her hand resting on his thigh. Her expression was teasing, her sharp nails gently tugging at the waistband of his trousers. Let me grant you this one wish. Sister will ensure you die in that euphoric moment. Jiang Huai slowly turned his head, seeking anything that might assist him in this dire situation. Regrettably, there was nothing around him to aid his escape. He could only remain silent, allowing the monster to begin unfastening his belt. An absurd life would be better off ended. Just then, a figure appeared outside the window, seemingly dispelling all of Jiang Huai's suicidal thoughts. He initially thought it was an illusion. Yet through the haze, he saw a girl outside offering him a serene smile, followed by her raised finger signaling for silence. Before he could comprehend, the girl shattered the window. As the glass scattered across the floor with a crash, the shadow that entered with blinding speed lunged toward Shonanan. Close your eyes. A distant yet melodious voice reached Jiang Huai's ears. This voice seemed to possess some enchantment, compelling him to immediately shut his eyes. He then heard Shonanan's furious roar and the sound of metal slicing through flesh. Following that was a brief, anguished scream from Shonanan. It's all right. You may open your eyes now. The voice resonated once more. Jiang Huai weakly opened his eyes, finally discerning the visage of the voice's owner. The girl bore a strikingly exquisite and stern face, with long black hair cascading like a waterfall. Clad in a striking black and white uniform, her figure was alluring, especially her proud bosom, which held Jiang Huai's gaze captive. In that moment, illuminated by the moonlight, Jiang Huai recognized her, Lu Wanyin, a classmate from his university, with whom he had exchanged only a few words. In my recollection, she was always the vivacious and charming girl who was well loved within our department. Her laughter was crisp and melodious, akin to the chimes of bells in spring, invariably bringing joy and vitality to those around her. However, the current Lu Wanyin starkly contrasts with the image I held of her. At this moment, she stands by the window, wielding a scythe that is nearly taller than herself. Blood, a deep crimson, drips from the blade's edge, belonging to Shonanan, who now lies in a state of dismemberment. Shonanan. No. Perhaps it is more fitting to refer to her as that monster, now utterly deceased. The target has been confirmed as a deeply infected individual, codenamed Parasite. The original host presumably perished over a year ago. The hunt has concluded, and the Grim Reaper has fulfilled her duty, presently conducting a scene investigation. The girl gently stepped over Shonanan's fallen body, reporting into her earpiece while making her way to Jiang Huai's side. It was noted that, regrettably, civilians had been caught up in this operation. She knelt down, gazing at the gaping wound in Jiang Huai's chest, and tenderly cupped his face with one hand. Alas! He was beyond saving, his heart had been extracted. The young girl gently grasped Jiang Huai's hand, sighing upon noticing his unblinking eyes, which remained open even in death. Slowly, she placed his hand against her own chest. May your soul find peace, and may you be spared from suffering in your next life. In that fleeting moment, I realized I was not dead. Jiang Huai was merely wide-eyed, rendered speechless by astonishment. He could not believe that Lu Wanyin thought he had perished. Good heavens! The girl was so startled that she fell back onto the ground, and the blade of her scythe instinctively brushed against Jiang Huai's neck. Are you human or a ghost? Surely human, as I still breathe, he replied. How are you still alive? That seems rather impolite. To be honest, I nearly succumbed just now, but I couldn't seem to catch my breath. I simply cannot die. The girl swallowed hard. Her cheeks flushed from the shock she had just experienced. Maintaining her grip on the scythe, she used her free hand to touch the exposed remnants of Jiang Huai's damaged heart. Not infected, nor exhibiting signs of awakening, the heart is confirmed destroyed. Yet you persist in living. The girl knelt beside Jiang Huai, as if she had stumbled upon a new continent. She tapped his forehead lightly with the handle of the scythe, then extended her finger to gently probe the bloody hole in his chest. Is it amusing? Quite so. As it is my first encounter with such an occurrence. The girl hesitated, pondering whether to report this situation. Lu Wanyin could discern that the youth before her bore no trace of infection. If she were to report it, survival seemed improbable. Do you still retain self-awareness? Indeed. Though my chest feels rather cold. As soon as Jiang Huai finished speaking, the girl burst into laughter. Are you a fool? It's because there are holes in your chest and abdomen. The sight of her laughter captivated Jiang Huai. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, resembling two crescent moons, radiant and enchanting. Her exquisite features radiate a distinctive charm, with a delicate nose that crinkles slightly, revealing shallow dimples that enhance the sweetness and brilliance of her smile. The originally austere and imposing aura dissipates, replaced by a playful and vivacious spirit unique to youth. Jiang Huai intended to inquire if she recognized him as her classmate. But Lu Wanyin suddenly raised her hand to cover her ears, as if she had heard something through her headphones. Shaoluzi, your signal is still at the scene. Is there a special situation? This voice jolted Lu Wanyin back to reality, prompting her to rise and move toward the window. After a moment of silence, she tilted her head slightly to glance at Jiang Huai before responding to the voice on the other end of the headset. It's nothing, Uncle Du. I've encountered a careless one. You are being increasingly rude, Jiang Huai replied with dissatisfaction. Lu Wanyin, covering the earpiece, turned back and made a face at him. After briefly explaining the situation, the person on the phone provided her with further instructions. 24 hours without blind spots? Lu Wanyin inquired. Indeed. The observation period is tentatively set for 1 week. If there are no further mutations in his condition during this week, he will be brought back to headquarters. Uncle Du affirmed. Understood, Uncle Du. Could the bonus be a bit more generous this time? Hello? Uncle Du. The call had already ended. Alas, my fate is truly unfortunate. However, Lu Wanyin appeared unconcerned, merely shrugging her shoulders. At that moment, Jiang Huai was deeply troubled by her earlier words. Infected? Awakened? Is this some sort of film? Oh. Right, I almost forgot something. Careless one, wait for me a moment, Lu Wanyin said. She then retrieved a yellowed talisman from a white cloth bag at her waist, grasping it delicately with her slender fingers. Subsequently, she closed her eyes lightly and began to chant an ancient and cryptic incantation, the path of heaven is clear. The ephemeral is bound, let not the listener perceive, for it is forbidden, let not the hearer discern, for it is illusory, let not the speaker utter, for it is a caution. She then waved her hand gently, and the talisman floated in the air before igniting instantly. Its ashes transformed into countless black souls, which, having found their prey, lunged toward Sean Enan's corpse, feasting ravenously. Soon, the souls had devoured every remnant of Sean Enan. Jiang Huai watched this chilling scene, swallowing hard. Yet, after satisfying their gluttonous feast, the souls did not approach Jiang Huai, instead, they gradually dissipated into the air. Once this was accomplished, Lu Wanyin returned to Jiang Huai's side. The two exchanged glances in the dimly lit living room. Jiang Huai remained reclined on the sofa, while Lu Wanyin sat beside him, observing. They held each other's gaze until Jiang Huai could no longer contain himself and asked, will you kill me? Lu Wanyin initially, how is it that this feels so vastly different from what I usually encounter at school? Is it possible that you intend to reside in my home? Lu Wanyin nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Huai could hardly fathom the absurdity of the events that had unfolded that night. First, a popular senior from university confessed her feelings for him and expressed a desire for intimacy. During this intimate moment, the senior transformed into a monstrous figure, revealing her heart. Subsequently, he was rescued by another enchanting girl from his class who also intended to stay at his home. Am I truly the protagonist of a light novel? Suddenly, a series of chimes emanated from a phone, and Jiang Huai realized it was not his own. He then observed Lu Wanyin retrieving her phone. The sound was merely her alarm. It was time. Lu Wanyin stood up as she spoke. Jiang Huai assumed she was preparing to leave. And just as he began to relax, he was taken aback to see Lu Wanyin unbuttoning her blouse and reaching to remove her skirt. In no time, she stood before him clad only in her undergarments. What on earth are you doing? Jiang Huai inquired skeptically, acutely aware that his own trousers had been partially removed by the earlier monster, leaving him in a similar state of undress. Lu Wanyin's gaze briefly flickered towards his exposed area before she replied with an impassive demeanor, "It is 10 o'clock, then if I have no tasks. I always take a shower and go to bed by this hour. A regular routine is the secret to longevity." With that, she turned and walked towards Jiang Huai's bathroom without a backward glance. Jiang Huai was left in utter disbelief. The sound of running water soon filled the air, and steam wafted through the crack of the door, igniting his imagination. He remained rigid on the sofa, his eyes drawn inexplicably toward the bathroom. The cascading water seemed to echo in his heart. On this singular night, the two captivating girls were bathing in his home. What on earth was happening? Images of Lu Wanyin disrobing flashed through his mind, the porcelain skin, the delicate collarbone, and the tantalizing glimpses of her figure. How was this scenario so reminiscent of the previous events? Was it a case of déjà vu? Jiang Huai shook his head vigorously, striving to redirect his thoughts from the provocative fantasies. He glanced at the trash bin containing his heart and sighed in resignation. Forgive me, dear heart. At that moment, he felt a sudden itch on his chest. He raised a hand to scratch it, only to remember that he had a wound there. Scratching was not an option. Yet, as his hand made contact, he felt no pain. Looking down, he was astonished to find that the large wound had vanished without a trace. Only the splotches of dried blood and the heart severed from his body remained as reminders that everything he had just experienced was not an illusion. Jiang Huai stood up and moved about, discovering that all sensations of pain had dissipated, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Just then, the doorbell rang. He considered answering it but suddenly realized he was covered in blood, his clothing tattered, and the room was in utter disarray. Although the monster's corpse had been incinerated by Lu Wanyin, the blood it left on the floor remained vividly etched in memory. Jiang Huai hastily rushed back to his room to don a fresh set of clothes, then made his way to the door. Regardless of who it was, he resolutely decided that they must not be allowed entry. After firming his resolve, he inquired, "Who is it?" "I," came the voice of a young girl from outside. And with that single word, Jiang Huai immediately recognized her. He opened the door, gazing at the girl with a hint of resignation. "Is there something you need?" The girl was named Chen Ning, the very woman who had kept Jiang Huai in a state of unreciprocated affection for 5 years. At that moment, she stood at the threshold, clad in a flowing white dress that accentuated her snow-like complexion, rendering her exquisitely beautiful. Yet, her face bore no trace of a smile. Her gaze icy as she fixed her eyes on Jiang Huai, as if attempting to see through him. "Why did you not answer my call yesterday?" Chen Ning stated bluntly, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Jiang Huai frowned, a tinge of impatience creeping into his voice as he replied, "Did you not already accept young Master Zhou's confession? Why should I bother answering your calls?" His thoughts were consumed by Shonanan and Lu Wanyin, leaving him entirely disinterested in dealing with this woman. Moreover, he feared that if she were to glimpse the disarray within the room, it could lead to unnecessary complications. However, Chen Ning seemed far from willing to relent. She crossed her arms, raised an eyebrow, and scoffed, "I have already stated that on the day of young Master Zhou's birthday banquet, he drunkenly embraced me and kissed me. So what? Besides, I do not have a boyfriend. What is wrong with that?" Yes, I understand. I wish to retire for the night now. Good night. And may you find happiness, Jiang Huai said, attempting to close the door. Chen Ning swiftly placed her hand against the edge of the door. "Jiang Huai, I believe I warned you. If you ignore my call even once, we shall sever ties." "Very well, I shall have the embassy send you a letter tomorrow. And our two nations shall be irrevocably estranged." Chen was momentarily taken aback. She indeed harbored feelings for Zhou Qin, her high school sweetheart. Yet she had grown accustomed to Jiang Huai's devoted companionship over the years. Whenever she desired something, he would procure it immediately. Whenever she felt discontent, he would come to soothe her, even if it meant leaving class to fetch her favorite milk tea from a distant shop. Yet now, Jiang Huai's demeanor towards her seemed transformed, as if he were an entirely different person. I can forgive you this once, Jiang Huai. But I expect you to remember there shall not be a second chance. Jiang Huai's expression was one of bewilderment. Just then, the bathroom door swung open, and Lu Wanin's voice echoed from the living room. Oh, by the way, I forgot to bring my nightgown. I am looking for something to wear in your room, Wu Xinkai. What are you doing at the door? Lu Wanin approached the entrance, clad only in a semi-transparent white camisole, her alluring form subtly highlighted beneath the garment. Chen was startled by Lu Wanin's sudden appearance, instinctively stepping back. She scrutinized the woman before her, her expression growing increasingly grim. Lu Wanin, why are you here? Wearing my pajamas. Jiang Huai felt his mind was in disarray, so much had transpired today. Each event, when considered individually, was enough to overwhelm the mind. Yet now Chen had arrived, and Lu Wanin was adding to the chaos. The story behind these pajamas was quite intriguing. At that time, Chen white moonlight. The illustrious young Master Zhou was set to leave the country for a year. After drowning her sorrows in solitude, she mistook Jiang Huai for Zhou Qin. And that night they became intimate. In the aftermath, Chen berated Jiang Huai fiercely, weeping as she discarded the pajamas she had intended for her beloved, treating them as mere refuse. Just as Jiang Huai felt his head might explode, Chen suddenly scoffed, fixing a sardonic smile upon him. You better give me an explanation. Jiang Huai. You may not believe this, but just moments ago, there was another one on the floor, even more scandalous. As Jiang Huai was about to respond, a hand unexpectedly clasped his arm, a soft sensation immediately enveloping his forearm. He turned slightly, startled, to find Lu Wanin had donned a different countenance. With a smile, she addressed Chen outside the door. What is going on, Jiang Huai? Who is this big sister? Weren't you claiming to be single? Big sister. Who are you calling big sister? Lu Wanin. I am your senior. Don't you recognize me? Chen was infuriated by this address. While her beauty was indeed remarkable, it paled in comparison to Lu Wanin's, who, even without makeup, completely eclipsed Chen in allure. Senior. Oh, I just finished showering. And my eyes are still a bit hazy. Given the silhouette, I thought you were one of the neighborhood aunties. You dare say that again? Chen trembled with rage, but Lu Wanin seemed undeterred. So this pajama is yours? How tasteless. And it doesn't even fit properly. Look. It's a bit snug around the chest. As she spoke, Lu Wanin gently tugged at the fabric near her chest, leaving Jiang Huai blushing furiously. Who are you calling ill-fitted? Jiang Huai. What do you mean by this? How dare you sneak around with another woman? Jiang Huai, expecting to be flustered, instead felt exhilarated. Did you not think of this day when you were nestled in young Master Zhou's embrace? He edged closer to Lu Wanin, casting a challenging glance at Chen. I am indeed single. Do you have any other business? My girlfriend prefers that I do not engage in late-night conversations with other women at the door. You both. Chen pointed at Jiang Huai and Lu Wanin, slowly retreating. Jiang Huai, if you intended to provoke me, know that I do not care. With that, Chen turned to leave. Senior, do you not want your pajamas anymore? The sound of heels echoed down the staircase. Once the noise had fully dissipated, Jiang Huai noticed the smile on the girl beside him gradually fade, returning to her previous calm demeanor. How long do you intend to hold on to me? Jiang Huai inquired. Lu Wanin slowly released her grip, then with a resounding clap, closed the door and pulled Jiang Huai back into the bedroom. Lift your clothes, Lu Wanin instructed. Jiang Huai hesitated for a moment but ultimately began to slowly lift the fresh garments he had just changed into. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Wanin's attire, her nightwear, was undeniably alluring. With an air of nonchalance, she approached Jiang Huai, crouching before him to scrutinize his abdomen and chest, even extending her hand to caress the area where his heart should have been. The wound had completely healed, and his internal organs had regenerated. Lu Wanyin gradually lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Jiang Huai. Would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first? The good news, Jiang Huai replied. You are temporarily safe, your body has fully recovered, and there are no lingering threats of death. And the bad news? Lu Wanyin stood up slowly. Her eyes fixed upon him. Humans do not possess such power. During this 7-day observation period, I will ascertain whether you are an infected or an awakened being. If there is even the slightest indication of infection, I will eliminate you. This indeed felt like bad news to Jiang Huai, who then rose and made his way towards the living room. Where are you going? Lu Wanyin inquired. I'm going to take a shower. Absolutely not. Lu Wanyin seized his hand. I have 5 minutes before I must sleep, and I cannot wait for you to shower. Jiang Huai's face was filled with confusion. If you're tired, then sleep, you take the bed, and I'll sleep on the sofa after my shower. I've already stated it, 24-hour surveillance. Even if you shower, I must watch you. Lu Wanyin firmly pulled Jiang Huai closer. Jiang Huai instinctively swallowed hard. Lu Wanyin was too close. Close enough for him to distinctly smell the fragrant body wash on her, and close enough to feel the warmth of her breath. His heart raced, and his breathing quickened. Moreover, this is my first surveillance mission, so I must be diligent. This means I will be sleeping beside you. What? Before Jiang Huai could articulate more, Lu Wanyin yanked him onto the bed. Hurry up, there are 3 minutes left, I'm going to be late for sleep. Is it possible to be late for sleep? Jiang Huai stammered. Wait, are we really sleeping together? Suddenly, Lu Wanyin seemed to recall something. She swiftly dashed to the living room and retrieved handcuffs from the clothes she had discarded. With a click, she returned to the bedroom and cuffed her wrist to Jiang Huai's. 1 minute left, I'm going to sleep. Wait, what does this mean? Jiang Huai raised his hand, staring at the cuffs. But Lu Wanyin had already nestled into the covers, pulling him in along with her. Do not move around or snore while sleeping, or I will slit your throat. You can recover anyway. 10 seconds left, good night. Dazed, Jiang Huai lay beneath the covers with the girl, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Was he really sleeping alongside the vivacious and charming little son of the department? 10 seconds is indeed precisely 10 seconds. Not a moment more or less, Jiang Huai discerned the faint sound of Lu Wanyin's breathing. He gazed at the ceiling and let out a long sigh. Perhaps it would be best to leave matters until tomorrow. Reflecting on the myriad events that had transpired in the brief span of an hour that evening, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Gradually, he too closed his eyes. In a state of half-consciousness, Jiang Huai opened his eyes to find himself in a peculiar office. Above him, an old, neglected ceiling fan emitted a grating creak. Its rusted blades cast distorted shadows under the dim glow of the incandescent light, resembling a group of specters dancing upon the walls. The light itself flickered unsettlingly, as if something lurked behind it, observing all. The air was thick with a stale, musty odor mingling with an indescribable stench that provoked an involuntary wave of nausea. The walls were adorned with peeling, mottled paint, revealing the grim concrete beneath. Yet, Jiang Huai felt no surprise at this scene. After all, this place had accompanied him since the age of 5. This was Jiang Huai's dreamscape. During that first dream, he had been gripped by terror, for to a child, this place was akin to a haunted house. Thus, he had developed an aversion to sleep. As he grew older, he came to understand that this space, furnished with desks and filing cabinets filled with folders, was known as an office. However, he could never manage to open the door leading outside. Here we are again, Jiang Huai sighed, preparing to sit in the soft office chair as before, counting the rotations of the fan to pass the time until he awoke. Noticing subtle changes, as he had visited this office countless times before, he observed that the large, heavy filing cabinet by the wall, exuding an aura of coldness, had been left ajar. Inside, numerous smaller drawers were arranged in layers. He approached and opened the cabinet, only to have a document tumble to the floor at his feet. Jiang Huai picked it up and began to peruse its contents, only to find it detailed matters he could not comprehend. The battle between awakeners and beasts has persisted for millennia. Every few decades, A catastrophe known as the Beast Side emerges. Countless rifts unleash inundating hordes of beasts. These creatures appear in densely populated human towns, launching merciless assaults. Intriguingly, observations indicate that the beasts do not seize human cities, instead, they retreat to the rift after decimating them, biding their time until the next offensive. The subsequent content was shrouded in obscurity, eluding his understanding. Yet, could it be that the Awakeners and the infected, as mentioned by Lu Wanyin, were somehow connected? This seemingly ordinary world he inhabited harbored such fantastical and incomprehensible phenomena. He glanced at the cabinet, discovering it was filled with numerous documents, all securely locked away. Just then, with a creaking sound, the office door, which had remained unopened for over a decade, swung ajar. Simultaneously, a buzzing filled his mind. And a soft whisper from a girl reached his ears, "You cannot escape." Jiang Huai abruptly opened his eyes, bewildered. What was happening? That voice had never manifested before. Yet it felt hauntingly familiar, as if he had heard it not long ago. You cannot escape, everything is mine, bread, cakes, tarts, desserts, come to me, Soon, he realized that the voice belonged to Lu Wanyin, who was sleep-talking. Sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, illuminating the room. Jiang Huai noticed that he was tightly embraced by Lu Wanyin. Her face was mere inches away, her petite nose gently breathing, long eyelashes fluttering slightly, and her pink lips pouting in an innocent slumber. The occasional murmurs, along with a glistening droplet of saliva at the corner of her mouth, made Jiang Huai perceive Lu Wanyin as rather adorable, far less frightening than he had initially thought. In truth, Jiang Huai had not slept well the previous night, especially with a popular girl from school lying beside him, clad in a revealing white nightgown. More importantly, Lu Wanyin was quite restless in her sleep. He had warned himself not to move or snore, yet she, in her exaggerated sleeping posture, would often place her legs directly on his abdomen and even murmured dreamily, laughing softly as if lost in a delightful reverie. Finally, as if dreaming of something wonderful, she pulled him into her embrace. Jiang Huai persevered until nearly 3 o'clock when he could no longer withstand the fatigue. As he closed his eyes, he instantly fell into a deep slumber, only to be awakened again by Lu Wanyin's dream talk in that peculiar dreamscape. To his astonishment, he found himself awake even earlier than Lu Wanyin. Cautiously lifting his hand to check the time, he saw it was 7:40, he had only slept for 4.5 hours. Curiously, instead of feeling exhausted, Jiang Huai felt remarkably invigorated. He was known to be a habitual late riser, and waking early was usually a torturous ordeal for him. Yet today, as he opened his eyes, all fatigue and drowsiness vanished in an instant. He swallowed hard, pondering whether this was part of the infection Lu Wanyin had mentioned, or perhaps a change brought about by awakening. At that moment, a gentle breath brushed against his earlobe, sending a tingling sensation throughout his body and causing his heart to race. It dawned on him that they were embracing in an extraordinarily intimate manner. He attempted to break free, only to find that handcuffs restrained his movements. Lu Wanyin seemed to sense his struggle, furrowing her brow and tightening her hold on him. Jiang Huai dared not move recklessly, fearing he might awaken the seemingly innocent yet profoundly enigmatic girl. The threats from the previous night loomed vividly in his mind. Disturbing her slumber could very well result in a severed throat. While death might not be a certainty, the agony would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark upon his body. Just as Jiang Huai's mind wandered into anxious musings, Lu Wanyin gradually opened her eyes. She fixed her gaze upon Jiang Huai, her expression initially somewhat dazed but swiftly sharpening into clarity and acuity. "Are you excited?" This sudden inquiry startled Jiang Huai, causing him to tremble involuntarily. And only then did he realize that Lu Wanyin had awakened. "Excited? What do you mean?" Jiang Huai questioned, confusion evident in his voice. It was then that he comprehended the implication behind Lu Wanyin's words. Her sleeping posture was rather ungraceful. While holding onto him, her legs had inadvertently rested upon his abdomen, with her calves brushing against areas that should not have been touched. Thus, Lu Wanyin must have felt an unusual sensation in her calves, prompting her question. "I can explain. This is merely a natural physiological phenomenon." Jiang Huai was drenched in sweat, fervently praying that this sister of his would refrain from inflicting any permanent harm upon him. Yet Lu Wanyin merely chuckled softly, her hand gliding over Jiang Huai's cheek, her voice gentle yet laced with a hint of morning raspiness, exuding an alluring magnetism. "Why are you so tense?" Are you afraid of me? As Lu Wanyin adopted a new demeanor, Jiang Huai felt utterly perplexed, unable to decipher her thoughts. Before he could react, a sudden click echoed in the air. He was astonished to find that his hand, which should have been resting alongside Lu Wanyin's, was now shackled to the decorative wooden ring by the bedpost. Jiang Huai was utterly astonished. Lu Wanyin still had one hand resting on his cheek. How had she managed to free herself from the handcuffs while simultaneously chaining him to the headboard? What is happening? Jiang Huai inquired. I have a habit of showering in the morning, Lu Wanyin replied evasively, stepping down from the bed and casually shading her sheer nightgown as she made her way to the bathroom. Your showering has nothing to do with my being shackled, Jiang Huai protested indignantly. According to the principle of continuous monitoring for 24 hours, while I shower, you must remain with me. However, given your current state, I believe it would be more uncomfortable for you to enter the bathroom, Lu Wanyin stated as she reached the door. Pushing her long hair over her shoulder and casting a glance at Jiang Huai's body, her gaze particularly lingering on his lower abdomen. This statement had the opposite effect. Jiang Huai now felt even more uneasy. So you will wait outside, and do not attempt to break free from the handcuffs. Alas, Lu Wanyin had already entered the bathroom. And with his hands bound, Jiang Huai found himself utterly powerless. He gazed at the ceiling, exhaling a long sigh. When Lu Wanyin re-entered the room, she had donned the black outfit she had worn upon her arrival the previous day. Jiang Huai, having not observed it closely the night before, now took in the sight. It was a remarkably ordinary ensemble, yet it appeared strikingly captivating when worn by Lu Wanyin. The upper body was adorned with a loose-fitting white shirt, casually tucked into black, form-fitting denim shorts revealing a slender waist. A snug black cropped jacket elegantly enveloped her graceful figure. On her feet were ankle-high black boots. At first glance, it was evident that the owner of the attire possessed a keen sense of style. However, Jiang Huai mused that a beauty like Lu Wanyin would undoubtedly dazzle in any garment she donned. After all, one's appearance is often enhanced by their attire, which sometimes requires a perfect frame to showcase it. Have you calmed down? Lu Wanyin reverted to her icy demeanor, arms crossed over her chest, observing Jiang Huai. Noticing his heightened excitement, she emitted an irritated click of her tongue. Let me take a shower as well, I'll be composed afterward. In an attempt to mask his embarrassment, Jiang Huai hurriedly replied. Consequently, Lu Wanyin approached the bed and leaned down to unlock Jiang Huai's handcuffs. He could even perceive a refreshing fragrance emanating from her hair, a delicate floral scent mingled with a hint of fruitiness, evoking images of a vibrant spring garden. Lu Wanyin's movements were gentle and practiced, swiftly freeing him, yet her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Huai, seemingly analyzing his reaction. Once liberated, Jiang Huai swiftly flipped off the bed and dashed into the bathroom, nearly escaping. Upon realizing Lu Wanyin intended to follow, he hastily shut the door. My bathroom lacks windows. I have no means of escape. If anything arises, I will call for you immediately. Lu Wanyin remained silent for a moment outside the door, then stated. Make sure you hurry, we can't be late for school. As the icy water cascaded over him, Jiang Huai shivered, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. The splotchy bloodstains from his chest and abdomen, remnants of the previous night, began to peel away under the cleansing flow, momentarily quieting his racing thoughts. After his shower, he emerged to find Lu Wanyin reclining on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. He quickly retreated to the bedroom to change, and upon returning to the living room, discovered Lu Wanyin standing by the entrance, regarding him with an indifferent gaze. Let us go, we mustn't be late. Thus, in an inexplicable turn of events, Jiang Huai followed Lu Wanyin out the door, down the stairs, and out of the aging apartment building. At that moment, his phone chimed, and upon checking, he saw a new message on WeChat from the user named Mugu Wanyin. The straightforwardness of the username prompted him to divert his gaze. When did I add you as a friend? Jiang Huai inquired. Just now, while you were showering, I used your phone to add myself, Lu Wanyin replied with unyielding confidence. Jiang Huai initially considered protesting the invasion of personal privacy, but then recalled that she had saved his life the previous night, adding a friend was hardly a significant issue. He then glanced at the message Lu Wanyin had sent, remember to gauge my mood once we arrive at school. Jiang Huai responded with 3 question marks. Yet Lu Wanyin ceased to send any further messages. Throughout their journey to the university, not a single word was exchanged between them. This silence persisted for 20 minutes until they reached the street outside the university gates, at which point Lu Wanyin suddenly addressed Jiang Huai, urging him to prepare. Prepare for what? Before Jiang Huai could react, Lu Wanyin promptly wrapped her arms around his, her expression transforming entirely. Just as Jiang Huai was about to speak, a voice called from behind. Wanyin? Why are you holding on to a man? Good morning, Jojo. Allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Jiang Huai. Gazing at Lu Wanyin's dazzling smile, which could thaw the iciest hearts, Jiang Huai felt an unsettling anxiety within. Truly, this woman deserved an Oscar for her performance. In the classroom, Jiang Huai sat in his seat, observing Lu Wanyin effortlessly mingling with her classmates, which struck him as oddly surreal. Her demeanor at school mirrored Jiang Huai's recollections perfectly. Her vivacity and cheerfulness seemed innate, effortlessly capturing everyone's attention. Her smile radiated warmth like the sun, and her words were always so tactful, drawing others irresistibly to her charm. If Jiang Huai's field of study featured Chen Ning as the untouchable heiress of a wealthy family, then Lu Wanyin was the beloved darling, the radiant son everyone yearned to befriend. Every gesture of hers was imbued with charisma, as if she were a naturally brilliant star. Jiang Huai understood that all of this was mere performance, yet the skill with which she executed it was nothing short of masterful. To his classmates, Jiang Huai was merely the devoted admirer of Chen Ning, having pursued her since high school, only to see her now in a relationship with a wealthy heir. He felt like an utter fool. However, this morning, when Lu Wanyin appeared in class with her arm linked with his, it sparked a considerable uproar. Wanyin, what's going on between you and Jiang Huai? Wanyin, Jojo said you and Jiang Huai are together, is that true? In response to the girl's inquiries, Lu Wanyin maintained a sweet smile, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness. She said little, merely nodding with a faint blush. In fact, Lu Wanyin even stole a glance at Jiang Huai, her gaze brimming with affection and adoration. Yet Jiang Huai felt utterly discomfort, recognizing the performance in her eyes. At that moment, his phone chimed with a new message. Upon checking, he saw it was from Chen Ning, the Jiang Huai. I want to have the milk tea from Central Street. Jiang Huai chose not to reply. Jiang Huai, are you listening? He remained silent, even tucking his phone back into his pocket. Meanwhile, in a classroom of another department, Chen Ning, noticing Jiang Huai's lack of response, felt an unfamiliar sensation. In the past, regardless of how she had neglected or insulted him, whenever she sent a message expressing her desires, Jiang Huai would immediately comply. To express one's own needs signifies that one has already forgiven Jiang Huai. Why has he yet to respond to my message? Could it be that he has gone to purchase bubble tea? This must be the case, Chen Ning silently concluded, for Jiang Huai could never neglect her. The events of last night were merely a performance orchestrated by him to provoke her. It was also rumored that Lu Wanyin's family was financially struggling, making it quite reasonable for her to partake in such a charade for monetary gain. At that moment, Chen Ning's best friend approached her. Ning, I heard that young Master Zhou invited you to dinner yesterday. Did you go? Yes, Chen Ning replied, a hint of pride in her voice. Congratulations. I heard you and young Master Zhou have grown quite close, you might soon become the young mistress of the Zhou family. Her friend teased. He was drunk. Chen Ning's face flushed slightly, while she remained attentive to her phone. Jiang Huai was incomparable to young Master Zhou. Wang Mengmeng, her friend, noticed the conversation thread on Chen Ning's phone was with Jiang Huai and remarked with a teasing tone, don't be ridiculous, Jiang Huai is actually quite nice to me. The thought of Jiang Huai soon arriving, drenched in sweat with her bubble tea, prompted Chen Ning to unexpectedly defend him. Jiang Huai is indeed patient. I've heard he has been fawning over you since high school. That is his own volition, I never coerced him, Chen Ning declared with an air of superiority. By the way, do you all want bubble tea? Jiang Huai is going to get some for me, she added. Yes. I want some too. And I, of course, want some. Soon, half of the class gathered around, insisting that Chen Ning's little admirer fetch bubble tea for them. With a derisive snort, Chen Ning sent another message to Jiang Huai, remember to buy 20 cups, my classmates want some too. Estimating that Jiang Huai typically took half an hour to bicycle to the tea shop, she accounted for the time it would take him to return as well. However, as she waited from the first class until the third, Jiang Huai had still not appeared at the classroom door. Ning, where's the bubble tea? We'll be changing classrooms for the next period. Chen-Ning mused that if Jiang Huai arrived and couldn't find her, it would be quite unfortunate. I told you. The freshman would eventually awaken. Look, he's ignoring Chen-Ning now, the boy chuckled. Chen-Ning felt a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. She clutched her phone and sent Jiang Huai another message. I expect to see you with the bubble tea in 10 minutes, or else you will bear the consequences. The moment the message was dispatched, Chen-Ning's heart sank before a red exclamation mark appeared before her message. Had Jiang Huai blocked her? Stunned, she sat in her seat, her expression darkening. Wang Mengmeng glanced over and, upon realizing that Chen-Ning had been blocked, said, "This Jiang Huai is audacious. I will confront him." "No." Chen-Ning stood up resolutely. "I will go myself." With that, she stormed out of the classroom, her face set in a cold glare. Meanwhile, Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin were preparing to head home after only 2 classes that morning. "Don't move," Lu Wanyin suddenly approached Jiang Huai. "Have you grown taller?" She scrutinized him intently. "Just an illusion, I've always been this height." Jiang Huai scratched his head, responding modestly. "Indeed, in comparison to last night, there has been a noticeable increase." Lu Wanyin stands at a height of approximately 168 centimeters, possessing a tall and curvaceous physique. In university, she ranks among the most stunning beauties. However, now, before Jiang Huai, she finds herself needing to slightly tilt her head upward to meet his gaze. "Previously, we were of similar height, yet now you have clearly surpassed me significantly." Jiang Huai himself shares this sentiment. Upon rising this morning, he noticed that his trousers appeared a tad shorter. At that moment, a flicker of coldness crossed Lu Wanyin's eyes. "Have you begun to display the traits of an infectee?" Jiang Huai hastily clarified, "Sister, it is entirely normal for boys to experience growth spurts at the age of 20. You need not be so sensitive." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Wanyin smiled and nodded. "There is some truth to that. I once witnessed a regenerative ability wielder who, after having lost a leg, ended up with legs of an equal length upon regrowth." With that, Lu Wanyin burst into a fit of giggles. Jiang Huai joined in her laughter, albeit internally reflecting on her remarkably low threshold for humor. Suddenly, Jiang Huai's expression shifted as if he had spotted something. He furrowed his brow and instructed Lu Wanyin to turn around. "Huh? Why?" she queried, somewhat perplexed. Yet Jiang Huai had already grasped her shoulder, compelling her to face away from him. "Wait, what are you doing? Don't you dare attack me. Even in school, I could take you down." Lu Wanyin felt a surge of anxiety. However, in the next heartbeat, she realized her worries were unfounded, for Jiang Huai had merely undone her hair accessory. Her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, draping over her waist. "What are you doing?" Lu Wanyin asked, glancing back at Jiang Huai with a hint of displeasure. "I have a compulsion. There are a few strands of hair sticking up at the back," Jiang Huai explained as he meticulously arranged her hair. "How considerate." Lu Wanyin chuckled softly before perching herself on the desk, crossing her long legs and allowing Jiang Huai to tend to her hair. "Don't move around," he cautioned, one hand steadying her head while the other smoothed her lustrous locks. "This hair accessory is quite old. It must be losing its grip. Why not replace it?" Jiang Huai inquired, eyeing the somewhat chipped bunny-shaped hairpin. Lu Wanyin's movements were swift. She promptly retrieved the hairpin and carefully tucked it away. "It can still be used." Jiang Huai discerned that, in that fleeting moment, Lu Wanyin had momentarily shed her facade. Yet, he chose not to press further, simply redoing her hair. "All done." The young woman rose from the desk and produced her phone, offering it to Jiang Huai. "I don't trust your skills. Take a picture for me to see." Jiang Huai accepted her phone, noticing it was an outdated model, with a cracked screen, clearly a relic that should have been discarded long ago. "Does this phone even take pictures?" he chuckled. "Yes, it does," Lu Wanyin replied, seemingly embarrassed, as she turned to reclaim her phone. She seemed reluctant to let Jiang Huai notice her embarrassment. With a smile, she suggested, "Why don't you take a picture of me with your phone?" Jiang Huai nodded and took out his phone, capturing a shot. "I must say, you are quite talented at this. Do you often help others with their hair?" Lu Wanyin admired the photo showcasing her long hair, now neatly tied into a ponytail. She had previously sought advice on some techniques but had never had the chance to put them into practice. Jiang Huai scratched his head and replied, "Well, If that's the case, I'll entrust my hair to you every morning. Lu Wanyin then leaned against Jiang Huai, playfully nudging her head against his chin. Stop it. That tickles. Come on, let us take a selfie, cheese. Can't you at least smile? At that moment, outside the slightly ajar classroom door, Chunning paused. Initially, she had intended to barge in, but upon witnessing the closeness between Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin, her previous assumptions began to waver. Perhaps Lu Wanyin wasn't merely acting for Jiang Huai. Could it be that he truly does not harbor feelings for me? Meanwhile, atop a high-rise building in Lingyu City, a man clad in a tattered jacket and a cowboy hat sat at the edge. With his legs dangling in midair, he displayed no signs of fear, and instead, he leisurely enjoyed a bowl of instant noodles. Suddenly, his somewhat cracked phone beside him buzzed, prompting him to set down the noodles and answer. Wiping his mouth as he spoke. Hello, it's me. Just having breakfast. Instant noodles for breakfast. A voice on the other end inquired with curiosity. Well, my little apprentice just got into college, so I paid her tuition and bought her a few new outfits. Funds are running low. She is family to us as well. If you're facing difficulties, don't hesitate to share. You shouldn't bear it all alone. I've managed for over a decade, but I can handle it. The man chuckled. Alright then, Yun Luo has recently taken on a job. A Tier 1 beast has breached a gap and is hiding in Lingyu City. You need to investigate. Tier 1? That's not particularly daunting. What is the pay? The third-party commission won't provide much. Fine, send the details to my phone and I'll take a look. By the way, is Xiaolu keeping an eye on things? The man took a sip of beer. Don't let that girl's carefree demeanor fool you. She is quite timid. Avoid assigning her strange tasks. Rest assured, it's just surveillance on a suspected infected individual for a week. If the regulators confirm any infection tendencies, we'll eliminate it. This is an official task from the association. Alright, as long as it doesn't involve the beast. I don't want her facing it alone until she overcomes her psychological barriers. For now, I still have my breakfast to finish. Remember to investigate. The man hung up and returned to his noodles, finishing them swiftly. He wiped his mouth and gazed with a smile towards the distant cityscape. Chen-Ning was taken aback by the scene she encountered. After much hesitation, she finally inhaled deeply, restoring her usual air of aloofness. Knock, knock, knock. She rapped thrice upon the classroom door. The two individuals within turned their gazes toward the entrance. It seems to resemble your ex-girlfriend, remarked Lu Wanyin with a smile. We weren't even in a relationship, how can she be considered an ex? Chen-Ning retorted upon observing the two whispering to each other. And seeing that Jiang Huai showed no intention of emerging, her frustration mounted. Jiang Huai, I need to speak with you, step outside. It appears she is calling for you. Lu Wanyin chuckled, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. I won't go. Oh come on, just go, I won't be jealous, Lu Wanyin teased, poking Jiang Huai's cheek. With a woman like that, if you don't sever ties completely, it will lead to future complications. But I wasn't ever with her, Jiang Huai sighed in resignation. Ultimately, he approached the classroom door. What is it? Chen-Ning inquired, gazing at Jiang Huai, her previously prepared words now eluding her. She had anticipated that her affair with young Master Zhou would torment Jiang Huai into a state of distress. Disheveled and burdened with dark circles under his eyes, he should have embodied that turmoil. In the past, every time she had neglected Jiang Huai for a few days, he would devolve into such a state. Yet now, Jiang Huai exuded an aura of remarkable transformation, devoid of any despondency. Firstly, his stature had significantly changed. Chen-Ning distinctly remembered that Jiang Huai stood barely at 1.69 m, yet now he appeared to be nearing 1.80 m. The habitual attire he wore seemed somewhat snug, not due to weight gain but rather a newfound muscularity that had developed unbeknownst to him. Most astonishing to Chen-Ning was the transformation of Jiang Huai's eyes. Once timid and perpetually self-doubting, they now radiated a piercing intensity as he regarded her from an elevated vantage. Chen-Ning felt as though she were under the scrutiny of a predatory bird. All of this caused her cheeks to flush. How had Jiang Huai suddenly become so handsome? Do you truly have something to say? If not, I shall take my leave. Jiang Huai prompted, noticing Chen-Ning's silence. Chen finally gathered herself, clearing her throat to address Jiang Huai. Have you blocked me on WeChat? I apologize. But you incessantly messaged me during my classes. Blocking you was a reasonable course of action, was it not? Harassment. Chen stared at Jiang Huai in disbelief, incredulous that he could interpret her sympathy and generosity as harassment. I have been the one subjected to your incessant disturbances for years. Yet, as she vocalized these thoughts, she disregarded the fact that she had consistently relished the emotional support Jiang Huai provided her. In times of need, she would draw upon his emotional value. And when she required space, she would unceremoniously cast him aside. To her, this behavior resembled a mere act of emotional charity. Oh, well then, congratulations. I won't trouble you any longer. Is that all? I'll take my leave, Jiang Huai stated, preparing to turn away. Jiang Huai. Is it because of Lu Wanyin? That woman is seducing you, and you think you are now popular and invulnerable, don't you? Jiang Huai sighed, turning to face her. Is there nothing else in your life outside of love? Others do not possess your level of tedium. Jiang Huai. Chen trembled with rage. In recent years, since high school, I have been by your side. Have you forgotten how insecure and withdrawn you once were? Only I was willing to engage with you. Throughout these years, I have sacrificed my youth for you, and now you treat me like this. And how could you treat yourself this way? Jiang Huai retorted with a cold smile. I pursued you for 5 long years, you could have easily rejected me. I have stated before that if you truly do not harbor feelings for me, the single refusal would suffice, and I would never pester you again. Yet, for 5 years, you neither rejected nor accepted me. My insecurities have been magnified by you. Chen, now you are dating a wealthy heir and still seek to torment me. It seems you have genuinely forgotten that while you kept me hanging, you were simultaneously chasing your dream of becoming a wealthy lady. One who lacks shame is invincible. Always positioning oneself as the victim, expecting the world to revolve around them. For a moment, Chen found herself at a loss for words. After all, she was indeed in the wrong, dangling Jiang Huai while dating that rich young man. However, years of being indulged by Jiang Huai made it impossible for her to admit her mistakes before him. Jiang Huai, are you not a man enough to handle this? I merely wish to test you a little longer. Why have you withdrawn? Jiang Huai scratched his head, feeling perplexed. Then I no longer wish to continue this test. I quit. Jiang Huai, I know you are angry now, but I won't hold it against you. You humiliated me in front of my friends. They are all laughing at me. With a hint of grievance, Chen reluctantly added, if you go buy me bubble tea immediately and apologize to me in front of my friends, I might consider officially dating you. Jiang Huai rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. How had he endured this woman for 5 years? Was it because of his broken heart? After Shonanan had excavated her own heart, had he finally awakened? No, you should go find young Master Zhou. Let us pretend we do not know each other from now on. Jiang Huai, I'm not here to exchange pointless chatter with you. Chen took a deep breath to calm herself, crossing her arms defiantly. I am here to offer you this opportunity. No need, Jiang Huai replied coldly. Chen did not expect him to dismiss her without a second thought. Her lips quivered slightly as she asked, her voice wavering, so you are serious, are you? Just then, a hand encircled Jiang Huai's waist. A languid voice emerged from behind him. Darling, are you not done? I'm feeling sleepy. Lu Wanyin pressed her face against Jiang Huai's back. Jiang Huai understood that Lu Wanyin was helping him escape from this woman's entanglement. He smiled as he embraced the drowsy Lu Wanyin and turned to the incredulous Chen, saying, apologies, my girlfriend is sleepy. And I hope you refrain from these peculiar conversations with me in the future. With that, Jiang Huai took Lu Wanyin in his arms and walked past Chen. Exiting the classroom, Chen remained rooted in place, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. That evening, she gathered with several close friends for a drink. One friend from another school, noticing Chen's unease, inquired with a smile, what is the matter? Is your progress with young Master Zhou not going smoothly? Chen chose to remain silent. Another girl chuckled, what young Master Zhou? You mean that younger student, Ning's little admirer, who has suddenly transformed into a ravenous wolf? You mean Jiang Huai? Her friend asked in astonishment. Hasn't he always regarded you as a goddess? Is he ignoring you now? He is now dating another younger girl. A stunning beauty as well. The more Chen-Ning listened, the more irritated she became, standing up to leave. Her friends quickly restrained her, saying, "Hey. It's not that serious. It's just Jiang Huai, why are you so worked up?" One leaned closer to Chen-Ning's ear and whispered, "Jiang Huai loves you. That person's unnamed Lu is merely a fleeting fancy. Besides, I suspect that girl is quite cunning and has likely given Jiang Huai all sorts of dubious advice." At that moment, Chen-Ning was jolted into clarity. Indeed, Jiang Huai could not have changed so drastically. This had to be a ploy devised by Lu Wanyin, intending to use it against her. She resolved not to fall for it. In a secluded old street of Lingyu City, Raman staggered forward, clutching a wound on his abdomen. Blood seeped through his fingers, leaving a grisly trail behind him. "Help! Open the door, someone help me!" he cried out in despair, desperately pounding on the tightly shut roller doors beside him. Yet, most of the shops on this street had long been vacated, leaving only dilapidated, soon-to-be-demolished premises. With no one responding to his pleas. Suddenly, a wave of scorching breath brushed the back of the man's neck, mingled with an unbearable stench. He slowly raised his head, only to behold a grotesque creature emerging from a crack in the wall, its menacing teeth alarmingly close. The monster grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. Paralyzed with fear, the man collapsed to the ground. The creature offered him no chance for escape, lunging forward through the fissure, aiming to sink its teeth into his neck. Just as the row of fangs was about to make contact, a bullet pierced the creature's neck. The immense force sent its body flying through the air. The man was splattered with the creature's thick, black blood, nearly losing consciousness from sheer terror. Meanwhile, the enigmatic figure who had dispatched the monster approached leisurely, his face obscured by a cowboy hat, the revolver in his hand still smoking. The creature struggled to rise, its body swelling and contorting as it let out a deafening roar before pouncing on the armed man. The man disdainfully scoffed, noisy. Calmly raising his hand, he fired a shot, instantly shattering one of the creature's legs. With deft precision, he continued to pull the trigger. In mere moments, bullets pierced the creature's limbs, causing it to crash to the ground in a cascade of crimson blood. The man in the cowboy hat slowly approached the fallen creature, stating serenely, "May your soul find peace, free from suffering. This bullet is my mercy." With that, he fired a final shot, shattering the creature's skull. Withdrawing his pistol, the man in the cowboy hat extracted a pitch-black crystal from the severed neck of the monster. He scrutinized it for a moment, furrowing his brow, before retrieving his mobile phone and approaching the injured individual slumped beside him. "Hey, is there an error in your intelligence?" he inquired, wedging the phone between his shoulder and ear as he tore open the victim's clothing to inspect the wound. What? No beasts encountered. The beasts were indeed present, albeit only at the reconnaissance level, where were the promised vanguard types. He gradually crouched before the man, yanking open the latter's garments, causing the man to instinctively recoil in fear. Upon noticing the gash in the victim's abdomen, the cowboy hatman produced a yellow talisman from his pocket. "Search the vicinity. This is a commission issued by the Joint Assault Association, there should be no mistake." "Hey, fine. By the way, there are casualties on site, I'll handle it. Also, I'll be selling this reconnaissance level core for some cash. All you, that's against the rules." The voice in his earpiece clearly sighed. Yet he knew that such words could not deter the man, who indeed had a pressing need for money. "Next time, don't discuss such matters over the comms." "Hey, thanks, will do." After ending the call, the cowboy hatman affixed the yellow talisman to the injured man's forehead. Instantly, the injured party felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, an overpowering drowsiness enveloping him. The cowboy hatman recited mysteriously, "All that you perceive is but an illusion. When dawn breaks, you shall forget all." The injured man, overwhelmed, finally succumbed to unconsciousness. "Should you become an infected, we shall meet again." He then hoisted the man to the roadside and returned to the monster's corpse. Gazing at the mortal bloodstains on the ground, he lit a cigarette, lost in contemplation. Upon exiting the school, Jiang Huai initially intended to head straight home. However, Lu Wanyin insisted on dragging him toward the commercial district not far from the university. "Where are you taking me?" Jiang Huai asked warily. The memory of Lu Wanin's decisive strike against Shonanon still fresh in his mind. What, are you afraid I'll sell you off? Now that is a splendid idea. Even if I extracted your heart, liver, and kidneys, you wouldn't die. Jiang Huai refrained from responding, genuinely pondering whether this might indeed be a lucrative venture. Naughty, during my part-time job, you remain seated here, going nowhere, in violation of the surveillance order. The consequences are yours to bear. Lu Wanin remarked to Jiang Huai as she donned the bear costume. You can't draw a circle for master, I promise I won't step outside. Jiang Huai couldn't help but chuckle at the adorably clumsy bear. Tut, your candid remarks really deserve a slap. Lu Wanin's voice, muffled within the plush costume, took on an added charm. There she was, seated on a bench beside the park, observing the comical bear distributing flyers to passers-by. This scene reminded Jiang Huai of the tales he had heard about Lu Wanin. Lu Wanin came from a profoundly impoverished background. Her parents perished in an earthquake during her childhood, and she had been working diligently since high school. Whether as a supermarket cashier or as a flyer distributor, she took on any job she could find. Initially, he believed these were mere rumors, especially considering she was unawakened and affiliated with some organization. Typically, such organizations do not lack funds, perhaps they even possess a high-tech lair. However, upon witnessing her outdated hair accessories and phone, alongside her earnest efforts in her current job, Jiang Huai began to doubt his assumptions. As time passed, the daylight faded and the nightlife commenced, drawing more people to the commercial district's pedestrian street. Finally, around 8 p.m., she completed her distribution of flyers. The plush bear turned and dashed over to Jiang Huai, swiftly removing the headpiece. At that moment, her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, a few strands dampened by sweat clinging to her forehead and cheeks, adding a touch of vivid authenticity to her appearance. The sheen of sweat sparkled under the lights, resembling tiny diamonds adorning her face, leaving Jiang Huai momentarily speechless. Do I look terribly disheveled now? Lu Wanin asked, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Not at all, Jiang Huai replied, scratching his head. You look truly beautiful. A subtle tension filled the air as both their cheeks flushed, their gazes darting in different directions. A sudden chill swept through, prompting Lu Wanin to sneeze. Achoo. Is work over? Change your clothes if you don't want to catch a cold, Jiang Huai said with a smile. I promise to treat you to a meal, Lu Wanin hesitated, glancing around before finally settling her gaze on a noodle shop that was still open. Is it alright if we have noodles? Her voice lacked conviction, as if she understood that merely having noodles hardly constituted a treat. After she spoke, she cautiously scrutinized Jiang Huai, seemingly anxious that her suggestion might upset him. However, Jiang Huai responded with a hearty laugh. Sounds great, I love noodles, just make sure I get a large bowl. Seeing Jiang Huai's cheerful demeanor, Lu Wanin felt a wave of relief wash over her. Alright, eat to your heart's content, and I hope you overindulge. Just as Jiang Huai was accompanying Lu Wanin to return the plush costume, an unexpected figure blocked their path. Oh, so you are the little vixen, are you? The one who has stolen my best friend's affections. The speaker was a girl of approximately 5 feet tall, her voice sharp and caustic. Jiang Huai recognized her as Wang Meng, the close friend of Chen Ning. What do you want? Jiang Huai asked coldly, fixing a frosty gaze upon Wang Meng. This woman had tormented her in the past, taking advantage of Jiang Huai's infatuation with Chen Ning. One might wonder how a girl of such diminutive stature could bully her. At that time, Jiang Huai was only around 5 feet 7 and weighed less than 100 pounds, frail and sickly. In contrast, although Wang Meng stood at merely 5 feet, she weighed nearly 150 pounds. Furthermore, Jiang Huai had to endure Wang Meng's insults and physical assaults, as she was Chen Ning's friend. Chen Ning was well aware of this, yet he merely observed with a mocking glint in his eyes. What do I want? Jiang Huai. That is a question I should be posing to you. Aren't you fond of Ning Ning? Why are you now cavorting with another woman? Wang Meng's brazen demeanor incited a bitter laugh from Jiang Huai. Did she truly believe that the world revolved around them? What did you say? Wang Meng stammered. Her face flashed with fury. I said you should leave immediately. Jiang Huai retorted. Wang Meng's face turned crimson with rage. She shot a glance at Lu Wanin, only to discover that this woman was smiling mockingly at her. You little harlot. I'll make you pay for this. Unable to contain herself any longer, she charged at Lu Wanyin, swinging her handbag violently toward her head. The bag struck Lu Wanyin's face, sending the plush bear headpiece she had been holding crashing to the ground. Jiang Huai swiftly kicked Wang Meng aside, shielding Lu Wanyin behind her. I've seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. You truly are birds of a feather with your friend. Jiang Huai. How dare you strike me, you worthless wretch. Just wait. I will summon Ning Ning to settle this. Settle this? Very well, we shall address that later. But first, I will settle matters with you. With that, Jiang Huai seized Wang Meng by the back of her collar, lifting her effortlessly. To Wang Meng's astonishment, the usually fragile Jiang Huai now possessed an extraordinary strength, rendering her utterly defenseless. Jiang Huai. You pathetic loser. You will always be a loser. Jiang Huai dragged Wang Meng towards a chair and unceremoniously tossed her onto it. Whether I am a loser or not is beside the point. Today, we shall settle our previous cause. Lu Wanyin gently touched her cheek, which had been struck by the handbag, and couldn't help but smile at Jiang Huai's unexpected display of strength. Not only has your appearance transformed, but so has your power. Are you an awakened one or an infected one, Jiang Huai? She murmured softly. At that moment, Chen Ning had just returned home, only to find his parents seated on the sofa, sighing heavily. Their distress stemmed from the significant troubles plaguing the logistics company his father managed, which was on the brink of bankruptcy, struggling to pay its employees. Chen's parents were also overwhelmed by this matter, yet it did not significantly affect Chen Ning. She believed that as long as she was with Zhou Qin, the financial resources and connections of the Zhou family would surely assist her father's company in making a resurgence. Therefore, in both emotional and practical terms, she was wholeheartedly devoted to Zhou Qin. However, why was her heart now occupied by another person? A man she had previously disregarded. Jiang Huai. At that moment, Chen Ning's phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was her close friend, Wang Meng. Answering the call, she found Wang Meng sobbing uncontrollably on the other end. Meng, what happened? Who is bullying you? Ning Ning, you must come quickly. Jiang Huai and that Lu Wanyin are trying to send me to the police station. Then a voice familiar to Chen Ning echoed through the phone. Either pay back the money or go to the police station. Do as you wish, calling the king won't help you. Wu, Ning, please save me. These two are ganging up on me. Chen Ning's hands trembled with anger. Jiang Huai, why must you involve my friend in our matters? At that moment, Chen's mother, who had been listening, asked Ning, what is going on? Jiang Huai and one of his friends are bullying my friend. A grown man bullying a woman, how shameless. I will go with you. Chen's mother stood up resolutely. She had long disapproved of that boy, Jiang Huai, who persistently pursued her daughter. Jiang Huai had neither wealth nor background, and his character was lacking. He was nothing more than a toad wishing to eat swan meat. It was utterly unreasonable for her beautiful daughter not to marry into a wealthy family. Given her current displeasure, she decided to vent her frustrations on Jiang Huai. At the park bench in East City Commercial Plaza, Chen Ning and her mother spotted Wang Meng, who was sitting and crying, accompanied by Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin, who was dressed in a plush costume. Meng. Chen Ning hurried over and sat beside her, wrapping her arms around her. What happened? Tell me. Wu, Ning, auntie. Jiang Huai and this woman are bullying me. Bullying you? Jiang Huai scoffed. She was here handing out flyers, then you came over to point fingers and insult her, calling her shameless, even damaging her costume. Is it unreasonable to ask you to pay for the damage? Jiang Huai looked at Wang Meng coldly. Jiang Huai, as a man, why are you being so petty? Can't you be more magnanimous? Chen's mother interjected. However, when she noticed Jiang Huai standing, she was taken aback. Oddly enough, after a few months, he seemed to have grown taller, and his physique appeared less frail. He looked more handsome than before. Who are you, ma'am? Jiang Huai turned to Chen's mother. This remark infuriated her, and just as she was about to explode, Chen Ning interjected, enough, Jiang Huai. Stop causing a scene. Look. Meng is crying. Lu Wanyin, who had been standing beside Jiang Huai, gently wrapped her soft plush hand around his arm. Jiang Huai. I am afraid of that chubby girl, she appears quite fierce. Jiang Huai could not contain his amusement and burst into laughter. Wang Meng truly embodied the physique of someone short and plump, resembling a ball in appearance. Do you see? It's not me who is being pummeled. The person who is actually being hit is right here, and you all come over without even inquiring about her well-being, immediately directing your ire at me? Chen Ning questioned Wang Meng, why did you strike her? Wang Meng sobbed, I merely wanted to vent my frustration on your behalf. I cannot stand how Jiang Huai has always had feelings for you, why should this woman come in and, enough, do not continue, Chen Ning interrupted, visibly irritated. Isn't this all about money? How much does this ridiculous doll costume cost? I shall cover it. As she spoke, Chen's mother pulled out her wallet. Here is 100 yuan. Is that sufficient? She flung the bill at Jiang Huai's chest, cursing as she did so. A grown man, so petty. Destined to achieve nothing in life. Jiang Huai let out a cold laugh, picked up the 100 yuan note, dusted it off, and smiled at Chen's mother. All right. I have received the 100, there remains 69,900. Chen's mother stood in stunned silence, while Chen Ning, infuriated, rose from her seat and pointed at Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai, what do you mean by that? Extortion, is it? She then glanced at the doll costume on Lu Wanin. Such clothing costs at most a few hundred. 70,000. Have you lost your mind? Jiang Huai. You are nothing but a failure. Aren't you going to report this? Fine. Let us go. To the police station. Let us see how many years a criminal like you deserves. Chen's mother was also enraged. Yet, only Wang Meng remained in tears, too frightened to speak. Jiang Huai disregarded Chen's mother, his gaze cold and piercing as he addressed Chen Ning. Who told you that 70,000 is solely for the doll costume? What do you mean? Chen Ning retorted. Perhaps you should inquire with this chubby girl about how much she has borrowed in your name over the past year. Chen Ning was taken aback, turning to Wang Meng. She noticed Wang Meng had stopped crying, her face flushed, tightly clenching her chubby hands. Meng. Is he telling the truth? You borrowed money from him. How much? All right, no need to tally, I have calculated it for you. Every transaction is recorded. Totaling 69,000, plus 1,000 for compensating the doll costume, 70,000 in all, Jiang Huai said with a smile. Meng, how could you do this? Jiang Huai is not my boyfriend. And so what? Wang Meng suddenly relinquished her composure. Ning, I'm merely standing up for you. A man's money is meant for a woman's use. I am helping you cultivate an awareness of having him spend on you. So why should this money be returned? He adores you, and I am your best sister, so I will not repay it. No, you must repay him. Jiang Huai's gaze bore into Wang Meng like that of a hawk. In that instant, Wang Meng felt a chill from his stare. Chen Ning inhaled deeply. She resolved to side with her sister, for Wang Meng had always treated her well. Whenever Jiang Huai vexed her, Wang Meng was there to scold or strike as needed. One could say that such a good sister deserved her support. Jiang Huai, regarding this money, as a man of stature, you surely do not lack these funds to correct. Meng's family is not well off, could you not, for my sake, allow her to forgo repayment? Jiang Huai exchanged a glance with Lu Wanin. And both struggled to suppress their laughter. Finally, Jiang Huai turned to Chen Ning, the sardonic smile gracing his lips, and remarked, Chen Ning. From where do you derive the audacity to believe your face holds such value in my eyes? Inside the police station. The officers regarded the individuals brought in with serious expressions. After hearing the full account of events, he initially intended for the parties to mediate among themselves. However, the female group exhibited considerable temper, outright stating that mediation was out of the question. The officer was perplexed. Had they not been the ones to instigate the violence and default on their debts? Mediation would undoubtedly benefit them, so why were they so ungrateful? Since they refused to mediate, he resolved to handle the matter formally. The officer tossed a document onto the table. Chen Ning and her group remained indifferent. With Chen's mother sarcastically asserting, it should be handled formally. Let us lock this fraudulent wretch away. Let him serve time. The officer stifled a laugh. Managing to maintain his composure as he picked up the document he had just thrown down. He proceeded to educate Wang Meng and her companions on the law. Ms. Wang Meng, the most crucial point, the officer said, raising his gaze to her, are you his girlfriend? I. Wang Meng stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Chen Ning, aware of their disadvantage, grasped her mother's arm to prevent her from arguing further and shot a meaningful glance at Wang Meng. Very well, I will repay, Wang Meng finally conceded with a reluctant nod. Upon leaving the police station, Jiang Huai addressed the three individuals. All right, let us dispense with pleasantries. It is time to settle your debt. Wang Meng, utterly devoid of her previous bravado, sheepishly replied, I have no money. Jiang Huai remained unperturbed, gesturing to Chen Ning beside her. No matter, is she not your good friend? Ask her for assistance. With tears brimming in her eyes, Wang Meng implored, in. Please help me. Chen Ning bit her lip, feeling a heavy weight in her heart. 70,000 was no trivial sum for her. Jiang Huai. I truly do not have that much. I can offer you 5,000 and we can consider it settled, all right. What? Jiang Huai chuckled incredulously. Reducing 70,000 to 5,000. My dear, you are indeed a master negotiator. What are you thinking? Hurry and pay it, or if funds are insufficient, write an IOU. Chen Ning trembled with indignation. Finally, Chen's mother could no longer bear the scene, pulling her daughter aside to insist she write an IOU, ensuring it bore Wang Meng's name. Let us depart. They thrust the IOU into Jiang Huai's hands and exited the police station. Only after they had completely vanished did Jiang Huai exhale a sigh of relief. What is it? Are you feeling sympathy for your white moonlight plight? Lu Wanyin, seated on the nearby steps, rested her chin on her hand, smiling at Jiang Huai. No, Jiang Huai retorted, his expression radiating uncharacteristic joy. This sensation was exquisite. After all the commotion, he had yet to eat, so he recalled the ingredients in his refrigerator. He then decided to prepare a meal for Lu Wanyin. Jiang Huai crafted a reasonably lavish dinner from the meat and vegetables he found in his fridge. Lu Wanyin's eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Huai even noticed that the girl seemed on the verge of tears upon beholding such a sumptuous feast. This made him reflect on the kind of life she must have endured. During this observation period, feel free to tell me if you wish to eat anything, he said with a smile, serving her some dishes at the table. With her eyes glistening, Lu Wanyin quietly replied while devouring her rice, actually, I can cook too. If there is a chance in the future, I can prepare meals for you. That sounds wonderful, I shall look forward to it, Jiang Huai replied, feeling that Lu Wanyin had lowered some of her defenses against him. At that moment, she was curled up on the sofa, clutching a bag of potato chips, engrossed in the television while savoring her snack. I'm going to take a shower, Jiang Huai announced as he turned toward the bathroom, only to discover Lu Wanyin following him, beginning to remove her clothes. What are you doing? He exclaimed, turning around with a flushed face. Lu Wanyin looked at him innocently, her fair abdomen glistening under the light. Didn't we agree on 24-hour surveillance? If you shower, I must accompany you. That's utterly inappropriate. At least grant some privacy while showering. Jiang Huai protested, recalling that he had bathed alone that morning. After pondering for a moment, Lu Wanyin reluctantly nodded in concession, fine. But only during the shower. You must remain vigilant at all other times. Jiang Huai sighed in relief and hurried into the bathroom, fearing she might change her mind. The sound of running water soon filled the air. Lu Wanyin curled up on the sofa, a slight smile gracing her lips. She certainly remembered that Jiang Huai had bathed alone that morning. Her earlier antics were merely to tease him. This boy, when shy, was quite adorable. That night, they once again shared the same bed, handcuffed together in a rather unconventional arrangement. Jiang Huai had protested, but to no avail. Good night, Lu Wanyin said to Jiang Huai before promptly closing her eyes, and within seconds, her breaths became rhythmic and steady. Her timing was impeccable, in neither a second more nor less. Jiang Huai could only helplessly close his eyes and succumb to sleep. However, for some inexplicable reason, his body felt as though it had been charged for 5 minutes yet could endure for 24 hours. He gradually sat up, only to discover, to his astonishment, that Lu Wanyin was no longer beside him. Looking around, he found no trace of her in the room. What happened to the promised 24-hour surveillance? Jiang Huai let out a wry smile, initially thinking she must have gone to the restroom, but after waiting for over 10 minutes with no sign of her return, he decided to get out of bed. Fortunately, the handcuffs were not secured to the headboard today. Draping a shirt over himself, Jiang Huai exited the room and first checked the restroom. Finding it empty, he then heard a noise coming from the balcony. He tiptoed toward the sound, and what he beheld took his breath away. The silvery moonlight cascaded down, enveloping Lu Wanyin in a veil of ethereal radiance. She still wore that delicate white lace nightgown, resembling a beautiful dream. The delicate skirt billowed in the night breeze, outlining the enchanting curves of the young girl. The lace trim on her shoulders appeared intermittently, adding an air of alluring charm. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her back, forming a striking contrast against her white dress, which accentuated her porcelain-like skin, rendering her beauty beyond compare. Lu Wanyin leaned on the balcony railing, her gaze lifted slightly towards the night sky. Jiang Huai observed her elongated eyes reflecting the bright moon, yet they were filled with a subtle melancholy. As he stood there, captivated by this breathtaking scene, Lu Wanyin turned her head slightly, her gaze coolly fixed on Jiang Huai. "If you come too close to me again, I'll have to kill you." Jiang Huai was momentarily taken aback by her words, then blushed and scratched his head. "I was just worried since you hadn't returned for a while." A soft giggle escaped the young girl, her frosty demeanor melting away in an instant. "I was just teasing you." Jiang Huai found himself somewhat flustered by her smile. His feet seemed to move of their own accord, slowly bringing him to stand beside Lu Wanyin. "Can't sleep?" he asked awkwardly with a smile. Troubled thoughts?" "You are a good person, Jiang Huai." Lu Wanyin's sudden statement left Jiang Huai momentarily stunned. Why was she suddenly handing out compliments? After a dry chuckle, he replied, "Unfortunately, good people sometimes receive no rewards." "But Jiang Huai," Lu Wanyin interrupted, turning to gaze at him intently, "if you were an infected, I would have to kill you." Jiang Huai hesitated before responding and finally sighed. "If I were to become a monster like Shonanan, then it would be justifiable for you to kill me. However," Lu Wanyin's eyes flickered. "But I don't want to kill you." Jiang Huai was taken aback by her unexpected words. He had thought her cold and unfeeling, all a facade, yet it seemed she was more fragile than he had imagined. "Then I shall strive not to become infected. I will become what you called unawakened." Jiang Huai's voice carried a hint of bittersweet humor, yet his eyes shone with determination, as if seeking a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Lu Wanyin was amused by his words. Her smile, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared extraordinarily pure and sweet, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating everything around her. "You really are a fool. This is not something you can change by mere will." Her tone held a playful teasing, but more so, it conveyed her concern and understanding for Jiang Huai. She gently approached the windowsill, the moonlight casting her silhouette in exquisite detail. The young girl leaned on the railing, her gaze seemingly traversing through time, returning to distant memories. After a long pause, she broke the silence, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "You must have heard others speak of my family's circumstances." Jiang Huai nodded. "My parents perished during the beast tide when I was very young. That day marked my 5th birthday, a moment that arrived with overwhelming suddenness. In the midst of the beast tide attack, it was my master who rescued me, reviving my nearly lifeless form before taking me in as his own. His primary occupation was indeed that of a laborer." Lu Wanyin's words carried a hint of melancholy, yet they were predominantly infused with gratitude and reverence for her adoptive father. "As you have heard, my family was impoverished, yet my master has spared no effort in bestowing upon me his utmost, albeit meager, offerings, each a precious treasure to me. The Night Demon Patrol does not possess the formidable strength of other awakened organizations. We are heavily indebted. However, whether it be my master or the others within the organization, none have ever allowed me to experience a day of hardship." With that said, she gently retrieved an old rabbit hairpin from her pajama pocket. "This was the first gift he ever bestowed upon me. It is not that I am unwilling to part with it, rather, this item holds profound significance for me." She cradled the hairpin delicately in her palm, as if it were the most cherished possession of her life. "I see now. It seems Lu Wanyin deeply values this matter." As she appeared reluctant for Jiang Huai to misconstrue her intentions as a plea for sympathy. "Your master must care for you greatly," Jiang Huai remarked with a smile. Lu Wanyin nodded vigorously, her eyes shimmering with profound affection for her adoptive father. He is the kindest person in this world to me, my only family at present. Her voice trembled slightly, yet it was imbued with determination and pride. Thus, you have become the beloved little son of the school, Jiang Huai mused. A thought forming in his mind. He gazed at Lu Wanyin, filled with respect and emotion. The Lu Wanyin at school, the Lu Wanyin before him. The Lu Wanyin engaged in tasks, perhaps none of it was mere performance, all of it was genuine, the truest reflection of her being. Her resilience, optimism, and kindness were her most authentic traits. Who is more formidable, you or your master? Jiang Huai inquired, struck by a sudden whim. My master is a 6-star senior awakener in the association, while I am merely an inexperienced novice. To be honest, I harbor a deep fear of battling beasts. Confronting infectors is manageable, but when it comes to beasts. As she spoke, Lu Wanyin clenched her hand tightly, reclaiming the hairpin. Jiang Huai understood that Lu Wanyin's parents had perished at the hands of beasts, casting a shadow that perhaps she could not easily escape. Perhaps I am simply unfit for combat. Listening to Lu Wanyin's words, Jiang Huai stretched lazily and then inched closer to the young girl. Yet you chose to fight. To confront that which you find challenging. To me, that is truly remarkable. Lu Wanyin tilted her head slightly to look at Jiang Huai, offering a smile tinged with guilt. Jiang Huai, should I even be sharing this with you, considering I might become the one to bring you harm? In that moment, Jiang Huai beheld the glimmering light in the girl's eyes. Those radiant orbs, reflecting the stars above, seemed to have found someone with whom she could share her innermost thoughts. Jiang Huai, I truly relish the meals you prepare. I understand that expressing such sentiments may seem peculiar, yet I have thoroughly enjoyed my 2 days living in your home. She faltered mid-sentence, her voice tinged with emotion. Jiang Huai raised his hand gently to wipe away the tears of the young girl, half-jokingly remarking, if you don't mind, this kind of surveillance could persist indefinitely. What do you mean? Lu Wanyin's eyes were filled with astonishment, and it was evident that this was no mere performance. It was a genuine outpouring of emotion from the girl. Isn't it merely a matter of sharing chopsticks? Jiang Huai scratched his head and chuckled. Lu Wanyin bit her lip softly. Just as she was about to articulate her thoughts, a flash of crimson light flickered across her pupils. Then, a sharp scream echoed from the alleyway below. Jiang Huai heard the sound, and just as he leaned to glimpse the source, Lu Wanyin had already dashed out of the house. Jiang Huai sensed that something was amiss. After much hesitation, he decided to follow Lu Wanyin into the night. In the stillness of the evening, a piercing scream suddenly pierced the darkness of a dimly lit alley. This was soon accompanied by dragging sounds and grotesque chewing noises. Upon their arrival, Lu Wanyin and Jiang Huai were rendered speechless by the horrific scene before them. A woman clad in a white coat was being dragged into the shadows of the alley by some monstrous entity. Blood trailed behind her, staining her garment crimson. The woman was on the brink of death, utterly devoid of strength to resist. By the faint light of the moon, the two discerned the true nature of the monster. It possessed the lower body of a human, while its upper body resembled that of a centipede, covered in a myriad of jointed appendages. With a grotesquely contorted human face atop, ravenously devouring the woman's flesh. The woman collapsed to the ground, her facial muscles spasming in agony. The monster seemed to deliberately refrain from killing her. It severed her blood and flesh, while also striking her head with its hands, compelling her to emit feeble groans. To witness oneself being consumed alive was undoubtedly the most excruciating and hopeless experience imaginable. This was precisely what the monster desired, akin to a curious gourmet. It eschewed the notion of cooked delicacies, reveling instead in the sight of a vibrant life slowly fading away before its eyes. As if this were the key to its insatiable appetite. Suddenly, the woman's head tilted backward on the ground, slightly turned. Seemingly aware of Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin lurking around the corner. With all her strength, she attempted to extend her hand, her face, already half devoured, trembling. Her exposed teeth quivered. And the sound emanating from her throat resembled a cry from the depths of hell. Help me. Lu Wanyin yearned to rush forward. Jiang Huai abruptly grasped her arm. She is beyond saving, that creature appears formidable. It would be kinder to grant her release. At that moment, Lu Wanyin's expression bore no resemblance to the gentleness and fragility she had exhibited on the balcony. She was now as she had been when Jiang Huai first encountered her, composed, decisive, and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Her silhouette, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared particularly frigid, reminiscent of a soulless reaper prepared to fulfill her grim duty. Yet, the task at hand diverged significantly from that of the harbinger of death. The woman lay in a state of impending demise, as a monstrous entity relentlessly tore at her innards, blood cascading from her partially intact visage. Jiang Huai should have recognized this woman. She too resided within the same apartment complex, and they had exchanged pleasantries in the past. However, the more familiar one was with a person, the more profound the fear became upon witnessing their current plight. She lay prostrate on the ground, one eye grotesquely gouged out, its nerve dangling beside her face. It seemed she had come to terms with her fate. Tears began to stream from her remaining eye. "Please, kill me," she implored. Jiang Huai swallowed hard, a wave of nausea washing over him. Had it not been for Lu Wanyin the previous night, he too might have met a similar fate at the hands of Shen Anan. Trembling, he turned to Lu Wanyin and asked, "Is there any hope for her?" It was a question steeped in futility. Lu Wanyin shook her head, her expression devoid of emotion. "Unless she possesses an extraordinary constitution like yours." With that, she summoned a pitch-black scythe, its blade glinting coldly in the darkness. At that moment, the creature, having sensed their presence, abandoned the woman's mangled remains and let out a piercing shriek as it lunged toward them. "Stay behind me, Jiang Huai. This is an infected being, codenamed 100 Worm." Instinctively, she pressed her hands to her ears, only to realize she wasn't wearing headphones and was clad solely in a nightgown. Codenamed Reaper, commenced the harvest. She murmured to herself before dashing forward, her form a blur as she closed the distance to the monster in an instant. The obsidian blade carved an elegant yet fierce arc through the night. With a sharp crack, one of the creature's forelimbs severed and fell to the ground. Crimson blood gushing from the wound, splattering across Lu Wanyin's cheek. She exhaled softly, a plume of mist escaping her lips. In the next heartbeat, the blade flashed again, cleanly bisecting the monster's lengthy spine. The creature emitted a mournful wail before collapsing heavily to the ground. Lu Wanyin deftly retracted the scythe, flicking the blood from the blade. The battle had concluded in the blink of an eye, yet she exhibited no signs of fatigue, her demeanor remaining remarkably composed. Jiang Huai was rendered speechless the previous night. Lu Wanyin had instructed him to close his eyes, thus he had not witnessed her in combat. Now, observing her prowess up close left him utterly astonished. Lu Wanyin approached the woman, crouched beside her, and gently placed the woman's hands over her heart. "May your soul find peace. And may you suffer no more in the next life." The woman's pupils quivered, her voice failing her as a glimmer of cold light flashed, the scythe severed her neck, granting her a final reprieve. Lu Wanyin then walked toward Jiang Huai, her tone flat as she spoke, "I will summon the logistics team to handle the aftermath, for now." Before she could finish, she sensed something amiss. It was a presence she recognized all too well. Jiang Huai had already discerned that a fissure was gradually tearing through the air behind Lu Wanyin. "Be careful," Jiang Huai shouted, rushing toward Lu Wanyin. The young girl slowly turned her head, only to lock eyes with the monstrous visage emerging from the crevice. Her pupils constricted in shock. The creature's face contorted grotesquely, revealing a horrifying grin, its razor-sharp teeth glinting ominously in the moonlight. It suddenly opened its maw wide, aiming to bite down on Lu Wanyin's head. In that critical moment, Lu Wanyin snapped back to her senses, instinctively raising the sickle in her hand. However, it was too late. She could only manage a feeble block as the creature clamped down on the blade. The two forces wrestled in the air for a brief moment before the monster violently shook its head, sending Lu Wanyin along with her weapon crashing against the brick wall behind her. The dull thud of impact was accompanied by the girl's short, anguished scream. Lu Wanyin felt an overwhelming force strike her, her insides seemingly rearranging themselves, then a metallic sweetness spilled from her mouth. Weakly, she slid down to the filthy ground, struggling to keep herself from collapsing. Blood trickled down her forehead as she gasped in pain, her vision blurring from the agony. The sickle had long since slipped from her grasp, landing on the ground a short distance away. Turning her head with great effort, she sought Jiang Huai, only to find her vision too hazy to discern his location. All she could muster was a desperate cry, "Jiang Huai, run!" The creature's massive form and menacing countenance began to emerge fully from the fissure, each inch radiating an aura of malevolence and threat. Lu Wanyin struggled to sit up, but her legs felt utterly weak. What filled her with despair was the realization that this weakness was not solely due to her injuries, it stemmed from sheer terror. This is not an infected one, she heard her voice tremble, laden with incredulity. Indeed, she had finally recognized that this beast before her was not the lowly infected she typically hunted, but a genuine predator. This beast evidently possessed a considerable degree of intelligence. Upon emerging from the fissure, it did not immediately engage in slaughter, rather, it enveloped the alley with its malevolent presence, crafting an environment of absolute predation. After accomplishing this, it leisurely approached Lu Wanyin, gnawing on the remains of the infected she had slain earlier, a cruel, bloodthirsty glint flickering in its eyes. Lu Wanyin trembled, attempting to shuffle backward, but her entire body protested in pain, threatening to collapse at any moment. Fear surged within her, a tide that swept over her heart. This was not the first time she had felt such dread. She had never imagined that after all this time, she would remain so feeble before a beast. The creature drew closer, its maw agape, filled with razor-sharp teeth, a torrent of foul blood poised to deliver a fatal blow to Lu Wanyin. At that critical juncture, a stone flew through the air, striking the creature on the head. It let out an enraged roar, abruptly turning to glare at the direction from which the stone had come. Run! Jiang Huai's voice rang out beside her as he shouted, I will hold it off. You hurry and escape. With that, he hurled a stone at the creature. This time, the monster was thoroughly enraged. Its eyes blazed with fury as it abandoned the defenseless Lu Wanyin and lunged toward Jiang Huai. Watching the ferocious beast advance upon Jiang Huai, Lu Wanyin felt a surge of desperation. She clenched her teeth, striving to suppress her fear as she trembled and moved to retrieve the scythe that lay abandoned on the ground, whispering to herself as if in a trance. I can do this. I am not the same as before. I can do this. Yet, when her hand grasped the scythe, her trembling rendered her unable to lift it smoothly. A profound sense of powerlessness and fury flooded her heart. Memories surged forth like a tide, her parents slaughtered by beasts. The screams of fleeing crowds, the rising flames, and the nauseating scent of blood. However, the piercing scream jolted Lu Wanyin back to reality. She turned sharply to find Jiang Huai ensnared in the monster's grasp, held tightly in its claws. It seemed to relish tormenting its prey. Instead of swiftly ending Jiang Huai's life, it began to tear at his arm with its sharp claws, blood gushing forth and splattering into the air. Lu Wanyin felt the warm, viscous liquid splatter across her face, her pupils constricting as her expression turned blank. The pain coursing through Jiang Huai's body nearly robbed him of consciousness. In that instant, an inexplicable fury surged within him. He howled in agony, yet did not plead for mercy. Instead, with the last remnants of his sanity, he shouted at Lu Wanyin, run. Don't just stand there. His voice was hoarse, his face smeared with blood, a sight too harrowing to behold. Aren't you unawakened? Then hurry and flee. This creature must not survive. Go. Avenge me later. His voice grew increasingly strained, each word seemingly exhausting his entire being. Lu Wanyin stared at him, tears blurring her vision. Yes, an awakened one. The unseen guardian of this world, silently fighting on the front lines, sacrificing their lives for the tranquility of this land. But what was she doing now? Forcing an innocent, ordinary person to die in her stead, and then allowing herself to remain cowardly, forever unable to confront the beast. Taking a deep breath, Lu Wanyin wiped away her tears and gripped the scythe tightly. When she lifted her head once more, fear still lingered in her eyes. But a newfound calmness and resolve also shone through. She charged toward the creature that was staring at Jiang Huai, her silver hair billowing in the wind. Slay. Begin. The girl's voice trembled as she compelled her body to act, leaping high into the air. The scythe glinting with a cold light as it struck fiercely at the monster's arm. The sound of the blade sinking into flesh had never been so melodious. The beast let out a pained howl as its right arm was severed, blood spraying everywhere. Jiang Huai's body fell to the ground. The monster emitted a chilling roar, infused with fury, terror, and mockery. Indeed, the creature's expression twisted into a derisive semblance, as if the entire scene before it was but a ludicrous performance. It leaned back slightly, baring its razor-sharp teeth in a wide grin, unleashing a cacophonous, sinister laughter that echoed hauntingly through the desolate alley. It seemed to mock the futility and absurdity of the girl's resistance. Lu Wanyin gripped her weapon tightly, her gaze fixed warily on the beast. Cold sweat coursed down her body, then her nightgown was drenched in a mixture of perspiration and blood, clinging to her skin. Without warning, the monster lunged, its mangled form hurtling towards Lu Wanyin in an instant. Sharp claws slashed towards her face. She narrowly evaded the lethal strike by sidestepping. However, just as she believed she had escaped the assault, her eyes widened in horror, her pupils constricting in sheer dread. From the jagged wound of the creature, a chilling steel blade protruded, glinting menacingly. Blood spattered as the blade plunged mercilessly into her chest, piercing through her heart. A sudden chill enveloped her, followed by a searing pain that radiated throughout her entire being. A coppery sweetness surged in her throat. She opened her mouth to scream for help but could only emit a feeble whimper. Jiang Huai, on the brink of losing consciousness, felt himself slumped against the brick wall. The agony from his broken arm was excruciating, far surpassing the torment he had endured the previous night. He could not fathom why his healing ability had inexplicably failed him at this moment. What troubled him even more was the unsettling silence. There were no sounds of battle. Instead, a warm liquid dripped onto his head, trickling down his face. It was blood. Trembling, Jiang Huai lifted his gaze, and his heart sank at the sight of the girl's once exquisite face, now smeared with crimson. Lu Wanyin was suspended in midair, steel blade piercing her chest, helplessly convulsing. Blood soaked her entire form, her delicate features rendered expressionless, as if she were a lifeless doll. At that moment, Jiang Huai felt as if his heart had ceased to beat. His mind blanked, and the world around him lost all color. Enormous grief and terror engulfed him, leaving him breathless and dizzy. The monster seemed to relish the scene unfolding before it, deliberately allowing the girl's body to slide slowly down the blade, falling into Jiang Huai's embrace. Jiang Huai Lu Wanyin feebly lifted her head, her gaze weakly meeting his. Upon seeing him alive, the flicker of light ignited in her eyes, and a faint, pale smile graced her lips. Jiang Huai trembled, clutching her fragile body with his remaining hand, feeling her warmth gradually dissipate. The blade had pierced her heart, there was no hope left for her. "It's all right, you're safe," she uttered, each word seeming to drain her of the last vestiges of strength. Blood continuously gushed from her mouth, cascading down her chin, leaving a haunting crimson trail upon her pallid face. "I am fine, it is all because of you. You have protected me. So please, do not let anything happen to you, for the love of all that is dear. Jiang Huai, I ask you." The girl attempted to raise her hand but found herself utterly devoid of strength. Jiang Huai promptly grasped her hand. "What you said earlier on the balcony, was it genuine, or were you merely jesting with me?" Jiang Huai, for reasons unbeknownst to him, immediately comprehended the essence of her words. He fervently nodded, tears choking his voice. "It is true, truly. If you desire, we can continue this journey together." Lu Wanyin trembled, a serene smile blossoming upon her face. She cast one final, profound glance at Jiang Huai, her eyes brimming with unspoken sentiments. "I long to taste your cooking once more." And then, she slowly closed her eyes, never to reopen them again. Jiang Huai stood there, staring blankly at Lu Wanyin's lifeless visage, his mind a void. He yearned to scream, to halt the unfolding tragedy, yet tears lodged in his throat rendered him voiceless. The monster threw back its head in a maniacal laugh, as if witnessing a farcical performance that delighted it. Gradually, it advanced towards Jiang Huai, each step treading upon Lu Wanyin's blood. An inexplicable fury ignited within Jiang Huai's heart, as if it sought to incinerate his very being. It was a tempest of rage, resentment, regret, and an aching sorrow that pierced his soul. He loathed the cruelty of this world, despised the injustice of fate, and abhorred his own powerlessness in this moment. The suppressed anger that had long resided within him reached a boiling point, ready to erupt. Jiang Huai trembled, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, blood seeping through. The monstrous laughter echoed in his ears, agitating every nerve in his body. Suddenly, everything around him seemed to lose its color, the world morphing into stark contrast of black and white, even the air thick with the scent of death. Only the monster, its blood, and Lu Wanyin's ashen face remained the sole colors in this monochrome realm. A wave of excruciating pain swept through him, and Jiang Huai let out a tortured howl. He felt his bones creaking ominously, as if they might shatter at any moment. Muscles convulsed violently, and his insides felt as though they were being ground to dust. He quaked as he knelt on the ground, curling into a ball of agony. Sweat mixed with tears streamed down his cheeks. His body began to undergo a grotesque transformation. His skin turned pallid, revealing stark white bones on the surface, resembling a sinister armor enveloping him entirely. The severed arm began to regenerate, then ultimately, a helmet of white bones fully encased Jiang Huai's head. In the blink of an eye, a colossal creature clad in skeletal armor materialized in place. It stood towering at over 2 meters, its form glistening silver-white, with protruding joints resembling vicious barbs. At that moment, the pair of eyes enveloped in skeletal remains suddenly ignited with a cerulean flame. A palpable aura emanated forth, causing countless demon hunters to abruptly cease their activities. Some sat atop heaps of infected corpses, raising their heads to reveal a strange and inexplicable smile. Others halted their typing, adjusting their glasses as they approached the bedside, gazing intently at a distant corner of the city. A few tipped their cowboy hats, clutching beer bottles, their expressions gradually sharpening with clarity. An air of unease enveloped them all, for this was the essence of the beast, a presence of abyssal caliber. Yet, the creature confronting this aura remained blissfully unaware. It cautiously approached the ethereal white monstrosity before it, seemingly seeking to ascertain its reality. The beast extended a sharp claw, gently prodding the iron-hard chest of the skeletal creature, producing a resonant sound. Despite the imposing stature of this white-boned armor, it paled in comparison to the beast. Observing the lack of response, the creature tilted its head back and emitted a series of eerie cackles, the sound reverberating through the silent alley, sharp and jarring to the ears. Subsequently, it raised its severed armor adorned with steel blades and struck fiercely at the white monstrosity's head. The keen edge traced a swift arc through the night, poised to cleave the skull like helm in an instant. At that critical juncture, a skeletal arm shot up with lightning speed, intercepting the lethal blow with astonishing swiftness. A crisp sound of metal fracturing echoed as the steel blade was shattered by the white creature's sheer force, the broken edge embedding itself deeply into the concrete ground. The beast stared in disbelief, its eyes wide, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Its grotesque visage contorted with terror as it staggered backward several paces. The usually meticulous beast had never anticipated that the unrelenting string of successful hunts would dull its instinctual vigilance. Now, as awareness dawned upon it, it seemed tragically late. The skeletal monstrosity slowly turned, exuding an aura of death. It advanced with heavy, deliberate steps, each footfall causing the ground to tremble, each step resonating like a hammer upon the beast's heart. In the next moment, a hand clad in bone armor shot forth with blinding speed, seizing the beast's throat with an iron grip. The force was astonishing, as though intending to crush its windpipe. The beast emitted a pained roar, struggling desperately, its claws flailing against the white creature's arm in vain, leaving not a single mark upon the pristine armor. In an instant, the other hand of the white monstrosity pierced through the beast's abdomen. Amidst the creature's anguished cries, it brutally tore the beast's body asunder. Flesh was rent, sinews snapped, and dark crimson entrails spilled across the ground. The beast barely had time to emit a final wail before meeting its grisly demise at the hands of this entity. Yet, the sanguinary feast was far from over. Before me, the skeletal figure bent down, extending a hand to probe the severed body of the beast amidst a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Soon enough, it grasped a target, a jet-black crystal, exuding a murky aura. With a sudden, forceful grip, the creature shattered the obsidian gem, allowing countless tendrils of darkness to seep into its bony form. At that moment, a transformation commenced, its tailbone began to grow at an alarming rate, culminating in a metallic tail that dragged heavily upon the ground. In time, it took ponderous strides toward Lu Wanyin, gradually kneeling beside her. The skeletal giant extended its bony palm, gently caressing her icy cheek. Just then, its hand abruptly moved toward its own chest. The bone armor slowly unfolded, and it pierced its own body with a deliberate motion, blood flowing freely and staining the once pure white armor. Before long, the skeletal giant extracted a deep green crystal from its own being and pressed it carefully against the lifeless chest of the girl. After some time, the crystal began to be absorbed by Lu Wanyin's body. The giant gazed down at her, his heart heavy, for she had completely succumbed to the void of life. Her pristine gown was now soaked in blood, transformed into a haunting dark crimson. Strands of disheveled hair clung to her pale face, matted with blood. Her beautiful eyes were shut tight, long lashes adorned with droplets of blood, seemingly forever closed. With tender care, the skeletal giant cradled the girl's lifeless form as though it were a fragile porcelain doll. Her body, devoid of any vitality, lay limply in his embrace. Thus, he bore her corpse and slowly exited the alley, steeped in a foul stench. The night breeze stirred, sweeping up dust and debris. The pale moonlight cascaded upon the giant's stark white bones, illuminating the splatters of blood upon his armor. At that very moment, as he stepped out of the alley, a revolver was pressed against his forehead. "My God," exclaimed a man, a gleeful smile gracing his features as he adjusted his cowboy hat, clearly intrigued by the skeletal giant. "So it's a damn abyss-level beast that I've hit the jackpot." Yet, as his gaze shifted to the lifeless girl in the giant's grasp, the smile froze upon his face. "What the hell have you done?" The mockery vanished from his tone, his eyes blazing with a golden, dangerous light. His fingers trembled. Yet he pressed firmly down on the trigger. "I'll blow that damn thing away." But at that moment, the armor encasing the skeletal giant began to peel away bit by bit. The man, still engulfed in rage, was taken aback when he realized beneath the bones lay the form of a youth. His expression shifted from fury to shock. "What the hell are you?" The armor of Jiang Huai completely disintegrated, revealing his human form once more. At the moment he shed his armored form, and an overwhelming wave of fatigue surged into his body. His legs trembled and gradually gave way beneath him. The man glared fiercely at the enigmatic youth, his voice frigid. "I care not what you are. I demand you answer me one thing, did you kill this girl?" Upon catching sight of Lu Wanyin for the first time, he understood she had already lost all signs of life. Thus, for him, this ghostly figure before him must either be killed in a fit of rage or be compelled to explain everything before he met his demise. Jiang Huai slowly lifted his head, his weary gaze meeting the man's, and softly inquired, "Who are you?" The man's fury intensified, he seized Jiang Huai by the collar. Gritting his teeth as he spat, "I am asking you a question. If you dare not answer, I will blow your head off right now." Jiang Huai turned to glance at Lu Wanyin, the throbbing pain coursing through his head. He recalled everything that had transpired. Yet the most perplexing aspect was his final action, placing his core within Lu Wanyin's shattered heart. "She isn't dead," Jiang Huai stated. His tone laced with a disbelief even he could hardly accept. "What did you say?" The man tightened his grip on Jiang Huai's collar, making it difficult for him to breathe. "I cannot explain it, but she is still alive," Jiang Huai managed to utter with great difficulty. "She has no heartbeat." But at that very moment, the man's gaze caught something, and he heard a sound. He noticed the girl's chest was subtly rising and falling. He heard her once still heart gradually regaining its rhythm. "What have you done to her?" The man's voice was charged with both excitement and anger. Jiang Huai felt himself faltering, as if trapped in a quagmire, every movement causing him to sink deeper. Finally, he raised his gaze to meet the man's. "I will not allow her to die." Then, Jiang Huai slowly collapsed into the man's embrace. The cool moonlight bathed Lu Wanyin and Jiang Huai's pale faces. The man observed how their breaths synchronized, their heartbeats echoing in harmony. A terrifying thought crept into his mind. Was his young apprentice still human? A clanking sound of chains reverberated through Jiang Huai's heart, compelling him to open his eyes. He found himself back in that office. Just then, a faint sound of a lock turning drew his attention. He slowly turned toward the door. With a creak, the old wooden door of the office began to swing open. This door had finally yielded. He swallowed hard and cautiously approached the threshold, peering outside. Jiang Huai discovered the area beyond was brightly lit, devoid of any hint of terror. It appeared to be some sort of office space, with countless desks set up, yet devoid of any documents. Jiang Huai slowly stepped out of the door. The rhythmic whir of the ceiling fan above being the only sound amidst an oppressive silence. He navigated through the rows of desks, making every effort to avoid touching anything. Until he arrived at another door. A quickening of his heartbeat coursed through him. As if he instinctively sensed that what lay beyond this door would be starkly different from the present reality. Overhead, bold letters proclaimed, "Restricted area, no trespassing." He had anticipated that this door would be as unyielding as the office doors, but to his surprise, the gentle push caused the heavy iron door to swing open effortlessly. Indeed, behind the door lay a suffocating darkness, the air thick and damp, tinged with the musty scent of decay, as though each breath drew in the dust of history. The oppressive gloom enveloped every inch of space, rendering Jiang Huai momentarily breathless. He stepped into the abyss, yet the darkness did not persist for long. With each footfall, the flickering candlelight along the corridor seemed to awaken, igniting one by one. The eerie blue flames danced in the shadows, casting a bizarre yet enchanting glow. These flames offered no warmth, instead, they exuded a chilling coldness, illuminating the path ahead while reflecting the droplets of moisture clinging to the walls, which glimmered with a sinister light in the ghostly blue radiance. The clanking of chains that had initially echoed in the silence resumed, urging Jiang Huai to quicken his pace. One by one, colossal cells flashed past him, each housing an enigmatic presence that he could not fully comprehend. He felt their scrutinizing gazes upon him. And for a fleeting moment, he could not discern who was truly imprisoned, the captives or himself. Pausing before one of the cells, he noted the heavy lock securing its door. When suddenly, a series of labored breaths emanated from the darkness within. At that instant, the sound of chains clanging reverberated once more, as if beckoning Jiang Huai. He resolved to disregard the myriad of watchful eyes and hasten forward, pursuing the haunting sound of the chains. Soon, he reached the end of the dimly lit corridor, where a massive crimson iron door loomed. The door's weathered paint dripped down like thick, viscous blood. As he drew nearer, the sharp, metallic scent flooded his nostrils. Logically, one would expect dreams to be devoid of the senses of smell and taste. If this were not merely a dream, then what realm had he unwittingly entered over the years? In close proximity to the door, Jiang Huai soon discovered a plaque. Criminal, by high-level, abyss, sentence, infinite, evolution method, a devouring core, obedience, by high is a unique beast body, it will not submit to anyone. If you wish to gain its recognition, allow it to consume more cores. Jiang Huai's hand slowly reached toward the prison's heavy door. The moment his palm made contact with the viscous liquid, he felt a force calling to him. He took a deep breath, attempting to steady his emotions, and then, compelled by that force, he pushed with all his might. With his action, the iron door emitted a piercing creak, reverberating ominously in the empty corridor, casting an eerie and uncanny atmosphere. The red iron door gradually opened, revealing the darkness within. A wave of damp, stale air rushed forth, enveloping him in a stifling sense of oppression. As Jiang Huai's vision adjusted to the gloom, he discerned a figure within the prison cell. In the shadowy corner of the room stood a creature, its body completely shrouded in bones. Towering at 3 meters tall, its skeletal form jutted grotesquely from beneath its skin, creating a chilling sight. At that moment, the skeletal giant slowly turned its head, and its eyes, hidden behind a bony facade, suddenly ignited with a ghostly blue flame. Jiang Huai inhaled sharply, feeling his insides quiver. Almost instantaneously, a counting sound erupted from behind him. Jiang Huai turned to see a massive electronic screen materialize in the previously dark space, displaying the numbers 8760-0000. A year? What could this signify? Then, a sheet of white paper gently floated down from above, landing perfectly in Jiang Huai's hands. Upon touching the paper, an array of words rushed in from all directions, filling its surface. Dear stranger, greetings. By the time you read this letter, I trust you have come to realize your uniqueness. Jiang Huai noted that the words on the paper were handwritten, elegant and lively, likely penned by a woman. I regret that I cannot greet you in person. The prison is currently facing some issues. As you can see, the original inmates have all escaped during a riot. Only inmate 001 remains docile in his cell. Though it may be inappropriate to say so, I hope by high will serve as a gift for you. I must inform you that upon entering this prison, there is no turning back. You must pass the trials to become the new warden, reclaim the stolen soul devices along with the escaped inmates. You must be a person of distinction, and I hope you will be the one Bai Hai has been waiting for. Once again, I apologize, dear warden, and hope you will find favor in this prison. As you finish reading this letter, the countdown to the end will commence. Best of luck, dear warden. Just as Jiang Huai read the final line, a series of beeping sounds rang out from above. He looked up and saw the numbers on the electronic screen beginning to flicker. 87595-832 was indeed a countdown for a year. Jiang Huai felt as if the countdown was being imprinted upon his very soul, a profound and unforgettable mark. Soon, the sound of a girl weeping echoed in his mind, as if tugging at his thoughts, compelling him to awaken from his slumber once more. When Jiang Huai opened his eyes, he was greeted by an unfamiliar, dilapidated ceiling. Beneath him lay a hard wooden bed, and the scent of instant noodles wafted through his nostrils. He struggled to sit up, realizing he was in a small, old room. Despite its worn condition, it was impeccably clean. The most valuable item in the room was an antiquated television. Aside from that, it was barren. At that moment, Jiang Huai suddenly noticed something. There appeared to be someone crouched beside his bed. Upon seeing the figure, he froze for a moment, his heart racing. Lu Luan? It seemed she heard his voice as the girl lifted her head, tears still glistening in her eyes. The dullness that once clouded her gaze was instantly replaced with brilliance. She quickly wiped her eyes, striving to keep her voice steady. You awake? Are you feeling all right? Without waiting for Jiang Huai's response, she continued. Last night was my fault. I failed in my duty. I couldn't protect you before that beast, and you ended up in danger trying to help me. I am truly sorry. Do you feel any discomfort now? Her words trailed off as Jiang Huai suddenly embraced her. That's wonderful, he said, his voice trembling. You're safe. Lu Luan was taken aback, hesitating for a moment before gently wrapping her arms around Jiang Huai in return. Thank you for protecting me. After a long pause, Jiang Huai sensed something was amiss and slowly released Lu Luan, only to notice a faint blush coloring her cheeks. This was unexpected. Wasn't this little imp always so inclined to tease him? Jiang Huai, I want to ask you something, Lu Luan said, looking at him earnestly. Did I die once last night? Faced with Lu Luan's question, Jiang Huai found himself at a loss for words. The events of the previous night were far too bizarre, and he had yet to grasp what had truly transpired. Just then, a sound of a lock turning echoed from the doorway, and a man wearing a cowboy hat entered. Well, you awake? You recover swiftly, he remarked, holding a brown paper bag in one hand and a plastic bag with 3 cups of soybean milk in the other. Get up quickly, it's time for breakfast. As the man approached and noticed Lu Luan kneeling by Jiang Huai's bed, he couldn't help but scoff. Really now, he is not dead. Was it necessary for you to keep vigil by his bedside all night? This is my duty, Lu Luan retorted, turning to face the man with an expressionless demeanor. I must supervise him for 24 hours. Is that so? Going against the grain, are we? A girl should not be left unguarded. The man placed the soy milk and the fried dough sticks wrapped in craft paper onto the table, then picked up a bowl of instant noodles. It turned out that the aroma of the noodles that Jiang Huai had detected earlier originated from here. Lu Wanin stuck out her tongue at the man, making a face. May I boldly inquire, where am I now? Jiang Huai seized the opportunity to interject. At my home, Lu Wanin replied without any hesitation. Jiang Huai was momentarily taken aback. Unable to reconcile the dilapidated, shabby little room with the glamorous girl he had encountered at school. But he quickly nodded and asked, so, he is your master? Yes. He is my master, Yu Qingshon. He is a 5-star awakened one from the organization, quite formidable. You silly girl, you nearly revealed my identity card. The man complained while slapping his noodles. Observing the man devouring his meal, Jiang Huai suddenly felt a spasm in his stomach, followed by a rumbling sound emanating from within. You should go have breakfast first, Lu Wanin advised Jiang Huai. She intended to assist him to the table, but Jiang Huai insisted that he had already recovered. Yu Qingshon glanced at Jiang Huai before pushing the craft paper bag towards them. Thank you, Master Yu, Jiang Huai said. However, Yu Qingshon ignored him and continued to eat his noodles. At that moment, Lu Wanin recalled their earlier conversation. Old Yu, did I really die once last night? If so, how did I come back to life? What nonsense are you spouting, girl? Yu Qingshon shot a glare at Lu Wanin. If you were dead, then what are you doing sitting here eating with me? A ghost? Lu Wanin rolled her eyes at Yu Qingshon and then turned to Jiang Huai. I clearly remember being killed by that beast last night. Why am I completely unharmed now? Jiang Huai nearly choked on the fried dough stick at her question. He quickly glanced at Yu Qingshon, who was also staring at him, as if to say, kid, if you dare speak of this, I'll finish you off right now. Jiang Huai had never realized how expressive a gaze could be. It seemed Lu Wanin sensed that the two men were unwilling to divulge anything. She furrowed her brow and touched her chest. Her heartbeat remained steady, with no abnormalities. Everything that transpired last night felt like a mere dream. Thank you, teacher Yu, for bringing me back to your home last night. Jiang Huai quickly changed the subject, addressing Yu Qingshon. I had no idea where your home was. I intended to leave you there, but since you are still under supervision, if anything were to go awry, my little disciple wouldn't even receive his reward. Jiang Huai chuckled at Yu Qingshun's words. Lu Wanyin also temporarily relinquished her quest for answers from the two men. She wasn't the type to persist obstinately. Besides, she truly had no issues, and when the time was right, she would surely learn everything. It must be said, this demonstrated a certain level of composure. Little Lu, Yu Qingshun suddenly said, pulling a red bean bun from the craft paper bag. Go buy me a pack of cigarettes. As he spoke, he tossed a $20 bill onto the table. You can't go, I must supervise you for 24 hours. If I tell you to go, you will go. I am your guardian, and I possess the authority to assume your mission. Lu Wanyin protested with her gaze, and Yu Qingshun pulled out another 20. Here is a tip. Hurry along. However, this particular task had been assigned directly from above. Yu Qingshun dialed a number on his phone. Hello, old du. I just wanted to discuss the task you assigned to my little apprentice. I believe it might be a bit too much for her. I'll go, just let me go. Lu Wanyin huffed, grabbing the money and standing up, and not forgetting to take a red bean bun to nibble as she departed. I meant to say. Do you think the reward for my apprentice's task is a bit too meager? Haha, I'm not trying to tease you. Alright, I'll hang up now. As Lu Wanyin stormed toward the door to put on her shoes, Jiang Huai couldn't help but chuckle. The bond between these two truly resembled that of a father and daughter. Remember to bring back 2 packs of instant noodles. Yu Qingshun called after her as she opened the door. Lu Wanyin huffed as she closed the door, and murmurs from the girl could be heard. As if there's any running away fee, they never intended to leave me anything. Once her footsteps faded completely, Yu Qingshun turned to Jiang Huai, his expression now markedly different. Now, young man, let us converse. His voice was low, laced with a hint of menace. You had better provide me with an explanation of what exactly you are. Yu Qingshun, a seasoned awakener, had fought against beastides and understood their terrifying nature. Not to mention, even a Lord-level beast possessed strength beyond the reach of ordinary awakeners. Last night a skeletal giant was something even Yu Qingshun could not confidently claim he could defeat. I truly do not know, Jiang Huai sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. I hope you can explain why my body has transformed in such a manner. Well, this is indeed quite peculiar, Yu Qingshun remarked, placing his empty noodle bowl aside and scrutinizing Jiang Huai closely. That girl informed me of your circumstances, and I took the liberty of inquiring further about you. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 cans of chilled beer from an old, noisy refrigerator. You were attacked by an infectious entity referred to as a parasite. The girl saved you. Her report states that you possess extraordinary regenerative capabilities, correct? Yu Qingshun handed a beer can to Jiang Huai. Though Jiang Huai was not in the habit of drinking beer early in the day, he accepted it nonetheless. Yes. That is nonsense. Yu Qingshun slammed his hand on the table, his tone serious. No matter how powerful an awakener's regenerative abilities are, they cannot survive after having their heart extracted. You must understand the distinction between recovery and regeneration. I apologize, I am not well versed in the nature of awakeners, Jiang Huai replied, cracking open the beer and taking a sip before looking at Yu Qingshun. So, what exactly am I? Do you have any insights? Yu Qingshun let out a sigh and took a gulp of beer. Do you truly wish for me to speak? I believe I have the right to know. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I would hardly believe such absurdity. You, my friend, are a beast. This declaration struck Jiang Huai's mind like a thunderclap. While his knowledge was limited, he had indeed seen the beast with his own eyes the previous day. Was he truly such a monster? Allow me to finish before you become astounded. The white skeletal figure you transformed into last night was indeed a beast, however. You currently exude no trace of beastliness and are entirely an ordinary human. Upon reaching this point, Yu Qingshun, visibly displeased, retrieved a cigarette from his case and lit it. This is the aspect that confounds me the most. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Jiang Huai. Can you control that power? Transform for me to witness. Jiang Huai felt somewhat pressured, as he had only tapped into that force in a moment of extreme rage. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind and he attempted to harness that energy, he sensed a shift within his body. Simultaneously, He noticed the cigarette butt in Yu Qingshon's mouth fall into his lap. Oh no! Yu Qingshon exclaimed, flicking the cigarette away and rising to point at Jiang Huai. What on earth are you? Transformed into a skeletal giant, Jiang Huai sat obediently on the chair, but the next instant, with a crack, the chair shattered, sending him crashing to the floor. Another crack echoed as the floor beneath him splintered. My apologies, the skeletal figure murmured in a deep, muffled tone, as he grasped the table leg to rise. With another crack, the tabletop disintegrated. Rubbing his head, Jiang Huai stood, his height exceeding 2 meters, shattering the chandelier above, plunging the room into darkness. Then came a cacophony of sounds. Enough. That's sufficient. Revert to your original form at once. 3 minutes later, Yu Qingshon replaced the chandelier bulb. And when the living room was illuminated once more, he sighed heavily. When the girl returns, you shall say a thief entered. You teacher, Lu Wanyin is not dim-witted. Yu Qingshon felt tears threaten to spill, but how could he explain? One must treat a dead horse as though it were alive. Your situation is genuinely extraordinary. Hence you cannot clearly recall how you revived my apprentice, correct? With the wooden table gone, the two were left to sit on the dilapidated sofa. Indeed, it felt like an instinctual reaction. At this juncture, Yu Qingshon's gaze turned icy. Last night, while she was unconscious, I examined her body. Her heart was indeed shattered. Yet it regenerated at a visibly rapid pace, mirroring your own condition precisely. Having uttered this, Yu Qingshon gradually retrieved his phone. Casting a glance at Jiang Huai as he continued, logically, I should report your situation to my superiors. As you can indeed transform into a beast, a phenomenon we have never encountered before. Jiang Huai felt a tinge of anxiety. He had heard Lu Wanyin mention that the organization known as the Night Demon Patrol, though not vast, had affiliations with the state. The members of the Night Demon Patrol harbor not a shred of compassion for the infected or the beasts. Should one fall into their clutches, the outcomes may be dire. One might hope for a swift end or dread the possibility of being dissected for research. After all, Yu Qingshon has repeatedly emphasized the peculiarity of one's situation. Just because I might spare you does not imply that others will do the same. The aura you unleashed last night was so potent that it may have alerted every organization in Lingyu City and its neighboring locales. Jiang Huai remained silent, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, an audacious thought struck him. If escape were unattainable, might it be possible to request Master Yu to recommend him for the Night Demon Patrol? Yu Qingshon was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha! You've got quite a bit of nerve, lad. Rather than seeking to distance yourself, you wish to join. However, entry into the Night Demon Patrol necessitates an assessment. The moment you transform into that skeletal form, you will be immediately exposed. No, Master Yu. I need not become a skeleton. Have you forgotten why I am under supervision? The words of Jiang Huai sparked an epiphany in Yu Qingshon, who regarded the youth with a newfound intrigue. So, you imply that you possess exceptional regenerative abilities as an awakener? Yes, Jiang Huai affirmed with a nod. Yu Qingshon inhaled deeply from his cigarette, exhaling the smoke slowly. With his other hand gripping his phone, he gazed at Jiang Huai with a smile. Give me one reason not to hand you over to the organization. After a moment of silence, Jiang Huai replied, for the sake of your disciple. A glint of coldness flickered in Yu Qingshon's eyes. Are you threatening me? This is not a threat, Master Yu. Though I am unsure how Lu Wanyin was revived. I have an intuition that if I were to perish, Lu Wanyin would not survive either. This time, it was Jiang Huai who fixed a penetrating gaze upon Yu Qingshon. So, Master Yu, will you gamble on my intuition? The atmosphere in the room thickened with tension, punctuated only by the crackling of the burning cigarette. After a long pause, Yu Qingshon let out a cold laugh. You, lad, are not as innocent as you appear. This remark stirred a pang of guilt within Jiang Huai. Indeed, no matter how eloquently he spoke, he was essentially using Lu Wanyin's life as leverage against Yu Qingshon. Yet, he found himself with no alternative, nor did Lu Wanyin. The power of choice resided solely with Yu Qingshon. I have never felt so powerless in my life, Yu Qingshon muttered, extinguishing the cigarette in his palm. He then looked at Jiang Huai, seemingly conversing with himself. Alas, what a terrible loss this is. I wonder how much I could fetch by turning you in. All for the sake of a girl I once saved. He shook his head in resignation and concluded, "It's a deal." Dewdrops glided down the young girl's shoulder as Chen-Ning tilted her face upwards, allowing the water to cascade over her entire form. For reasons unbeknownst to her, her mind was incessantly replaying the words Jiang Huai had spoken. The more she pondered, the more agitated she became. Her hands gently caressed her body. Yet her thoughts remained fixated on Jiang Huai. This left her in deep distress. The more she forced herself not to think about it, the more uncontrollable her emotions became. During their courtship, Chen-Ning had never allowed Jiang Huai to touch her. Yet now, her mind was consumed by his figure. That scoundrel. He actually made me write an IOU, turning the tables on me. Embarrassed and furious, she hastily cleaned herself and exited the bathroom. Lying on her bed, contemplating Jiang Huai's recent transformations, Chen-Ning couldn't help but reminisce about how obedient he had once been towards her. Outside her door, her parents were quarreling again, seemingly over issues related to the company. Her father's business was unable to pay salaries, but what did that have to do with her? As long as she was with Zhou Qin, money was of no concern. Zhou Qin had been exceedingly attentive to her in recent days. Yet, she found it puzzling that whenever he hoped she would stay the night, her mind would invariably conjure up the image of that foolish Jiang Huai. Foolish. Jiang Huai had grown to Zhou Qin's height now. He was inherently handsome, though his frail health had given him a sickly appearance. However, upon seeing him these past few encounters, Chen-Ning felt as if Jiang Huai had transformed into a different person altogether. At that moment, her phone rang. Chen-Ning sprang up from her bed, filled with a certain anticipation. Yet, she was reluctant to admit that she was actually hoping for a call from Jiang Huai. So he finally realized he should call me. However, when she saw that the caller ID was Zhou Qin, a flicker of disappointment washed over her. "Xiaoning, may I invite you to go shopping?" It was something she would have readily agreed to without hesitation, but now Chen-Ning was filled with displeasure. "Xiaoning, are you there?" "Zhou Qin, I am here, but in an hour, I will be at your door to pick you up." "Xiaoning, I will buy you whatever you desire." An hour later, Chen-Ning walked along the bustling pedestrian street with a man. He was indeed tall and handsome. Yet for reasons unknown, the feelings she once had for this former beacon of light had diminished significantly. As for Zhou Qin, he could never truly marry Chen-Ning. He was already betrothed and lived a life of indulgence abroad. Had it not been for his grandfather's impending 70th birthday, he would not have returned. Upon his return, he noticed how much more beautiful Chen-Ning had become, stirring a desire for playful companionship. "Xiaoning, wait here for me, I will go fetch the car." At that moment, as Chen-Ning stood by the roadside awaiting Zhou Qin's arrival, she caught sight of a familiar figure. Was that Jiang Huai? Upon recognizing his silhouette, she froze, an overwhelming joy threatening to burst forth. But then, she recalled how he had dared to make her write an IOU and had been flirtatious with another woman in her presence, which incited her anger. Determined, Chen-Ning strode towards the boy in her high heels, but halfway there, she felt it inappropriate to appear so flustered. She steadied her composure, pretending to stroll leisurely as she approached him from behind. "Jiang Huai," Chen-Ning called out coldly. Jiang Huai was momentarily taken aback, then turned to look at Chen-Ning. "It's you. Is there something you need?" The tone was perplexing. Shouldn't he be humbly admitting that he was wrong that day and seeking her forgiveness? However, upon seeing Jiang Huai, her astonishment overshadowed her anger. The person before her was entirely transformed. Not only had he grown taller, but even his once timid features had sharpened into striking handsomeness. Particularly, his eyes radiated a piercing intensity akin to that of a hawk. "Is this still the Jiang Huai I once knew?" she pondered. "I'm asking you a question. Do you need something?" Jiang Huai reiterated. Chen-Ning found herself stammering. At that moment, the middle-aged man beside Jiang Huai chimed in, "Well, who is this stunning beauty?" It was then that Chen-Ning realized Jiang Huai was not alone. A scruffy man in a tattered outfit and a cowboy hat stood beside him. "Kid, is this beauty someone you know?" the man inquired with a grin. Jiang Huai shook his head, his gaze indifferent. "Not too well, she is probably here to cause trouble." "Look at you. What did you do to make such a lovely girl unhappy?" "Miss, come. Tell your brother what this rascal did. I'll help you deal with him." Chen shot a glare at Yu Qingshun and took a deep breath. She had just intended to ask Jiang Huai if they could speak privately when the sound of screeching brakes interrupted her. A limited edition luxury sports car pulled up to the curb. As the door swung open, young Master Zhou emerged, adjusting his expensive coat as he approached. "Xiaoning, why weren't you waiting by the roadside for me?" He wrapped his arm around Chen Ning's waist. Her instinctive reaction was one of resistance. Strangely, upon seeing Jiang Huai again, she felt an inexplicable urge to conceal her closeness with Zhou Qin from him. Thus, she gently pushed Zhou away. Zhou Qin. I haven't agreed to be with you yet." However, the man seemed unfazed by her protest. Roughly pulling her back into his embrace and casting a challenging glance at the two in front of him. "Jiang Huai, you've really changed," he remarked. Completely disregarding Yu Qingshun, oblivious to whether he was Jiang Huai's father or a relative. A man of Zhou Qin's caliber would never regard someone who appeared down and out as a threat. "My Xiaoning has already shown you considerable respect. Yet you refuse to let go and continue to bother her here on the street. Do you think the Zhou family is easy to bully?" Zhou Qin smirked with a veneer of politeness. Jiang Huai raised an eyebrow, surveying Zhou Qin, who was of similar height but much more robust. Without a hint of fear in his eyes. "If you have a problem, seek help from a doctor, don't bark on the street." This surprised Chen Ning. The Jiang Huai of the past would have likely been intimidated into submission, spouting some glitch about not underestimating the young and poor. Jiang Huai's retort and his glacial gaze intrigued Zhou Qin immensely. "Jiang Huai, contrary to your assertions, is not as cowardly as you claim, Xiaoning." "I never suggested he was cowardly." Zhou Qin coldly chuckled as he produced a card, flicking it onto Jiang Huai's chest, where it subsequently fell to the ground. Inside was a sum of 500,000. You take the money and swiftly depart, ensuring you never show your face before Xiaoning again. Before Jiang Huai could utter a word, Yu Qingshun's eyes sparkled, and then he swiftly crouched to retrieve the card from the ground. "Oh dear. Oh dear. Thank you, noble sir." Jiang Huai, Zhou Qin, and Chen Ning were all taken aback. "Who on earth is this old ghost? Where? Hurry and express your gratitude to the noble sir." "Uncle Yu. This is unacceptable. You can't. One must never turn down wealth, you fool. How can one refuse money offered by such a foolish, wealthy young man?" Jiang Huai found himself amused by Yu Qingshun's antics, while Zhou Qin's face turned pale with fury. "Old man, do you have a death wish?" Chen Ning quickly grasped Zhou Qin's arm, urging, "Zhou Qin, there are many people here, don't act rashly." Zhou Qin glanced at the surrounding crowd, then scoffed disdainfully. "You better wait for me, Jiang Huai, you are in deep trouble." With that, Zhou Qin turned to leave, embracing Chen Ning as they walked away. "You little brat, no. Noble sir. Please take care." Yu Qingshun chuckled, bowing slightly as he watched the two speed away in a sports car, even giving them the middle finger as they drove off. The brief incident did not perturb Jiang Huai. After all, Chen Ning was, to him, akin to mere air. No. Air doesn't evoke such irritation. Goodness. This money is far too easy to earn. 500,000. 500,000. As Yu Qingshun spoke, he handed the card Zhou Qin had left behind to Jiang Huai. "This is for you, consider it a welcome gift for joining the organization." "Ha ha ha. You're quite the quick learner, kid." Without hesitation, Yu Qingshun clapped Jiang Huai on the shoulder before pocketing the card. Jiang Huai, wishing to change the subject, smiled and asked, "Teacher Yu, where are we heading now?" Following Yu Qingshun, Jiang Huai had anticipated at least a car, yet he was led directly to a bus station. "Just follow me. I won't sell you out," Yu Qingshun said dismissively. "Let me make this clear, kid, while you have indeed shed any beastly aura after regaining your human form, if you reveal even the slightest hint of beastly power in a demon hunter's territory, I cannot guarantee your safety." As they awaited the bus, Yu Qingshun stood with his hands in his pockets, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. "I will be cautious." Although Jiang Huai had not yet mastered the control of that mysterious power, he was at least able to avoid unintentionally transforming into that skeletal form. Back at Yu Qingshun's home, he had practiced repeatedly, gradually mastering the art of transformation. This sensation filled him with both excitement and trepidation, and under Yu Qingshun's watchful eye, he felt a rush of anticipation. As Jiang Huai exhibited his astonishing power in a localized manner, he did not emit the aura of a beast. Any potential leakage was minimal, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone who was not specifically tasked with reconnaissance to detect him. It was only when he became entirely encased in bones, transforming into that skeletal giant, that Jiang Huai would fully become a beast. Soon, the bus transported the two to the old city, where Jiang Huai still harbored a glimmer of hope. After all, despite its dilapidated appearance, the old city might still hold secrets. However, when Yu Qingshun led him to a derelict two-story building, Jiang Huai was taken aback. The exterior walls of the small structure were severely peeling, and the paint on the windows had faded, imparting a sense of antiquity. "We have arrived at our headquarters." Yu Qingshun gestured towards Jiang Huai. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Huai's hopes were utterly dashed. High-tech secret bases existed solely in films, and reality was embodied in this weathered old building. Sensing Jiang Huai's thoughts, Yu Qingshun chuckled and remarked, "What do you think we are? Spies?" He continued with a smile. "Our night demon patrol lacks such resources. Besides, the more unassuming a place, the safer it is." Initially, Jiang Huai anticipated that they would need some sort of secret code or password. To his surprise, Yu Qingshun simply produced an ancient copper key from his pocket and effortlessly unlocked the battered iron door. Fortunately, upon opening the door, there was no musty or dusty odor as he had imagined. Instead, a delightful floral fragrance wafted through. The dim yellow light illuminated the not particularly spacious lobby on the first floor. "All do. I've brought the person. Come down quickly," Yu Qingshun called out towards the second floor. Jiang Huai intended to inquire about who this old do was, but he decided against it, knowing they would soon meet. After a few minutes, Jiang Huai saw a man, approximately 30 years of age, descending from the second floor. Jiang Huai promptly stood up to regard them. Yu Qingshun eagerly approached, a broad smile on his face as he pointed at Jiang Huai, saying, "Old du, this is the lad I mentioned. The awakened one who wishes to join our organization." Yu Qingshun glanced at Jiang Huai and then asked, "What was your name again?" "Jiang Huai," he promptly introduced himself, extending his hand towards the man. The man was slender, with a cold demeanor. His piercing gaze exuded an air of authority that commanded respect and evoked a sense of awe. Rather than shaking Jiang Huai's hand, he maintained a stern expression. "I am Du Qinghong, the vice president of the Night Demon Patrol." At that moment, Yu Qingshun leaned in to whisper to Du Qinghong. "He just donated 500,000 to our organization. Honored to meet you." Du Qinghong immediately grasped Jiang Huai's hand with both of his demeanor brightening considerably. Jiang Huai felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but he had successfully gained entry. The man cut to the chase. His tone steady yet imbued with undeniable authority. "The report from Wan Yin has already informed me of your situation, and All You has also briefed me. Allow me to confirm once more." Du Qinghong gazed at Jiang Huai and inquired, "Are you an awakened of the regeneration type?" Jiang Huai nodded, striving to keep his voice as tranquil as possible. "Indeed, after my heart was extracted during an attack by the infected, my body exhibited regenerative phenomena." While speaking, Jiang Huai examined Du Qinghong. He wore a long, traditional black robe and spectacles, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. However, his face maintained a demeanor of aloofness and solemnity, rendering his true thoughts elusive. "Well, since Lao Yu vouches for you, I am reassured. I shall submit your information to the association," Du Qinghong stated after a moment of silence. "The organization has an obligation to discover awakened individuals, yet we cannot compel anyone to join. You may consider your options after familiarizing yourself with the world of the awakened." Jiang Huai, however, shook his head and replied with a smile, "No need, Uncle Du." "What was the name of your organization again?" "Night Demon Patrol." "Night Demon Patrol," Du Qinghong corrected. "May I inquire as to why?" "As you can see, the current state of Night Demon Patrol is quite dire. We are in substantial debt and lack the resources to nurture a new awakened." Upon uttering this, Lao Du felt a twinge of regret and quickly added, "Of course, we would be overjoyed to welcome new members, but for your own future, I must convey this reality up front." Jiang Huai sensed Du Qinghong's sincerity and nodded in understanding. "Could you share your reasoning?" Du Qinghong asked, staring directly into Jiang Huai's eyes. "Because Lu Wanyin saved my life," Jiang Huai replied with a smile. The room fell silent, even Yu Qingshun refrained from speaking. After a prolonged pause, Du Qinghong smiled. You are very honest and direct. He then extended his hand once more. Welcome to Night Demon Patrol. At that moment, the door to the small building was suddenly thrust open. Jiang Huai turned to see Lu Wanyin standing at the entrance, looking flustered. Perhaps due to her hurried arrival. Her delicate face bore a slight flush, and her hair was slightly disheveled by the wind. Lao Yu. Why didn't you wait for me? Ha ha ha, look at this, Lao Du. I told you this girl has fallen in love, then you didn't believe me. I just took her away for a moment, and here she is chasing after us. Upon hearing Yu Qingshun's words, Lu Wanyin's face reddened further. She threw the cigarette she had been holding at Yu Qingshun, who effortlessly caught it. Thanks, he chuckled. It's still within the 24-hour supervision period, I cannot leave him. Lu Wanyin approached Yu Qingshun and, upon seeing Lao Du, restrained her irritation but still expressed her dissatisfaction. Supervision. My foot. This lad is already one of us in Night Demon Patrol. While Yu Qingshun pulled out a cigarette, he addressed Lu Wanyin, cough. Du Qinghong cleared his throat twice, seemingly trying to remind Yu Qingshun that they were indoors, but Yu Qingshun paid him no mind and lit the cigarette. Du Qinghong sighed in resignation, and at that moment, Jiang Huai understood why the room was infused with floral fragrance. It was to neutralize the smell of Yu Qingshun's smoke. Old Du, has Jiang Huai joined us? Lu Wanyin inquired, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Du Qinghong. Yes, I will submit his information to the association. There is nothing else today, so you may escort Jiang Huai out, Du Qinghong replied. Without hesitation, Lu Wanyin nodded. Once the door closed, Du Qinghong settled onto the sofa and gestured for Yu Qingshun to approach. Yu Qingshun chuckled softly as he took a seat beside him. Regarding the advanced level commission you accepted yesterday, I have already reported the task. The reward will soon be credited to your account. Upon hearing Du Qinghong's words, Yu Qingshun quickly raised his hand in a gesture of gratitude, exclaiming, efficiency is key. Hold on, I have a question for you, old you. What is it? The advanced beast you encountered last night, you didn't slay it, did you? Yu Qingshun fell silent, and Du Qinghong's gaze sharpened. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. The remains of the beast you brought back displayed numerous tearing wounds. It is evident that someone forcefully ripped its body apart to extract the core, leading to its demise. Du Qinghong observed, crossing his legs and fixing his gaze on Yu Qingshun. I am well acquainted with your combat style, and this is certainly not your method. Furthermore, while the association does not mandate the submission of the core, may I presume it is in your possession? Yu Qingshun chuckled awkwardly. The girl has grown up. There are many expenses now. Can't you overlook this just this once? He could not divulge the truth, for Jiang Huai had already absorbed the core. Du Qinghong and Yu Qingshun exchanged glances for a prolonged moment before Du adjusted his glasses and sighed, let this be the last time. Haha, old Du. I always knew you were a good man. Yu Qingshun exclaimed, rising to his feet. Wait, old you. Just as Yu Qingshun was about to ascend to the second floor, Du Qinghong called out to him once more. The association detected an abyss-level beast last night. Although its appearance was fleeting, its location was captured. Quite near where you dispatched the advanced beast. I must ask you, Du Qinghong's voice was steady, did you encounter that abyss-level beast? Yu Qingshun did not turn around. After a long silence, he tilted his head slightly, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. Don't be ridiculous. If an abyss-level beast truly materialized in the city without any warning, would the people from the Apocalypse Association merely stand by? Silence enveloped the room once more. Du Qinghong slowly rubbed his temples, fatigue evident in his voice as he remarked, let us chalk this up to a misjudgment by the Apocalypse Association. All you, remember. Should anything occur, you must inform me, you ought to trust me. Yu Qingshun glanced sidelong at Du Qinghong. Then nodded with a smile before ascending the stairs without a backward glance. After following Lu Wanyin out of the dilapidated building, Jiang Huai pondered the earlier mention of a collaboration between the Night Demon Patrol organization and the state. However, the current atmosphere seemed to suggest otherwise. As he contemplated this, Lu Wanyin, walking ahead, suddenly halted, turned, and clasped her hands behind her back while gazing at Jiang Huai. What is the matter? Jiang Huai asked, puzzled. Close your eyes. she instructed. Lu Wanyin spoke softly. Jiang Huai did not comprehend her meaning, so Lu Wanyin slightly furrowed her brows and urged, "Hurry, close your eyes. I have a gift for you." "A gift? And I must close my eyes?" Jiang Huai pondered. Could it be a kiss? Did that previous encounter with Shonanan count as a kiss? At the thought, Jiang Huai felt a slight flush on his cheeks, yet he obediently shut his eyes, forgetting to ask why she was giving him a gift. In the enveloping darkness, Jiang Huai sensed Lu Wanyin drawing near, so close that he could catch the sweet fragrance wafting from her hair. Then, his lips indeed made contact with something. But the somewhat awkward sensation was far from a kiss. Suddenly, Jiang Huai felt Lu Wanyin thrust the object into his mouth. He opened his eyes to find Lu Wanyin had stepped back, and at that moment, he realized his mouth was filled with a delightful sweetness. It turned out to be a lollipop, one for each of them. Lu Wanyin produced another lollipop and popped it into her own mouth. "Although I am unclear about what transpired last night, I know you saved me," Lu Wanyin said, turning her back to Jiang Huai, her voice soft and gentle. "I want to pressure you to recount the events of last night. In any case, thank you, Jiang Huai." The sugary taste of the lollipop spread slowly in his mouth, intertwining with her gratitude, transforming this simple gift into something unexpectedly heartwarming. Jiang Huai could only muster a wry smile, feeling once again played by this girl. Yet at that moment, he noticed a hint of melancholy on Lu Wanyin's face. The sweetness in her mouth failed to elicit a smile. This was a stark contrast to her usual indifference, as if she had lost something dear. "What is wrong?" Jiang Huai inquired. It's nothing. I just wanted to congratulate you, Jiang Huai. Congratulations on not becoming an infected person and successfully joining the organization. Your expression doesn't quite convey congratulations." Jiang Huai chuckled. "Well." Lu Wanyin slightly raised her gaze to meet Jiang Huai's. "The 24-hour surveillance is nearly over, so I want to be coming to your house." Jiang Huai's expression froze as he grasped Lu Wanyin's earlier implication. "I will head back now. You should be able to return home on your own, right?" "Yes." Jiang Huai's smile faded. "Well, goodbye." Lu Wanyin lowered her head slightly. And just as she brushed past Jiang Huai, he reached out and grasped her arm. "I just remembered, you can't leave." "Eh?" Lu Wanyin was startled by Jiang Huai's abrupt action. She looked up at him, forgetting the tears threatening to spill from the corners of her eyes, and quickly lowered her head again. "The trouble you caused has been resolved yet?" Jiang Huai pulled Lu Wanyin closer, gazing into her eyes. "Have you forgotten? What trouble did I cause?" Lu Wanyin murmured softly. "You publicly declared that you are my girlfriend in front of so many people. If you suddenly leave, how am I supposed to explain it to them? Am I to say I've been dumped? Do I lack dignity?" Jiang Huai feigned seriousness as he looked at Lu Wanyin, who seemed taken aback by his demeanor. Stammering slightly, she said, I don't know what you want. Just continue the act." "Until when?" he inquired. "I don't know, but for now, you can't go home." Lu Wanyin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she still dared not meet Jiang Huai's gaze. But Lao Yuan-ti agree." Before she could finish her sentence, a voice suddenly resonated from the window on the second floor. "Hey! What nonsense are you spouting? At a time like this, you're using me as a shield. When have I ever disagreed? You think we can fit 2 people in this shabby place? If you leave, I won't have to sleep on the sofa anymore. Hurry up and scram." Lu Wanyin looked angrily at Yu Qingxuan, who was smoking by the window. "You heartless man. Lao Yu. I washed all your clothes. Ha! Now that I have money, I'm about to buy a washing machine. Do you know what the Industrial Revolution is? You're off the hook, girl. Aren't you grown up already? Still clinging to me like a giant baby. Jiang Huai. Hurry up and take her away. Lao Yu. You." Lu Wanyin stomped her foot in frustration. "All right then." Jiang Huai, however, seized Lu Wanyin's hand. "What are you doing? Let us go home, I'm hungry." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Wanyin let out a long sigh, wiped her tears with the back of her hand, and then stuck out her tongue at Lao Yu by the window, making a face. I can eat a lot if you want me to help you act. You must provide food and lodging. As long as you perform well, you will definitely be well fed. Watching the two depart, Liu Qingshun chuckled dryly. At this age, still so stubborn. Du Qinghong had somehow made his way to the second floor and was now standing at the door. Hey, you don't understand. This girl should have been independent long ago. It's my fault for spoiling her, causing her to fail the formal awakeners test 3 years in a row. Lao Yu. Are you really at ease leaving one in with a newcomer? Yu Qingshun remained silent, only letting out a long sigh. What can I do if I'm not at ease? That girl's life was saved by Jiang Huai. I don't need to worry if Jiang Huai dares to bully my girl. He patted the revolver at his waist. I'll make him eat iron peanuts. That evening, upon returning home, the two immediately began to delineate their respective roles. Can I eat 3 meals a day? Lu Wanyin asked. I sent you that obvious. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, plus an extra late-night snack. No. I have to sleep at 10 p.m. sharp, so I can have a late-night snack now since it's already 8. As she spoke, Lu Wanyin began to undress. Jiang Huai turned away in alarm. What are you doing? Taking a shower, then having a late-night snack, brushing my teeth, and going to bed. All right. What do you want to eat? I'll go buy it now. Hearing the rustling of her clothes behind him, Jiang Huai's face involuntarily turned red. Can I have barbecue? The last time I had barbecue was a year ago. Oh, come on. It's just a meal of barbecue, I make it sound so tragic. Fine. You go shower now, I'll go buy barbecue for you right away. As Jiang Huai rose to don his coat and stepped outside, a voice filled with doubt emerged from the girl behind him. Is it really possible? In truth, you need not purchase anything. Although I am often quite famished, I manage to endure it, I have grown accustomed to it. Such words nearly made Jiang Huai shed small pearls of worry. Fear not, I have money. Today, a young master bestowed upon me 500,000, I donated 450,000 to the organization, keeping 50,000 for myself. A young master? Lu Wanyin pondered for a moment before realization dawned upon her, a playful smile gracing her lips. I assumed you were the type to toss the money back and coldly utter a dismissal. With his back to her, Jiang Huai scratched his head. Momentarily at a loss for words, until he recalled old US adage, a fool does not earn money. That night, Chen Ning once again declined Zhou Qin's invitation to dine at his residence. She was perplexed about her own feelings. Following Zhou Qin seemed to promise the most perfect conclusion and would aid her family in overcoming difficulties. Yet, her thoughts inexplicably drifted to Jiang Huai. Especially considering the dramatic transformation he had undergone, particularly his captivating eyes and physique that was altogether different from before. After a long while, she lit a cigarette to steady her emotions and slowly reached for her phone. After much contemplation, she began to murmur to herself, I love Zhou Qin. But Jiang Huai cannot seem to forget me. My intention in contacting him is solely to dissuade him. I do all of this for my brother Zhou Qin. After this soliloquy, she dialed Jiang Huai's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Not in service? How could that be? Chen Ning repeatedly dialed. Yet the result remained unchanged. Finally, she opted to send a message via WeChat. It was only when the red exclamation mark appeared that she comprehended the truth. Not only on WeChat, but Jiang Huai had also blocked her on his phone. Chen Ning was taken aback, then forced a smile, attempting to maintain her composure. Oomph. He has finally given up and ceased his pursuit. However, she soon discovered that Jiang Huai had not blocked her on Alipay. I knew it. He must have left a backdoor for himself, likely waiting for my birthday to surprise me. I want to grant him that opportunity, I must clarify things with him. Thus, Chen Ning resolved to seek out Jiang Huai once more. Her mind wandered back to the day she had seen him on the street, his tall stature, handsome visage. And especially those eyes. Was that truly Jiang Huai? Could it be that she had misjudged him in the past? Impossible. Chen Ning quickly dismissed the thought. That man could never compare to Zhou Qin. She was certainly not enamored with the Zhou family's wealth, her affection was solely for Zhou Qin, who loved her in return. Thus, it was imperative that she confront Jiang Huai. The more she contemplated, the more agitated she became, unable to quell the heat that surged within her. Particularly when thoughts of Jiang Huai arose, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Chen Ning gently bit her lip and let out a cold huff as she rose. Supporting herself on the armrest, she changed into a luxurious and exquisite outfit from her wardrobe, hesitating for a moment before sitting on the edge of the bed to don a pair of black stockings. Jiang Huai was walking home alone, holding a bag of barbecued snacks he had just purchased. Initially, he contemplated whether to buy less, considering it was late at night and it might not be appropriate to offer such junk food to a lovely girl. However, the thought of Lu Wannin's sparkling eyes and almost drooling expression upon hearing about the barbecue compelled him to grit his teeth and buy a large bag. After all, any leftovers could be stored in the fridge. As he strolled along the roadside, a red sedan came to a halt beside him. The window rolled down, and Chen Ning leaned slightly forward from the driver's seat, addressing Jiang Huai. "Jiang Huai," she remarked, glancing at the bag of barbecue in his hand with a disdainful sneer. "Still eating this junk? You truly have not changed." "Jiang Huai, get in the car. I need to speak with you." Jiang Huai barely lingered by her car for a second. As she continued speaking, he had already taken a step forward. "Who permitted your departure?" Chen Ning drove slowly alongside him. "Jiang Huai, I merely wish to talk." "We have nothing to discuss," he replied, not turning back as he continued on his way. Chen Ning was taken aback by his complete disregard, yet she felt he was merely playing hard to get. "Jiang Huai. Wait, I hope we can clarify things." Chen Ning, growing anxious, unbuckled her seatbelt and exited the vehicle. "Jiang Huai, please wait for me. I can't walk fast in these high heels." She struggled to keep up with him, but it was evident that he was quickening his pace, prompting her to become even more flustered. "What will it take for you to return to normal? How have I wronged you?" Jiang Huai halted, the flicker of anger evident in his brow. "Chen Ning, some things are lost for good. Can you not let go of yourself and me? Please, do not reappear in my life." Chen Ning felt utterly aggrieved. What had she done to deserve such treatment? Why did he have the right to say such things? Seeing that Jiang Huai had acknowledged her, Chen Ning quickly adopted a feigned demeanor. "I know you can't let me go, which is why you still keep Alipay, hoping to leave a backdoor for yourself. So, can we talk properly? I can treat you to dinner as I mentioned before, and we can consider dating. We can discuss it tonight." Realizing she had genuinely forgotten, Jiang Huai hastily took out his phone, stepped in front of Chen Ning, and promptly blocked her on Facebook, Weibo, and Alipay right before her eyes. "Is this satisfactory now? You?" Chen Ning found herself at a loss for words. She had anticipated that Jiang Huai might offer some excuses, but she never expected him to act so decisively. However, it soon dawned on her that he had further plans. Jiang Huai turned to Chen Ning, adopting a somewhat aggrieved expression. "Please, do not act like this. We were never in a relationship. What is wrong with me being a bit closer to Zhou Qin? Look, I have come to find you, haven't I?" Chen Ning directly reached out and took hold of Jiang Huai's hand that was not holding the barbecue bag. Her gaze involuntarily wandered over Jiang Huai, and upon noticing the completely transformed figure and the subtle outlines accentuated by his jeans, Chen Ning's face flashed crimson. However, in the next moment, Jiang Huai swiftly withdrew his hand, casting a look of disdain towards her. "Chen Ning, are you deaf? I told you. I do not wish to see you again. Would you kindly turn around and return to your vehicle? Go back to where you came from." Chen Ning was taken aback. Jiang Huai had never spoken to her in such a manner. Why had he become so fierce? Or was it that he was angry because of her? "I know. Jiang Huai, you are merely upset because I pushed you away, aren't you?" As she spoke, Chen Ning delicately brushed her smooth hair with her fingertips, the almost imperceptible touch appearing exceedingly alluring. Men are often like this. Once they have savored a taste of sweetness, they inevitably become their devoted admirers. "Jiang Huai, if you apologize to me, I could indulge you tonight." Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of grievance, as if she were being coerced into submission by him. Chen Ning gradually placed her hand on her thigh, her fingertips gently lifting the hem of her skirt to reveal her long legs encased in black stockings. She scrutinized Jiang Huai's physique, her breath quickening until their gazes finally met. Indeed, Jiang Huai was entirely different now. She found herself increasingly yearning for his touch, even desiring to be compelled to engage in more audacious acts. Chen Ning leaned closer to Jiang Huai, deliberately using her body to entice him. This street was the only route to Jiang Huai's home, and with nightfall approaching and no one around, Chen Ning felt a thrill of excitement. She even contemplated offering him a taste of sweetness right there in the car. "Jiang Huai, how do you find these stockings I'm wearing today?" she exclaimed. "Hey, Jiang Huai, where are you going?" Her voice suddenly rose as she realized Jiang Huai was ignoring her and walking away. Jiang Huai could no longer endure her antics. The disparity between people surpassed even that between humans and dogs. He had only witnessed dogs in heat on the streets, and never humans making such a spectacle, incessantly clucking like a chicken. He paid no heed to Chen Ning's calls, merely muttering curses as he continued on his way. Chen Ning stood frozen in place, an inexplicable emptiness surging within her. Watching Jiang Huai's retreating figure, she began to feel a sense of injustice, questioning why she should be treated in such a manner. She understood his anger, his frustration, his inability to let go of her. But was this truly her fault? Shouldn't he blame himself for not being good enough? "I was merely testing you all along. Why are men always so selfish?" After reaching the ground floor, Jiang Huai bought 2 bottles of cola from the convenience store. Upon returning home, he noticed the absence of Lu Wanyin, giving rise to a sense of foreboding. He immediately opened the door to his room. Sure enough, half of Lu Wanyin's body seemed to be trapped in the shadow beneath the bed, her hips and long legs exposed, moving incessantly in a manner that appeared both comical and endearing. Her feet flailed in the air, her hips gently swaying as she sought a point of support. Accompanying these movements were the girl's slightly anxious gasps, as if she was struggling to extricate herself. This scene brought a smile to Jiang Huai's face. The bed was not particularly high, and it was crammed with his treasured possessions beneath it. Lu Wanyin had such an attractive figure. Her previous escape was merely a stroke of luck. Attempting it once more seemed tantamount to courting disaster. "Master, what is your profession?" Jiang Huai leaned against the doorframe and inquired. Startled by the voice, Lu Wanyin instinctively tried to scramble out quickly. However, in her haste, she struck her head against the bed's underside, producing a resonant thud. She let out a pained cry, her voice muffled beneath the bed. After a moment of writhing, Lu Wanyin exclaimed, help me. I'm stuck." "Oh, you've gotten stuck, have you?" Jiang Huai approached the bed and squatted beside her lower half. "Is there some sort of monster under there? Have you been devoured by it?" The girl beneath the bed remained silent for a while before beginning to struggle anew. "Hurry and let me out. I smell something delicious. So, would you dare to rummage beneath my bed again next time?" "I wasn't rummaging, I was merely curious." "Still trying to be defiant, are we?" Jiang Huai rose and gently sat on the edge of the bed, causing the surface to depress slightly, prompting the girl to squirm once more. My mistake. I won't do it again." Initially, Jiang Huai intended to tease Lu Wanyin further. But when he glanced down at her delicate, fair legs, he felt a flash of heat rise to his cheeks. "It's good that you recognize your mistake. Now, guy." Jiang Huai squatted down, grasping Lu Wanyin's ankle, intending to pull her out. Yet, the moment he held her ankle, Lu Wanyin suddenly emitted a peculiar, playful protest. As the sound escaped her lips, both fell silent. "You don't touch my feet." "Very well." Jiang Huai seemed to grasp her sensitivity regarding her feet, and so his hand slowly traveled upwards, gripping her thigh. "What are you doing? You are taking advantage of me." Lu Wanyin's body trembled again, her voice adopting a slightly higher pitch, imbued with a sense of shyness. "No. Where else am I supposed to hold on?" In a moment of desperation, Jiang Huai placed his hand on the edge of the bed. Then, an idea struck him. He applied force and effortlessly lifted the heavy wooden bed left by the landlord. "Hurry and come out." Observing the dust-covered girl, Jiang Huai let out a resigned sigh. Blushing, Lu Wanyin quickly maneuvered herself out. "I'm going to take a shower." With that, she dashed towards the bathroom. Jiang Huai looked at the disheveled treasures beneath the bed and sighed. It seemed he would need to find a new hiding place next time. Initially worried that purchasing too much barbecue would lead to waste, He was surprised to see that Lu Wanin's appetite was indeed as exaggerated as she had claimed. Watching her devour the food with grease glistening on her lips, Jiang Huai smiled and asked, "Aren't you afraid of gaining weight?" With a mouthful of meat, Lu Wanin simply shook her head. "In my youth, my body was afflicted by an infection, and when old you rescued me, he sought assistance from the Necromancer Society. Consequently, my body suffers from rapid nutrient depletion. No matter how much I consume, I remain unable to gain weight. This topic, it seems, is rather unfortunate," leaving Jiang Huai devoid of any inclination to make light of it. Thus, he sat across from the young girl, observing as she devoured all her late-night snacks with the vigor of a tempest. Sated, she languidly reclined in her chair, gently patting her slightly distended belly. Suddenly, Jiang Huai discerned a faint, ethereal white aura swirling around the girl. It appeared that the souls had also indulged in a feast and were quite pleased, prompting me to express my gratitude. Lu Wanin raised her gaze slightly to meet Jiang Huai's eyes and remarked, "Do souls also relish barbecued delicacies?" Jiang Huai chuckled in response. Lu Wanin shook her head, explaining, "They draw upon my vitality. The powers of awakeners vary widely. For instance, the majority of those in the Revelation Society possess mental abilities, while the Necromancer Society comprises awakeners of the necromantic persuasion. Of course, there exist numerous larger organizations with a more intricate composition. For example, one of the 4 great organizations, the Fearless, boasts a significant number of members, all of whom have clearly defined roles, enabling them to manage various beast-related incidents." As Lu Wanin spoke, Jiang Huai suddenly inquired, "What about the Night Demon Patrol?" A hint of embarrassment flickered across Lu Wanin's face as she scratched her head, her form curling into the chair as she hesitantly replied, "Currently, the Night Demon Patrol is likely the organization with the fewest members. Including you, myself, Old Du, and 1 field awakener, we total only 5. Her gaze lingered nervously on Jiang Huai, laced with trepidation. "Do you regret it? Other organizations invest considerable resources into nurturing new awakeners, but the Night Demon Patrol lacks that capacity at present." Jiang Huai regarded Lu Wanin in silence, his expression pensive, his chin resting on his hand, his eyes reflecting a calm deliberation. Under Jiang Huai's scrutiny, Lu Wanin appeared increasingly uneasy, ultimately burying her face in her knees as she spoke in a muffled tone. "If you regret it and wish to withdraw, I can assist you in speaking with all you and the others. I can leave your home now." Jiang Huai did not respond immediately. He rose slowly and moved with measured steps to Lu Wanin's side. Gently grasping her hands, he compelled her to meet his gaze. "I told you yesterday that there is no escape. You have constructed the stage, and you must be responsible for seeing this performance through to its conclusion." His words bore an undeniable resolve, thickening the atmosphere with gravity. Lu Wanin replied softly, "Yes, I understand." Then, as if recalling something, she sprang to her somewhat worn travel case, rummaging through it for a moment before producing a protective talisman. "I made this myself. The symbols within are my own creation. This is the first coming talisman I ever drew. I was quite young then, so it may lack efficacy, but it is all I have. Would you like it?" As Jiang Huai looked at the talisman, delicately cradled in the girl's hands, he noted its lack of refinement and the unmistakable signs of age. When Lu Wanin crafted this item, she was likely still quite young. However, it is by no means an unworthy gift, rather. It can be regarded as the most precious token of affection. If you do not wish to keep it, so be it. Hand it over to me." Jiang Huai smiled as he took the talisman, and then, in front of Lu Wanin, he adorned it around his neck. "This trinket may lack monetary value, and even the charm within possesses no significant power, so do not dwell upon it too much," Lu Wanin cautioned gently. Jiang Huai chuckled and ruffled Lu Wanin's hair, saying, "That simply will not do. I shall treat this as your token of commitment to me. Though this is merely a performance, we must endeavor to act convincingly." Observing Lu Wanin's slightly flushed cheeks, he added, "Then one more thing. You are not permitted to rummage beneath my bed again." Lu Wanin maintained her impeccable routine. Neither a minute too early nor too late. As Jiang Huai gazed at her sleeping form, with an eye mask on, mouth agape, and a serene expression, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Youth is indeed a blessing. One can simply fall asleep at a moment's notice. He then crouched beside the bed, inspecting the edge he had just gripped. The bed was an old relic left by the landlord, though it bore the marks of age. It was sturdy, made of solid wood and quite heavy. However, a piece of the bed's edge had splintered off, a remnant of the force he had exerted while lifting it. He glanced at his hand, frowning slightly. He had been cautious, yet he still found it difficult to regulate his strength. In ordinary circumstances, he fared well. But when a forceful action was required, this body felt akin to an unregulated water valve, prone to uncontrollable surges. Later, he stepped onto the balcony. Gazing out at the quiet, deserted street, eager to test the limits of his newfound strength. Taking a deep breath, he retreated a few steps before launching himself forward. Landing a foot on the balcony railing, he intended to use this leverage to spring upward. Unfortunately, that single step shattered the railing into fragments. Oh no! What the? His body plummeted downward. With a resounding thud, Jiang Huai crashed onto the ground, creating a dent in the concrete. Despite the late hour, the noise roused several households. Lights flickering on in response. Realizing the predicament, Jiang Huai scrambled out of the crater he had created. He needed to vacate the area immediately. As this thought crossed his mind, he took off at a speed akin to that of an arrow released from its bow. Too fast, was Jiang Huai's initial reaction. Although he was still restraining his strength, his velocity rivaled that of a speeding car. And this was not the full extent of his power. Without restraint, as he released more force, skeletal armor began to envelop his body. Each step became increasingly burdensome, leaving impressions in the ground, yet his speed remained unyielding. Eventually, the skeletal mask encased his head, a ghostly blue light flickering in his eyes. Jiang Huai suddenly leaped before an apartment building. With a single leap, he soared over the rooftop of the apartment building. The moonlight bathed the silvery skeleton, casting an eerie glow. Ha ha ha! Jiang Huai laughed heartily into the night sky, reveling in the exhilarating sensation. Yu Qingshun did not find it unreasonable for Lu Wanyin to accompany Jiang Huai. Despite all due skepticism, Yu Qingshun had always trusted his instincts. It was this extraordinary intuition that allowed him to rescue the trapped little girl from the ruins. Without Jiang Huai, Lu Wanyin might have already become a cold corpse. Rather than succumbing to such a fate, it was better to trust his feelings once more, believing that Jiang Huai could contain the beast's power. At that moment, as he walked down the dimly lit street, akin to a nocturnal spirit, he suddenly sensed a formidable aura emanating outward. This presence stemmed from the beast, proclaiming its strength to the world without a hint of concealment. Damn kid. Yu Qingshun adjusted his cap, glanced around, and upon confirming the absence of onlookers, he cracked his neck. Just don't let anyone catch you. No sooner had the words left his lips than he stepped forward, vanishing like a wraith into the silent street. Perched atop the apartment building, Jiang Huai continued to leap higher, his tail formed from his vertebrae flailing in the air. If his leaps were insufficient, he would land on the building's outer edge, shattering windows as he climbed higher. Ultimately, he grasped the pinnacle of the television tower, flipping onto its summit. Gazing over the entirety of Lingyu City, the skeletal giant let out an exhilarated roar, a primal sound that echoed across the night sky, startling the guardians lurking in the shadows. Is this an infected being? No, this is a beast, and not just any beast. That night, nearly all awakened beings in the city sensed the presence of this unknown creature. Unfortunately, the beast's aura dissipated swiftly, leaving no trace behind. Restored to human form, Jiang Huai sat in contemplation atop the television tower, with Yu Qingshun appearing at his side, seemingly having arrived without notice. You really know how to keep people on edge? Yu Qingshun remarked, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he observed Jiang Huai's silhouette. I still can't control it entirely, if I fully transform into a skeleton. I feel somewhat detached from myself, Jiang Huai replied softly. The teasing glint had vanished from Yu Qingshun's eyes, until Jiang Huai reverted to his human form. His hand remained poised over the revolver at his waist. Kid. Slowly, Yu Qingshun approached Jiang Huai from behind. Starting tomorrow, in addition to your university studies, you will train with me to master this power. At an abandoned construction site, Jiang Huai donned a hard hat, following Yu Qingshun into the partially demolished building. Teacher Yu, are you really sure this is safe? Jiang Huai gazed at the structure of the abandoned building and inquired. Rest assured, this place was slated for demolition anyway. Even if you were to dismantle it, it would be a great assistance. Yu Qingshun lit a cigarette and settled onto a nearby step. Your situation is quite unique. You are not an awakened one, so I cannot train you using the methods meant for them. However, should you recklessly unleash this power, there will inevitably come a day when you attract unwanted attention. Jiang Huai, at that point, even I may not be able to protect you. Jiang Huai understood all too well. While Yu Qingshun might have intended to assist him, the significant part of his concern stemmed from Lu Wanyin. He feared that if anything were to happen to him, Lu Wanyin would revert to her cold, lifeless state. Therefore, for her sake, he would exert every effort to aid Jiang Huai. Try to shatter that stone, Yu Qingshun instructed, gesturing toward a granite boulder beside Jiang Huai, which stood nearly as tall as him. Remember, do not transform into a beast, just use your current state. Jiang Huai turned to inspect the rock, clenched his fist, and finally struck with a powerful punch. With a resounding crack, the granite shattered. However, neither Jiang Huai nor Yu Qingshun exhibited even a hint of joy. At that moment, Jiang Huai's striking hand and half of his body had become enveloped in bones. To conceal his aura, Jiang Huai quickly quelled his power, but just then, his heart began to race uncontrollably. An intense, unmanageable tremor surged throughout his entire being. Yu Qingshun noticed the change in Jiang Huai. It seemed as though the bones had taken on a will of their own, forcefully attaching themselves to Jiang Huai's body. Yet, he showed no sign of concern. Instead, he lit another cigarette, observing the transformation occurring within Jiang Huai. Interesting, the intensity of this lad's power appears to be linked to his state of mind. In an instant, Jiang Huai's form was entirely cloaked in the skeletal structure. He towered nearly 3 meters tall, emanating an aura that commanded distance. The skeletal giant hunched over, its limbs and head drooping like a slumbering beast. Jiang Huai. Yu Qingshun sensed something amiss. Why was there no response? He approached Jiang Huai step by step. Noticing the gentle rise and fall of the skeletal giant's back and chest, reminiscent of a beast poised to strike. Has he been completely taken over? Without hesitation, Yu Qingshun drew his revolver. I will give you 10 seconds, Jiang Huai. I will count to 10, and if you have not regained your senses by then, I shall take action. The skeletal giant remained unresponsive. Damn it, don't let this harm my girl. Yu Qingshun no longer hesitated and approached the skeletal giant. What the hell are you doing? Just as he was about to intervene, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. The rhythmic rise and fall of the skeletal giant's body did not indicate it was preparing to pounce, but rather its mark. Yu Qingshun slapped the giant's forehead. And in the next moment, the skeletal giant abruptly straightened, inhaling deeply. What the hell? Was I asleep? The skeletal giant bellowed. How can you fall asleep just by changing your form? You truly possess remarkable abilities. With that, Yu Qingshun delivered another resounding slap on the skeletal giant's shoulder. The skeletal giant scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. This power is overwhelmingly dominant, suppressing it has left me somewhat fatigued, and before I knew it, I had dozed off. Though it seemed somewhat far-fetched, Yu Qingshun was nonetheless astonished that Jiang Huai had managed to directly suppress that force. It is known that this beastly strength is of abyssal level. For anyone other than the most formidable awakeners of the association, the abyssal level is a terrifying force, akin to a dimensional strike. Had it not been for Yu Qingshun's prior adjustments at this construction site, it was likely that the 4 major organizations of the association would have already arrived on the scene. The fact that Jiang Huai could suppress it with sheer will suggests that this power might inherently belong to him. I have discovered something, teacher Yu. What have you discovered? Yu Qingshun inquired, scratching his head with the muzzle of his revolver. The skeletal giant's tail, extending from its spine, slowly coiled around a stone and brought it closer. Look. Teacher Yu, if it's just the tail, it seems I can control its strength quite well. This is rather intriguing. Yu Qingshun leaned in closer to observe the skeletal giant's tail. However, he noticed that the tail structure appeared somewhat different from the bones of its other body parts, as if it were an amalgamation. Is this tail natural? Yu Qingshun asked. Jiang Huai gently tossed the stone with his tail, accurately piercing it to shatter. No. This tail emerged after I consumed the core of that beast. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingshun's expression clearly shifted. Teacher Yu, what is wrong? Jiang Huai inquired. Nothing. It's fine, Yu Qingshun waved his hand dismissively. Beasts capable of enhancing their bodies through the absorption of cores were not unheard of among humans. During one of the beast tides, a black monstrosity that erupted from a rift nearly annihilated the army of human awakeners. All defenses crumbled before it. Had it not been for the valiant efforts of the strong from several major guilds who fought to force it back into the rift, humanity's lines would have surely shattered. That beast tide inflicted a grievous toll on humanity, resulting in the deaths of 2 peak 6th-tier awakeners and 10 5th-tier awakeners. The nameless beast was subsequently dubbed the most formidable entity in history, the World Destroyer. One of its defining traits was its ability to gain strength through the slaughter of its kin, or rather, to evolve. Yu Qingshun holstered his gun and patted Jiang Huai on the shoulder. Since your tail is so obedient, you take the time to familiarize yourself with that sensation of controlling it. Then gradually integrate it into your limbs, ultimately spreading it throughout your entire body. There is no need to rush, Jiang Huai, we still have time, at least for now. Jiang Huai nodded, attempting to channel the power within him into his palms, as instructed by Yu Qingshun. However, this is not an easy task. The power arrives unexpectedly and is exceedingly overwhelming. After transforming into a skeletal form, although he can suppress the surge of anger, he finds it challenging to wield this newfound strength effectively. Under the guidance of Yu Qingshun, aside from attending university classes, Jiang Huai spends most of his time practicing here. Whenever Lu Wanyin inquires, Jiang Huai simply responds that he is working part-time with Yu Qingshun to earn some extra money. He struggles to sustain himself. Yet he claims to be earning extra income for her. Each time Jiang Huai relays Lu Wanyin's suspicions to Yu Qingshun, the elder merely chuckles in response. Thinking that the young girl knows nothing of the expenses involved in raising a daughter, she speaks without understanding the burden. After about a week of training, he can now maintain his human form while allowing his tailbone to extend into a tail which moves entirely at his command. If he could consume more beast cores, would Jiang Huai's power be limitless? Now, as Yu Qingshun observes Jiang Huai, a thought suddenly strikes him. If there were a beast capable of infinite growth that could ally with humanity, it would indeed herald a momentous shift in history. Jiang Huai. Yu Qingshun gazes at him and speaks. What is it, teacher Yu? Jiang Huai, still attempting to let the skeletal form cover only his right hand, lifts his head upon hearing the call. Humanity has faced countless beast tides, the precise number of years since the first remains untraceable. Do you know how many times humanity has triumphed? Yu Qingshun states coldly. I haven't heard Lu Wanyin mention this, Jiang Huai shakes his head. We have never truly defeated a beast tide, Yu Qingshun's words leave Jiang Huai momentarily stunned. Are the cities claimed by the beast tide still standing? He inquires. Yu Qingshun nods, from what I understand of history, beast tides only enact a thorough cleansing of human cities. They do not occupy them but retreat back into the rifts after wreaking havoc, seeking the next city to attack. This aligns with what he had seen in the prison archives. Beasts do not conquer human cities, they withdraw after the tide subsides. Therefore, Jiang Huai, I ask you this, Yu Qingshun raises his gaze, fixing his eyes on Jiang Huai. If you were truly a beast, would you assist humanity in resisting the beast tides? In the early morning, Jiang Huai stands before the wash basin, engaged in what should be a mundane routine of brushing his teeth and washing his face. Yet he feels an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Since the commencement of Yu Qingshun's training, he has had to learn to control his powers in daily life. For instance, while brushing his teeth in the morning, he must ensure that the skeletal form envelopes his fingers, the fragile toothbrush would shatter upon the slightest grip. Now, however, he can steadily hold the toothbrush with his fingers covered in bone. Take it slow, steady, Jiang Huai encourages himself, while with his other hand, he squeezes toothpaste onto the brush, bit by bit. Success. He recalls that just a few days ago, no matter how careful he was, the toothpaste would explode, splattering his face. The next step is the most crucial, the brushing of teeth. Just as Jiang Huai was about to insert the toothbrush into his mouth, the bathroom door was abruptly pushed open. Startled, Jiang Huai jolted, and the toothbrush snapped in two, falling to the ground with a clatter. You're so slow every morning. It's infuriating, remarked Lu Wanyin, her disheveled hair cascading around her as she walked in, still looking half asleep. Get out, I need to take a shower. I sent you today the weekend. Why are you up so early? Jiang Huai inquired. Ever since Lu Wanyin moved in with him, Jiang Huai had been relegated to the sofa. Lu Wanyin had insisted she didn't mind sharing a bed, but Jiang Huai found little need for sleep to replenish his energy. More importantly, her sleeping habits were frightful. She often talked in her sleep, and at night, Jiang Huai could hear her eerie giggles from the living room, sending chills down his spine. "Weren't you the one who said you'd let me treat you to a movie today?" Lu Wanyin shot him a glare before starting to undress. "Hey! What are you doing? Wait for me to get out fast." Jiang Huai grumbled as he exited the bathroom. Reflecting on Lu Wanyin's words, he recalled that he had indeed suggested a movie after treating her to barbecue the previous night. She had expressed her gratitude, and he had casually replied, "It's the weekend tomorrow, why don't you treat me to a film?" To his surprise, she took him seriously. Did that mean it was a date? Jiang Huai had little experience in such matters. During his pursuit of Chen Ning, she rarely went out with him, often just calling him to pick her up after her gatherings with friends, leaving him to foot the bill. At times, he felt more like a housekeeper than a suitor. "What are you thinking about?" As Jiang Huai reminisced about those challenging times, he felt Lu Wanyin's damp hair drape over his shoulder from behind, accompanied by a faint, delicate fragrance that wafted into his nostrils. I'm contemplating what to watch." Lu Wanyin gently brushed her wet hair aside. "Don't worry. I already picked something out this morning." As she dried her hair with a towel, she continued, "The light of domestic animation, Miracle Worker. An animated film." "Yes. Do you not like it? I thought, since it's our first movie outing, we should choose something memorable." "Like what?" Half an hour later, Jiang Huai stood at the cinema ticket counter. "2 tickets for Hell Alien, please." After receiving the tickets, he turned to Lu Wanyin, who stood before the movie poster with a serious expression, as if facing a formidable adversary. "Are you really that scared?" Jiang Huai playfully patted her head. "If you're truly frightened, I wouldn't mind accompanying you to see an animated film." "Humph, what nonsense." "I'm not afraid," Lu Wanyin replied, puffing out her chest and twirling a finger through her meticulously styled hair. "It's all just fiction. I wouldn't be scared, but I was merely considering you. I don't want you to embarrass yourself in front of the beautiful girls." Then she turned to Jiang Huai, her gaze filled with provocation. "This is your final chance. You know. If you end up crying, don't come rubbing against me." As she beheld the girl's sparkling eyes, Jiang Huai could not help but begin to doubt. Could it be that she truly felt no fear? Half an hour into the film, "Don't be scared. I'm here, I told you I'm here. Hurry and come closer." Lu Wanyin had nearly squeezed half her body against Jiang Huai. From the very first day she had encountered Lu Wanyin, after being startled awake, Jiang Huai had realized that this girl was actually quite timid. Now, witnessing her jump in fright at the sudden appearances of grotesque creatures on screen reaffirmed this notion. Observing her tightly gripping his arm, her forehead glistening with cold sweat from terror, Jiang Huai felt it was time to ease her tension. "Lu Wanyin." Jiang Huai softly called her name. "What is it?" "I need to visit the restroom." Upon hearing this, Lu Wanyin's grip tightened even more, her complexion paling. Jiang Huai quickly added, "Could you accompany me?" Though Lu Wanyin desperately wanted to say yes, she forced herself to maintain an indifferent facade. "Why should I accompany you? You're grown up now." "Then I'll go alone." Jiang Huai made to leave, prompting Lu Wanyin to hurriedly embrace him from behind. Though she remained silent, she followed him out of the screening room. "Will you wait for me outside?" Jiang Huai asked as he stood before the restroom door. "Yes, go ahead." "Such a coward. Needing me to accompany you to the restroom." It was evident that after leaving the screening room, Lu Wanyin's emotions had somewhat stabilized, as she spread her hands and shrugged. Yet, her slightly trembling hands betrayed her. Once Jiang Huai entered the restroom, Lu Wanyin pulled out her phone and sat on a bench outside. For some inexplicable reason, the phone suddenly lost signal. How strange, was it just connected to the cinema's Wi-Fi? She glanced at her somewhat outdated phone, its screen bearing scratches from a previous battle mishap. Resigned, she shrugged. "Oh, how unfortunate I am. My 24-hour surveillance task was cut short, and my bounty was halved. I was hoping to use that money to buy a new phone." Her voice echoed in the empty cinema, and at that moment, Lu Wanyin sensed something was amiss. How eerily quiet. Though a cinema is meant to be silent, it should not be devoid of all sound. An indescribable unease began to envelop her, magnified by the vast silent space. Suddenly, the lights above began to flicker, casting distorted shadows on the walls, making the entire atmosphere seem more sinister and unpredictable. A chilling breeze brushed across Luwanin's face, sending shivers down her spine, each pore screaming danger. This place, how could there be wind? Jiang Huai. Are you done yet? She cautiously approached the door of the men's restroom, whispering softly. Yet, there was no response from within. Meanwhile, an almost imperceptible rustling sound echoed through the silent corridor of the cinema, as if some entity were dragging itself across the floor. This noise was eerily reminiscent of the creature that had prowled through the darkness in the film she had just watched. Just then, she felt a sudden, intense urge to urinate, which only heightened her anxiety. She longed to enter the men's restroom, where at least Jiang Huai was present. However, after much hesitation, Luwanin turned and made her way to the opposite women's restroom. She entered a stall with utmost care, striving to make no sound, but at that moment, she heard the door of the women's restroom creak open. The rustling sound followed her into the lavatory, sending her heart plummeting. She huddled on the toilet, covering her mouth, nearly halting her breath. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears, each pulse proclaiming the imminent approach of death. The rustling gradually came to a halt right in front of her stall, and a shadow cast itself ominously through the gap beneath the door. Luwanin had always possessed a timid disposition. Curiously, she could face infected beings without flinching, yet she felt utterly unnerved when confronted by beasts or supernatural entities. Excuse me. Miss, are you all right? At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from outside the stall, causing the on-edge Luwanin to emit a soft whimper. Did I frighten you? I sincerely apologize. The voice outside softened a little. Luwanin discerned that it belonged to an elderly woman. Tentatively, the woman pushed open the stall door, revealing a hunched figure clutching a mop at the entrance. So, the rustling sound had originated from the mop. Miss, if you are finished, may I clean the restroom? The elderly woman inquired with a smile. Why yes, I'm done, Luwanin stammered, though she had barely begun. She was truly eager to leave this place. Hurriedly, she exited the stall and approached the sink. Luwanin had to admit that she had almost been scared to tears if Jiang Huai had had her in the restroom. It would have been utterly humiliating. You are quite beautiful, young lady, the elderly woman remarked, her back still turned to Luwanin as she mopped the floor. Thank you. Luwanin replied softly, glancing at the reflection of the old woman in the mirror. I wish I could be as beautiful as you, the old woman sighed. In my youth, I was quite lovely. Why have I become like this now? As she spoke, the old woman's back began to tremble, and soon she was quietly sobbing. A sense of unease washed over Luwanin. Through the mirror, she observed the fabric of the elderly woman's clothing expanding gradually as a foul aura emanated from her body. It was the scent of an infected being. In the next moment, the elderly man's back tore open, revealing a mouth filled with razor-sharp fangs, shocking Luwanin. You beautiful women deserve to die. The gaping maw lunged towards Luwanin's head. With a swift motion, a flash of black steel glimmered. And Luwanin's expression turned frigid as blood splattered across her face, intensifying her solemn demeanor. Suddenly, a devilish smile graced her lips. You should have mentioned you were an infected one, you startled me. At the entrance of the shopping mall housing the cinema, a sign declaring its closure had been posted. All patrons were urgently evacuated outside. Rumors circulated that a rare infectious patient had appeared within the cinema, as more than 10 medical personnel clad in isolation suits entered, carrying boxes. One of the last medical staff to enter casually shut the iron gate of the cinema. The hall was dimly lit, devoid of any staff. Have the employees been evacuated? Inquired the leading medical personnel, her voice, though muffled by her protective suit, unmistakably feminine. It's too late, Captain. All the cinema staff must have been infected by that beast, replied a colleague carrying a box. Then treat everyone as a suspected carrier. Is this the only exit for the cinema? Yes, Captain. This cinema is small, with only this entrance connecting to the mall. At that moment, a girl in a cinema staff uniform emerged from the staff lounge, her demeanor flustered upon spotting the medical personnel. Excuse me, what has happened? Please remain calm. "We will handle everything," reassured a tall man as he stepped forward to comfort the frightened girl. However, just as his hand was about to rest on her shoulder, her terrified face morphed into a sinister grin. Before the medical staff could react, a sharp tendril shot from her open mouth, aiming directly for his protective visor. In the instant before it pierced the visor, the leading medical personnel grasped the tendril, yanking the girl forcefully against the wall. She cried in pain, about to scream, when a gleaming long knife appeared before her. With a swift motion, the blade severed her head into several pieces, her body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "Captain, thank you," the tall medical staff member said, shaken. "I warned you," the girl replied, turning her head, her pale violet eyes glimmering behind the visor. "Treat everyone as a suspected carrier. Understood?" "Understood." The girl then flicked the blood from her blade, raised her hand to remove her visor, and the others began shedding their cumbersome protective suits. Ultimately, 10 individuals clad in sleek black uniforms emerged into the cinema's hall. The fearless had arrived on the scene. The raven-haired girl at the forefront pressed a hand to her earphones and declared, "Prepare to commence the hunt." Inside the restroom, as Jiang Huai finished his business and began to wash his hands, he suddenly detected a commotion emanating from one of the stalls behind him. Thud. Thud, it sounded as if something was rhythmically battering against the stall door. Goodness, how thrilling. Jiang Huai's mind wandered to bizarre scenarios, imagining a man and a woman engaged in intimate activities within the confines of the restroom, with himself unwittingly embroiled in their tense escapade. Although he found the notion amusing, he was not a voyeur, so he let out a wry smile, dried his hands, and prepared to leave. However, at that very moment, the stall door creaked open. A thick, metallic scent of blood wafted out. Indeed, there was a man and a woman inside, and they were undeniably naked. Perhaps initially, the man had intended to engage with the woman, but that intention was swiftly extinguished when she, with her gaping mouth, bit off half of his head, leaving him no chance to scream before his demise. "Am I beautiful, little handsome?" The woman slowly turned her head, her alluring physique captivating and enchanting, her beguiling eyes sparkling like water, gazing at Jiang Huai as if to ensnare his very soul. "I shan't disturb you, please continue," he muttered, turning to exit the restroom. Yet, in the next instant, her head unnaturally elongated, lunging towards him. Just as she was about to sever half of Jiang Huai's head, a sharp tail pierced through her skull from below. Was she a beast? Or an infected? No, that couldn't be right, he sensed no aura of infection about her. Jiang Huai's tail impaled the woman's head, slowly drawing her terrified visage closer to his own. What was this creature? Upon closer inspection, he noticed a pale blue, slender filament connecting the back of her head. Following the thread's trajectory, he discerned it led directly to a vent above the restroom. At that moment, footsteps echoed behind him, he recognized them as belonging to Lu Wanin. Without hesitation, Jiang Huai ensnared the woman's head with his tail, mercilessly twisting it into a mangled mass of flesh. Just as the door swung open, his tail retracted back into his spine. "Jiang Huai, the situation here is rather dire." Lu Wanin had intended to inform Jiang Huai that something was amiss in the cinema. However, seeing him drenched in blood, she surmised he was already aware. "Were you attacked?" she inquired. Jiang Huai nodded. "I was about to leave when that creature lunged at me, and for some reason, it exploded, splattering me with blood." He then noticed bloodstains on Lu Wanin's face as well. "This I sent to your blood, is it?" He gently raised a hand to wipe away the blood from her visage. "No," she replied, though she had intended to ask further questions, particularly regarding the gruesome mixture of brain matter and flesh at Jiang Huai's feet, which did not appear to be the result of his own explosion. However, the present circumstances left little room for further contemplation. If there are infected individuals here, then the lives of ordinary people in this cinema are at stake, Lu Wanin remarked. Perhaps there are no ordinary people left. Jiang Huai refrained from voicing this thought, as he sensed, in that fleeting moment, an ominous presence enveloping the theater, a beastly aura. After extensive training, Jiang Huai had honed his ability to distinguish between the scent of beasts and that of the infected, exhibiting a heightened sensitivity surpassing that of his fellow awakened. Yu Qingshon expressed astonishment, acknowledging that Jiang Huai's perceptive prowess had indeed qualified him for membership in the Apocalypse Association. Moreover, Jiang Huai could detect yet another aura, one belonging to the awakened. There should be other awakened here besides us, Jiang Huai stated. If a beast has truly manifested, the association must take action, though I am uncertain which team has arrived. We should leave this place. At that moment, the restroom door swung open, revealing a black-haired girl before them. She stood tall, exuding an air of aloof elegance, reminiscent of a black rose defiantly blooming amidst ruins, striking and ethereal. Lu Wanyin instinctively gripped a black scythe, repositioning herself protectively behind Jiang Huai. Awakened? The girl's icy gaze fixed upon Lu Wanyin. You are Lu Wanyin. In that instant, recognition dawned upon Lu Wanyin. Captain Emoyu of the Fearless Squad? State your organization and code. The black-haired girl responded coldly. Night Demon Patrol, Lu Wanyin. Upon hearing this name, the girl's expression softened slightly. You are quite renowned for failing the examination 3 times in succession, I remember you. Lu Wanyin's countenance stiffened. Is the one behind you also an awakened from the Night Demon Patrol? The girl shifted her gaze towards Jiang Huai. However, as she beheld him, Emoyu froze, as if witnessing something unfathomable. Jiang Huai, in turn, experienced an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Had they crossed paths before? He is also an intern member, the captain stated. The silence was shattered by a voice calling out. A man with short black hair entered the restroom. Casting a glance at Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin before addressing Emoyu. No core was found in the corpse of that infected individual, and the body has vanished. Emoyu momentarily paused, then spoke with icy resolve. The upcoming cleansing must ensure that no survivors remain. Understood, the man replied, exiting the restroom. After a moment of contemplation, Emoyu turned to Lu Wanyin and Jiang Huai. Since you are both merely intern members, prioritize your safety. We shall handle the rest. With that, she prepared to depart. Jiang Huai called out to the girl's retreating figure, be cautious of the creature's nets. Emoyu halted, turning to regard him. Just as she was about to inquire further, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the clamor of metal clashing. Look after yourselves. After Emoyu uttered those words, he exited the restroom. The peculiar occurrences within the cinema had become untraceable. In the brief span of an hour, all personnel had vanished without a trace. Upon emerging from the restroom, Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin beheld 2 infected creatures cornering a young boy clad in the uniform of the Fearless Squad against the wall. His headphones lay discarded nearby, rendering him unable to establish contact with reinforcements, while a dull steel knife was gripped tightly in his hand. The boy appeared to be around 17 or 18. Slightly younger than Jiang Huai, with a handsome visage now contorted by fear. Tears and snot streamed down his face. No, don't come any closer. His voice trembled as the grotesque tendrils of the monsters left varying degrees of gashes on his abdomen, neck, and legs, blood pooling around him. One of the infected, dressed in janitorial attire, emitted a chilling cackle as it lunged its tendril menacingly towards the boy's throat, seemingly intent on delivering a final blow. I don't want to die, the boy cried, shutting his eyes in despair. At that moment, the harbinger of death arrived as anticipated. The black scythe's dark glow swiftly severing the bodies of the 2 infected into multiple segments. Lu Wanyin elegantly flicked the blood from her side and stretched lazily, several dark spirits swirling around her. However, these spirits, which were meant to consume the souls of the infected and reduce their bodies to ashes, appeared bewildered as they hovered around Lu Wanyin. What is the matter, little ones? She remarked, sensing something amiss. It seemed the infected bore no essence that would satisfy the hunger of these souls. She glanced back at the Fearless Squad member, who was nearly paralyzed with fear, and sensed the unusual nature of this anomaly. As Lu Wanyin advanced, Jiang Huai remained steadfast at the corner, choosing not to glance at her. He knew well that such a level of infected posed no threat to Lu Wanyin, although she was still a trainee for various reasons. Her combat prowess and experience had already reached the caliber of a fully awakened individual. Meanwhile, he had other matters to attend to, matters that Lu Wanyin should not witness. Upon exiting the restroom, Jiang Huai detected the presence of an infected lurking in the shadows. It was the very creature that had attacked Lu Wanyin in the women's restroom. Lu Wanyin had not truly vanquished it. At the moment she departed, the janitorial-clad infected had surged forth from the restroom, its severed head grotesquely reattached to its body by numerous veins, rose as it lunged at Jiang Huai. Yet, its form was abruptly pinned in midair. Jiang Huai stood still, hands tucked in his pockets, not having moved an inch. Only the tail that had suddenly emerged from beneath his coat pierced through the infected's body. The tail pierced through the infected individual's body, ensnaring its head, and then gradually elevated it to Jiang Huai's line of sight. It was indeed peculiar. I felt no core within these infected beings. Just as Jiang Huai was preparing to examine this particular infected creature more closely, it suddenly opened its mouth, and a tentacle shot forth. However, at the very moment the tentacle was about to pierce Jiang Huai's forehead, the tail tightened its grip with such force that it utterly crushed the infected creature's skull. Once again, this thread, Jiang Huai discarded the corpse to the ground and, with his tail, flipped it over. As expected, he discovered that pale blue thread at the base of the creature's spine, which led towards the ventilation duct on the wall. At this moment, Lu Wanyin seemed to sense something amiss. Noticing Jiang Huai's delay, she proceeded toward the corner. Yet, before she could reach it, Jiang Huai had already appeared around the bend. Apologies, I had to step away to the restroom, Jiang Huai chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Are you experiencing kidney deficiency? Lu Wanyin asked with a skeptical gaze. Oh, come on. Is it wrong to feel nervous in such situations? Despite her lingering doubts, such as the bloodstains on Jiang Huai's coat hem, Lu Wanyin chose to remain silent, just as she had previously surmised. If Jiang Huai had matters he could not disclose at the moment, she would wait for the appropriate time. The youth continued to keep his eyes tightly shut, his body trembling, seemingly awaiting the inevitable pain and death that had yet to arrive. It was not until Jiang Huai crouched beside him and gently patted his shoulder that he gradually opened his eyes. Are you all right? Jiang Huai inquired. Upon seeing Jiang Huai, the youth felt as if he were encountering a long-lost parent. He abruptly embraced Jiang Huai, bursting into tears. Oh my goodness! This is nothing like what the instructor taught. Ugh, you're not. Jiang Huai pushed the youth away and turned to Lu Wanyin, saying, there is a storage room nearby, let us take him there to examine his wounds. With that, Jiang Huai helped the youth to his feet. With each step, the youth howled in agony, resembling a pig being slaughtered. Jiang Huai felt an overwhelming urge to give him a punch. How could a grown man, an awakened one who had passed the trials, be so cowardly? He took a cursory glance at the youth's injuries. Although varying in depth, they were merely superficial wounds that required urgent disinfection. Stop howling! Lu Wanyin exclaimed, unable to bear it any longer. After closing the storage room door, she looked at the youth with impatience. How did the Fearless Society select you? How did you pass the awakened trials? Is there truly no justice left in the world? Anyone and everyone seems able to join the Fearless Society. Lu Wanyin expressed her dissatisfaction. Jiang Huai removed his coat and tore it into strips, temporarily bandaging the youth's wounds. Throughout this process, despite his desperate attempts to endure, the youth's cries continued unabated. I didn't want this either. He shouted through his tears. The organization I applied for was the Night Demon Patrol. I heard that as a gang organization, when the beast tide comes, we don't even have to go to the front lines. However, my family has covertly replaced me with a cowardly individual. What am I to do? Jiang Huai nearly burst into laughter. He turned around, eager to observe Lu Wanyin's expression. As he had anticipated, the young lady was so enraged that her teeth were clenched tightly, brandishing a sickle ready to strike. Who are you calling a coward? Dare to say that again? She exclaimed. Ah! Could it be that you are one of the Night Demon Patrol? The boy packed up immediately upon hearing this. No longer crying or complaining, he seized Jiang Huai's sleeve. Big brother, please take me in. I wish to join the Night Demon Patrol. Today is my first day reporting to the organization, and this cowardly individual has been assigned to such a task. I, Chu He, do not have enough lives to spare. Before Jiang Huai could respond, Lu Wanyin suddenly froze. What did you say your name was? Chu He, from the Chu River, the boy stammered. Seemingly intimidated by Lu Wanyin, clutching Jiang Huai's sleeve tightly. That explains why you are with the cowards, even in a Moyu squad, yet you are such a coward yourself. Lu Wanyin's expression took on a somewhat alluring quality. She settled next to Jiang Huai and whispered into his ear, "This young man is the heir of the Chu family. One of the financial backers of the Fearless organization among the 4 major associations, wealthy and powerful." Jiang Huai understood immediately. So he is a privileged individual. Big brother. Big sister, as long as you let me join the night demon patrol, I am willing to do anything. Oh. Who is your big sister? Lu Wanyin glared at Chu He, causing the young man to shrink back in fright. However, we can allow you to join. But our night demon patrol requires a monthly fee, you know. It amounts to this. Lu Wanyin extended her hand, indicating 50,000. Only 50,000 a month? That can secure a stable future. I am willing. Why didn't you say so earlier, big sister? Lu Wanyin was taken aback, her hand frozen in midair. Her original intention was to charge 5,000 a month, which was already exorbitant. Yet unexpectedly, this young man came in with a supercharged offer, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. Then it settled, big sister. Big brother. I shall henceforth be in your service. Jiang Huai was both amused and exasperated. Just moments ago, he was lamenting his fate. And now upon hearing he could retreat to safety, he was suddenly invigorated. Let us not dwell on that. Jiang Huai gently lowered Lu Wanyin's hand still suspended in the air and slowly closed her agape mouth, then addressed Chu He. I am Jiang Huai. And this is my partner, Lu Wanyin. Our immediate priority is to locate your squad leader. Your wound needs tending. Can you reach them? Upon hearing about his wound, Chu He began to wail once more. Not to mention my communication device has been destroyed by those monsters prior to that. An inexplicable signal had already rendered this area inaccessible. Jiang Huai took out his phone, attempting to dial Yu Qingshon's number, but upon retrieving the device, he was met with a message on the screen indicating no signal. At that moment, Lu Wanyin also snapped back to reality from her astonishment, shrugging her shoulders with a look of resignation on her face. Having just attempted to use the communication devices, it became evident that none were functioning. Thus, the only course of action was to depart from the cinema, with the hope of encountering other members of the Fearless squad along the way. With that, Jiang Huai turned to Chu He. Let us escort you away from this place. My leg hurts, brother, I can hardly move, Chu He lamented. Internally, Jiang Huai was overwhelmed with frustration. He had seen the wound on Chu He's leg, which was the least severe, yet here he was feigning weakness. Very well. You stay here while we proceed. If fortune favors us and we meet any members of the Fearless squad, we shall inform them of your location. With that, Jiang Huai rose to his feet, startling Chu He into standing as well. Brother. Please, I can walk. I can walk. Just call me Jiang Huai. I am not much older than you, he replied with a sigh. Lu Wanyin stretched and then stood up from her seat, yawning before whispering to Jiang Huai. Are we really taking him along? It feels rather troublesome. Perhaps he could serve as a shield in critical moments. Though Jiang Huai had spoken in jest, Lu Wanyin seemed to take it seriously, tilting her head slightly and giving Chu He a mischievous smile, causing him to shudder. Lu Wanyin's personality was indeed unpredictable. At school, she was the sunshine of everyone's day, while before those she disliked, she transformed into a sharp-tongued little demon. In front of Jiang Huai, however, she was quieter, resembling a playful little cat fond of mischief. At that moment, Lu Wanyin led the group, for she possessed the greatest prowess among the three. They had just passed a screening room, one where Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin had previously watched a film. She merely peeked inside and quickly withdrew. All dead, she announced, spreading her hands and shrugging. That seems excessive. While the captain insists on treating everyone here as a suspected infected individual, is it truly necessary to kill them all? This is currently the most effective method to prevent the spread of the infected. Although the captain, Lemoyu, may have a rather forceful approach, her orders and actions are justified, Jiang Huai replied calmly. But what if there are uninfected individuals among them? Chu He countered, clearly displeased. Lu Wanyin sighed dramatically, young master. Should you be thrown in there, even if there were only 10 infected, how long do you think you would last? I would probably be down in seconds. Exactly. Even if there are uninfected humans, what good would it do? While they are engrossed in the film, those tendrils would have silently pierced their throats. With her hands cradling her head, Lu Wanyin turned around and, while walking backward, addressed Chu He, "Your captain is among the elite. Countless individuals strive desperately to join her ranks, yet here you are, eager to escape." Chu He clenched his fists, seemingly on the verge of retorting, but ultimately bowed his head, uttering weakly, "Thy. Not everyone possesses the remarkable prowess that you do. Although I am an awakened being, I am merely a reinforcement type, forever relegated to providing support for the weapons of others. Isn't that quite commendable?" "Reinforcement type awakeners are indeed highly sought after," Lu Wanyin remarked. "My rank is too low, and the weapons I enhance are little more than scrap metal. Sighed, I can't help but suspect that my family thinks I'm too much of an embarrassment. And they might as well wish for me to perish in a mission, deeming it a noble sacrifice," Chu lamented, burying his head lower. Lu Wanyin frowned, about to voice her thoughts when, in that very instant, Jiang Huai sensed something amiss. He abruptly raised his hand, intending to grasp Lu Wanyin's wrist. But at the last moment, he seized her collar instead, pulling her forcefully into his embrace. Startled, Lu Wanyin found herself enveloped in Jiang Huai's arms. The bewilderment mirrored in Chu He's expression. This isn't quite appropriate, brother," Chu He stammered. No sooner had he spoken than the ceiling above Lu Wanyin's previous position collapsed violently, a horde of staff-clad infected individuals tumbling down from the wreckage. Twisted and entangled, their grotesque forms flailed about, their erratic limbs resembling repulsive tentacles. "Goodness! How revolting!" Chu He exclaimed, nearly retching at the sight. Lu Wanyin felt a chill of fear. Had she been struck by that abomination, the consequences would have been dire. She discreetly glanced up at Jiang Huai's face. Realizing she had been oblivious to the presence of the infected, while Jiang Huai had sensed the danger before her. Yet, wasn't he a regeneration-type awakener? "Do not let your guard down," Jiang Huai cautioned, carefully guiding the two of them backward, maintaining a safe distance from the grotesque entities. "They are all injured. Their limbs mostly mangled, likely remnants of previous encounters with your team, yet they have not succumbed completely." Upon hearing Jiang Huai's analysis, Chu He's complexion turned pale. Do they truly engage in such actions, intertwining to replace their missing limbs?" he asked, stifling his urge to vomit. The colossal monstrosity, comprised of more than a dozen infected, became aware of the trio's presence and began to crawl toward them with multiple limbs. Jiang Huai understood that he needed to act decisively. However, just as he prepared to intervene, a flash of blades illuminated the scene. The amalgamated bodies of the infected gradually ceased their movement, disassembling into countless severed limbs. Amidst the ensuing bloodshed, a tall, light girl clad in a sleek black combat uniform emerged, deftly sheathing her blade. Upon sighting her, Chu He felt as though he had encountered a savior. "Captain!" he exclaimed. His earlier criticisms of her seeming distant as he now regarded her with the exuberance of a chick spotting its mother. Lu Wanyin giggled softly, nestled in Jiang Huai's embrace. As she watched the scene unfold, cast a glance at Chu He, then shifted her focus to Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin. At that moment, the two realized that maintaining their embrace was rather inappropriate, prompting them to separate immediately. As black boots tread upon the blood oozing from the monstrous creature. Her gaze icy as she regarded the three before her. She then slightly nodded towards Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for assisting my team." "It was a trivial matter," Jiang Huai replied with a smile. "Captain, what is the current situation?" Lu Wanyin inquired. Shot a glance at Lu Wanyin and coldly responded. "I will handle the subsequent matters. You both should return to the storage room and refrain from coming out." Lu Wanyin was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. "Captain, our night demon patrol can also be of assistance. Let us join forces, we will take full responsibility for the scene and obey orders." Left a single remark before gliding past the three. However, as she brushed past Jiang Huai, her gaze subtly shifted, seemingly observing him intently in that fleeting moment. With his heightened perception, Jiang Huai was acutely aware of this. It felt akin to being scrutinized by a venomous serpent, sending chills down his spine. This glance, though merely a heartbeat in Lu Wanyin and Chu He's perception, stretched into eternity for Jiang Huai, who understood that had completed her observation of him. He maintained his composure, feigning ignorance, and ultimately, uttered nothing further as she vanished around the corner of the corridor. Honestly, that woman is so infuriating, Lu Wanyin huffed. Lu Wanyin, Jiang Huai approached her and gestured toward the pile of twisted infectors that had shattered. Do you see that? See what? Lu Wanyin followed Jiang Huai's gaze but was oblivious to what he indicated. Jiang Huai frowned. Lu Wanyin was unable to perceive it, and it seemed had not noticed either. The twisted, entangled infectors were connected at the back of their heads by a slender blue thread which extended into the collapsed ceiling above. Jiang Huai slowly closed his eyes, attempting to grasp this thread with his perception and delve deeper. To his astonishment, he realized he could indeed treat these threads as points of connection. His awareness continued to stretch toward the ceiling above, and soon he sensed a fissure amidst the infinite darkness and chaos, from which an eerie creaking sound emanated. Jiang Huai opened his eyes. He comprehended the creature within the cracks' intent. This is my lair, get out. He turned to Lu Wanyin and Chu He, stating, these are not true infectors, they are being controlled by a far more powerful entity. Upon hearing Jiang Huai's words, Lu Wanyin shuddered slightly, her complexion paling visibly. Though reluctant to disclose the truth to Lu Wanyin, Jiang Huai acknowledged that the reality was inescapable. He nodded. This cinema had become a den of beasts. Even with her mind still for the ordeal, Lu Wanyin's body began to tremble slightly. Clearly, however, another individual present was even more shaken than she. With a thud, Chu He plopped down onto the ground. Jiang Huai glanced at him, noting the dazed look in his eyes. He was evidently paralyzed by fear. A den of beasts, why was misfortune so relentless? Lu Wanyin swallowed hard, her voice low and detached. I am fine. She seemed to force herself back into her usual indifferent demeanor, yet Jiang Huai could discern the terror lurking beneath her tone. Lu Wanyin, Jiang Huai said, pressing his hand on her shoulder and urging her to meet his gaze. Yes, I am here. Slowly, Lu Wanyin lifted her head, her eyes evasive, as if she wished to conceal her inner dread from Jiang Huai. Yet, her emotions were plainly etched on her face. We are partners, are we not? Indeed. Then I must ask you for a favor. Lu Wanyin tilted her head, puzzled. I will seek out MOU and inform her she will undoubtedly handle the beast. You are to escort Chu He back to the storage room where we were moments ago. No. Lu Wanyin interrupted Jiang Huai. Do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions. She grasped his collar firmly. I do not know how you vanquished that beast that night, nor how you saved me. But do not think you can cast me aside. At that moment, Jiang Huai realized that Lu Wanyin was far from foolish. She comprehended everything and vividly remembered the grim events of that night. Yet, she chose silence and faith, awaiting explanations from Jiang Huai and Yu Qingshun. Though guilt gnawed at him, Jiang Huai had already agreed with Yu Qingshun that this matter must remain undisclosed to Lu Wanyin, at least for now. Brother. You killed a beast. Chu He seized upon this crucial detail, his despair reignited by Jiang Huai's words. You must help me escape this place. I lack the ability to do so, Jiang Huai replied, shaking his head while Lu Wanyin clutched his sleeve. I have escaped countless times before. But I will not flee now. Let me accompany you. Seeing the determination in Lu Wanyin's eyes, Jiang Huai could only exhale a resigned sigh. Very well. He then turned to Chu He and you. Will you join us or return to the storage room to await rescue? Chu He wrestled with his conflicting emotions. After a lengthy pause, he steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and declared, Brother, I will go with you, so long as you do not mind my ineptitude. His response surprised Jiang Huai, yet perhaps it was more appealing to join forces with capable companions than to cower alone in the storage room. With their decision made, the trio proceeded in the direction MOU had taken, encountering several infected individuals along the way and even glimpsing two deceased awakened ones, presumably members of the Fearless Squad. How could this happen? They do not resemble newcomers like myself. Chu He, trembling with fear, gazed upon the lifeless body of a companion who had accompanied him on this mission, his heart filled with dread. Drowning in water is akin to silencing the stubborn. At times, an abundance of experience can lead to a rigid mindset. Jiang Huai crouched beside the corpses of the two awakened ones, realizing their skulls had been struck from behind, the victims of a sudden ambush. Perhaps they believed they had efficiently dispatched the infected, oblivious to the fact that those infected had been under the control of a beast from the very beginning. Surrounding the fallen awakened ones lay a chaotic heap of infected corpses, stacked like a small mountain. Their limbs and heads had been severed, particularly the heads, which had been meticulously divided into segments. Jiang Huai and his companions understood that this was the work of Mo Yu. This might be the only action the captain could undertake for his team members at this moment. They needed to locate Mo Yu swiftly. The beast's presence was expanding. And soon, simply sealing off this cinema or mall could become futile. Jiang Huai remarked. Though he had severed the connection with the blue thread, he could still distinctly sense the beast expanding its lair within the ceiling above. However, just as Jiang Huai rose, a colossal fist shattered the wall where he stood. The owner of that fist was a grotesquely swollen infected creature, and as it demolished the wall, its fist swung towards Jiang Huai's head. The events unfolded with alarming rapidity. Even Lu Wanyin could not intervene in time. Yet, to Jiang Huai, everything unfolded as if in slow motion, granting him ample opportunity to evade the blow. Yet he remained still, merely turning his head to regard the incoming fist. In the next instant, the fist struck Jiang Huai's face with tremendous force, sending him hurtling away. His body crashed through several walls before crashing to the ground. Jiang Huai. Lu Wanyin brandished her side. Despite the infected's immense strength, it was reliant on ambush tactics. And now, facing Lu Wanyin directly, it found itself at a disadvantage. After she sliced through the swollen creature, it erupted in a shower of viscous fluids and blood. Chu He, overwhelmed by nausea, collapsed to the ground, retching violently. Lu Wanyin, however, wasted no time rushing through the walls that Jiang Huai had smashed through. Yet, she failed to find Jiang Huai's figure beyond those walls. Jiang Huai. Lu Wanyin stood frozen, her pupils quivering slightly. At that moment, Jiang Huai had flipped onto the ceiling. The infected's punch, although somewhat painful, had granted him an opportunity for freedom. These puppet-like infected were evolving, and at a rapid pace, transforming from humanoid forms into complete monstrosities. As the beast relentlessly drained energy from humanity. After transforming humans into infectors, he infused power into the puppets, which subsequently grew increasingly formidable, allowing him to draw better sustenance from them. Currently, Lu Wanyin can still contend with these infectors, but the situation may become precarious with the passage of time. Therefore, Jiang Huai resolved to confront the beast personally. The space above the ceiling was larger than he had imagined. The cinema was situated on the top floor of the mall. But there was actually an additional layer above it, the original purpose of which remained unclear. Now, however, it had entirely morphed into the beast's breeding nest. Although the cinema was not particularly large, it was the prime time of the weekend, and countless corpses were piled in this mezzanine, awaiting transformation. Observing the myriad of corpses interconnected by blue threads, Jiang Huai twisted his neck when suddenly, a long knife was rested against his throat from behind. You are indeed not quite right, Mu Yu's cold voice resonated from behind him. Her arrival bore no forewarning or aura, catching Jiang Huai off guard. He had learned from Yu Qingshon that his perceptive abilities could rival that of the Apocalypse Society. Only awakeners of 4 stars or above could evade his perception. And even then, they had to deliberately suppress their aura. Although Jiang Huai had not encountered many awakeners, only Yu Qingshon could appear beside him so silently. State your code name. The girl's icy voice echoed with the knife's chilling implication, lowering the temperature around them. Jiang Huai slowly raised his hand, signifying his lack of hostility. I have only recently joined the Night Demon Patrol and do not yet possess a code name. Then divulge your true name, the girl insisted. Jiang Huai found it peculiar. He had already declared himself a newcomer and had never participated in an examination. Even if she discovered his real name, it would bear no consequence. There was no means to contact the outside world for information retrieval. Suddenly, he recalled the unusual glances Mu Yu had cast at him during their previous encounters. Reminiscent of a hunter sensing the presence of prey and seizing every opportunity to track it down. Could it be that she sensed the beast's aura on him? Speak. The girl urged, pressing the knife closer. Jiang Huai. Recognizing the wisdom in avoiding conflict, he spoke calmly. Upon hearing his name, Mu Yu paused momentarily. And Jiang Huai felt the trembling of the blade at his throat. Turning around, he addressed her, Miss Mu Yu, I believe we should cooperate. Jiang Huai remained unmoving, patiently articulating his thoughts. I said, turn around, the girl reiterated her warning. With a sigh, Jiang Huai complied, maintaining his raised hand as he turned. In the dimly lit attic, he beheld the girl's eyes shimmering with a pale violet glow, devoid of any hostility, instead reflecting a sense of astonishment. Moyu slightly parted her lips as if she wished to say something. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Huai lunged fiercely at Moyu, forcefully toppling her to the ground. After a brief moment of shock, Moyu regained her composure. She swiftly raised her hand, and with a sharp motion, her long blade sliced through the air. However, her target was not the assailant who had just knocked her down, but rather the rift that had appeared in midair along with the pale blue tendrils extending from it. With a fierce strike, Moyu severed the tendril cleanly. As Jiang Huai released her, the girl swiftly rolled over and launched another attack. Yet, the beast within the rift had retracted its body, emitting an eerie, squeaking laughter. Gradually, the rift began to close, only to reopen amidst a mound of corpses. This time unleashing countless pale blue tendrils that connected to the napes of each lifeless body. To their astonishment, Jiang Huai and Moyu realized that the connected corpses were instantaneously transformed into infected beings. However, these were not ordinary infected, they possessed no independent thought. Their actions entirely dictated by the tendrils. Suddenly, Jiang Huai seemed to comprehend the meaning behind the rift squeaks. He turned to Moyu and remarked, "If we can eliminate this beast, those it controls should lose their capacity for movement." Moyu, wiping the pale blue liquid from her blade, replied in a detached tone, "This is a Vanguard-level beast, codenamed Mother Worm, which appeared during the last beast side." Her expression revealed that this creature would not be easily dealt with. At that moment, the horde of infected began to stir, their forms grotesquely contorted, some intertwining as they slowly encircled Moyu and Jiang Huai. Throughout the beast side, the creature had never revealed its true form, yet it had inflicted the heaviest casualties upon Lotia awakeners. "Isn't it possible to enter the rift and kill it?" Jiang Huai inquired. Moyu cast a sidelong glance at him, then scoffed, "I do not know if you are feigning ignorance. You were able to discern its ambush before I did, yet you remain oblivious to the fundamental principles of the rift." Just then, 5 twisted infected surged towards Moyu. The girl pivoted, unleashing 12 blade shadows that cleaved the 5 infected into fragments. Humans cannot enter the rift, even awakeners are unable to do so. Once they enter, they will immediately become infected. Jiang Huai pondered for a moment before asking, "If it leaves the rift, would you be able to slay it before it escapes back inside?" Moyu, shaking the blood from her blade, nodded. "If it dares to reveal itself before me, even for just a second, I am confident I can strike it down." "Very well," Jiang Huai replied, then abruptly raised his foot and charged towards the gathering infected. "What are you doing?" Moyu exclaimed, attempting to pull him back. But Jiang Huai interjected, "I am a regeneration-type awakener, allow me to distract them while you focus on the beast." Jiang Huai moved with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously plunging into the horde of infected. Moyu, wielding her blade, was about to pursue him, but was obstructed by several figures. She froze. For the individuals blocking her path were once members of the Fearless faction, now transformed into the infected, including her own teammates. "Captain, why won't you save us? You are eternally selfish." Each contorted face that confronted her had once been her comrades, some even her mentors and uncle. Yet, in that moment, Moyu exhibited no hesitation. With a swift motion, her long knife sliced through the bodies of those before her with little resistance. "The dead should not impede the living," she stated coldly. However, when she turned her gaze back to the group of infected, Jiang Huai had already vanished. A pool of blood began to flow slowly from beneath their feet. The girl gripped the hilt of her knife so tightly that it creaked under the pressure. She understood that even if Jiang Huai was a regenerative awakener, he was beyond salvation. Even if she were to rescue him now, he might already be infected. As she stood there, the crack slowly opened behind her, revealing the shadowy depths where a beast, the elusive and sinister, lurked. Its eyes, malicious and contemptuous, were fixed upon Moyu. During the last beast side, it had similarly concealed itself, never needing to reveal its true form to engage in battle. Instead, it remained hidden in safety, allowing its puppets to commit murder, thereby nourishing itself and growing stronger. Moyu inhaled deeply, turning to face the crack. "Do you truly believe I am powerless against you?" The monster interpreted her words as mere bravado, and as her expression hardened into one of icy resolve, she sheathed her blade, her hand resting lightly upon the hilt. Perhaps unleashing such power here would endanger not only them all but also the lives of those outside. Without means of communication, she could not instruct her colleagues to evacuate the crowd. Yet, rather than stand idly by and watch this creature expand its dominion, she would rather act. In that instant, Emoyu felt an indescribable aura rising behind her. Her pupils constricted, and the hand gripping the hilt trembled slightly. This cannot be. She took a deep breath and confirmed that the presence was intensifying. Indeed, this was no mere illusion. At that moment, in that place, another beast lurked. The mother insect hiding within the fissure seemed to sense something as well. Its sounds grew increasingly alert. Just as Emoyu turned to ascertain the situation, she noticed that the cluster of infected advancing towards her suddenly halted. In the next moment, an immense force erupted from among them, shattering several infected into fragments. Emoyu swiftly positioned her blade before her to brace against this overwhelming power. To her astonishment, even the residual shockwave left several cracks in her sheath. Was it a vanguard level? No, perhaps a lord level. Before Emoyu could regain her composure, a colossal white figure erupted from the horde of infected beings. It was a monster enveloped in a shroud of white bones. The skeletal creature charged towards Emoyu with ferocious speed. Instantly, she prepared to draw her weapon. But in that fleeting moment, an unprecedented pressure enveloped her. This beast might be more formidable than any she had ever encountered. As she steadied her breath, gripping the hilt of her sword, poised to intercept the creature with a swift strike, the monster seemed to exert too much force and suddenly crashed through the floor. Goodness! Emoyu then heard the skeletal monster emit a sound akin to a national treasure, leaving her questioning her own ears. Subsequently, the skeletal creature plummeted to the lower level. The beast lurking in the fissure, however, did not dare to relax. It incessantly shifted its position, as if on high alert. Just as Emoyu prepared to crouch down and ascertain where the skeletal monster had fallen, a tremendous noise erupted behind her. The skeletal giant leaped up, bursting through the floor and appearing directly before the newly opened fissure. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mother bug was taken aback, hastily commanding the infected to surge towards the skeletal monster like a relentless tide. Yet, the creature remained unflustered, and from behind its stark white bones, a pair of ethereal blue eyes ignited with flames. The onslaught of bites and the piercing attacks from the infected left no mark on the skeletal giant's formidable frame. Emoyu stood in stunned silence. Although beast possessed territorial instincts, witnessing such a display with her own eyes was a first. She beheld the skeletal giant, steadfast amidst the relentless assaults of countless infected, suddenly raise its head, fixating its gaze on the mother bug beyond the fissure. This gaze made the mother bug acutely aware of the disparity in power. The fissure began to close rapidly. However, just as the fissure was about to disappear, the skeletal giant abruptly lifted its hand, bracing against the edge of the fissure. Then, with its other hand, it supported the opposite side. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mother bug roared in fury, while the skeletal giant retaliated with a deafening roar directed at the fissure. As it exerted strength in both hands, astonishingly, it began to pry open the fissure created by the mother bug. Emoyu was astonished. Beasts indeed possessed the power to open rifts to other worlds. But she had never witnessed one beast tear apart the rift of another. What on earth was this skeletal giant? The infected grew increasingly frantic. Yet they could not thwart the skeletal giant. With a resounding roar, the skeletal giant fully tore apart the fissure. Then delivered a crashing blow to the left side of the mother bug's shell, violently dragging it outward. Instantly, the viscous liquid gushed forth. Soon, Emoyu noticed that half of a spider-like beast, immense in size, was being pulled out of the fissure. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Observing the mother bug still struggling, the skeletal giant thrust its other hand into its serrated maw, seizing its lower jaw. With a thunderous roar, the skeletal giant forcefully pulled the enormous beast from the fissure. The insect mother's hard exoskeleton crashed onto the floor, penetrating through 2 floors. Just as its grotesque head lifted, attempting to turn, the skeletal giant stomped down onto the unprotected abdomen of the insect mother. This crushing blow was akin to a succulent delicacy. All of the insect mother's tendrils and antennae quivered, resembling a grotesquely overturned cockroach, both repulsive and terrifying. Lying on the ground, the insect mother, barely clinging to life, oozed blood and an unidentifiable fluid. The skeletal giant then raised its gaze towards Emoyu, who stood before the crumbling remnants of the wall. The moment their eyes, gleaming an eerie blue, met, it was as if a message was conveyed to her. Without hesitation, She gripped her white iron sword in reverse and leapt down onto the shattered floor. Squeaks echoed as the insect mother attempted to utter something, yet in the next instant, a blade of white light descended from above. With a decisive thrust, the Moyu drove her sword through the insect mother's head. The tendrils, after a final spasm, gradually ceased their convulsions. Sensing the insect mother's life force fading, she coldly withdrew her sword, wiping the viscous remnants from her face with her sleeve. As she turned to confront the skeletal giant, she was startled to find no trace of it behind her, nor could she detect any lingering essence of the beast. What on earth was that? Moyu murmured to herself, soon discovering a more horrifying truth, where the skeletal giant had stomped on the insect mother's abdomen. There lay a depression, indicating that something had once existed there but had now vanished without a trace. Had the beast stolen the core? Meanwhile, Lu Wanyin continued her relentless search for Jiang Huai. Her expression was cold, and her pupils trembled each time she witnessed an infected individual gnawing on a corpse. Her heart would shudder. She fervently prayed that it would not be Jiang Huai. Following the cacophony, she suddenly perceived that the infected seemed like puppets with severed strings, collapsing to the ground motionless. Beneath a pile of infected bodies, Lu Wanyin spotted a hand. From the sleeve, she discerned that it belonged to Jiang Huai. With measured steps, she approached the heap of corpses, kneeling slowly before that hand. Her heart fell into a profound silence, bewildered by the turn of events. As tears began to trickle from the corners of her eyes. Why must it be this way again? Her expression remained impassive. Yet a glimmer of despair shone in her gaze. She bent down gently, yearning to touch that bloodied, battered hand. This was the same hand that had brushed her hair just that morning. I am utterly powerless. She softly grasped that hand and pressed it against her face. Indifferent to the blood staining her features, tears and blood mingled, spreading despair, and in that moment the hand stirred slightly, fingers gently brushing against the girl's eye sockets, wiping away her tears. Do not be so quick to mourn, I am not dead yet. Could you please pull me out fast? Following this, the girl heard a muffled voice emanating from the pile of corpses, Jiang Huai. Lu Wanyin was momentarily stunned. She suddenly gripped Jiang Huai's hand with all her might. Jiang Huai. Taking a deep breath, her voice trembled as she repeatedly confirmed that she had not misheard. Hurry, pull me out, I can hardly breathe. Jiang Huai was still alive. Overwhelmed with joy, tears streamed down her face once more. This boy, whom she had known for less than a week, seemed to be an opportunity for redemption bestowed upon her by this world. She desperately seized this chance, pushing aside the bodies of the infected piled upon him while pulling Jiang Huai forcefully towards her. As soon as she saw half of Jiang Huai's body emerge, she could no longer contain herself. Without waiting to free his lower half, she leapt forward, embracing him tightly. You are not dead, you are not dead. If you had cried a bit longer, I might have suffocated. Jiang Huai rested his head on Lu Wanyin's lap, her tears cascading down and dripping onto his face. I told you, I am the strongest shield, I cannot die, though my chest feels a bit chilly. Jiang Huai smiled, pointing at his chest and abdomen, which had been torn but was slowly healing. Lu Wanyin, while wiping away her uncontrollable tears, chuckled, You fool, it's because someone has made another hole in your chest. The wounds on his chest and abdomen were self-inflicted. Initially, he had intended to use the spikes of the infected to tear open his own flesh, but regrettably, his body was far too resilient. The claws of several infected had shattered, unable to even breach his skin. In desperation, he had to punch through his own chest and tear his abdomen. The pain was intense, nearly causing him to faint. Before Lu Wanyin arrived, he had burrowed into the pile of infected corpses, hoping she would not notice anything amiss. However, if it were Moyu, life, at times, is fraught with the very fears one seeks to avoid. Just as Lu Wanyin helped Jiang Huai to his feet, the icy-haired girl, the Moyu, approached them slowly, her blood-stained knife still unsheathed. Where were you just now? Moyu asked coldly, her gaze fixed on Jiang Huai. I was drawing fire for you, but alas, I was still pursued. Fortunately, my skin is tough, and I can regenerate. Moreover, those things suddenly fell silent, so I managed to save my life. Jiang Huai scratched his head, chuckling. Moyu's gaze gradually lowered, inspecting Jiang Huai's wounds. Her piercing stare instilled a sense of unease within him. As expected. Upon seeing the wounds that had yet to fully heal, MOU frowned slightly. Your injuries. At that moment, the cheerful and familiar voice resonated from behind the group. Hey. Looks like I arrived too late, it's all over now. Yu Qingshun approached, fanning himself with his cowboy hat. Upon seeing Yu Qingshun, Jiang Huai exhaled in relief. And Lu Wanyin was equally exhilarated. Only Muyu's expression grew increasingly grim. Oh, is this not the little girl from the Emo family? It has been quite some time. You've become even more beautiful. Come here, let uncle give you a hug, Yu Qingshun said as he opened his arms towards Muyu. However, Muyu merely took a slow step back, regarding Yu Qingshun with a frigid gaze. Yu Qingshun, affiliated with the Night Demon Patrol, the 5-star Awakener, well, a near 5-star Awakener, chuckled. Codename is the priest. Why does the little girl seem so distant now? I used to give you candy when you were little. No distress signals had been released at the scene. Muyu inquired coldly, why are you here? Yu Qingshun smiled, donned his cowboy hat, and strolled over to Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin, wrapping an arm around each. These two are my little friends. They suddenly got caught up in the actions of the fearless. Do you think I wouldn't worry? I sent illegal for a parent to check on their children. Is it? Muyu nodded. Not illegal. After saying this, she sheathed her blade. Seemingly weighing the pros and cons and deciding that it was unnecessary to clash with an awakener of her own caliber at this moment. The beast tide was imminent. Uniting all forces to resist was paramount rather than engaging in internal strife. Yet, her gaze lingered on Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai of the Night Demon Patrol. I will remember you. Then she turned and left the sight of the two. You just had a conversation with her. Lu Wanyin looked at Jiang Huai with confusion. After being thrown by that creature, I happened to encounter Muyu. She discovered the trace of that beast. And I volunteered to draw some of the infected as fire away for her. Lu Wanyin was no fool, nor was Muyu. The blood on Jiang Huai was not his own. The most telling detail was that Jiang Huai's pockets now harbored a scent of the beast. Enough. You two little brats, the next time you encounter another organization on a mission, keep your distance. Yu Qingshun ruffled the heads of both. All you. Don't mess up my hair. Hey. You seemed quite pleased when Jiang Huai ruffled your hair. I can't do it, can I? Not at all. Soon. Members of the association sealed off the entire shopping mall to handle the aftermath. Numerous spectators outside had captured videos of the monstrous figures. The clamor of the battle between the insect mother and the skeletal giant was so great that even from outside the building, glimpses could be caught. However, these videos were invariably suppressed and deleted en masse upon release online. In truth, people were well aware. This was not the first time videos of monsters had been recorded. Yet such footage rarely endured beyond 2 minutes online, as if someone from the higher-ups was vigilantly monitoring these events. Nevertheless, no matter how swiftly they were deleted, they could not silence the whispers of the masses. At least those who had witnessed the monsters and survived believed deeply that this world was not as safe as they had imagined. After briefly reporting to the association's management, Muyu entered the cinema's restroom. After washing her face, she slowly raised her head to gaze at her reflection in the mirror. Jiang Huai, are you truly the person I know? On the fateful night of the cinema incident involving the mother of insects, Lu Wanyin was summoned back to the organization to report on the matter. Meanwhile, Yu Qingshun had made his way to Jiang Huai's residence alone. At this moment, he sat on the sofa, smoking a cigarette while gazing at the crystalline core that resembled amethyst resting on the table. You certainly have some audacity. Stealing the core right in front of the fearless team, Yu Qingshun remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Huai, who was seated across from him. That girl, MOU, likely did not notice I removed the core in my beast form. Do not underestimate her, Jiang Huai. You mentioned that you met her again afterwards, and at that time, the core was still with you. If it were MOU, she would have sensed it. Jiang Huai furrowed his brow. Then why has she not come looking for me yet? Who the hell knows? That girl, MOU, is quite solitary. She never looks after her teammates during missions, which is why her team experiences the highest turnover. As he spoke, Yu Qingshun chuckled softly. Leaning forward to gaze at Jiang Huai, I've heard that the fearless team is somewhat dissatisfied with MOU and wishes to expel her. Why not entice her to join our night demon patrol? Jiang Huai understood that Yu Qingshun was jesting if it were that easy to poach. Other organizations would have acted long ago. While MOU is solitary, her abilities are indisputable. Were it not for the uniquely formidable mother of insects, she would handle other pioneer-level beasts with ease. Such a powerful awakened one, even if difficult to command, would serve as a formidable weapon when thrown into the fray. So what shall we do with this core? Jiang Huai inquired, laying the pulsating violet core on the table. Yu Qingshun took a deep drag of his cigarette and exhaled towards the core. The association explicitly prohibits organizations from retaining cores as they represent the core power of beasts. The association hopes to gain a deeper understanding of beasts through the analysis of these cores. Yet, you know that the more something is prohibited, the higher its value becomes. He chuckled, I can introduce you to black market dealers. The pioneer-level core could fetch a handsome sum. Jiang Huai recognized the underlying meaning in Yu Qingshun's words and chose not to interrupt, listening intently. However, Yu Qingshun's fingers tapped lightly on the core. The core may hold another purpose for you. You want me to consume it, don't you? Allow you? Ha ha ha. That is up to you. This is not some supplement, nor does it appear particularly appetizing, but if it can be transformed into your power, I believe it's worth a try. Jiang Huai picked up the core and brought it closer to his eyes. Wait, are you serious? Yu Qingshun was taken aback to see Jiang Huai genuinely contemplating consumption. One should seize opportunities when they arise. Jiang Huai smiled, then placed the core, just small enough to swallow whole, into his mouth. How does it taste? It looks quite purple. Is it grape-flavored? Yu Qingshun inched closer to observe. With a crunch, Jiang Huai bit into the core, causing Yu Qingshun to chuckle. You are actually chewing it. It's too large and difficult to swallow. Hurry, tell me, do you feel anything? Jiang Huai swallowed the shattered core, which was far from the grape flavor described by Yu Qingshun. Instead, it emitted a pungent odor upon being crushed. Once it was consumed, a warm current coursed through his body. He found himself leaning uncontrollably against the sofa, gradually closing his eyes as Yu Qingshun's calls faded into the distance. When he opened his eyes again, he was astonished to discover that he had returned to the bizarre prison office. This time, he navigated the familiar surroundings effortlessly. Crossing the office area and stepping into the darkness once more, he arrived at the prison of the skeletal giant. With ease, Jiang Huai pushed open the heavy doors of the giant cell, only to be met with a horrific sight. The floor was strewn with what resembled insect shells and dismembered limbs. Blood and viscous fluid splattered across the inner walls. At that moment, the skeletal giant was crouched on the ground, gnawing at the body of the mother insect. Jiang Huai's eyes widened as he observed the changes in the giant's form. A row of barbed spikes extended from its skeletal arms, and the once rounded head of bone now bore sharp angles. Co-consumed, vanguard-level beast. Codename, Mother Insect, special ability acquired, Dominator. You can now command lower-tier infected beings to submit to you, obeying your every command. As your power grows, even beasts will be unable to escape your grasp. At that moment, the skeletal giant slowly turned its head, fixing its gaze on Jiang Huai. A scene began to unfold in Jiang Huai's mind. Amidst the ruins of the city, 5 Lord-level beasts had decimated the awakened humans. Meanwhile, the Black World Destroyer hovered above, spewing forth black flames and emitting a piercing shriek, as if tolling the death knell for this world. Beast tide. This was Jiang Huai's immediate reaction. But why did the skeletal giant want him to witness this scene? Was it a warning or a prophecy? The black flames of the World Destroyer gradually engulfed the entirety of existence, and Jiang Huai felt himself enveloped in darkness. It wasn't until a sharp slap against his cheek startled him awake that he opened his eyes. Finally awake. Youth is indeed a blessing. Eat something and fall right to sleep, came the voice. Jiang Huai then recounted the changes in his power to Yu Qingshun. Yet he refrained from mentioning the prison he had witnessed in his dreams. It's nearly certain that you possess the ability to absorb cores and transform them into a part of your own strength. Head, in all my years, I've never encountered a creature like you. Yu Qingshun then stood up and stretched lazily. Little Lu should be back soon. Remember, this matter must remain a secret from her. She will find out eventually, Jiang Huai replied. Then let us wait a bit longer. Yu Qingshun moved to the balcony, gazing at the city shrouded in night. An inexplicable worry flickering in his eyes. She isn't ready yet. You can't protect her forever. Jiang Huai approached him from behind and said, "Hey. You're lecturing me now. Have you ever been a father? Yet, she is not you," and Jiang Huai's words faltered midway. From a certain perspective, Yu Qingshun could indeed be regarded as Lu Wannin's father, and he felt unqualified to critique Yu Qingshun's methods of upbringing. "Kid," Yu Qingshun leaned against the armrest, gazing at Jiang Huai. "If one day, I'm saying if, mind you, I were to depart this world, you must." He paused momentarily, then shifted his approach. "If I were to depart, I would entrust you with the care of young Lu. To fulfill this task, you must join the association." Jiang Huai furrowed his brow and inquired, "If the association truly exhibits no mercy towards beasts, wouldn't the risk of exposure be heightened should I join?" "In the darkness beneath the light, kid," Yu Qingshun replied, "and considering what you just mentioned, your power possesses infinite potential for evolution. This evolution comes through the consumption of cause. The optimal means to acquire this cause is by becoming a member of the association. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Listening to Yu Qingshun's words, Jiang Huai gradually began to comprehend the entirety of the situation. Bai Hai required more cause. Though he was still unclear about his connection with that beast, he harbored an instinct that Bai Hai and those entities yet to be encountered in the prison were not his adversaries. Whether in the forthcoming battles against the beast within the rift or in the need to protect those he cherished, he must amplify his strength. To cultivate these powers for his own use, he needed to consume more cause, thus joining the association was indeed the most prudent course of action. "You are a 5-star awakened one, do you not have the capability to protect her?" Jiang Huai questioned, bewildered. Yu Qingshun chuckled as he took a drag from his cigarette. His face etched with resignation. This was the first time Jiang Huai had witnessed such an expression on Yu Qingshun's countenance. "Kid, do you know why the Night Demon Patrol is currently in such dire straits?" he queried. "Is it because there are too few people?" Jiang Huai ventured tentatively. Yu Qingshun shook his head with a smile. 5 years ago, the Night Demon Patrol was not in its current state, although it could not rival the 4 major organizations. It boasted 100 awakened members. So how did it fall to such depths? Jiang Huai inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Because we owe a considerable debt." "Is that all?" Jiang Huai tilted his head, somewhat astonished, for Yu Qingshun had previously informed him that he had channels to sell beast cores. Judging by Yu Qingshun's demeanor, he frequently engaged in such dealings. Even the most rudimentary scout-level beast core could fetch around 100,000 in the black market. The association was not oblivious to this reality. Yet, each faction faced its own tribulations, as long as it was not excessively outrageous or involved large-scale sales of course. The association typically turned a blind eye. In this context, how could the Night Demon Patrol still be in such financial straits? "You misunderstand, kid. Our debts are not merely monetary. There is more." Yu Qingshun paused, slowly turning to exhale smoke towards the balcony. "It pertains to lives." Jiang Huai fell silent, taken aback by this unforeseen revelation. "Are you familiar with Yulong City?" "In a mountainous city not far from Lingyu City, 5 years ago. It was sealed off due to the control of a peculiar disease, and it remains so to this day." "Teacher Yu, do you mean the lockdown of Yulong City was caused by the beast tide?" Yu Qingshun nodded. Each beast tide heralds the emergence of 5 fissures, each representing the lair of a lord-level beast. During the beast tide that struck Yulong City back then, the Night Demon Patrol was tasked with the most critical Central District Lord's lair. Our mission was not to eradicate the lairs and their lords, but rather to delay as much as possible until other awakened organizations could breach the remaining 4 lairs and rendezvous with us to collectively obliterate the central lair and its lord. As Jiang Huai listened to Yu Qingshun's words, he couldn't help but envision that scene, a city shrouded in blood and flames, where a brave cadre of warriors fought valiantly against the beast tide, among whom was Yu Qingshun himself. At the time, the young girl was left behind, while the president of the Night Demon Patrol and old Du led us to the Central District, where we successfully contained the spread of the central lair. At this point, Old Du seemed to drift into reminiscence, as if transported back to that unforgettable day. Just as other teams had vanquished 3 of the lairs, an anomaly occurred at the central lair. Even as the cigarette burned down to his fingers, Yu Qingshun remained oblivious, lost in memory. The creature that had once decimated the army of awakened humans appeared before us, the Black Reaper, the World Annihilator. It devoured the original lord of the central lair and indiscriminately began its assault on both beasts and humans. Its wings blotted out the sun, and black flames engulfed all. We stood powerless before it. The suppression mission had failed, and the other 4 layers were not yet fully breached. Nevertheless, we had to contain the world annihilator to buy time for the remaining awakened individuals to retreat. This was our contingency plan, a fact communicated to all. Every member of the Night Demon Patrol was prepared to fight to the death, yet our president, an entity in whom we all placed unwavering faith, chose that moment to flee. His fear of the world annihilator eclipsed everything. The only 6-star awakened one abandoned us, leaving us unable to resist. It was as though he was mercilessly slaughtering chicks, obliterating us entirely. Old Yu's gaze dimmed, the events of that day still vividly etched in his memory. The man he had always believed in betrayed the Night Demon Patrol and everyone involved. Thus, the mission of the Night Demon Patrol ended in failure, did it not? Yu Qingshun sighed helplessly and reluctantly nodded. There was no other option. We retreated, fled, yet not everyone was so fortunate. The wrath of the world annihilator scorched the entire city. It consumed other lords and grew increasingly powerful, while many teams failed to escape, all due to our collapse. Finally, Yu Qingshun emerged from his reverie and looked at Jiang Huai with a faint smile, saying, "We owe a great deal. Each debt equates to a life lost." From that moment on, the Night Demon Patrol became the laughingstock of all organizations. However, this debt is one that we, the older generation, have incurred. And it bears no relation to the girl. Perhaps one day, I too shall be compelled to settle this debt. At that moment, Yu Qingshun's gaze grew serious. "Please take good care of Lu Yatu. During this period, all you had advised Jiang Huai against attending school. His inner strength was burgeoning. Yet without proper control, it could easily spiral out of hand. Just last week, Jiang Huai inadvertently lost control while forcefully pushing open the door to the lecture hall, causing the door and part of the wall to collapse. Everyone was startled, believing an earthquake had struck, while Jiang Huai pretended to shield his head and fled the lecture hall alongside his classmates. Following that incident, Jiang Huai had been training with Yu Qingshun to master this power. Now, he had achieved a level of control in his daily life. But once he entered his skeletal form, maintaining that control remained a challenge. "Jiang Huai, since you arrived early today, the classroom is still sparsely populated," Lu Wanyin remarked, perched on his desk. "The Awakener exam is next week. You need not be anxious. I have experience and will accompany you for the examination." Jiang Huai wished to assert his composure but sensed that Lu Wanyin appeared somewhat agitated, having repeatedly mentioned this matter over the past few days. "Well, with you by my side, I feel reassured," he replied, intentionally echoing her sentiments. "Of course," Lu Wanyin said with a playful lift of her leg, a triumphant expression adorning her face. "Just make sure to follow closely behind me. You wouldn't want to be sent flying again like last time." "All right, I will exercise caution. And if I do happen to be sent flying, I shall drag you along with me." "You?" Lu Wanyin's brow furrowed slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of displeasure, as if Jiang Huai's jest had struck a sensitive chord. She shot him a playful glare, the mix of reprimand and jest glimmering in her gaze. "All right, no more jokes," Jiang Huai said with a smile. "Will you not share the exam content with me in advance?" Lu Wanyin sighed softly, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. "The assessment content varies each year. I have participated 3 times consecutively, with each year presenting a different theme. If I were to inform you beforehand, it might mislead you." Her voice carried a note of resignation, as if recounting an unalterable truth. This year marked Lu Wanyin's final opportunity. Should she fail to pass the Awakener assessment, she would be forced to leave the Night Demon Patrol and return to an ordinary life. There was also the possibility that the Revelation Society would erase her memories. In any case, this was a fate Lu Wanyin could not bear to accept. "Have you ever considered not participating in the exam?" Jiang Huai suddenly inquired. Lu Wanyin, swinging her legs while seated atop the desk, was momentarily taken aback by his question. She leaned back, resting against Jiang Huai's chest. "You wouldn't be suggesting I abandon my aspiration to become a formal Awakener, would you?" "No, I merely meant to say that since you are already an Awakener, even if you do not pass the assessment, can't you still hunt privately?" Lu Wanyin sighed softly, then nuzzled her head against Jiang Huai's chest. "Oh, you foolish one. The awakened ones you refer to as shadow walkers are not recognized by the association, they are, in fact, hunted as aberrations daily. Isn't it curious? Why must those who awaken be subjected to the association's control? We all battle the beasts, yet the location of our struggles should not matter. The association holds the majority of resources. While I may not fully comprehend these matters, perhaps if one becomes a shadow walker, the night demon patrol would cease to exist. She mused, her voice tinged with melancholy. Jiang Huai gently pressed down on her shoulders, asking, "Is the night demon patrol merely a FA order to you?" Lu Wanyin fell silent, inhaling deeply before exhaling a soft sigh. "Could you help me tidy my hair again?" Jiang Huai chose not to pursue this topic further. But his curiosity about the shadow walkers had been piqued. Indeed, there existed awakened ones, and even organizations, beyond the association's reach. Yet these organizations faced relentless suppression and pursuit. Without the association's formal recognition, they would be perpetually constrained, likely caught between the dual forces of beasts and the association. Isn't it peculiar? Why does the association insist on controlling all awakened individuals? Is it truly solely to better combat the beast tides? He remained silent as he arranged Lu Wanyin's hair. The young woman seemed aware of his unspoken concerns. Suddenly, she reclined against his chest, savoring the rhythm of his heartbeat. Her tone was playful yet concealed a hint of anticipation. "If I fail the assessment, would you elope with me, heartless vegetable?" Jiang Huai's heart raced, and he momentarily froze. A faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. He opened his mouth, at a loss for words, as a thought surged within him, nearly escaping his lips, "I will protect you." Just then, however, Lu Wanyin burst into a peal of laughter, shattering the brief tranquility. "Just teasing you, silly," she exclaimed, playfully nudging Jiang Huai's chin. As more classmates trickled into the classroom, they couldn't help but comment on the couple's lively interaction that early morning, all in good humor. As Lu Wanyin was well liked by all, unfazed by others, she remained nestled against Jiang Huai's chest, lifting her hand to gently pinch his cheek, her touch tender and affectionate, as if soothing a startled creature. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, she let her fingers glide through her long hair, carelessly loosening her once neatly arranged hairpiece. "I don't feel like tying my hair today, no need to fix it," she declared, her voice imbued with a sense of liberation, as though she had cast aside an invisible burden. "Tonight, I shall cook. Is that all right?" she proposed. "Of course. But I hope your cooking won't once again consist of 12 different tofu dishes." Jiang Huai reminisced about the last time Lu Wanyin had prepared a meal. She directly showcased a completely vegetarian feast, skillfully mimicking the flavors of various meats using tofu and bean curd skin. One must admit, while the taste was quite delightful, it still lacked something essential, for it was not meat. Upon digesting it, one couldn't shake off the feeling of incompleteness. "What? Do you look down on tofu? My family is so impoverished that we hardly have meat for every meal. The fact that I can create a meat-like sensation from tofu is already quite commendable." Jiang Huai chuckled as he affectionately ruffled the girl's hair in his embrace. "Well, you'll have to get accustomed to cooking actual meat. For I am a carnivore and require meat at every meal. Uncaring vegetable, rather picky, aren't you? Don't worry, tonight I shall showcase my culinary skills," she retorted playfully. Nearby, classmates observed this openly cohabiting couple and could no longer contain their amusement. Lu Wanyin's friends rushed over, grinning mischievously as they dragged her away. Jiang Huai remained seated, watching as the little son was surrounded by a group of people, chatting and laughing, and couldn't he help but smile wryly. In truth, whether one became an awakened or a shadow walker, one's goals remained unchanged: to hunt down and reclaim the 7 primal beasts, and above all, to ensure your safety. Meanwhile, within the headquarters of the Night Demon Patrol, Du Qinghong was organizing basic information about Lu Wanyin and Jiang Huai. Due to his lack of proficiency with computers, his records were primarily handwritten, with their photographs affixed thereafter. After completing this task, Du Qinghong stepped to the office door to glance around, realizing no one was present. Thus he had to personally deliver the materials to the association. Typically, the vice president of an organization would possess a designated reception area. However, the Night Demon Patrol's situation was rather unique. In the eyes of other organizations, they were essentially a band of sinners. The mere allowance of their existence was an extraordinary act of leniency. Consequently, Du Qinghong did not receive the treatment befitting a vice president. He had to queue like everyone else to submit his documents at the front desk. Upon recognizing the vice president of the Night Demon Patrol submitting new recruit information, individuals queued behind him openly mocked him. Look, the Night Demon Patrol has new recruits this year. Probably another fool who can only run away. That little sister in their group is in her final year, what a pity. A necromancer awakener, such a rare power, wasted in the Night Demon Patrol. Du Qinghong chose to ignore these taunts. After submitting the materials, he intended to leave but was called back. Although the newcomer, impeccably dressed in a suit, towered a full head above Du Qinghong, whose slender frame paled in comparison. You know what I'm about to say, don't you? The man, cigar in mouth, regarded Du Qinghong coldly. Indeed, he adjusted his glasses. This time, during the beast tide, I and Yu Qingshun will serve as vanguards, paving a path for you towards the central nest. The man sneered, don't worry, this time you will have no chance to escape. For we will all be watching you from behind. He then leaned closer, whispering into Du Qinghong's ear. If you and Yu Qingshun can truly pave a way for us, then I shall honor my promise and ensure the Night Demon Patrol continues to exist. However, the man grinned cruelly, revealing a wicked smile with only Yun Luo remaining. Alongside two newcomers who haven't even passed their assessments, does your organization genuinely warrant its continued existence? Du Qinghong remained composed, adjusting his glasses and taking a step back to create distance between himself and the man. You need not concern yourself, Vice Chairman. With that, he turned and departed from the Awakener Association's hall without a backward glance. Observing his retreating figure, the man bit down on his cigar, shattering it. And before the broken remnants could touch the ground, they disintegrated into ashes. After school, Jiang Huai initially thought that Lu Wanin would accompany him home. However, at the station, Lu Wanin informed him that she had some matters to attend to. In any case, I will return by myself tonight, so do not worry about me. Nor should you wait for dinner. With a wave, she bid him farewell. Left with no choice, Jiang Huai made his way home alone. Along the way, he stopped by the fresh market, intending to purchase some ingredients. His parents were returning to the county town tomorrow, and Jiang Huai had promised to cook a meal for them. Naturally, Lu Wanin must also be present, one must do things thoroughly. He bought several pounds of ribs and some vegetables, planning to procure 2 fresh fish in the morning. Jiang Huai excelled at various fish dishes, likely due to his childhood fondness for catching fish from the river and grilling them. To treat Lu Wanin in advance, he even bought some desserts. Just as he exited the fresh market, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting figure. It was a girl with long black hair clad in a black tracksuit, her face partially obscured by a mask and a baseball cap perched atop her head. Only her elongated, deep-set eyes radiated a chilling aura. At that moment, she had one hand tucked into her jacket pocket while the other was focused intently on her phone. As she passed by Jiang Huai, she briefly shifted her gaze towards him, but it was merely a fleeting glance. How coincidental, he thought, but before he could finish the thought, the girl had already moved past him, her attention returning to her phone. Jiang Huai's hand, raised to greet her, halted midair, and with a resigned smile, he turned to leave. At that instant, he felt a sudden surge of danger. Following the source of this ominous sensation, his gaze traversed the crowd, landing on a man whose complexion was ashen, with deeply sunken eyes. He appeared as though he had not slept for several days, his steps unsteady. He collided with several passers-by, yet no matter their reproaches, he remained oblivious. Jiang Huai's gaze was akin to a beam of light, and he observed a thumb-sized black crystal growing at the man's heart. An infected individual. Furthermore, he was one undergoing transformation. Jiang Huai had not idly followed Yu Qingshun in training. While learning to control his own power, Yu Qingshun had imparted much knowledge regarding beasts and infected individuals to him. Generally speaking, the infected are monsters born from the conscious transformation by beasts. Some of them follow the actions of the beasts that transform them, while others retain their self-awareness to hunt. Among these self-aware infected, the most favored pastime is to extract and consume the cause of those on the verge of transformation. This is also a means of evolution for the infected. Shun Enen belongs to this category of self-aware infected individuals, and she seems to have mistakenly perceived herself as one yet to undergo transformation, which explains her attacks on herself. Jiang Huai redirected his attention back to the man before him. At that moment, the man's core appeared relatively small, suggesting there might still be hope for him. With this thought in mind, Jiang Huai stepped forward towards the man, who abruptly lifted his head as if stimulated and fixed his gaze on Jiang Huai. "Don't come near me!" The man screamed frantically, but the other passers-by merely regarded him as mad. With a furious shout, the man turned and fled, his movements remarkably swift, contrasting sharply with his earlier sluggishness. Jiang Huai realized that the man's transformation was accelerating. Consequently, he discarded his handbag and hurried after the man. The pedestrian street was not lengthy, and the man soon burst forth from its exit, colliding with several pedestrians in his path. Jiang Huai, mindful of the throngs of people, certainly could have disregarded them, but in his full sprint, he might not be able to control his strength effectively. A collision with an ordinary person could lead to dire consequences. Nonetheless, he endeavored to quicken his pace. He nearly exited the street in tandem with the man. Yet the latter continued his relentless dash into the main road just as a visibly speeding black supercar barreled toward him. In a moment of grave urgency, Jiang Huai seized the man's shoulder, yanking him aside, while his own back made intimate contact with the car door. A screeching sound echoed through the air, prompting gasps from onlookers. The outer layer of Jiang Huai's jacket was completely torn, yet his skin remained unscathed. At that moment, where his back met the vehicle, skeletal remnants silently enveloped his waist. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Huai swiftly suppressed this force, allowing the skeletal presence to dissipate gradually. He glanced at the man he had thrown to the ground, noting that the force had likely resulted in a leg fracture, leaving the man sprawled on the ground, lamenting in agony. Jiang Huai approached and grasped the man's collar firmly. "I can help you, be honest and come with me." Though he had not attempted it before, he sensed that the man's core was still in a developmental stage when he had felt it earlier. If he could utilize his dominion powers to separate the core from the man's heart, perhaps it could indeed reverse the transformation. The man trembled, seemingly frightened, allowing Jiang Huai to hoist him up like a chick and lead him onto the sidewalk. However, the piercing screech of brakes echoed from behind. The supercar had made a U-turn and returned alongside Jiang Huai. A well-dressed and striking gentleman flung open the car door and shouted at Jiang Huai. Rather than checking if Jiang Huai was injured, his first instinct was to rush to the passenger side door. The sight that met his eyes only fueled his anger further. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, noticing a noticeable dent where Jiang Huai had made contact, accompanied by a long, deep scratch that suggested the door was nearly beyond repair. "Stop right there!" the man barked, pointing at Jiang Huai, who had already returned to the sidewalk. Jiang Huai frowned. He had no time to deal with such matters. However, he took a deep breath, turned to face the approaching man, and said, "I'm fine, no need for compensation." He attempted to move forward once more. The man glared at Jiang Huai in a fit of rage. "You think you don't owe me anything? Let me tell you. Even if you were to die 100 times, it wouldn't cover the cost of my car." At that moment, the passenger window slowly descended. "Brother Zhou Qin. I was so scared. That person suddenly rushed out and nearly frightened me to death," a woman in the passenger seat called out in a delicate voice. Upon seeing Jiang Huai, her expression shifted. "Jiang Huai? Is that you?" Zhou Qin, who had been consumed by anger, now recognized Jiang Huai, and his disdain deepened. "So it's really you, you worthless fool. If you want to die, just take a knife to your throat. Don't go running into the street looking for death." Jiang Huai looked at the frantic young man, feeling helpless. Yet, he couldn't deny the truth in Zhou Qin's words, despite exceeding the speed limit. He had indeed dashed into the street to save someone. Jiang Huai pulled the man he was holding in front of Zhou Qin. "How much will it cost to repair and repaint your car?" "I'll cover it." "Jiang Huai, do you think this car is as worthless as you are?" "Compensation? Do you have any idea how much it costs to fix that paint?" Zhou Qin sneered at him. At that moment, Chen Ning awkwardly approached. "Why is it that every time I come out with Zhou Qin, we run into you?" "Jiang Huai, what you did was reckless. Plus, Zhou Qin's car is brand new. Look, you've scratched the door." Jiang Huai frowned. It appeared he was indeed being taken advantage of today. "Young man, I can testify that this boy rushed out to save someone. Look at his clothes, they're ruined. Let us check if he is injured first," an elderly man interjected. Unable to stand by any longer, only to be met with Zhou Qin's fierce glare. Old fool, who asked for your opinion? His clothes can't compare to my car. Even if he were to die here today, he couldn't repay the cost of my vehicle. Faced with such brazen arrogance, the old man could only shake his head and walk away. Jiang Huai looked coldly at Zhou Qin. Then name your price. Name a price. I fear that if I do, you'll suffer a stroke on the spot. Zhou Qin shouted, his tone filled with disdain. Jiang Huai, what is your attitude? Where do you think you'll find the money? Today, Chen Ning adorned herself in exquisite attire, her meticulous makeup and luxurious high heels reflecting her esteemed status. However, whether this status is transient remains uncertain. Zhou Qin, why do you continue to hold a grudge against him? How could he possibly compensate for your vehicle? Zhou Qin, with an air of arrogance, wrapped his arm around Chen Ning's waist, poking Jiang Huai's chest as he spoke. Listen here, you wretched creature. I have already shown you more than enough mercy. Last time, I generously bestowed upon you 500,000. You ought to have departed quietly and never reappeared before my eyes. Yet here you are, not only lingering to vex me but also damaging my beloved car. Do you truly dare to provoke me? Jiang Huai, apologize to brother Zhou Qin at once, as I shall intercede on your behalf. Jiang Huai sensed the mounting tension from the man beside him. Should he allow this situation to escalate, he would have to resort to direct confrontation. Although Yu Qingshun had assured him that subsequent personnel would come to address the matter, the association's cleaners demanded exorbitant fees, which would only serve to inflate the expenses of the night demon patrol unnecessarily. Here's the deal, kneel down and bow 3 times, and I shall let bygones be bygones. How does that sound? Jiang Huai ignored Zhou Qin entirely, focusing instead on harnessing his powers to slow the core's expansion. Brother Zhou Qin, isn't this a tad excessive? What? Are you feeling sympathy for him? This commoner should be grateful to kneel before me. An increasing number of onlookers gathered, and Zhou Qin relished the prospect of seeing Jiang Huai bow before him in front of the crowd. Hurry up, kneel and worship me. Then clean my shoes with your tongue, and I shall overlook this transgression. Yet, he had no intention of truly forgiving him. Jiang Huai, a mere fool, was destined to be crushed under his heel. Such is the harsh reality. After all, what else could be expected of a worthless individual? Once he had humiliated himself before his ex-girlfriend, Zhou Qin would ensure he was left utterly bankrupt. It was imperative that this boy learn the consequences of opposing the Zhou family. Chen Ning, unable to watch any longer, inadvertently fanned the flames. Jiang Huai, I understand your pride, but even if you worked your entire life, you could never repay brother Zhou Qin for his car. You might as well kneel and admit your fault. She genuinely believed that Jiang Huai's submission to Zhou Qin was not a grave matter. At that moment, Zhou Qin tightened his embrace around Chen Ning, as if to flaunt his conquest before Jiang Huai. Your goddess belongs to me now, you too must kneel before me. Individuals like you, from the lower echelons of society, will never be able to engage with me on equal footing. Jiang Huai's simmering anger became increasingly difficult to contain. His clothing had been torn, and beneath it, faint traces of bone beggar in a fit of intense rage. He did not even bother to question how a slender girl possessed the strength to puncture the tires of his luxury sports car. You vile wretch. Are you insane? Do you have any idea how much this car costs? After piercing all 4 tires, the girl lifted her gaze to Zhou Qin, then pressed the tip of her dagger against the car door, dragging it as she approached them. The blade left a fresh scratch on the car door, precisely overlapping the mark left by Jiang Huai moments earlier. I swear I will kill you. Zhou Qin suddenly shoved Chen Ning aside and lunged at the girl. Yet, as he took a single step, someone seized the back of his collar, yanking him back as if he were a mere chick. Young Master Zhou, why stoop to quarreling with a girl? Jiang Huai observed Zhou Qin with a cold smile. Let me go. Zhou Qin flailed his arms desperately. Towering and muscular from his workouts and boxing practice, he should have been able to overpower Jiang Huai, a mere college student. Unfortunately, in that moment, he found himself utterly subdued, unable to resist against Jiang Huai's grip. He could only watch as the girl finished defacing the car door and tossed the dagger onto the hood. Jiang Huai, what are you planning to do? Chen Ning, who had just been shoved to the ground by Zhou Qin, rose to her feet, the first thing on her mind being to chastise Jiang Huai. She then pointed at the girl, declaring, and you. You must compensate for the damage done to my brother Zhou. The girl merely responded with a nonchalant She deftly twirled the dagger between her fingers as she approached the two. Of course, and I will compensate. Zhou Qin glared at her, roaring furiously. You'll pay to your mother. Do you even know how much this car costs? Damn it. Can you afford it? You'd have to sell yourself. Even a lifetime of selling wouldn't cover it. With a swift motion, Jiang Huai kicked Zhou Qin's calf, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Curious onlookers began to gather, some even suggesting whether to call the police. Mind your manners when speaking to a girl, Jiang Huai stated coldly. Zhou Qin bellowed in outrage, attempting to grab the girl while struggling to rise. Yet, Jiang Huai effortlessly pinned him down with just one hand on his shoulder, rendering him incapable of standing. Jiang Huai, why are you resorting to violence? How could you be so uncouth? I truly misjudged you. This is who you are. Just as Chen Ning finished her tirade, the sharp edge of the dagger pressed against her lips. Quite the double standard, aren't we? Where was your support for Jiang Huai just moments ago? The girl's icy words seemed to chill Chen Ning more than the blade itself, causing her to collapse onto the ground in fear. Jiang Huai, and you, filthy wretch. Don't think that offending me, Zhou Qin, will leave you safe in Lingwu City. Let me tell you, Jiang Huai. I have countless methods to make you vanish from this world, and as for you, little harlot. He glared at the girl, enunciating each word with venom. I will make your entire family experience a fate worse than death. But Zhou Qin's threats faltered as the girl slowly crouched down before him and removed her mask. Speak, I'm listening. The words of Emo Yu remained chillingly cold. Equally frigid was Zhou Qin's heart. Emo, miss. Zhou Qin no longer exhibited the arrogance he had just moments before. It was as if he recognized Emo Yu. Zhou Qin of the Zhou family, young Master Zhou. I recall you, Emo Yu stated expressionlessly, her eyes piercing like a frigid blade directed at Zhou Qin. At the beginning of the year, during the Emo family's gala. You and your father were also invited to our home, correct? Yes, Miss Emo, we were honored by the Emo family's invitation, Zhou Qin stuttered. My father and I. So, what did you just call me? This question rendered Zhou Qin's legs weak. Jiang Huai noticed that he no longer needed to restrain him, he submissively knelt before Emo Yu. Miss, I did not know it was you, Kai. Do you wish for my family to suffer a fate worse than death? No. No. Zhou Qin exclaimed, slapping his own face. I deserve this. I deserve this. Miss Emo. I was wrong, please forgive my transgressions. I will never dare again. This scene left Chen Ning and Jiang Huai dumbfounded. Chen Ning immediately rushed to pull Zhou Qin up. Brother Zhou. Do not be afraid. I will call the police and have this woman arrested. Smack. Another slap. This time Zhou Qin dealt it to Chen Ning. Be quiet. How dare you speak to Miss Emo like that? Chen Ning collapsed to the ground. His meticulously arranged hair and makeup now in disarray. Jiang Huai wanted to laugh but stifled it, for Emo Yu was poised to continue speaking. I will compensate you for your car, rest assured. No, Miss Emo, you overstate the matter, it is merely scrap metal. If you wish, just take a few more slices at it. Vent your frustrations. Emo Yu's dagger gently lifted Zhou Qin's chin. I said I would compensate you. Zhou Qin trembled. Though the Zhou family reigned supreme in Lingwu City, they dared not speak in the presence of the Emo family. Miss Emo, please spare me. This towering man, over 6 feet tall, began to weep. I beg you, please do not hold my faults against me, spare me. Chen Ning had never seen Zhou Qin in such a state. Usually, when accompanying him to social events, others vied to curry favor with him. He had never bowed his head before anyone, let alone knelt and wept. Lift your head, the Emo Yu commanded coldly. Zhou Qin slowly raised his tear-streaked face. The girl's gaze then shifted behind him. He is mine, I shall say no more. Do you understand? Zhou Qin nodded vigorously. Understood. He then turned to Jiang Huai. Brother, your humble servant has offended you, I beg your pardon, please spare me. This was indeed quite amusing. Jiang Huai had not anticipated that Emo Yu was not only formidable within the association but also a significant figure in the world of ordinary people. Just do not trouble me again, Jiang Huai mimicked Moyu's tone, speaking coldly. Moyu seemed to discern that Jiang Huai was imitating her. She slightly raised her gaze and regarded him with mild discontent. I shall arrange for the vehicle to be sent for repairs. In due time. The members of the Emo family will personally deliver it back to you, young master. Moyu's voice grew increasingly frigid. As if a dagger were gradually piercing through Zhou Qin's heart. At this moment, Zhou Qin was drenched in cold sweat. Good heavens. Allowing the Emo family to come and reclaim the vehicle. Was he courting death? He wore a mournful expression and wished to utter something more. But Moyu had already risen and seized Jiang Huai's arm. They departed. Before Jiang Huai could comprehend the situation, he was being dragged away by Moyu. As they left, Jiang Huai did not forget to grasp the temporarily transformed man. Chen Ning watched Jiang Huai's retreating figure, biting her lips slightly. She cautiously helped Zhou Qin to his feet. Zhou Qin, are you all right? She yearned to embrace him, but Zhou Qin brusquely pushed her away. It's all because of you that I offended the Emo family today. Zhou Qin paid no heed to Chen Ning. His gaze vacant as he turned and strode toward the street's opposite side. Chen Ning, feeling aggrieved, followed closely behind Zhou Qin. She tentatively attempted to link her arm with his, only to be forcefully shoved to the ground. Get lost. You are truly a harbinger of misfortune. Zhou Qin. How could you say that to me? I love you. Love me. You are so close with that Jiang Huai. Surely. You know he belongs to the Emo family. You are deliberately setting me up, guarantee you. Get lost. I misjudged you and even supported your father's ridiculous company. Get out of my sight. Zhou Qin kicked Chen Ning's handbag aside in a fit of rage and quickly departed. Chen Ning sat on the ground, her face streaked with tears. Watching Zhou Qin's disappearing silhouette. She then glanced over at Jiang Huai and the Emo lady, a wave of despondency washing over her. I should have been by Jiang Huai's side. If it were Jiang Huai, he would never treat me this way. Meanwhile, Jiang Huai and the man were being pulled into a narrow alley by Moyu. Bang! The young woman slammed Jiang Huai against the wall and leaned against it. Gazing intently at him. Speak. Speak of what? Moyu's icy gaze bore into Jiang Huai as she enunciated each word. What is the nature of your awakened power? How did you manage to discover this infected individual before I did? Jiang Huai cast a sidelong glance at the trembling man cowering nearby and replied. I didn't know he was infected, I merely sensed something was amiss and wanted to assist him. Is that so? Indeed. Moyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Her tone laced with a hint of chill. Then how did you manage to halt his transformation just now? Jiang Huai appeared outwardly composed. Yet internally he was in a state of turmoil. Are women truly this perceptive? He had been exceedingly cautious, yet she had still detected his actions. Suddenly, Jiang Huai felt something pressed against his waist. Looking down, he found that it was the hilt of a dagger. As the night demon roamed, Jiang Huai sensed something amiss with you. This man clearly began to accelerate his transformation only after your approach, yet his condition now appears stable. Can you offer me an explanation? Jiang Huai chuckled softly and replied, I cannot, for I have already stated that this is merely a coincidence. Moyu gradually drew closer to Jiang Huai, so near that he could feel the warmth of her breath. The faint, delicate fragrance combined with the scent of shampoo lingering in her hair made him instinctively wish to retreat. However, behind him lay a wall. Any further retreat would surely leave an indelible mark, rendering him unable to defend himself later. You claim your ability is rapid regeneration. Yet what you exhibit before me resembles more that of a psychic or perceptive awakener. The hilt of the dagger pressed forward slightly. Do you recall what you said to me in the cinema? The girl's gaze locked onto Jiang Huai's. You warned me to be wary of the creature's naps. So, what exactly did you perceive that I did not? Sighing, Jiang Huai lamented that he had no inkling that he alone could perceive those threads, otherwise he would never have uttered such a statement. He was astonished by her remarkable memory. My apologies, Miss Moyu, but I believe you lack the authority to interrogate me. Firstly, we are not of the same organization, and furthermore, we are both awakeners. Even if I were to concede that I have concealed my abilities, it is solely because I wish to attract minimal attention. There are individuals within the night demon who have aided me, and I prefer not to be disturbed by others. Do you comprehend my sentiment? Jiang Huai's mind raced with clarity. He understood that even if Mou sensed something, it remained merely a suspicion. As long as he was perceived as an awakener and a human in her eyes, their positions would not be adversarial. Mou raised an eyebrow, surprised that a novice awakener could maintain such composure under these circumstances. Just as she was about to speak further, her dagger's hilt inadvertently brushed against something solid. What the? At that moment, Jiang Huai emitted a muffled grunt. The girl tilted her head in confusion. Wasn't she wielding the hilt? Why did he react? What was that hard object? Thinking along those lines, Mou could not help but glance down. How perverse, in such a situation, you could think of that. She stepped back a pace, twirling the dagger in her hand. I have heard the name of the organization known as the Apocalypse Society more than once. What exactly is their purpose? As Mou gazed at Jiang Huai, she discerned that he appeared genuinely unaware, so she softly replied. It is a gathering place for mental awakening practitioners, the congregation of clergy. Although I am not particularly fond of them, they indeed possess certain capabilities. They have methods to eliminate the core within the infected during the early stages of transformation. In other words, transformation is indeed reversible. Jiang Huai began to solidify his earlier thoughts. If he could refine his control over the infected, perhaps he too could achieve this feat. Mou, however, had no intention of continuing her conversation with Jiang Huai. Grasping the collar of the man's coat, she turned to leave. Yet, upon reaching the mouth of the alley, Mou paused, slightly turning her head to look at Jiang Huai and inquired, "Are you aware of the situation regarding Yu Qingshun and Du Qingho? All Du and teacher Yu. What has happened to them?" Noticing that Jiang Huai seemed oblivious, Mou shook her head and said, "It's nothing. Make the most of this time to learn some skills from the priest." The priest is the code name for Yu Qingshun. Yet Jiang Huai clearly perceived what Mou had intended to convey. However, the girl was too swift. When Jiang Huai regained his senses, she had already vanished from the entrance of the alley. By the time Jiang Huai returned home after finishing his grocery shopping, dusk had begun to settle. At the foot of the apartment building, he spotted a man squatting at the entrance, smoking a cigarette. "Teacher Yu." As he approached, he recognized the distinctive cowboy hat of Yu Qingshun. "Did you come to take a dump? Get lost. I've been waiting for you for ages. Where did you sneak off to after school?" Jiang Huai recounted his encounter with the infected and Mou while shopping, omitting any mention of Liu Qin. Upon hearing that Mou had noticed something amiss with Jiang Huai's powers, Yu Qingshun furrowed his brow slightly. He stood up from his crouched position at the entrance and took a deep drag from his cigarette. "That young lady has an extraordinary background. Do you know her codename?" Jiang Huai shook his head. "Blood Falcon. Her personal abilities are remarkably impressive. It is said that few have witnessed her truly employ her awakening powers thus far." Jiang Huai was taken aback by this revelation. This meant that during her earlier battle in the cinema, she had not utilized her awakening powers at all. Yu Qingshun nodded in affirmation. The training she received from the Emo family could be described as hellish. Due to certain undisclosed reasons, she wandered alone as a child and was only reclaimed by her family at the age of 7. However, their intentions were not rooted in benevolence. They recognized her potential and sought to hone her as a weapon. Mou certainly did not disappoint her family. Achieving the status of a 5-star awakener at a young age and even becoming the captain of the elite team known as the Fearless. Jiang Huai nodded, feeling a burgeoning interest in Mou, especially upon learning that she had spent her childhood in such circumstances. For some reason, he suddenly recalled fragments from his own childhood. Hadn't his family once taken in a homeless child? However, it seems that he was just a little boy. It has been so long that Jiang Huai can hardly recall the details. He only remembers that the boy loved to follow him around, trailing behind like a shadow wherever he went. Jiang Huai found him quite bothersome, yet there was a time when he was chased by 2 wild dogs. And he managed to fend them off with a wooden stick, saving the boy in the process. Oh, yes. Jiang Huai suddenly recalled that he had mocked the boy for crying so often, likening him to a girl. A few months later, the boy's family came to take him away. Now, reflecting on the past, Jiang Huai wonders how that boy is faring and thinks he might inquire with his parents when he has the chance. As Jiang Huai became lost in thought, Yu Qingshun flicked his lighter near his bangs, startling him into taking a step back. Teacher Yu, my hair doesn't grow back that quickly, please don't scare me. Ha ha ha, you rascal, are you daydreaming about that girl, MOU? Don't worry, I'm quite open-minded. You and Shaolu are not really a couple after all. It's a fair competition. Jiang Huai scratched his head and replied, stop joking around, Teacher Yu. Let us go upstairs and sit for a while. No, thank you. Yu Qingshun waved his hand dismissively. In truth, next Friday is Shaolu's birthday. While he doesn't know her actual birth date, he celebrates it every year on the day he rescued her from the ruins. You really are stingy, a mere hairpin for her birthday. I wonder how many years she's won that, Jiang Huai teased, and Yu Qingshun blushed slightly, a rare sight. He chuckled awkwardly. That was the first birthday gift I gave her, and I didn't expect the girl to hold on to it all this time. Don't look at me like that. He hastily added, noticing Jiang Huai's mischievous gaze. I came to ask if you are free tomorrow morning to accompany me in choosing a birthday gift for her. Next Friday marks her 18th birthday, and I believe it's time to be more sincere than before. Jiang Huai was somewhat taken aback that Lu Wanyin had already entered university before turning 18. Why do you want me to join you? He asked with a smile. Well, you young folks know more about what is in vogue these days. I'm quite out of touch with what the youth prefer. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Huai replied, alright, I actually need to buy a fish tomorrow anyway. By the way, Teacher Yu, I'm cooking lunch for my parents at home. You should join us. Ha ha ha, I sent that a bit inappropriate. It's a meal for you and your parents, why drag me into it? Lu Wanyin will be there. And she'll be my girlfriend, so it would be even better if you were present. Truthfully, Jiang Huai merely mentioned it, thinking Yu Qingshun would decline, as he did not seem the type to enjoy such gatherings. To his surprise, after taking a puff from his cigarette, Yu Qingshun nodded with a grin, hehe. Then I must wear my best outfit tomorrow, I can't embarrass my girl. Jiang Huai chuckled and patted Yu Qingshun on the shoulder, Teacher Yu. You already have quite the presence, you're the most dashing uncle I've ever seen. You little brat, call me big brother. Alright, big brother. Yu Qingshun gazed up at the night sky outside the corridor and sighed softly. Alright, Jiang Huai, I shall take my leave. You need not worry about Lu Yatu. She is likely working as a cashier at the supermarket at this late hour. Although she may not voice it, the child is quite sensible. Now, I must be off. But keep the matter of the gifts a secret. Do not let Lu Yatu find out. As she watched Yu Qingshun's departing figure, Jiang Huai suddenly sensed a hint of solitude in this typically optimistic man. How much weight did he carry on his shoulders? And was he nearing his breaking point? Not long after Yu Qingshun left, Lu Wanyin returned home. Did the supermarket do well today? Jiang Huai inquired nonchalantly, feigning disinterest as he sat on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Yes, it was quite busy, but manageable, Lu Wanyin replied, busy tidying up. Suddenly sensing something amiss, she looked up at Jiang Huai with discontent. Did all you tell you? What tone is that? Teacher Yu cares for you, he fears I might misinterpret things, Jiang Huai retorted. Lu Wanyin fell silent, continuing her chores. Judging by her adeptness in housekeeping, it was likely she was the one who maintained their home when Yu Qingshun was present. Her culinary skills must also be commendable. Perhaps she could assist in the kitchen tomorrow. Early the next morning, Jiang Huai left home, glancing into the bedroom to find Lu Wanyin still asleep. Her sleeping posture was quite unconventional, her head resting at the foot of the bed, one foot dangling off the edge, and the blanket thrown onto the floor. Jiang Huai sighed helplessly and tiptoed out. Upon arriving at the commercial street, Jiang Huai almost failed to recognize Yu Qingshun, who stood smoking by a lamppost. Today, he was clean-shaven, clad in an old-fashioned suit, and had even styled his hair. Teacher Yu, you look quite dapper today. Jiang Huai approached him with a smile. What do you think of my attire? This is the suit I wore on my wedding day. Just one word, handsome, Yu Qingshun chuckled. Leaning closer to Jiang Huai and whispering, have you thought about what to buy? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Huai had numerous ideas. However, the thought of Lu Wanyin still using her old, cracked screen phone tugged at his heartstrings. Perhaps we should get her a new phone, her current one is far too outdated. Or, yes, that old phone was a second-hand gift I gave her when she entered high school. Indeed, it has seen better days, Yu Qingshun agreed. Jiang Huai felt that today's Yu Qingshun was somewhat different from before. After training with him for nearly a month, he recognized that while he was not a serious person, he was certainly not one to heed every word spoken to him. Irreverent was how Jiang Huai summarized his impressions of Yu Qingshun. Having made up his mind, Jiang Huai led Yu Qingshun to a mobile phone store. Upon entering, Yu Qingshun appeared somewhat awkward, as he could not comprehend the sales attendant's explanations. Consequently, Jiang Huai stepped in to communicate on his behalf, and eventually turned to Yu Qingshun to convey the information. On the occasion of an 18th birthday, one might consider purchasing a slightly more exquisite gift. Recently, there has been a new mobile phone that has garnered quite a good reputation, offering decent value for its price. Yu Qingshun nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall defer to your judgment. The sales assistant, smiling, went to fetch the phone. At that moment, Jiang Huai noticed that Yu Qingshun appeared somewhat uneasy. Understanding the situation, he leaned closer and whispered, "Is it that you haven't brought enough money, teacher Yu? If so, allow me to cover the cost." "Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Do you look down on me? I merely find it astonishing how swiftly times have progressed. Even mobile phones have become so exquisitely crafted." When it came time to settle the bill, Jiang Huai observed Yu Qingshun retrieving a patched wallet. The patches adorning the wallet featured charming cartoon designs, unmistakably crafted by a young girl's hand, without a doubt, the handiwork of Lu Wanyin. "Your total comes to 500 yuan, sir." "Oh, very well." Just as the sales assistant raised the scanning device, it became evident that Yu Qingshun had opened his wallet. He then produced several 100 yuan bills, clearly showing their age. After completing the transaction, there was little left in Yu Qingshun's wallet. Yet, he seemed entirely unperturbed, gazing at the bag containing the phone. A look of contentment graced his face. "Do you think little Lu will like it? She could cherish a simple hairpin for over a decade. A phone of such quality will surely be treasured for eternity, bringing her immense joy." "Ha ha ha, you truly have a way with words. No wonder both little Lu and Yu are so attentive to you." Jiang Huai was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and scratched his head. "What are you saying? Teacher Yu? Yu and I have no connection at all." "No connection? Yet she spent the better part of the night last evening searching for your information at the association." "What?" Jiang Huai exclaimed, surprised. "She looked into my information?" "Indeed. In great detail. I have a few acquaintances in the archives. They mentioned that Yu, wearing a mask and hat, requested your file and spent over an hour poring over it." A chill ran down Jiang Huai's spine. Could it be that Yu had indeed noticed something amiss? It seemed he would need to exercise extreme caution around her, ensuring he did not reveal any indiscretions. After purchasing fresh base at the shopping street, Yu Qingshun proceeded to acquire several pounds of fruit, considering this a fitting gift for Jiang Huai's parents. Upon returning home, they discovered that Lu Wanyin was still fast asleep. Jiang Huai couldn't help but chuckle. This girl had a routine of going to bed on time but never rising with the same punctuality. Moreover, she had shifted to an entirely new sleeping position. Her head and upper body dangled over the edge of the bed while her lower half remained on it. A testament to her disregard for conventional sleeping arrangements. It was only after his parents arrived around 11 that Jiang Huai finally roused Lu Wanyin from her slumber. However, his mother admonished him for disturbing the girl's sleep. Observing his mother's affection for Lu Wanyin, Jiang Huai felt a swell of emotion. When had he ever received such tender treatment? As Jiang Huai busied himself in the kitchen, Lu Wanyin stood by, assisting him while occasionally displaying a tender intimacy that brought smiles to the faces of the elders. Lu Wanyin's culinary skills were indeed remarkable. Although her repertoire consisted of only a handful of simple home-cooked dishes, she had a unique flair for transforming these basic ingredients into delightful meals. During their most challenging times, when meat was scarce, she had ingeniously crafted vegetarian dishes and tofu to mimic the essence of meat, though she implored him not to mock her for it. A faint blush crept onto Lu Wanyin's cheeks as Jiang Huai playfully pinched her face, chuckling, "You must learn to prepare real meat for me in the future. I expect it at every meal." Lu Wanyin lifted her gaze slightly to meet his, then offered a gentle smile that Jiang Huai recognized as genuine warmth. After lunch, Jiang Huai escorted the two elders to their train while Yu Qingshun prepared to take his leave. All you, Lu Wanin's tone shifted to its usual coolness as she queried. What brings you here today? Facing her scrutiny, Yu Qingshun chuckled lightly. I came to mooch a meal, what of it? Now that you have a strong ally. You've forgotten your old father's well-being. She retorted, do not try to deceive me, I know you too well. You would avoid dining with strangers at all costs. What is your true intention today? He sighed, I simply believe that this young Jiang is a fine son-in-law. And it is only natural for me to meet my future in-laws, wouldn't you agree? Before Lu Wanin could respond further, Yu Qingshun waved dismissively, all right. I have tasks to attend to this afternoon. Enjoy your time together. In that moment, Jiang Huai sensed that Yu Qingshun had reverted to his usual carefree demeanor. As if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa on the second floor of Linyu City, a young lady clad in an exquisite dress leaned against the balcony, arms crossed and gazing distantly with an expression of indifference. Miss, I have prepared the documents you requested, announced a butler, approaching with a stack of files. Emoyu glanced up slightly at the butler, acknowledging, I see, thank you for your efforts. She moved closer to him and picked up a photograph. The image depicted a boy cheerfully posing with a peace sign, while a smaller, frail boy timidly hid behind him, cautiously peering at the camera. Emoyu's hand trembled slightly, her gaze flickering before she parted her lips, her voice barely a whisper, it really is you, brother. Suddenly, Jiang Huai was violently hurled backward, crashing against a stone pillar of an abandoned building. As he lay against the pillar, it crumbled under the impact, debris raining down upon him. After a prolonged struggle, he emerged from the rubble, breathless, and looked at Yu Qingshun, who was sitting on the steps, smoking in impatience. Teacher Yu, your methods are rather harsh, wouldn't you say? He gasped. Throughout the week, Yu Qingshun had exerted all his efforts. He not only enabled Jiang Huai to master the powers within his body with greater proficiency, but also imparted numerous combat techniques and shooting skills. Subsequently, Jiang Huai found himself in a quandary regarding the type of weapon he should employ. While he had no issues controlling his strength in daily life, combat presented a different challenge altogether. During practice sessions with Yu Qingshun, the elder provided Jiang Huai with a variety of weapons, from swords to spears and clubs. All these implements were rendered useless in the heat of battle, often shattered in Jiang Huai's grasp before even making contact with an opponent. Whether it was the hilt of a sword crushed to dust or a weapon snapped in two due to excessive force, it became evident that his expertise lay predominantly in hand-to-hand combat. Yu Qingshun recognized Jiang Huai's remarkable learning ability. Each time he demonstrated a technique, a flicker of pale blue flame danced in Jiang Huai's eyes, allowing him to flawlessly replicate the moves he had observed. With form acquired, the next step was to grasp the essence. When no weapon could withstand Jiang Huai's immense strength, Yu Qingshun chuckled and patted his shoulder, suggesting, why not try this? He produced an aged revolver and handed it to Jiang Huai. With a handgun, my strength would be of little use, right? During this time, Jiang Huai had also attended lectures by Du Qinghong while patrolling at night, where many enhanced awakeners favored firearms as their primary means of advancement. However, the limitations of firearms were evident, contingent upon the materials and the weapon's capacity to endure such power. There was once a 4-star enhanced awakener who, overwhelmed by his own strength during a beast tide, perished not at the close of the beast, but due to the explosion of his own firearm. Following that incident, the association advised organizations to prioritize the cultivation of cold weapon awakeners. The cores and body parts of slain beasts could often be repurposed into weaponry. For instance, the mother bug from the cinema incident was taken back by the fearless organization to its shell deemed the finest material. Naturally, this principle could also be applied to the crafting of firearms, however, when compared to the direct sensation of power offered by cold weapons, the cost-effectiveness of firearms was relatively low. Upon hearing Jiang Huai's words, Yu Qingshun chuckled, thrusting the old revolver into Jiang Huai's hands. Kid, for awakeners, a gun might be the least useful weapon, but remember this. He drew his own black and gold revolver from his waist and ejected the magazine. If you can harness your strength, anything in your grasp can become a weapon. With a click, he chambered 3 bullets and then stepped back a few paces. Kid, do you dare to take 3 shots from me? Jiang Huai paused momentarily. His skeleton felt like heavy armor, capable not only of tremendous destruction but also formidable defense. Neither the assaults of the elite beast in the alley nor the mother bug's full force attacks left any mark on his bones. Although Yu Qingshun was a 5-star awakener, Jiang Huai harbored no belief that his bullets could penetrate his skeletal defenses. Thus, he nodded in response. Certainly, the teacher Yu. I too wish to test the resilience of my skeletal defenses. As Yu Qingshun halted at a distance of 7 paces. He subtly adjusted the brim of his cowboy hat and sheathed his revolver, yet his hand lingered in the air, poised as if still grasping the weapon. Jiang Huai. In this world, you are the first to dare to declare, let me receive 3 shots, is it truly so exaggerated? Jiang Huai chuckled, believing Yu Qingshun was jesting, dismissing it lightly. However, when Yu Qingshun turned slightly and lifted his gaze, his eyes, concealed beneath the hat's brim, bore into Jiang Huai. At that moment, Jiang Huai felt an unsettling aura encroaching upon him, and he could vividly sense death drawing nearer. This first shot serves as your funeral bell. With a swift motion, the skeletal figure instinctively enveloped Jiang Huai's form. Almost simultaneously, the gunshot rang out, and Jiang Huai's perception failed to register when Yu Qingshun drew his weapon. Logically, even the bullet should have been apparent before him. Suddenly, a jolt of agony shot through Jiang Huai's shoulder, followed by the sound of shattering bones. The bullet forcefully penetrated the skeleton and tore through Jiang Huai's shoulder. The tremendous impact sent him tumbling through the air before he landed on the ground. The skeletal giant turned in bewilderment, gazing at his shattered shoulder as the blue flames in his eyes flickered ominously. Are you ready? Yu Qingshun slightly angled his body, raising the gun to gently blow away the smoke wafting from the muzzle. This time, Jiang Huai steadied himself, fully focused on Yu Qingshun's movements. This second shot is the last words of the deceased. With a bang, Yu Qingshun fired. However, this time, Jiang Huai was acutely aware of the bullet's trajectory. He thrust his hand upward, delivering a powerful blow to the bullet. Crack! The bones in his hand shattered entirely, contorting grotesquely under the immense force. Fortunately, his punch deflected the bullet's path, allowing it to graze past his helmet and veer away. Yet, in that brief moment of relief, he heard a sharp sound. The bullet struck the wall, ricocheted, and, at an improbable angle, rebounded toward Jiang Huai. Boom! Half of Jiang Huai's waist was obliterated by the shot, and excruciating pain forced him to crouch on the ground. What manner of force is this? With both hands rendered useless and a gaping wound in his waist, he was filled with curiosity. Why was the bullet's power so formidable, failing to shatter the wall upon impact yet rebounding back? Soon, he discerned the answer in Yu Qingshun's expression. You can control the intensity of these bullets. I am not fond of answering students' questions during class. Once you endure my final shot, I shall reveal it to you. With that, Yu Qingshun aimed the muzzle of his gun at Jiang Huai's head. This third shot is the trial of the matter. Boom. This shot was devoid of embellishment, striking directly to shatter Jiang Huai's skull. With the third, the skeletal giant collapsed to the ground, and as the bones scattered, Jiang Huai's headless corpse lay rigidly on the earth. Jiang Huai, forgive me. Yu Qingshun approached the lifeless body, slowly kneeling beside it, gently patting his back. Our time is limited, so I will use more direct methods to help you perceive strength. Aware that Jiang Huai had lost consciousness, Yu Qingshun felt free to utter these words. Rest assured, after this beast sighed. No one will look down upon the night demon patrol. What awaits you will be a vast expanse of freedom. I am truly sorry, Jiang Huai. During that week, Jiang Huai had been subjected to almost daily headshots by Yu Qingshun. However, he also discovered that each time his bones were shattered by Yu Qingshun, they would gain a new level of fortification. Particularly his skull. This damned Yu Qingshun had nearly aimed every shot at Jiang Huai's head towards the end. Now, Jiang Huai's cranial armor had evolved into sharp angles, with his jawbone adorned with a black golden exoskeleton reminiscent of the mother bug's carapace. It could be said that both his aesthetic appeal and strength had undergone significant evolution. Teacher Yu, please stop shooting. If you continue, I might evolve into a Gundam. Jiang Huai lay on the ground, raising his hand in a plea for mercy. Just as I thought, Yu Qingshun replied, plopping down beside Jiang Huai and tapping the remaining half of his head with the gun barrel. Tomorrow is the assessment. How do you feel? Confident? I cannot say, as I am entirely unaware of the assessment's content. However, if it is a sandbag competition, I believe I could clinch the championship. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingshun burst into hearty laughter. This assessment will be rather unique, my boy. After the laughter subsided, Yu Qingshun's tone grew serious. According to the observations of the Apocalypse Society, a month from now, a beast tide will descend upon this city. At that time, your new recruits will be assigned various tasks. Therefore, this assessment will be rather stringent. Those awakeners who cannot demonstrate their abilities will be relocated by the society to other cities, preserved as viable forces. Jiang Huai's head began to gradually regain its composure as he sat up to face Yu Qingshun. You never informed me of this matter. There was no point in telling you, it would only heighten your stress. You do realize this is Lu Yoto's final opportunity, do you not? Jiang Huai nodded, then inquired. If Lu Wanyin fails this time as well, will she also be relocated? Yu Qingshun chuckled softly and shook his head. If the beast tide were not so imminent, perhaps. But as it stands, she will be forcibly sent to the battlefield by the society, and to the front lines at that. Jiang Huai furrowed his brow deeply. Yu Qingshun lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before continuing. From the society's perspective, if she fails 3 assessments, then her awakening talent is deemed wasted. It would be better for her to contribute in some way. Jiang Huai had initially intended to argue that such a notion was inhumane. Yet, if the beast tide truly overtook the city, the Lingyu city would ultimately become nothing more than a forgotten ruin. Indeed, for several years now, discussions surrounding conspiracy theories have permeated the internet, accompanied by numerous accounts of bizarre creatures captured on film. There are even whispers suggesting that the lockdown of Yulong City was not due to any peculiar disease, but rather the result of some destructive force. The city now lies in ruins. Naturally, such statements are swiftly eradicated, and the individuals responsible are summoned for in-person discussions. Yet, even someone like Jiang Huai, who once lived an ordinary life, can sense the pervasive gloom beneath the seemingly tranquil sky. Should the city continue to descend into chaos, it will not be long before the authorities can no longer conceal the extent of the ensuing panic. When the situation ultimately erupts, all will descend into turmoil. Thus, it is imperative to halt the beast tide at all costs. Even a single victory would suffice to bolster morale. Perhaps, in such dire circumstances, the so-called individual humanitarianism may indeed be rendered inconsequential. Jiang Huai is no saint, he cannot save everyone, but he will ensure that Lu Wanyin remains unharmed. Teacher Yu. Huh? What is wrong? You've been lost in thought for so long, finally decided to speak. I will ensure that Lu Wanyin passes this assessment. Yu Qingshun fell silent. In that dilapidated building, the glow of his cigarette butt stood out in the darkness. During the assessment, do not reveal your identity, humanity's tolerance for beasts is non-existent. Then, Teacher Yu, why did you choose to accept me? Was it merely because I saved Lu Wanyin? Jiang Huai inquired. Yu Qingshun chuckled awkwardly before replying, to be honest, Jiang Huai, I find it hard to envision victory in this war relying solely on awakened ones. However, if a beast capable of infinite evolution stands with humanity as he spoke, he noticed a flicker of disappointment in Jiang Huai's eyes. Perhaps the lad wished to hear words of affirmation, that he was special, kind, akin to a son. Yet, such sentiments could not be uttered. If you can align yourself with humanity, then we shall have hope, Jiang Huai. He had chosen the harshest response. However, Jiang Huai's silence lasted only a few seconds before he smiled and nodded, understand, Teacher Yu. Regardless of whether beast or human, I merely wish to live well and hope those around me thrive as well. Thus, I shall do my utmost. Yu Qingshun nodded. He longed to caution. But do not overexert yourself, after all, you are still a child in need of care. Yet in this environment, those capable cannot afford the luxury of childhood. Yu Qingshun rose, brushing off his trousers. Alright, let us conclude for the night. You should rest well and report to the association's entrance with little Lu by 8 in the morning. With that, he waved his hand and approached the edge of the crumbling building. Jiang Huai, there is one thing, if, and I stress if, something were to happen to me. Please take good care of little Lu. His tone lacked the usual nonchalance. After uttering these words, without waiting for Jiang Huai's response, He leapt from the edge of the half-demolished building. Jiang Huai approached the building's edge, but he could no longer see Yu Qingshun's figure. The mystery surrounding Yu Qingshun's awakened powers remained unsolved. Those who had achieved an awakening level of 4 stars or higher possessed the privilege to conceal their records. Granted with greater authority, and were tasked with perilous missions amidst the beast side. Jiang Huai gazed at the distant neon-lit nightscape, feeling a twinge of longing. If Yu Qingshun were not engaged in the night demon patrol, perhaps his life would be more vibrant. At 7 o'clock the following morning, Jiang Huai cautiously rose from the sofa, initially believing Lu Wanyin was still asleep. He tiptoed to the door of the room. Upon opening it, he found the bedding neatly arranged, yet the young girl was nowhere to be seen. After searching the room, he eventually spotted Lu Wanyin on the balcony, already dressed. Today, she wore a hooded tracksuit instead of a dress paired with practical sports pants. How peculiar, you are up earlier than I am. Jiang Huai chuckled as he approached the balcony. Upon hearing his voice, the girl instinctively shrank back. Can you walk without making a sound now? She turned her head, casting a discontented glance at Jiang Huai. He understood that his mastery over his powers had not yet reached that level. It was merely that Lu Wanyin was preoccupied with her thoughts, failing to notice him. Are you feeling anxious? Jiang Huai inquired. This is my last opportunity. Observing the girl's somewhat dazed expression, he scratched his head and then lifted his hands to gently cup her face. What are you doing? Lu Wanyin protested, somewhat displeased. I am merely trying to discern who is masquerading as you, perhaps an infected individual. Stop it. Alright, since this is indeed the final chance, there is no turning back. We might as well take a bold risk. Lu Wanyin allowed Jiang Huai to hold her face, mumbling softly, but I haven't succeeded before. This time it's different. In what way is it different? Do you not have me by your side? Your older brother, who is both literary and martial adept, can easily assist you through the examination. Seeing Jiang Huai boast, Lu Wanyin couldn't help but chuckle. She swatted his hands away. You'll help me pass the assessment. You little sandbag. Then she grabbed Jiang Huai's face in return. If you fail, don't come crying to me. After breakfast, under Jiang Huai's guidance, Lu Wanyin's spirits lifted considerably. Jiang Huai then donned more comfortable attire, accompanying Lu Wanyin to the night demon patrol. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to everyone, above the clouds in Lingyu City, the air began to distort gradually. A shallow rift tore through the fabric of space, slowly opening like an eye, casting its malevolent gaze upon the city. Name, Jiang Huai. Codename, not yet determined. At the bus door, a staff member responsible for ranking glanced at Jiang Huai, then snorted coldly before continuing to speak. Do you belong to any organization? The staff member inquired. Upon hearing the mention of Night Demon Parade from Jiang Huai, the staff's pen came to a halt. He lifted his gaze once more, this time not just disdain but a hint of mockery gracing his features. I never imagined that wretched organization would still attract new members. You weren't seduced by one of their girls, who are you? The bus before them was affiliated with the association, currently stationed at the entrance of the association's headquarters, tasked with transporting all candidates to the examination venue. At this moment, Jiang Huai stood alone, as Lu Wanyin was not by his side. From what she had conveyed, it seemed that the assessment content varied for different types of awakeners, offensive, defensive, supportive, and enhancement types, among others. Thus, the separate vehicles were designated for each. It was somewhat disheartening for Jiang Huai to be scorned even before boarding. May I board the bus? He inquired. The staff chuckled awkwardly, nodding and gesturing toward the door with the cap of his pen. Go ahead. Jiang Huai chose not to dwell on the staff's attitude. After all, this was not a university, it had its own rules, and inevitably, a hierarchy of disdain existed. As it stood, the Night Demon Parade occupied the lowest rung of this ladder, so low that even passers-by felt entitled to bark at them. Upon boarding with his shoulder bag, Jiang Huai realized the bus was nearly full with only a few scattered seats available. He approached a boy of similar stature and quietly asked, "Excuse me. May I sit here?" The boy, arms crossed and wearing an impatient expression, simply replied, "Sit at the back." Jiang Huai's smile faltered. He turned to seek another seat. But before he could reach it, a girl inside claimed the spot with her bag, turning her gaze to the window with evident displeasure, clearly signaling her desire for solitude. After several setbacks, Jiang Huai ultimately settled into the last corner of the bus. His height made him appear somewhat cramped in the rear, but he had little choice. It was likely that everyone else on the bus had overheard the name of the organization he had mentioned, rendering the Night Demon Parade a veritable pariah. Surely, Luanin must be facing her own difficulties in a different vehicle. As the staff member assessed the time, preparing to depart, a girl rushed over in a flurry. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, her silver hair flowing in the wind as she sprinted. Jiang Huai noted her alarmingly pale complexion. Even her eyebrows seemed to have a whitish hue. She resembled a specter. "Hurry up!" the staff member barked. The girl quickened her pace, nearly losing her balance. "Finally aboard." Jiang Huai overheard her announce her name. "What name?" "Injia," she replied, standing upright and panting. Just as she was about to mention her code name, the staff member impatiently interrupted. "Which organization?" "None, I'm a self-awakened individual, discovered by the association." The staff waved their hands impatiently, urging everyone to quickly find a seat. Indeed, Injia, much like Jiang Huai earlier, searched desperately for an empty spot, encountering one obstacle after another. Just as she was on the verge of tears, Jiang Huai beckoned to her. "Sit here, there's another seat beside me." With a sense of relief akin to a pardon, Injia dashed over to Jiang Huai's side, her black backpack bouncing with each step. "Thank you," she said, settling down with her bag. At that moment, Jiang Huai sensed a chilling aura emanating from the girl. Despite having run breathlessly, she was not a bead of sweat upon her brow. Instead, an unsettling coldness radiated from her being. Jiang Huai narrowed her eyes slightly, glancing at the girl's chest, and discovered that flowing within her was not merely blood, but a faint blue energy akin to frost. Before the girl could notice, Jiang Huai averted her gaze. The girl had intended to express her gratitude, but upon seeing Jiang Huai donning headphones, she prudently tightened her grip on her backpack and shrank back into her seat. The staff member took his place in the driver's seat, and soon the last person boarded the vehicle. When this individual entered, everyone held their breath, not for any trivial reason, but because he was clad in the formal uniform of the Fearless. The sleek black design of the uniform was both aesthetically pleasing and highly functional. It was evident that he was the leader of this group of trainees. "Hey, everyone, look at me," he announced with an air of superiority, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an arrogance typical of those who revel in their newfound power. Though the others perceived this youth, seemingly just a couple of years older than themselves, as foolish, they could not deny the weight of his uniform. After all, it was not every day one could wear the insignia of the Fearless Squad. Thus, all eyes were fixed upon him. Whether organized or not, the trainees had all heard of the illustrious reputation of the Fearless during their time. It was, in essence, the pinnacle of combat prowess within the association, with 6 elite teams renowned among the awakened. Particularly notable were the captains of these 6 teams, Bai Chong, the master of the Black Blade, and Gue Dao, the one-blade style practitioner. These 6 individuals stood as paragons among the awakened. The youngest among them, known as Blood Falcon, MOU, had astonishingly achieved the rank of 5-star awakened at a tender age. Even more astonishing was the fact that no one had yet witnessed her awakening ability. It was rumored that the blade she currently wielded, though a fine weapon, was not her true instrument. The genuine blade that belonged to her had never been drawn. The potential for her future was indeed boundless. The Red Crow insignia worn on the chest of this fearless mentor served as a testament to MOU's membership in the Blood Falcon Squad. "I am one of the mentors responsible for leading this group, and as for you all, keep your wits about you. Next time, do not wait for me to remind you to pay attention. Is that clear?" "Yes, understood," came the scattered responses from the vehicle. The youth stamped his foot, his voice rising in anger. "No spirit. Can you not hear me?" The sound was almost imperceptible. How could one expect to pass the assessment with such feeble volume? It was utterly foolish, leaving everyone speechless. The young man's voice was nearly hoarse from shouting, and it was a challenge to suppress laughter in such a ludicrous situation. "Do you understand?" "We understand," everyone chorused in unison. The youth nodded in satisfaction, but suddenly his gaze fell upon the back seat of the vehicle. Hey! You there! What are you doing? Can't you hear me speaking? He shouted angrily, pointing towards the rear of the car. The individual he indicated was none other than Jiang Huai. Clad in high-quality, high-fidelity noise-cancelling headphones, Jiang Huai gazed out the window, oblivious to the fact that he had become the focal point of the entire vehicle. Teacher. That's someone from the Night Demon Patrol. A tall, slender student promptly reported. Night Demon Patrol. The young man paused, then turned his attention back to the rear seat. Yes. That cowardly organization. He exclaimed incredulously. How dare a mere member of the Night Demon Patrol disregard my words? With sleeves rolled up, he marched towards the back seat, vowing, today I shall not let you off lightly. As the youth stormed toward the back, the other students began to revel in the impending drama. He is definitely getting kicked off the bus, they chuckled. He deserves it. Everyone from that organization are cowards and shouldn't even attempt the assessment. Anticipation filled the air as they awaited their clever instructor to expel the audacious youth from the vehicle, hoping for a display of formidable force. Even the driver seemed eager for the unfolding spectacle. Jia shrank back in fear and, noticing the young man approaching, quickly tugged at Jiang Huai's sleeve. Only then did Jiang Huai, puzzled, remove one of his headphones and turn to her. What is wrong? The teacher is coming. Jia warned. Jiang Huai turned to see the young man standing before him. Though slender, he radiated an imposing presence. He stepped closer to Jiang Huai, raising his hand as if to slap him. Yet, in that instant, as Jiang Huai turned to face him, the roles of aggressor and defender swiftly reversed. You little rascal. The instructor's raised hand swung down, but in a twist of fate it transformed midair, gently resting on Jiang Huai's shoulder. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Big brother. Huh? Jiang Huai looked at the man before him, confusion evident in his expression. Meanwhile, the others in the car stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. They had envisioned countless scenarios of Jiang Huai being unceremoniously ejected from the vehicle by his instructor. But this was beyond their wildest expectations. Big brother. You don't remember me? Last time you saved me. If it weren't for you, I might have met my end in that cinema. Jiang Huai paused, realization dawning upon him. This was the wealthy young man who had narrowly escaped a fate worse than death at the hands of the infector in the cinema. You are the young master. Yet. Jiang Huai struggled to recall his name. My name is Chuhi. Dear brother, at the very least, do remember my name. What was the name of that night demon candidate? Everyone in the vehicle began to doubt their own ears. Brother. He even claimed to have saved my life. Could it be that this night demon has truly stumbled upon a treasure? The driver started to feel apprehensive. He had just treated Jiang Huai so poorly. If this was someone already favored by the fearless, someone who concealed their prowess, would he bear a grudge against him? Oh, Chuhi. There is no need for such formality. If all is well, I shall continue to rest, Jiang Huai replied, unaffected by fatigue. Yet, Chuhi's loud and boisterous behavior in front of so many people made him feel as if he were being treated like a benefactor, which left him quite uneasy. Rest assured, brother, I will certainly help you establish good relations for this assessment. By the way, why have I not seen sister-in-law? Cough. Jiang Huai coughed twice and shot him a glare. Do not spout nonsense. Lu Wanin is my colleague, and as for the assessment, let it proceed as it should. Without any unnecessary embellishments. Yes, brother. Just look at me, my tongue tends to run wild. So, may I sit beside you? His voice was excessively loud. This young master truly seemed rather dim-witted. Throughout the journey, Jiang Huai yearned for a peaceful listening experience, but it was evident that if Chuhi sat beside him, tranquility would be a distant dream. Meanwhile, Jia realized that she must concede her seat, but where could she possibly go? The other students appeared to look down upon her, and coupled with her chilly demeanor, she felt somewhat awkward. Nonetheless, she clutched her backpack, preparing to rise. Jiang Huai raised his hand to stop her, saying, It's fine, this isn't a primary school field trip. There is no need to sit together. He then turned to Chuhi and added, Feel free to choose any seat you like. All right. I shall sit at the front. Brother, we can chat once we arrive. Chu, he exclaimed cheerfully, and Jiang Huai nodded with a smile. Thus, Chu, he turned and found a seat at the front, shouting to the driver, all right. Let's out hit the road. The staff promptly started the bus, heading towards their destination. Jiang Huai recalled hearing Yu Qingxuan mention that among the awakened, there exists a category known as domain-type awakened. They have the ability to create a simulated environment, completely isolating what occurs within from reality. This domain power is referred to by the awakened as the Nine Faces Sealing Realm. It is an essential preparation made by the Awakened Association ahead of a beast side. The objective is to sever the entire city from reality, ensuring that any battles occurring within the Nine Faces Sealing Realm will not impact the real world. Thus, should they successfully resist the beast tide, the city would remain unscathed. However, this is contingent upon success. Thus far, humanity has never successfully repelled a beast tide. Yet the establishment of the Nine Faces Sealing Realm has never been neglected. Each awakened harbors a glimmer of hope, wishing for that one victory. Hoping that it will come in the next encounter. They hope to truly conquer a tide of beasts. Humanity desperately yearns for such a victory. At this moment, on the outskirts of Linyu City, the long-prepared Nine Faces Sealing Realm is being activated. Under the coordination of official personnel, this mountain has been closed to entry since 3 days ago. One bus after another rolls in, as if entering an entirely different world. Jiang Huai is particularly sensitive to this change in environment. He can even perceive that the breath he exhales has transformed completely. The others in the vehicle appear largely indifferent to this shift. As the bus arrives at a temporary camp constructed within the mountains, the evaluation officially commences. Meanwhile, within the enigmatic hall of the Apocalyptic Society, a woman clad in white stands before a colossal armillary sphere. It rotates slowly, adorned with a multitude of luminous points, as if encapsulating the grandeur of the entire universe. Each beam of light signifies a galaxy, and every trajectory foretells the laws governing the cosmos. The movement of the armillary sphere seems to narrate the mysteries of the universe, as well as the Apocalyptic Society's quest for understanding and mastery over these enigmas. The Apocalyptic Seers can be regarded as the observatory of the Awakeners Association. They possess the most formidable spiritual awakeners in the world, granting them absolute perception of rifts and beasts. However, their observational prowess falters when it comes to the infected. Like other powerful organizations within the association, the Apocalyptic Society's influence spans the globe. During the onslaught of the beast tide, they dispatch envoys to the association's frontline combat divisions to convey divine decrees. The Awakeners refer to these envoys as star messengers, signifying the apostles of the stars. The woman is the star messenger sent to Linyu City. The Apocalyptic Society foresees that a month from now, a beast tide will descend upon Linyu City, and their predictions have never been erroneous. Yet this time, she senses something peculiar. Despite the armillary sphere's direction and her own perceptions indicating that the prophecy holds true, an unsettling feeling lingers within her. In recent observations, she has detected subtle deviations, imperceptibly minute, yet significant enough to warrant attention from the seers. The source of this deviation is a white star. This white star, while interacting with other celestial orbits, tends to veer slightly off course uncontrollably, only to quickly return to its rightful path. This anomaly captures the attention of the woman, for she understands that every detail could be a turning point of fate. She gently raises her hand, plucking the white star and cradling it within her palm before placing it against her chest, a manifestation of her power. She attempts to communicate with the white star through her soul, but suddenly, her mind is engulfed by visions of a battlefield drenched in slaughter. A sea of corpses and a towering white figure. What is this? The white star offers no response, instead, the starlight gradually dims, ultimately dissolving into a realm of dark silence. The woman's complexion pales as she watches the once luminous star fade into dust, her heart weighed down by an indescribable sorrow. After a moment of prayer with her hands clasped together, she turned and departed from the hall. This white star was no ordinary object, indeed. It held the potential to alter the very fabric of this world. Once disembarked, Jiang Huai surveyed his surroundings. Although this was merely a temporary encampment, it had already taken on considerable scale, featuring dormitories for the trainees, a dining hall, and the command center for the instructors. Of course, these structures existed solely within the confines of the Nine Faces Sealed Dust Realm. Beyond its boundaries lay nothing but a forested mountain landscape. Brother Jiang, Let us proceed to the command center. I would like to introduce you to this examination's chief invigilators, Chu, he offered, stepping forward to guide Jiang Huai. Only to be gently declined. Jiang Huai had merely registered as a restorative type awakener, specifically one of self-regeneration, relegating him to the role of a mere target in the front ranks. Even if Chu he could facilitate connections, it would provide little assistance for his future endeavors to consume cause. There was a genuine risk he might be assigned to logistics under the guise of protection, which would be a significant loss. No, I must reunite with a friend here, he replied. Very well. I shall head to the command center. The first assessment begins in an hour. Wishing you great fortune in your martial pursuits, Brother Jiang. As he watched Chu he depart, Jiang Huai felt a profound sense of melancholy. The complexities of human relationships were inescapable. Thank you for allowing me to sit beside you on the vehicle earlier, murmured Jia, who had been standing quietly beside Jiang Huai. Previously, she had refrained from interrupting him while he wore headphones. But now she seized the opportunity to express her gratitude. My name is Jia. Due to health issues, I have been regarded as a monster since childhood. And even within the Awakener Association, I often feel unwelcome. A hint of sadness tinged her voice. She had hoped that joining the association would alleviate the disdain she often faced. In truth, she was quite beautiful, but her silver hair and white eyebrows, combined with the chilling aura that surrounded her, rendered her somewhat intimidating. No need for thanks, we shall be comrades henceforth, supporting one another. I am Jiang Huai, he replied with a warm smile. I shall prepare now, see you shortly, Jiang Huai. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, a noticeable change against her fair complexion. As she turned to walk towards the dormitory with her backpack, Jiang Huai recalled the faint blue luminescent energy he had observed within her, a power both formidable and frigid. If she could master that strength, her potential was indeed boundless. Suddenly, a gentle tap on his head startled Jiang Huai. He turned to find Lu Wanyin, clad in athletic wear. It must be said that beauty enhances any attire. Although Lu Wanyin was slender, she had developed in all the right places. At that moment, the zipper of her black sportswear was taut against her figure, presenting a striking allure. TSK, Lu Wanyin teased, her hand lightly resting on her chest. You were so captivated by the other girls just now, and now you're staring at my body, Jiang Huai. You truly are a little lecher, aren't you? Lu Wanyin intentionally leaned closer to Jiang Huai, slightly raising her gaze to reveal a provocative smile. Ahem. Jiang Huai coughed a couple of times, took a step back, and hurriedly shifted the topic. Are we to prepare for the assessment next? Yet, I am still in the dark about everything. Alas, there is little that can be done. In other organizations, or among freelancers, the association would send someone to liaise with them and inform them of the details 3 days prior to the assessment. However, our night demon patrol, unable to afford the association's management fees, naturally lacks such value-added services. But fret not, all do transmitted the materials to me last night. Jiang Huai frowned slightly. Why didn't you give me a copy last night? He sent it to me just 3 minutes before I was to sleep. I had to prioritize my rest. Jiang Huai was at a loss for words. Lu Wanyin was indeed quite troubled by her erratic schedule. Why don't you wake up earlier in the morning then? Thus, the two engaged in playful banter as they made their way toward the dormitory building. After registering downstairs, they were assigned to the same room, which was evidently meant to be a storage space. Is this also a result of not paying the management fee? Jiang Huai smiled wryly. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, Lu Wanyin teased, indicating that she had grown accustomed to such differential treatment. At that moment, in the command center, Chu he was intently observing a surveillance screen featuring a young man with striking red hair. The boy stood tall, handsome, and exuded an extraordinary presence. Unmistakably not an ordinary individual. Huang Yu, 22 years old, was a rare talent awakened to a 3-star fire element. A staff member approached Chu He and remarked, "He is far more impressive than you, little Chu, you must work harder." "Oh, go away, I am not an offensive type awakener," Chu He retorted with an eye roll. This young man, Huang Yu, was precisely the reason for Chu He's visit. He had been discovered and recommended to the association by the Fearless. He had now been exceptionally designated as a reserve member of the Fearless. Just as Chu He was about to examine Huang Yu's profile in detail, A commotion arose behind him. He set down the documents and turned around, nearly taken aback. Captain. He instinctively stood at attention, raising his chest and saluting the young woman entering the command center. All other personnel in the command center paused their work to salute her as well. MOU nodded and gestured for others to disregard the formality. It is known that while the Awakener Association is not a purely military institution, it holds the same administrative rank. Thus, it is quite reasonable for these individuals to show respect to MOU, an elite captain of one of the 4 major organizations. Captain, what brings you here? As MOU approached him and gazed at the array of surveillance footage, he inquired with some confusion. I had not heard that MOU would be coming. With the beast tide imminent, why would she attend to such a preliminary assessment? Could it be that she is here for Huang Yu? The higher-ups of the Fearless are placing such importance on that young man. This was also the sentiment shared by others present. They could not help but begin to remember the name Huang Yu. It is worth noting that she is MOU, a young and fearless elite team leader, recognized as a 5-star awakened. The MO family, which she is associated with, holds a significant position within the association's upper management. The attention she gives to Huang Yu is indeed remarkable. Yet, MOU did not cast a single glance at the Huang Yu displayed on the screen. Instead, her gaze shifted towards a screen in the far corner. On that screen, in a room that evidently lacked the amenities of the others, Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin were busy arranging their luggage. Captain, this is Jiang Huai, whom I wanted to introduce at the cinema. He began. But MOU shot him an icy glance that conveyed an unmistakable warning. Although he may not have been particularly strong, he possessed a quick wit and promptly fell silent. At that moment, MOU's attention remained fixed on Jiang Huai, her eyes revealing a fleeting softness that was barely perceptible. After settling their belongings, Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin proceeded to the assessment area specifically designated for the camp. The first round of evaluations consisted of ability tests, categorizing various types of awakened individuals, offensive, defensive, supportive, and enhancement types, for separate assessments. Don't worry, the ability tests are generally passable, you merely need to showcase your unique powers. Lu Wanyin reassured Jiang Huai before she turned to head towards the offensive testing grounds. Wait, Jiang Huai called out to Lu Wanyin, who turned back with a puzzled expression. Her hair was a bit disheveled. Jiang Huai reached out to tidy Lu Wanyin's hair. Initially, Lu Wanyin seemed confused, but when Jiang Huai leaned closer and whispered, "Be cautious. Someone is watching us," she began to observe her surroundings in her own way, eventually nodding in understanding. Indeed, it was not surprising. A large crowd awaited the night demon patrol's potential embarrassment. Nevertheless, Lu Wanyin seemed to dismiss it, and even without completing her thought, Jiang Huai grasped her intention. This was Lu Wanyin's last chance at the assessment. If she did not succeed this time, she would be compelled to leave the night demon patrol and return to an ordinary life. Of course, that was Lu Wanyin's perspective. Jiang Huai, however, had learned from Yu Qingshun that the current assessment had special arrangements for candidates like Lu Wanyin who were facing their final opportunity. They were to serve as the first wave of the daring team during the beast tide, attracting fire from the rear and paving a path forward. Rest assured, Jiang Huai smiled at Lu Wanyin, no one will witness our folly. Lu Wanyin raised her gaze slightly to meet Jiang Huai's, then let out a soft laugh. I see. Is this your way of showcasing your boyfriend charm? Well then, let me indulge you, come, give my head a pat. Jiang Huai was at a loss for words, realizing that this girl truly needed no encouragement to bask in the limelight. Everyone, please be aware of your designated positions. Offensive team members, do not stray to other areas. I am referring to you. Night Demon Patrol. As the mentor's furious roar echoed, Lu Wanyin quickly raised her hand and exclaimed, "Coming, coming." She then playfully poked Jiang Huai's cheek and remarked, "Behave well, dear sister is off." With that, Lu Wanyin dashed away from Jiang Huai, even throwing him a cheeky grimace as she departed. Yet, Jiang Huai exhibited no reaction, he was no longer easily deceived. This individual only performed when surrounded by a crowd, revealing his true self only in solitude. Nevertheless, one must admit, he was rather endearing. The examination area sprawled impressively, accommodating over 400 candidates, the majority of whom were offensive types. Approximately 80 were defensive, while the number of psychic candidates was the least. Originally, psychics were classified as support types. But 3 years prior, the Apocalypse Society began to take an interest in the assessments, welcoming talented psychic awakeners. Consequently, a dedicated track was established for the society to scout potential candidates. Jiang Huai entered the open examination ground alongside his peers. The venue was roughly the size of half a football field, overseen by 5 mentors. The 80-plus candidates would be divided into 5 batches through a draw for their abilities assessment. Please, let us not draw the knife wolf, anything but the knife wolf, muttered a plump boy standing beside Jiang Huai, curiosity piquing his interest. Is he the knife wolf who sings? Is he also a mentor? He inquired. The plump boy glanced at Jiang Huai, seemingly recognizing him as a fellow participant from the Night Demon Patrol. Initially reluctant to engage, he remembered Jiang Huai's camaraderie with the official members of the Fearless and forced a smile. No, the Knife Wolf is merely a nickname for one of the mentors. He is adept with blades, possesses a volatile temperament, and treats candidates with the ferocity of a wolf, which is why we call him the Knife Wolf. He gestured toward a man lurking in the corner of the testing area. The man appeared to be in his 30s, bearing an intimidating visage and a malevolent aura, wielding a long knife that emitted a chilling white gleam. Upon noticing Jiang Huai and the plump boy's gaze, the man provocatively licked the blade's edge, blood trickling down as his grin grew more maniacal. Don't look. Don't look. He has noticed us. The plump boy trembled in fear. So that is the Knife Wolf. It seems he doesn't have a habit of poisoning his blades, Jiang Huai remarked, nodding. There exists a phenomenon known as Murphy's Law, quite intriguing in nature. In essence, it suggests that what one fears is precisely what one encounters. Initially, Jiang Huai believed it prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble, hoping to evade the infamous Knife Wolf. However, when the results of the draw were announced, both he and the plump boy found themselves assigned to the very mentor they had hoped to avoid. Observing the plump boy on the verge of tears, Jiang Huai patted his shoulder reassuringly. All right, since we are here, we might as well accept it. It's merely an assessment, surely, no one will perish, he consoled the boy, who, with reddened eyes, responded. Though the Blade Wolf does not kill during assessments, he employs methods that render you more miserable than death, under the guise of testing your defensive capabilities. Jiang Huai couldn't help but be taken aback. The individual resembled a psychopath, and indeed turned out to be one. The examination method for defensive awakeners can be described as exceedingly straightforward and brutal. The examiner conducts pressure tests based on the abilities detailed in the candidates' profiles. For instance, if one's ability is body hardening, the examiner begins with the most basic attacks to assess the candidate's resilience. Such tests are typically executed using various tools, allowing for a controlled measure of force. Consequently, each examiner is accompanied by an array of implements, impact hammers, cutting machines, drill bits, and even guillotines. Jiang Huai swallowed hard upon witnessing the scene. Good heavens! This is not an examination hall, it is clearly a torture chamber, and these individuals are not examiners, but rather executioners. Naturally, the Blade Wolf is an exception. He possesses no tools, relying solely on the knife in his hand for the test. The chubby boy not only has poor luck, but is extraordinarily unfortunate. He drew the Blade Wolf and was the first to face him. The Blade Wolf regarded the boy with a sinister grin. What is your ability? He inquired with a hint of provocation. I can enhance my skin, turning fat into steel, the boy stuttered. Upon hearing this, the Blade Wolf burst into laughter. Ha! No wonder you're so rotund, it seems your fat serves as your armor. The other candidates found this amusing, while the chubby boy, drenched in sweat, did not share their mirth. All right, the Blade Wolf said slowly as he rose, dragging the tip of his long knife across the ground, advancing step by step toward the boy. Steel, is it? Let me see how hard this steel truly is. As he raised his knife, the chubby boy, paralyzed by fear, forgot to activate his ability. Jiang Huai quickly shouted, "Instructor, you haven't inquired about his awakening level." Everyone then realized the oversight. Indeed, he hasn't even asked about the awakening level before attempting to strike. All the instructors present were 4-star awakeners. One blow from the Blade Wolf could very well send the boy's fat flying. The Blade Wolf, having lifted his hand, slowly lowered it and turned to face Jiang Huai. I've reviewed the files, do you think I wouldn't know his level? Or I see, instructor. I was overly concerned, Jiang Huai replied with a nod, patting the boy on the shoulder. He had considered that the instructor might have reviewed the files. Yet his shot was primarily intended to rouse the chubby boy from his stupor. Do not fear, you have already stated that the blade wolf does not kill. Jiang Huai whispered reassuringly in the boy's ear. Gradually, the boy regained his composure, took a deep breath, and soon his corpulent form began to accumulate hardened masses, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a stone giant. Ha ha ha, this is quite interesting. The blade wolf laughed heartily before swinging his knife. When the long blade struck the boy's chest, it produced a metallic clang. With a pitiful cry, the chubby boy collapsed to the ground. Although there was no blood oozing from his chest, it was evident that the fatty deposits beneath his skin had been considerably disrupted. What tenacity! Such force! Bring it on! Without allowing the boy a moment to recover, the knife-wielding wolf struck again, this time aiming for his thigh. It hurts. So painful. The boy's snot and tears began to stream down his face. This outburst caused him to lose his composure, and the hardened mass within his body rapidly dissipated, almost reverting to soft fat. He attempted to roll over and crawl away, but the knife-wielding wolf pressed his foot onto the boy's back. Ha ha ha. Where do you think you're going? Is this your limit? Come on. This time, he thrust his blade towards the boy's back. Just as the blade was about to pierce through, Jiang Huai firmly grasped the edge of the knife. With that grip, the knife in the wolf's hand could no longer advance even a fraction. You again? The knife-wielding wolf glared at Jiang Huai in irritation. Who the hell are you? Is it your turn to intervene? Jiang Huai frowned and replied, Instructor, your objective is to test his resilience, not to take his life. Damn you. The wolf yanked the knife away forcefully, wrenching it from Jiang Huai's grip. How can I be an instructor if I need you to teach me? He continued. Since he is a defensive awakener, he must stand at the forefront, drawing fire away from his teammates and creating opportunities. He pointed the blade at the sobbing chubby boy on the ground. Look at this coward. Who would dare stand behind him? Jiang Huai recognized the truth in the wolf's words. In the current scenario, there was no room for leniency in education. He had no retort. He merely wished to prevent the boy, with whom he had exchanged a few words, from being stabbed through. At that moment, the wolf's gaze fell upon Jiang Huai's hand. Upon realizing that Jiang Huai had not sustained any injury from the blade he had just withdrawn, a renewed excitement flickered across his face. You, my friend, have quite a sturdy physique. The knife-wielding wolf surveyed Jiang Huai, then licked his lips. Here's the deal, since you wish to play the hero. Take 3 of my strikes. If you can withstand them, both you and this chubby one pass. What do you say? Without a hint of hesitation, Jiang Huai nodded in agreement. Deal. You've got guts. But let me make this clear, kid, the wolf said ominously as he circled Jiang Huai twice. These 3 strikes are on me, and I won't take care whether you can endure them. In other words, even if you falter under the first blow, I will not relent with the next 2. How does that sound? As you wish, Jiang Huai replied, his gaze following the wolf's movements. The other candidate sensed the precariousness of the situation. Was this nightmarish creature out of his mind? Was he truly intent on saving that chubby boy? Now that the wolf had set his sights on him, one could only wonder if the boy's life was in jeopardy. Meanwhile, in the command center, Chu gritted his teeth as he watched the scene unfold. This madman truly intended to kill Jiang Huai. Beside him, Lemoyu remained expressionless. She clasped her hands tightly across her chest, her gaze fixated solely on the screen where Jiang Huai stood, not daring to glance elsewhere. It was only when Chu uttered his words that Emoyu's eyes subtly shifted, briefly meeting his. The man was rendered speechless, clearly intimidated. Alas! This child seems to be in grave peril. A staff member approached Emoyu, presenting a steaming cup of coffee. After placing it on the table, he sighed as he continued to observe the screen. Although the blade wolf would not resort to lethal force against the candidates, a genuine strike from him could result in severe injury, if not death. The Blade Society, to which the Blade Wolf belonged, may not rank among the 4 major organizations. Yet it held a significant position within the association. Its members were fervent enthusiasts who cherished their blades above all else. Their leader, codenamed the Blacksmith, possessed unparalleled swordsmanship alongside exquisite forging skills. The long blade strapped to Moyu's waist was a gift personally bestowed by the blacksmith when she ascended to the role of elite squad leader. Moyu was acutely aware of the blacksmith's madness, yet she maintained a composed demeanor, her arms still crossed, now forming tight fists. "Are you ready?" The blade wolf grinned mischievously at Jiang Huai, deliberately waving the blade before him. I've perused your dossier, Jiang Huai, the night demon roamer. With the ability of self-regeneration. The blade wolf raised his hand, the blade's tip slowly pointing towards Jiang Huai's chest. "The file states that you were attacked by an infected known as the arthropod, your heart was extracted, and yet you survived." "Yes," Jiang Huai nodded. He. "Then I shall revel in this." The blade wolf appeared giddy, as though he were about to feast upon an unsuspecting lamb. "Do you know why I relish being a mentor for defensive assessments?" He raised the blade higher. "Because I absolutely adore slicing people." With a swift motion, the long blade descended. The speed of the strike astonished all present, yet to Jiang Huai it seemed almost painfully slow in comparison to Moyu's prowess. While he could easily evade the blow, doing so would render the assessment meaningless. Besides, he pondered that evading without a scratch might attract unwarranted attention. Therefore, he decided to grant the mentor some face, recognizing his authority. In the fleeting moment before the blade wolf's strike landed, Jiang Huai found time to contemplate, illustrating just how sluggish the attack appeared to him. He tempered the intensity of his own strength at his chest, suppressing any hint of his skeletal presence. Consequently, the blade sliced down from his collarbone, concluding at his waist. Blood erupted instantly. The surrounding students gasped in unison. "Oh my! So much blood! Goodness! He has finished." The blade wolf, splattered with blood, only grew more exhilarated, albeit with a tinge of confusion. This sensation felt decidedly amiss. He is an adept with the blade. And coupled with his extraordinary abilities, he can discern in an instant whether his strike will inflict harm. At the moment he unleashed his attack, he felt assured that his opponent would remain unscathed. However, as the blade made contact, that certainty wavered. The smile on the face of the knife wolf persisted. Yet his mind was engulfed in confusion. What is this boy's predicament? The chubby candidate, witnessing the blood gushing from Jiang Huai's chest, turned pale with terror. What on earth is happening? Upon noticing the commotion, the other instructors shouted towards the knife wolf. Should we summon medical personnel? The knife wolf chuckled awkwardly, contemplating the grim task of retrieving the boy's remains. Yet, he was interrupted by Jiang Huai's emotionless declaration, there are still 2 more strikes remaining. His tone remained utterly unchanged, as if the blow he had just endured was not aimed at him, but rather at the anxious candidates surrounding them. Are you serious, boy? The knife wolf glanced at Jiang Huai's wound. It was not shallow, and there was no indication of healing. This was, of course, due to Jiang Huai's control over his powers. He had to minimize the attention drawn to his unique abilities. Apologies, one of my abilities is to numb pain. Rest assured, my wound is healing, albeit at a slow pace, Jiang Huai replied with a smile. His blood-soaked appearance, juxtaposed with his nonchalant demeanor, struck an eerie chord. He. Should I wait for you then? The knife wolf asked with a grin. No need, there are too many people waiting, please, carry on. Good lad. The knife wolf's gaze darkened. Within the command center, He was on his feet, pounding the table. This madman has truly struck. He has gravely injured Jiang Huai. And any reasonable observer would know such wounds are often fatal. Captain. This? He intended to turn to his captain for assistance, only to discover that Moyu had mysteriously vacated his seat. He looked around, realizing Moyu had even left the command center entirely. It's over. The captain must have found it dull and left early. We are doomed. The knife wolf tightened his grip on the long blade and shouted, delivering another vicious slash at Jiang Huai. This strike mirrored the previous one, albeit from a different angle. A new scar formed on Jiang Huai's chest, and blood gushed forth once more. Those with less fortitude among the candidates collapsed in terror. The chubby boy wept uncontrollably. Brother. Please stop. Let me take it. Damn it. Just strike me instead. The knife wolf covered his face with his hand, tilting his head back in a chilling laugh. How strange. Too strange. This time, he made a deliberate effort to sense the moment. That peculiar feeling returned. Throughout his life, he had struck many individuals, including numerous infected and beasts. Yet, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Both of those strikes had assured him that he could not harm this individual in the slightest. Yet, when he delivered the blow, it was as if flesh had been torn asunder. Fascinating. You are truly intriguing, boy. Jiang Huai sighed. This was a sports outfit personally purchased for him by Lu Wanin at the night market. Although it was inexpensive, it was indeed a gift from Lu Wanin. To see it so carelessly destroyed truly ignited a sense of anger within him. Well, the final blow, the sooner it's done, the sooner it ends. Are you not afraid at all, kid? Daolang asked Jiang Huai with a manic grin. I told you, life shut off my sense of pain, Jiang Huai replied. No. Daolang shook his head, stating, even if you have numbed your pain, can you truly not feel fear upon witnessing your own body being carved with deep gashes? His reasoning struck a chord. Jiang Huai suddenly recognized that he might have been a tad too insincere. Had he known, he would have sought Lu Wanin's advice on acting. Perhaps the events had unfolded too swiftly for him to react. He figured he would be terrified enough to soil himself by nightfall. All right, hasten the last strike. I wish to take a bath. Now nearly drenched in his own blood, with half of his face stained crimson, he still maintained an air of indifference. This demeanor incited a mix of excitement and fury within Daolang. You little rascal, I shall ensure you experience true fear with this final strike. In that instant, Jiang Huai sensed a palpable shift in Daolang's aura. His eyes began to radiate a sinister red glow, and a dark energy coalesced around his blade. Goodness. Is he genuinely intent on killing me? Jiang Huai found himself in a quandary. If he withstood this full-force strike from his mentor, wouldn't that be too unrealistic? What should he do? Block it? Or evade? Neither option seemed viable. He was caught in a precarious situation. Brother. Don't force yourself. The chubby boy clung to his leg, crying out, Brother, run. Quickly. Damn your ancestors, Jiang Huai muttered. This chubby kid was shouting for him to flee while clinging to his leg. Was he wishing for his demise to come sooner? This strike shall be my tribute to you. Kid. Daolang gripped his sword with both hands and then lunged forward, swinging the long blade towards Jiang Huai's neck. The ferocity of this strike was unparalleled. And Jiang Huai could sense that it was on an entirely different level from the previous two. Accompanied by a howling sound, the long blade swiftly approached Jiang Huai's throat. However, in the next moment, a metallic clash resonated. Daolang's blade was deflected upward by another sword just as it made contact with Jiang Huai's neck. The deflection was executed with such ease that both Jiang Huai and Daolang widened their eyes in astonishment. Daolang was shocked because the force and speed of this counter were overwhelming. Jiang Huai, on the other hand, was bewildered that such an ordinary upward thrust was beyond his clarity. With a crisp sound, Daolang's blade shattered midair, breaking into two segments. The blade tip traced an arc before plunging into the ground, while the momentum caused Daolang to plop down onto the ground. Jiang Huai stared blankly at the figure before him. Not only he, but everyone else was also rendered speechless, including Daolang and the other mentors. For at that moment, standing beside Jiang Huai, exuding an eerie chill, was none other than the captain of the fearless elite team, Mou. When Mou sheathed her long knife, which glimmered with a cold light, the surrounding people finally felt time resume its flow. Daolang slumped to the ground, gazing at Mou in disbelief. This is an assessment. Mou slightly turned, fixing a frigid, superior gaze upon Daolang. This is not your execution ground. Daolang quickly regained his composure, chuckling awkwardly before gracefully springing to his feet. He then placed one hand on his chest and struck a rather ludicrous pose, clearly laced with sarcasm. Thank you for your guidance, Miss Mou. Mou did not spare him another glance but instead turned to Jiang Huai, briefly surveying his mangled form. What happened to you? Just as Jiang Huai was about to inquire about her presence, Mou seized his wrist and led him towards the exit of the examination area. Wait. What about my assessment? Jiang Huai was perplexed but felt it unwise to resist Mou. Behind him, Daolang's laughter echoed. Ha ha ha, kid, you passed. Under the watchful eyes of all, Mo pulled Jiang Huai out of the examination hall. Upon reaching the entrance, Jiang Huai attempted to break free from her grip, only to discover her hold was exceedingly firm. Had he not been steady, he feared his wrist might have been dislocated. "Miss Mo, where are you taking me?" Jiang Huai inquired, frowning. "To the medical department." So that was it. Jiang Huai understood Mo's intentions. She seemed to be worried about him. Yet, he felt she was not the type to act in such a manner. "No need, Miss Mo. My recovery ability is quite strong." Mo halted, turning her gaze towards Jiang Huai's body. Indeed, the wound on his chest was slowly healing, the severed skin regenerating at a visibly rapid pace. In about a minute, the two gashes left no trace behind. Mo witnessed the entire process and finally raised her eyes to meet Jiang Huai's, her tone icy as she inquired, "What exactly is your ability?" "Self-regeneration," Jiang Huai replied with a smile. "To heal such fatal wounds in mere minutes. Do you realize what level of awakened one possesses such a capability?" Jiang Huai's heart sank. Could it be that self-regenerators have a slow recovery rate? When his heart was removed and grew back, Lu Wanin had not seemed particularly astonished. Perhaps that girl lacked experience or had overlooked it. Jiang Huai felt a pang of regret. In his haste to escape Mo, he had forgotten to conceal his abilities before her. Although Daolang was a madman, he was not a ruthless executioner who would indiscriminately harm students. Mo gazed into Jiang Huai's eyes and stated, "His ability resonates with blades when he strikes. He surely ensures you will not suffer a fatal injury." The young girl's gaze narrowed slightly, emanating an aura of sharp intensity. Yet, the reality remained that the injuries inflicted by those two strikes could easily prove fatal. "You claim to be able to suppress pain. But those two blows severed the majority of your nerves, leaving you unable to move a single step. Do you still wish to assert that you are an awakened being from the regeneration category?" A bit of cold sweat trickled down Jiang Huai's forehead as he raised his hand slightly, revealing the wrist tightly gripped by Mo. "Could you please release me?" It was only then that Mo realized she had been clenching Jiang Huai's hand so firmly. She immediately let go and took a step back. Yet her gaze remained coldly fixed on him. "Firstly, Miss Mo, I am not affiliated with the Fearless. I have no obligation to disclose everything to you. Secondly, if we are discussing awakened abilities, is your own not also shrouded in mystery? How about we exchange information, share your abilities with me, and I shall reveal my true powers to you." This statement clearly indicated that Jiang Huai had indeed not been forthright about his capabilities in the documents. However, Mo had already caught on to this fact. Continuing to argue would only raise further suspicion. It was better to be direct and gauge the other's reaction. Mo fell into silence for a while, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Noticing her prolonged silence, Jiang Huai took the initiative to inquire, "Miss Mo, have you investigated my dossier? I am curious as to why you are so invested in me." Jiang Huai had originally intended to divert the conversation, but he was taken aback when Mo's body suddenly trembled at his words. Her fist slowly clenched, and her head lowered slightly, the chill in her tone diminishing. "Do not misunderstand. During the operation at the cinema, although your strength was lacking, your observational skills, perception, and intellect were quite commendable. I merely wish to identify a potential talent for the association. Shouldn't your investigation focus on my abilities? Why have you been perusing my past records?" Jiang Huai pressed further. Mo bit her lips slightly, then gradually steadied her breath, finally lifting her gaze to restore her icy demeanor as she addressed Jiang Huai. "A person's past is a crucial criterion for evaluating an awakened individual by various organizations. Since you have yet to pass the assessment and your ability information is insufficient, it is only natural to delve into your history." "Oh," Jiang Huai replied with a slight smirk, revealing a cold smile. "In truth, I am not particularly concerned about this. I had assumed that, given your character, you would not respond to my inquiries, yet you did, and with considerable detail. It seems you are indeed quite intrigued by me. And you wish to clarify any misunderstandings regarding your investigation, am I correct?" In an instant, a frigid gust surged forth, and a glimmering blade was pressed against Jiang Huai's neck. He swallowed hard, realizing he had gone too far and provoked her. He still could not discern the trajectory of the strike, a situation unrelated to his perception. The issue likely lay within Mo's abilities. Let me warn you one last time, Jiang Huai, do not jest with me. Understood, he replied, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Jiang Huai slowly raised his hand, maintaining a smile while assuming a posture of surrender. Yet doubts lingered in his heart. Why did MOU come to shield him from that blade? Her pretext was her desire to prevent a student from truly losing their life. But could this truly justify her intervention? The Blood Hawk, who scarcely cared for the well-being of her teammates during missions. Would she really sever a mentor's weapon over such a trivial matter in front of an audience? MOU sheathed her long blade, her gaze slightly softening. She did not utter another word to Jiang Huai, turning gracefully and steadily to depart the scene. Once she reached a secluded corner, the MOU leaned against the wall. Her hand slowly resting over her chest. Surely, he cannot hear my heartbeat. Her cheeks flushed slightly, lips pressed tight, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. He didn't discover it was me, did he? I must ensure he never finds out, absolutely. Clenching her fists as if resolute in her decision. She stepped towards the command center again. Jiang Huai, still standing in place, exhaled deeply. At last, he had seen off this icy young lady. Just then, he perceived a commotion nearby. Turning to look, he discovered that MOU had led him to the offensive examination arena. Coincidentally, Lu Wanin was also present, sparking his curiosity to observe the girl. However, the moment he approached the entrance, he sensed a tremendous surge of ability rising. Immediately thereafter, a pillar of fire erupted from the center of the arena, the fire dragon flickering within the flames. Goodness, this kid is impressive, Jiang Huai couldn't help but exclaim. Although this power did not match that of MOU and Yu Qinshon, it was likely on the brink of reaching the threshold of a four-star awakened being. Yet, in the next moment, something felt amiss. This seemed more than a mere display of strength. The red-haired youth began to levitate, with the fire dragon swirling around him, transforming into a fiery spear. With the spear slung across his back, his eyes glimmering with flames, he gazed intently at a girl standing before the fire column. You, who are so fearful of death, could never be compared to me. The boy's voice resonated with a deep, draconic timbre, as if he were a judge delivering a self-centered verdict upon the girl. No one, including the instructors, intervened. From the disdainful expressions of the students to the appreciative glances of the mentors towards the boy, it appeared they would remain indifferent if the girl were to perish at his hands, instead marveling at his formidable power. The one being reproached by the boy was none other than Lu Wanin. How ridiculous. Just for countering you once, why did you get so worked up? I was not wrong. Under the scorching heat radiating from the boy, Lu Wanin felt parched. Nevertheless, she raised her hand to summon her side. The boy, upon seeing Lu Wanin brandish her weapon, revealed a disdainful smirk. Incompetents like you, even if you pass the assessment, are merely courting death. And you, who wander as night demons, do not deserve to exist within the association. With a thunderous roar, a spear, entwined with the flames of a fire dragon, hurtled towards Lu Wanin. She bit her lip, although her powers were unique, they seemed inadequate against such direct onslaught. Just as the flames were about to engulf her, a towering figure swiftly enveloped Lu Wanin in his embrace, shielding her back with his own from the inferno. Yet, the spear did not relent, continuing its assault toward them. At the moment it reached their proximity, Jiang Huai was utterly enraged. He grasped the spearhead with his hand, rendering the flames incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. Who are you? The youth exclaimed in astonishment. With a resounding crunch, Jiang Huai effortlessly crushed the spear's tip with his bare hands, then raised his other arm with force. Begone. With a heavy thud, his fist struck the youth's face with tremendous force. In an instant, the cacophony of the fiery storm dissipated as if it had never existed. The youth let out a piercing scream, his body soaring backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing into the depths of the forest. The echo of his cry lingered in the air, trailing off abruptly only when he landed amidst the trees. The first to react were the instructors overseeing the offensive assessment. One of them let out a furious roar, leaping with agility out of the arena and sprinting into the woods. The other instructors swiftly contacted the medical team. Soon, Jiang Huai heard a multitude of footsteps rushing towards the forest. What's happening? Was it merely a punch? Is it necessary to make such a commotion? Jiang Huai pondered, perplexed. He had restrained his force in that blow, otherwise the youth would have been launched not as a complete entity, nor would he have emitted such a cry. Moreover, Jiang Huai could sense the youth's strength, so it was impossible for that punch to have been fatal, let alone cause serious injury. Yet, the urgency displayed by the crowd suggested that the one struck was akin to a beloved father to them. Jiang Huai, what brings you here? Lu Wanyin. Having sheathed her scythe, I gazed at Jiang Huai with a hint of bewilderment. Her eyes widened as she noticed his tattered clothing, stained with blood. Instantly, her expression turned cold. Who harmed you? Jiang Huai felt a surge of emotion, as Lu Wanyin's concern was evidently genuine. I was participating in a defensive assessment, had you forgotten? Isn't it normal to undergo pressure tests? Lu Wanyin seemed to recall this detail. Noticing that the onlookers were whispering amongst themselves, Jiang Huai grasped Lu Wanyin's hand firmly. Come. Let us depart from here. But my assessment isn't complete yet, Lu Wanyin murmured softly. Understanding the significance of this evaluation to her, Jiang Huai pulled her aside into a secluded corner and inquired, what led to your conflict with him? I didn't instigate it, he provoked me, she replied. Jiang Huai shot her a disapproving glance. Do you think I am oblivious to how insufferable your tongue can be? Lu Wanyin gently bit her lip. Her hands clasped in front of her, fingers intertwining as if she were a child who had committed a misdeed. Who could blame her for saying that both Lao Yu and Lao Du were worthless cowards, and that she was the offspring of a coward? Destined to be a cowardly deserter herself. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Yet it eloquently conveyed her dissatisfaction. I merely pointed out that you and the deserter are in the same examination room, hence, you are bound to become a deserter as well. And then he lost his temper. Jiang Huai found it hard to believe. Wasn't this akin to a petty squabble among elementary school students? Why did that young man appear as though Lu Wanyin had slain his entire family? His expression steeped in profound resentment. The intensity of his rage was palpably murderous. Had Jiang Huai not happened to pass by and glance inside, Lu Wanyin might well have been carbonized by now. However, if he intervened and sent the boy flying, would it adversely affect Lu Wanyin's assessment? Surely, they wouldn't let her be disqualified like this. Yet, as it turned out, they indeed would. Soon, members of the medical team hurriedly passed by, bearing a stretcher at the entrance of the examination room. It appeared that the young man had not sustained any serious injuries. As he continued to curse vehemently from the stretcher, albeit with a lexicon that was grave and archaic, devoid of any vulgarity. Nevertheless, the underlying message was clear: you two better brace yourselves, I will not spare you. Finally, the instructors managed to turn their attention to Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin. Four instructors, exuding a palpable aura of menace, approached the corner of the examination room, led by a towering figure, a man of nearly 2 meters in height, who was even taller than Jiang Huai. His robust physique and piercing gaze were fixated on Jiang Huai. The other candidates were also drawn to the spectacle, but were abruptly ordered out by one of the instructors: all of you, leave at once. With no choice, the candidates vacated the examination room, leaving only the 4 instructors and the 2 of them behind. Boy, do you know whom you have struck? The tall instructor coldly inquired, his eyes narrowing. Am I supposed to know? Jiang Huai replied with a smile. That individual is a favored newcomer of the association and the fearless, a pillar of future awakeners. The very future of humanity. Not something trash like you can compare to. Another instructor retorted sternly. Then the future of the association is indeed worrisome, Jiang Huai said, shielding Lu Wanyin behind him. Although Lu Wanyin intended to interject, Jiang Huai squeezed her hand, signaling her to remain silent. After all, this was Lu Wanyin's final opportunity for assessment, and he had to draw all the fire towards himself. What did you say? The tall instructor's eyes glinted with fury. If I am the garbage you speak of, then if your anticipated future is brought to ruin by a piece of trash, perhaps humanity would be better off meeting its end sooner rather than later. Jiang Huai was aware that such a statement would only infuriate the instructors further. But it was necessary to make himself the target of their ire. Just as several instructors were poised to strike Jiang Huai, the iron door of the examination room was suddenly kicked open. What is going on here? Bullying the weak with numbers, are we? A familiar voice rang out at the entrance. As the crowd turned to look, they beheld Chu He maintaining his stance as he kicked the door open. then swaggering confidently into the room. Who is this fellow? One of the instructors found Chu He somewhat familiar yet could not place him. However, his uniform bearing the insignia of the Fearless and the Blood Hawk emblem upon his chest commanded a measure of respect regarding his identity. Chu He. The tall instructor intoned gravely, a former member of the Blood Hawk elite team of the Fearless. Just this lad? His prowess pales in comparison to Huan Yu, who was just sent flying with a single punch. Let us observe for now. The tall instructor understood that Chu Hie's identity extended beyond mere membership in the elite squad of the Fearless. The Chu family held a position of considerable esteem within the association. Yet, under the current circumstances, a conflict seemed unlikely. After all, Huan Yu was a promising recruit favored by the Fearless, and they were merely supporting him. Nevertheless, Chu Hie's imposing demeanor as he strode forward, positioning himself directly in front of the two, clearly indicated that he had chosen his side. Chu Hie, this lad has injured Huan Yu, a recruit favored by the Fearless. We are merely assisting you. Bah! Chu Hie spat defiantly. I witnessed everything from the command center. Huan Yu provoked him first, then when he retaliated, he escalated to violence. It is one thing to engage, but to be promptly dispatched by a defensive awakener. Are you implying that such a waste is what the Fearless considers worthy? Chu Hie's voice cracked with indignation. Yet, at that moment, no one seemed inclined to engage with his words. The instructor's expressions hardened. What is the meaning of this? We assist the Fearless only to find ourselves accused by them. Your words carry no weight, Chu Hie. I must inform the association. Inform the association? Do you believe that is the purpose of my visit? Watch closely. Chu Hie pivoted sharply, clapping his hand on Jiang Huai's shoulder. This individual is the true super rookie favored by the Fearless. The instructors exchanged incredulous glances, while the students at the entrance looked on in disbelief. What did he just say? The Fearless have their sights set on that defensive awakener. But hasn't he already joined the Night Demon Patrol? Are they attempting to poach him? This is getting interesting. Seizing the moment, Chu Hie continued to pound Jiang Huai's shoulder enthusiastically. Brother, tell them just how extraordinary you are. What is your true power? Jiang Huai appeared utterly mortified, akin to a child being introduced by their parents at a family gathering. My son is remarkable. Come, show everyone. His expression conveyed, I don't have, please don't say such things. Yet, he found himself in a position where retreat was not an option, and nonetheless, it presented a fine opportunity. The strength he had displayed could no longer be merely attributed to self-regeneration. Rather than allow conjecture to arise, it might be wiser to concoct a narrative. His mind raced as he mechanically articulated, my fundamental ability is self-regeneration, yet this power fundamentally involves genetic manipulation of the body. Thus, while relinquishing my regenerative capabilities, I can concentrate all my strength into my fist and unleash it in a single breath. Jiang Huai spoke with a seriousness that belied the absurdity of his fabrications. However, when one dares to speak, the multitude dares to believe. The expressions of the instructors momentarily froze. Dual form awakeners. You can switch between defensive and offensive forms. The tall instructor, shading his earlier indifference, now radiated a glimmer of fervor. Ah, yes, indeed. Not only that, Chu Hie seemed to revel in the chaos, continuing. During the recent operation at the cinema, it was thanks to my elder brother's keen insight and perception that we discovered where that beast was hiding. My brother is a triform awakener. This revelation left the entire room in shock, even the students at the entrance were astonished. Jiang Huai felt like crying. Please, just stop. If this keeps up, he feared he would be dragged away for various experiments and preserved in formalin. The crowd outside continued to swell, not merely out of curiosity, but also comprising instructors from other examination venues. Daolang, wielding a broken blade, was in a foul mood. This batch of students was woefully inadequate, as fragile as tofu. Only that peculiar boy had provided him some amusement. However, the final strike had been blocked by that irritating girl, Moyo, leaving him dissatisfied and with a broken blade. Annoyed, he heard a commotion at the entrance of the offensive examination hall where a group of people was chattering incessantly. Daolang bellowed, "What are you all doing there? Waiting to eat shit?" At his shout, several timid students instinctively shrunk back while a few seasoned participants approached with grins, saying, "Brother Dao, this examination is quite interesting." "Interesting, you say? What on earth happened?" "Brother Dao, you won't believe it, that highly regarded Huang Yu just got knocked out with a single punch." "Huang Yu?" Daolan recalled the name, vaguely remembering it as someone recommended by the Fearless, touted as a talent worth nurturing. Good grief, they claimed he was a 4-star awakener. How could he be felled by a mere punch? Who did it? Was it Bear King or explosive? The student quickly waved his hands. It wasn't the instructors. Those instructors wouldn't dare offend the Fearless. It was some unknown rookie who just came out of nowhere. Look, the instructors are still questioning him. He gestured toward the examination hall. Daolang, sensing amusement in the unfolding drama, strolled over boldly, brushing aside the students gathered at the entrance. There. He spotted the very boy he had just been pondering. At that moment, in the examination hall, He was clearly not finished, dramatically pointing at Jiang Huai. "Do you think our Captain Emoyu came here for Huang Yu? A 4-star awakener is worth our captain's personal presence." He was not fabricating this. While Huang Yu was indeed a rare talent, the reality was he was still just a 4-star awakener. No matter how high his potential or exceptional his gifts. In an era where beast sides could strike at any moment, present combat prowess would always outweigh future prospects. Therefore, the Fearless only sent Chuhi this time. Without much elaboration, merely instructing him to observe whether Huang Yu truly deserved his reputation. Thus, when the instructors and staff beheld Emoyu's presence in the examination hall, they were taken aback. They had initially assumed Emoyu was there to see Huang Yu. Now, with Chuhie's statement, could it be that Emoyu's purpose for being there was indeed for this young man? "I must inform you that just moments ago, our Captain Emoyu personally entered the defensive examination arena and, before all, severed the examiner's blade." Upon hearing this, the burly man at the forefront turned pale. However, he quickly scoffed and remarked, "Would Captain Emoyu personally step in for a mere student? You know nothing, old bear. What this signifies is that Captain Emoyu wants everyone to know that my elder brother, Jiang Huai, is under her protection." Jiang Huai broke into a cold sweat. Soon after, he felt a pinch on his back. Lu Wanyin leaned close to Jiang Huai, lowering her voice. "It seems some individuals are quite charming with the young lady of the Emo family. Don't listen to his nonsense." Jiang Huai, now besieged from all sides, realized that with Chuhi as a bumbling ally, his plan to remain inconspicuous was now in jeopardy. Just as the instructors remained skeptical, the entrance's Knife Wolf suddenly shouted in a high-pitched voice, "Hey! I can vouch for that." All eyes turned towards him. Knife Wolf raised his severed blade. "See this? I am the unfortunate soul who had his blade severed. Ha ha ha. I advise you not to provoke this young master." Several instructors exchanged glances. Originally, they had intended to take this opportunity to curry favor with the Fearless by shielding their recommended super rookie. Now, it seemed they were left with egg on their faces. This young man was also favored by the Fearless. The leading instructor's face turned ashen, and with a cold snort, he said nothing further and turned to leave the examination hall. "Hey, uncle." Lu Wanyin suddenly called out to the retreating instructors, "What about my assessment?" Before the tall instructor could respond, Chuhi patted his chest and declared, "Rest assured, Miss Lu. You will undoubtedly pass." He then leaned closer to Lu Wanyin and whispered, "Miss Lu, about that matter we discussed last time, regarding my joining the Night Demon Patrol." Clearing her throat, Lu Wanyin replied in a harsh tone, "As I mentioned before, the monthly fee I will pay 500,000. As long as I can remain in an absolutely safe working environment. What is a mere 500,000? Excellent. It's a deal. Welcome aboard." Just as Lu Wanyin was about to announce this, Jiang Huai interrupted her. "Ahem, you cannot decide this on your own. You must consult Uncle Du and Uncle Yu." Lu Wanyin pouted, casting an annoyed glance at Jiang Huai. Meanwhile, in the medical room of the examination hall, Huang Yu, bandaged on his arms and legs, lay on a hospital bed. He slammed his fist onto the bed, wincing in pain. "This is an utter humiliation. I, Huang Yu, shall repay this insult 100-fold. Just wait for it. The Night Demon Patrol is trash and will always be trash." At that moment, the tall instructor entered. Huang Yu immediately inquired, what about those two useless ones? Have they been apprehended? The towering instructor cast a cold glance at Huang Yu. Previously, this lad may have been regarded as a treasure among the fearless, prompting others to show him some leniency and tolerate his insolence. However, the truth now was that the fearless held no regard for him, he was inconsequential. I am asking you a question. What happened to those two imbeciles? With that, the instructor unleashed a powerful punch, halting mere inches from Huang Yu's face. The sheer force of the wind pressure caused the bed beneath Huang Yu to collapse, fracturing the floor beneath with numerous cracks. Huang Yu struggled to catch his breath, overwhelmed by the intensity of the pressure, finally recovering after a prolonged moment. Panting heavily, he clutched his chest and glared at the instructor with indignation. You instigated this trouble, even going so far as to harm a potential comrade. Had it not been for Jiang Huai's intervention, you would have committed a grave offense, the instructor remarked icily. Huang Yu lay amidst the debris, staring blankly at the instructor. Bewildered, he could not comprehend why this giant, who had previously treated him with utmost kindness, even tolerating his shouts, had suddenly turned so hostile. Yet, you are recommended by the fearless and possess certain abilities. Thus, you are permitted to continue participating in the upcoming assessments, provided you can still partake in tomorrow's evaluation. The imposing figure glanced at Huang Yu, whose body was wrapped in bandages, before smirking coldly and turning to leave. As the man reached the door, he added, Do not presume yourself invincible, Huang Yu. There is much for you to learn. Until you fully mature, showcasing excessive brilliance will only lead to your ruin. The door to the medical room slammed shut, leaving Huang Yu clenched fist and flickering flames in his eyes. His fiery spirit ignited the bandages, searing the still healing wounds into scars, the most prominent being the one on his face. These scars would forever serve as a reminder of his humiliation. Just wait. Night Demon Jiang Huai, he vowed. In the dormitory, Lu Wanyin cornered Jiang Huai against the bed, forcefully pinning him down. Speak up. There is really nothing to discuss. Just what I told you earlier, Jiang Huai replied, a look of embarrassment on his face. Lu Wanyin relentlessly pressed him about MOU. Yet, he himself was equally perplexed. Unable to discern whether MOU doubted his abilities or why she had taken the risk to shield him from the final strike of the Blade Wolf. Jiang Huai truly could not fathom it, as the two matters seemed contradictory. If MOU was indeed as solitary and ruthless as rumored, the best approach to test her abilities would have been to observe the outcome when the Blade Wolf's third strike was directed at her. Yet, she had not done so. Instead, she intervened to protect him, which was utterly baffling. Stop denying it. Lu Wanyin glared at Jiang Huai, straddling him as she demanded, hurry up and tell me. I really want to hear the gossip. Enough already. At this age, why are you so preoccupied with such trivial matters? I have no connection with the MOU. Nor do I possess any gossip to share with you. Jiang Huai abruptly sat up, wrapping his arm around Lu Wanyin's waist and gently placing her side. Why did that person come to your rescue? Meanwhile, Lu Wanyin leaned closer when Jiang Huai was tidying up the bed. This time, she brought her lips near his ear. Whispering in an exceedingly soft voice, you left hand in hand before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Jiang Huai felt a wave of tingling warmth wash over him. His face flushed as he waved his hand dismissively. Believe it or not, it's up to you. He emptied the contents of his pockets onto the table, preparing to take a shower and change out of his blood-stained clothes. At that moment, Lu Wanyin noticed a small talisman among the items Jiang Huai had retrieved. With her hands behind her back, she strolled over to the table to examine the talisman. Then she turned to Jiang Huai, inquiring, did you take it off on purpose? What else could I do? You are so stingy, it took ages for you to gift me something. If it were to get damaged, who knows when I'd receive another? Jiang Huai jested. Lu Wanyin understood he was teasing, yet she also recognized the significance he placed on the talisman. Stretching her arms in a feigned manner of nonchalance, she turned toward the door. All right then, I shall go gather information about tomorrow's assessment. Take your time in the shower. Jiang Huai genuinely admired Lu Wanyin. A social butterfly, she seemed to effortlessly blend into any crowd, becoming the beloved jester among them. Naturally, this excluded people like Huang Yu. Although it was not Jiang Huai's intention, the other candidates appeared to view him as a cherished treasure of the fearless. Consequently, their enthusiasm towards Lu Wanyin, who accompanied him, was heightened, which facilitated her social interactions. Earlier, some staff members had inquired whether they wished to switch rooms. However, considering they would only be there for 3 days, they declined the offer. Once Lu Wanyin's footsteps faded into the distance, Jiang Huai rummaged to the bottom of his backpack, retrieving the gift box. "You really know how to put me in a difficult position, Uncle Yu," he chuckled bitterly while holding the box. In just 2 days, it would be Lu Wanyin's birthday. And this phone, which was meant to be personally gifted by Yu Qingshon, was now entrusted to Jiang Huai. He recalled Yu Qingshon's words, "Such matters are better suited for young people. I am not adept at handling those scenarios. Just give it to her when she passes the assessment as a celebration. Isn't it just shyness?" Jiang Huai smiled, placing the box back into his bag. Soon after, Lu Wanyin called Jiang Huai to join her in the dining hall. Upon arriving, he discovered that she had indeed mingled seamlessly with a group of people. She sat with several girls, seemingly engrossed in an endless conversation. From clothing to handbags, and even television dramas, it appeared Lu Wanyin could engage with every topic. However, Jiang Huai was well aware that, in reality, Lu Wanyin had never purchased any luxury items, primarily due to her lack of means. Yet, without having tasted pork, one can still witness a pig's run. After all, everyone is clad in sportswear now, who can truly discern whether you have genuinely made a purchase? The arrival of Jiang Huai abruptly shifted the atmosphere in the cafeteria. Once a harmonious gathering, it suddenly divided into 2 factions. One group greeted Jiang Huai with enthusiasm, largely composed of those who had witnessed him send Huang Yu flying with a single punch. The other faction, a minority, huddled together, casting unfriendly glances at Jiang Huai. At the center of their circle sat Huang Yu, whose bandages had been removed but left behind scars. "Brother Huang, should we deal with him?" a youth inquired. Huang Yu coldly bit into his bread, his gaze fixed ahead. "Not yet, the opportunity will arise." Jiang Huai overheard their conversation. Well, instead of blending in with the crowd, he had attracted troublesome attention. "Jiang Huai, I've gathered information. Tomorrow's assessment will be the same as my last, hunting infected individuals." While dining, Lu Wanyin shared her recent findings with Jiang Huai. "Are there infected individuals here?" Each year, the association releases some captured infected individuals for research purposes into the assessments. A mode of evaluation that students dread the most. After all, it involves real-life combat. Jiang Huai smiled, noticing Lu Wanyin's relaxed demeanor, then curiously asked, "Since it's a hunt for infected, how were you eliminated last year?" Lu Wanyin shot him a glare. "Why bring up all wounds?" Mentioning the incident seemed to irritate her. "Last year, I was on the verge of meeting the criteria, but then, a rift appeared during the assessment. And a pioneer-level beast emerged right in front of me. I was so terrified that my legs gave way, causing our squad formation to collapse. Although the instructor arrived just in time, I lost my qualification for the assessment." I see, Jiang Huai nodded. Lu Wanyin's fear of beasts had always been a concern for him. However, overcoming psychological hurdles was a battle she had to face alone. "Don't worry. If a beast appears again, I'll hold on to its leg while you seize the opportunity to slay it," Jiang Huai gestured, noticing Lu Wanyin's tense expression. Lu Wanyin chuckled at Jiang Huai's attempt to lighten the mood, her tension easing considerably. She set down her chopsticks, resting her chin on her intertwined hands. Regarding Jiang Huai with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Speaking of which, when did you acquire such strength? Defensive, offensive, and now perceptive abilities. Wasn't that just a tall tale from Chuhi? How did you manage to send Huang Yu flying with a single punch?" "I possess innate divine strength," he replied. Their banter grew a touch too loud, causing Huang Yu, across the room, to gnash his teeth into his bread, his expression darkening further. The room was furnished with bunk beds, seemingly only Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin had been assigned to a rather modest accommodation. The other students enjoyed single rooms with individual beds. Yet, there was little to be done, they were not there for a vacation. So they would endure as best they could. Knowing how terrifying Lu Wanyin's sleeping posture could be, Jiang Huai chose to let her occupy the lower bunk. Had he allowed her to sleep above, a mere roll in the night might have resulted in her face meeting the floor. The young girl was remarkably punctual. After completing her evening routine, she collapsed onto her bed and, just 3 seconds after bidding Jiang Huai good night, she was already fast asleep. As expected. In the middle of the night, Jiang Huai discovered that Lu Wanyin had rolled halfway onto the floor. He had no choice but to carefully climb down and lift her back to bed, tucking her in snugly. This commotion continued until just past 3 in the morning, when Jiang Huai finally felt a hint of drowsiness. As he closed his eyes, he found himself once again in that bizarre and enigmatic prison. This time, however, he bypassed the office and corridors, standing directly before the cell door of the skeletal giant. The colossal figure loomed behind the door and through the iron bars. Their gazes locked. Within the depths of the giant's helmet, Jiang Huai discerned a yearning, a primal desire for the hunt. "What do you wish to convey to me?" Jiang Huai inquired. The skeletal giant remained silent, yet a flicker of blue flames ignited within its eye sockets. An emotion surged through the bars of the cell door, penetrating Jiang Huai's heart. The hunger was about to commence. To devour, to consume everything. Jiang Huai sensed this emotion swelling within him, as if countless war drums were reverberating through his very being. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, only to find Lu Wanyin straddling him, her marker pen clutched in her hand. Startled by his awakening, she let out a small scream and began to topple backward. In that instant, as she was about to fall from the upper bunk, Jiang Huai swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her back to safety. "Why did you suddenly wake up?" "There was no warning at all," Lu Wanyin accused. Her face slightly flushed from the scare as she remained perched atop Jiang Huai. "In my dreams, I was killing people. You'd best confess what you were up to." Jiang Huai feigned seriousness. "I wasn't doing anything, I was just calling you to wake up," Lu Wanyin answered, her hands hidden behind her back. However, Jiang Huai had already spotted her marker pen. Maintaining his embrace around her waist, he held her close and seized the opportunity to snatch the pen from her. "You seem to be having a grand time. What did you draw on my face?" he teased. "I didn't have the chance yet," she protested, as Jiang Huai prepared to use the marker on her face. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "Ahem, big brother, the soundproofing here is rather poor." Jiang Huai recognized the voice of Chu He and quickly climbed down from the bed with Lu Wanyin. As he approached the door, he glanced at his phone. 7:30. The assembly time was 8 o'clock, indicating that he had managed to sleep quite well. Upon opening the door, he found Chu He impeccably dressed at the threshold. The lad was indeed quite handsome, albeit half a head shorter than Jiang Huai. However, Jiang Huai's growth spurt could be considered a fortunate anomaly. "Big brother, the assembly is about to commence. Have you and Miss Lu finished?" Chu He maintained a serious demeanor for barely 5 seconds before a hint of a lewd smile crept across his face. Jiang Huai shot him a glance and remarked, "Stop talking nonsense. We haven't done anything, I'm just changing my clothes before heading to the playground." "All right, big brother, Miss Lu, I'll wait for you both at the playground." As Lu Wanyin hummed a tune, she rose from her bed to change her attire, while Jiang Huai dutifully turned to face the wall. As Lu Wanyin removed her nightgown, she cast a playful glance at Jiang Huai's neck, where a small cut drawn with a marker, courtesy of her, adorned his skin. It remained uncertain when Jiang Huai would notice it. 10 minutes later, after hastily completing their grooming, the pair arrived at the playground, already among the last to arrive. Once everyone had gathered, the tall instructor began to announce the assessments for the following day. The examination would commence at 9 a.m. and continue until midnight, with the objective of slaying infected beings. A significant number of these creatures had already been released into the mountainous terrain. Each infected being dispatched would earn a point, and any individual or team scoring over 50 points before midnight would successfully pass the assessment. Whispers began to circulate among the students, many expressing concerns about the dangers of directly confronting such a multitude of infected beings. However, Jiang Huai, Huang Yu, and several astute students picked up on another crucial detail in the instructor's announcement: 8 teams. This indicated that participation in the assessment was permissible in groups. "Do not worry," the instructor continued, "each participant will don a specially designed bracelet before entering the assessment zone. This bracelet can unleash a powerful force when you find yourself in peril, eliminating all nearby infected beings. Subsequently, our mentors will promptly arrive to escort you away from the examination site, which means that triggering the bracelet equates to disqualification. Furthermore, those who fail to achieve 50 points by midnight will also be disqualified. At that moment, the student inquired, "Excuse me, is teamwork permitted in this assessment?" The tall instructor nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this assessment allows participation in teams of up to 24 individuals. Once you form your teams, you will each receive a bracelet of the same type. The points earned by all team members will be collectively tallied. Upon hearing this, the candidates erupted in excitement. Teaming up was undoubtedly advantageous, ensuring greater efficiency. Yet, some students, including Huang Yu, expressed disdain. For them, facing mere infected beings, especially those already tamed by the association, was hardly a challenge. You have 30 minutes to form your teams. The bracelets will be distributed after 30 minutes. With the instructor's command, the students began to engage in hushed discussions. Following the previous day's skills assessment, some participants had already reached a consensus. They swiftly organized themselves into teams. However, Jiang Huai found himself puzzled. None of the students, who were clearly on good terms with Lu Wanyin, approached her to form a team. "Do not wear that expression," Lu Wanyin said with a smile. "Once you join the Night Demon Patrol, prepare yourself for the possibility of isolation. Even if they maintain a good rapport with me privately, they will never overtly associate with anyone from the Night Demon Patrol." Jiang Huai nodded in agreement. About to suggest they form a team when the chubby boy he had rescued from Daolang's clutches approached them, trembling. "Brothers, may I join your team?" Jiang Huai observed the boy and sensed that his abilities had yet to be developed. Nevertheless, he had managed to withstand 2 strikes from Daolang. Albeit the latter seemed to exert little effort. The boy's fear, however, prevented him from unleashing his full potential. Yet, in times like these, having an additional person, even as bait for the infected, could prove advantageous. "All right," Jiang Huai replied, nodding. The boy's brow instantly relaxed. "I am Lu Deqiong, a 2-star defensive awakener." Lu Wanyin, a 3-star necromancer awakener, she introduced herself without objection, unperturbed by the infected. Jiang Huai, 2-star defensive awakener, he added, sharing his information. Although the chubby boy found it hard to believe that Jiang Huai was merely a 2-star awakener and a defensive type at that, he refrained from voicing his skepticism. Soon, the team formation concluded, with nearly everyone having found their partners. Apart from Huang Yu, a few other capable students opted for solitary endeavors. At that moment, Jiang Huai caught sight of a solitary figure in the corner of the crowd. She emanated an aura of coldness that deterred others from approaching her. Summoning her courage, she attempted to inquire with the trio if she could join them, but before she could finish her request, they dismissively waved her away, uttering insults and telling her to keep her distance, as she was freezing them. After several rejections, the girl was left standing alone in the corner, her gaze somewhat vacant. Jiang Huai recognized her as the girl who had sat beside him on the bus in Jia, if he recalled correctly. "Lu Wanyin," Jiang Huai said. "Our team still requires a crowd control role." Following his gaze, Lu Wanyin seemed to grasp the situation. She shrugged and remarked, "The Good Samaritan strikes again." Despite her words, she walked over to the girl. After exchanging a few words, the girl's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Shortly thereafter, Lu Wanyin returned with Jia. "All set?" she signaled to Jiang Huai. With a smile, Jiang Huai asked Jia, "May we team up with you?" She nodded vigorously, tears welling in her eyes. "I would love to. Thank you so much." The team was finally assembled. The instructor surveyed the gathered groups with a hint of disappointment. Most had formed teams based on personal preference, while some males had merely recruited girls they found attractive, neglecting any semblance of strategic compatibility. Thus, one team consisted entirely of 4 attackers. A team comprised of 4 defensive specialists. Even more astonishing was the all-female squad, consisting of 4 support-oriented women, which left the instructor utterly speechless. How would they inflict any damage? Yet, such considerations were beyond his purview. Meanwhile, those self-important individuals, like Huang Yu, who were unwilling to form teams, also drew the disdain of the imposing instructor. No matter how formidable one may be, relying solely on individual prowess during the onslaught of the beast tide would prove futile. Even a figure as powerful as the former president of the Night Demon Patrol ultimately earned the title of a coward. Once the staff had distributed wristbands to all teams and individuals, the tall instructor announced that everyone was to leave the camp. The moment they stepped beyond the camp's confines marked the commencement of the second assessment. No one was permitted to leave the Wuang Mountain. Moreover, the entirety of Wuang Mountain, save for the camp, served as the testing grounds. At the instant all departed from the camp, Jiang Huai sensed the stirring of shadows within the woods beyond. An unmistakable aura permeating the air. Infected beings. With a swift motion, Lu Wanyin grasped her side, her gaze turning icy. A peculiar smile curling upon her lips as if she had transformed into a different person altogether. The hunt was on. At the instructor's command, everyone surged towards the woods. However, they soon realized that Huang Yu and a few lone wolves possessed remarkable agility. Huang Yu, in particular, was ablaze. His flames surging ahead of the crowd into the forest, igniting it in a fiery display. The anguished cries of countless infected echoed through the air. Within the confines of the Nine Faces sealed dust realm, there was no need for concern regarding forest fires. However, the extensive repercussions meant that other teams would be unable to secure any gains. Huang Yu's boisterous laughter reverberated through the woods as those present recognized they could not compete with him and thus scattered in every direction. Some fled down the mountain while others ascended, all striving to evade Huang Yu's flames. As for Jiang Huai, he strolled leisurely at the rear of the group. Observing his peers retreating from the area, yet he continued his approach toward the inferno ignited by Huang Yu. Brother, we cannot contend with him. Let us go elsewhere. The chubby boy urged, grasping Jiang Huai's hand. It's equally unwise to seek conflict elsewhere, then we may easily clash with others. Jiang Huai replied with a smile before venturing into the woods. His words left the others puzzled, particularly the chubby boy and Injia. Are we to confront Huang Yu? Injia asked cautiously. He is aiding us, why would we fight him? Their confusion grew. However, Jiang Huai soon provided his answer. Lu Wanyin, 3 o'clock direction. 3 of them. In an instant, Lu Wanyin dashed towards the direction Jiang Huai indicated, slicing through the underbrush. 3 distorted infected beings, charred and twisted, met their demise as her sight severed their heads. The wristbands of the 4 emitted a series of beeps, and upon glancing at their devices, they were startled to see the number 3 displayed prominently. Heavens! What is happening? Want these infected incinerated by Huang Yu? The chubby boy exclaimed in astonishment. Though his flames were formidable, their lethality diminished when dispersed. Even if they enveloped all infected individuals, the majority would not be instantly vanquished. Jiang Huai gestured toward another direction as he spoke. Without hesitation, Lu Wanyin charged forth, dispatching 2 slightly convulsing infected bodies on the ground. The numbers on the wristband ticked to 5, leaving Fatty and Injia in astonished silence. You, how could you? Injia stared at Jiang Huai. Have you studied Huang Yu? What would I study him for? Jiang Huai shot a glance at the girl before adding, this is the most fundamental deduction. Nonsense. In truth, Jiang Huai was operating at an extraordinary level. Bolstered by the power of Bai Hai, he possessed an exceptionally keen sense, which was further heightened after devouring the insect mother and acquiring dominion over it. Now, he could sense every nearby infected individual with the slightest movement. Meanwhile, Injia and Fatty were utterly in awe of Jiang Huai, grateful to have formed a team with him. Thus, they followed Huang Yu, collecting the spoils wherever his flames reached. By midday, the wristband displayed the number 22. At this rate, we'll effortlessly achieve our goal, Fatty exclaimed excitedly, seemingly unaware that he had latched onto such a fortuitous ally, breezing through the challenges. However, Jiang Huai's heart grew increasingly uneasy. He observed Fatty, Injia, and Lu Wanyin laughing and searching for the barely alive infected, feeling an immense weight pressing upon him, a pressure that was steadily intensifying. Simultaneously, atop a grand tree, the Blade Wolf, tasked with safeguarding the students, focused his attention on Jiang Huai's squad. Upon witnessing their opportunistic tactics, he chuckled softly. This kid is rather intriguing. It's no wonder the Blood Falcon of the Fearless is so interested in him. Yet, at that moment, the Blade Wolf's smile faded. He sensed an inexplicable force spreading through the sky above. What is this feeling? So oppressive. Concurrently, Jiang Huai furrowed his brows and looked up at the sky. Although there were no visible anomalies, he could discern a small rift slowly tearing open in the outer region of the Nine Faces ceiling realm above Wangwu Mountain. Has Huang Yu grown weary? It seems his flames are becoming increasingly feeble, Fatty remarked, pointing toward the distant flames flickering among the trees. Jiang Huai pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he realized that Huang Yi was not fatigued, rather, his flames could no longer grant him the invincibility they once did. There was only one reason for such a predicament. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, he sensed something. He abruptly turned his head to see Lu Wanyin charging toward an infected individual and shouted, "Fall back." As Lu Wanyin's side was about to strike, she immediately halted in her tracks upon hearing Jiang Huai's voice, leaping backward to his side. "What is it?" she inquired, her gaze filled with confusion. Jiang Huai positioned himself protectively in front of everyone, observing the grotesquely burnt figure of the infected, which could barely stand. "Keep your distance from it," he instructed. "No. It's not just that one." Jiang Huai could distinctly sense that all nearby infected beings, as long as they were still alive, were undergoing some form of mutation. This transformation exponentially amplified their power levels. The infected's body began to tremble violently, then the charred skin started to peel away, revealing a humanoid creature of pure white before Jiang Huai and the others. "What kind of infected is this? How can it possess such strength?" the chubby boy queried with bewilderment. However, Lu Wanyin had already produced a yellow talisman from seemingly nowhere, grasping it between her fingers. Though she lacked Jiang Huai's perceptive abilities, she understood that the mutation of this infected was far from ordinary. In an instant, the first white infected was upon them. Lu Wanyin recited an incantation fervently. As the talisman was consumed by flames, the 3 souls leapt from her body, encircling the white infected in a bid to incinerate it with dark fire. Yet, to her astonishment, the flames failed to ignite the creature. The white infected suddenly gaped its mouth wide and lunged at Lu Wanyin. Undeterred, she thrust her scythe toward its jaws. However, to her shock, the scythe, forged using the essence of souls, was effortlessly shattered by the monster's bite. Lu Wanyin's pupils constricted in terror as the creature's claws loomed closer. In that moment, Jiang Huai delivered a devastating punch that obliterated the monster's head, subsequently shouting to the group, "Fall back. Immediately retreat. Return to the camp." With that strike, Jiang Huai could distinctly feel the infected's physical strength, which was far beyond what Lu Wanyin and the others could handle. It had even reached the potency of the vanguard-level beast that had once defeated both him and Lu Wanyin. The chilling sounds of more and more white infected echoed around them, as one after another appeared before the group. Jiang Huai shielded the others as they retreated, only to realize that the flames of the yellow jade were gradually extinguishing. At that moment, the entire Wuhan mountain was filled with a chorus of anguished cries. Within the Awakener Association's base in Linyu City, the vice president summoned representatives from the 4 major organizations currently present in the city. Except for the Blood Falcon from the Fearless faction, everyone was already aware of the dreadful news. Just 10 minutes prior, a dire message had been relayed by the star envoy of the Apocalypse Society. The beast tide was imminent, potentially arriving within a day. Seated at the head of the conference room, the vice president took a puff of his cigar and stated, "This is a matter of grave importance. We have just 1 day to prepare for everything. According to the previous arrangement, the fishers to the north of Lingu City have been assigned to the hunting brigade. Those to the south to the Iron Blood faction, the western fishers are under the purview of the God Hunters, then finally, the eastern fishers remain." The vice president glanced at the empty seats and sighed, "Where is the Blood Falcon of the Fearless?" The staff responsible for recording the meeting promptly rose to respond. "The Blood Falcon is currently at the Eastern Despair Mountain, observing the new student assessments." Nodding, the vice president instructed, "Inform the Fearless to relay orders to the Blood Falcon and dispatch support. The Eastern Despair Mountain is their designated area." The woman in white, who had been seated calmly, suddenly exhibited a flicker of alarm in her eyes. She raised her hand to silence everyone and slowly closed her eyes to sense her surroundings. Upon reopening her eyes, a glimmer of despair shone through. "Perhaps we do not have much time left." The moment she uttered this, all present felt an ominous presence unfurling ominously above them. "Boss, you haven't added enough chili. 2 more spoonfuls," grumbled one patron. "Damn it, every time I come for noodles, the chili seems to outnumber the noodles at this rate. I'll be at a loss." Despite his complaints, the boss placed the chili sauce before Yu Qingshun. "Well, business should not be overly meticulous. Look at you. You are naturally suited for this trade." As your loyal customer, what's wrong with me enjoying a bit more chili? With only Yu Qingshun as a customer in the shop. The boss decided to sit across from him, asking, your girl has gotten into university, right? How are you managing her living expenses and tuition alone? Adding chili sauce to his noodles with a smile, Yu Qingshun replied, it's manageable and not too difficult. Don't overexert yourself, the neighbors are aware of your situation. You've raised that little one from a tender age, and now she is in university, it's time for you to take a break. Take a break? Unbeknownst to him, Yu Qingshun had long considered Lu Wanyin as his own daughter. Although he could not provide her with a lavish life, he had never shortchanged her. He used to fret over her every mission, always wanting to accompany her, despite her struggles to pass assessments and her timid disposition. She would feign bravery, masking her fear of social interactions and her discomfort with others, forcing herself to blend in with those around her. How could he let go of such a child? Yet now, he thought it would soon be time. A faint smile crossed his lips as he recalled the lad named Jiang Huai. He slapped his noodles, choosing to remain silent on the boss's previous inquiries. The boss sighed, oh, if only the heavens would open their eyes. They should treat you better and let you find a companion. Observing Yu Qingshun engrossed in his meal, the boss stood and slowly walked to the shop's entrance, gazing up at the sky. Greetings, esteemed you, it appears that fortune is finally smiling upon you, as if the heavens have truly opened their eyes. Yu Qingshun, who had been savoring his noodles, suddenly found himself momentarily stunned. His body trembled violently, as if sensing something dreadfully ominous. In an instant, his gaze turned frigid. His appetite vanished, then he rose to the door, casting his eyes toward the sky. Indeed, amidst the dense, ominous clouds, a fissure flickered into view, slowly unfurling like a disquieting eye. Yet, this phenomenon lasted scarcely 20 seconds before the rift abruptly vanished. Alas, the heavens have closed their eyes once more, however. To witness such a marvel could be considered a stroke of luck. With his hands behind his back, the proprietor turned mid-sentence to observe that his bowl of noodles remained unfinished, the payment resting at the bottom. At that moment, as he hurried along the street, Yu Qingshun was acutely aware that the rift had not truly disappeared, rather, it had been concealed within the urgently expanded nine-phase ceiling dust realm. As his pace quickened, the throngs of people around him dissipated one by one, until the street he traversed, nay, the entirety of Lingwu City, became eerily deserted. The phone rang, its tone ringing persistently. Yu Qingshun glanced at the caller ID, his brow furrowing slightly. This is Yu Qingshun. The beast-tide is imminent, all preparations are underway. Yu Qingshun, you and all do must fulfill your promise, came the voice of the association's vice president from the other end of the line. Yu Qingshun did not respond immediately, instead, he turned to gaze at the desolate Mount Wuang on the outskirts of the city. After a prolonged silence, he inhaled deeply and, as if summoned by some unseen force, donned a cowboy hat he had produced from an unknown source. He then turned his attention to the central sports arena of Lingwu City, where a vast rift had already opened above, exuding an oppressive and exaggerated aura of power. The priest had received his orders. After disconnecting the call, he raised his gaze forward to where, at the intersection, he spotted a slender figure. Old Yu Qingshun greeted the newcomer with a smile. Du Qinghong adjusted his glasses and made another attempt to persuade Yu Qingshun. Old Yu, I reiterate my plea, I hope you will stay. Both Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin still need you. Yu Qingshun waved his hand with a smile. But what of Yun Luo? Her field mission should conclude soon as well. She is still but a child. Du Qinghong shook his head helplessly, sensing Yu Qingshun's resolve. Old Du, we both owe a debt. A debt that must not be passed on to the innocent children. If we two old souls can settle this score, he placed his hand on Du Qinghong's shoulder. Smiling at him, then let us two old fellows strive once more. Du Qinghong returned the smile. Yu Qingshun tugged at the brim of his hat, and together they turned toward the central sports arena. Night Demon Patrol, Priest, Flame Dragon. The final hunt begins. At this moment, within the camp at Mount Wuang, the original assessment had descended into complete chaos. The trainees, once engaged in the pursuit of the infected, have now become the very prey they sought to hunt. The shade-skinned white infected have significantly amplified their strength and ferocity. One trainee, wielding a heavy hammer, was poised to crush an infected skull. only to be taken aback as the creature's movements transformed into a blur of speed. Its hand morphed into a blade, slicing through the trainee's hammer with ease. Before he could comprehend the situation, the razor-sharp appendage was already aimed at his head. In an instant, the wristband detonated, propelling the infected away. The trainee and his companions, bewildered, sat on the ground, grappling with the events that had just unfolded. In a heartbeat, the white figure reappeared, severing the trainee's head in one swift stroke. Demonstrating remarkable intelligence, it first decapitated the remaining trainees by severing their wristband-bearing arms before extinguishing their lives. By the time the instructors arrived at the scene, they were met with scattered remnants of flesh. The instructors fought valiantly to rescue the surviving trainees, returning them to the camp. Yet nearly one-third of them had perished at the hands of this abruptly mutated infected, including 3 instructors. Had it not been for the presence of MOU among the rescuers, the casualties would have been far greater. Now, the survivors were gathered in the camp square, where Huan Yu lay severely injured and yet fortunate to have Jiang Huai and others nearby. He was surrounded by 3 white infected when Jiang Huai rescued him. Now, curled in a corner receiving treatment, his eyes brimmed with resentment and fury. Why, for heaven's sake, or why did he save me? Why is his strength so formidable? The thought that a creature which my flames could not incinerate was obliterated by Jiang Huai's fist filled Huan Yu's heart with profound despair. Yet no one paid him heed. For every trainee, and even some instructors, bore expressions of shock and terror. Lu Wanin's hands began to tremble, her pupils constricting slightly. The fissure above her, accompanied by that beastly aura, it made even the slightest movement feel like an arduous task. But soon, a pair of large hands firmly grasped hers. No matter what happens, stay by my side, Jiang Huai declared, looking up at the gaping rift in the sky above the summit of Wang Mountain. The beast tide isn't supposed to arrive for another month, but why has it come so suddenly? The members of the Chu River trembled, ultimately succumbing to the pressure and collapsing to the ground. MOU remained expressionless, her cold eyes reflecting the darkness and depth of the rift above. At that moment, a voice crackled through her earpiece. Understood. The Blood Falcon is in position. There are a total of. MOU's icy gaze flicked toward the crumpled figure of Chu He, now paralyzed by fear, before she spoke into the earpiece. Only I will confront the Eastern Rift and its lord. Do not act foolishly, Bloodhawk. Your sole task is to delay the expansion of the rift and diminish its power as much as possible. Do not engage directly. Reinforcements are en route. Upon hanging up the call from the fearless organization, her headset was suddenly inundated with commands from the association. Stand by the directive. MOU's expression darkened with a flicker of anger. The instructors were still engaged in discussions, occasionally glancing toward the oncoming beast side. At that moment, the association broadcast the latest instructions into the headsets of all instructors and staff. Some instructors appeared perplexed upon receiving this order, unable to grasp its intent. However, they soon resolved to obey. The first to take action was the imposing instructor known by the codename Bear King. Standing in the square, he addressed the disheveled candidates, some of whom were on the brink of collapse, having faced near-death experiences. Due to unforeseen circumstances, this assessment is cancelled. Those whose names I call should board the vehicle immediately. The instructors responsible for each team began to call names. Huang Yu. Present. Injured. Huang Yu rose from his corner and approached slowly. Bear King shot him a cold glance and gestured with his eyes aboard the vehicle. 3 defensive candidates, 7 offensive, 5 supportive, and 1 perceptive. This was the entirety of those boarding the vehicle, leaving even 1 vehicle unfilled. Observing the candidates prepare to board, the others began to express their confusion. Instructor, what about us? Are we to take other vehicles back? They sensed something was amiss. The rift above was continually expanding, and a dreadful aura had instilled fear in some candidates. The towering instructor cast a sweeping glance over everyone. The rest will undergo special assessments. Special assessments. Even at this juncture, there are still assessments. The students exchanged bewildered looks. As Huang Yu passed by Jiang Huai and Lu Wanin, he let out a derisive laugh. I had intended to reduce you to ashes personally, but it seems I lack the opportunity now. He leaned close to Jiang Huai's ear and whispered, I hope you enjoy your time with the beasts within the rift. Jiang Huai shot a disdainful glance at Huang Yu, responding in a tone only he could hear. This time, it's you who will be the coward. Huang Yu was taken aback, ready to retaliate, but was immediately reprimanded by the imposing instructor. Get on the vehicle now. He shot Jiang Huai a venomous glare before muttering "Wretch." Jiang Huai ignored Huang Yu. Despite not knowing the specifics of what the instructors had heard through their headsets, he surmised the essence of the command. The association must have abandoned us. The insufficiently qualified candidates, he whispered to Lu Wanyin. Indeed, Lu Wanyin nodded, gripping Jiang Huai's hand tightly. From the tremor in her grasp, he understood the depth of her terror. She might already be incapable of coherent thought. Brother, are you serious? To his surprise, the nearby chubby boy had overheard Jiang Huai's words. He looked at Jiang Huai with a face full of terror, and before Jiang Huai could offer an explanation, he shouted towards the instructor on the main stage. Is it true? Has the beast side arrived? His voice burst forth like a firecracker thrown into water, instantly igniting a commotion among the crowd. Beast tide. Isn't it still a month away? No wonder those monsters have suddenly grown so powerful. Wait. Huang Yu and the candidates favored by the big organization have already boarded the vehicle. Damn it. Are they trying to send us to our deaths? The students erupted in chaos, protesting against the instructor. Unfortunately, their rebellion stirred not a ripple in the instructor's unwavering demeanor. Jiang Huai. Lu Wanyin trembled as she addressed him. I will protect you. Don't worry. Jiang Huai was momentarily taken aback, then disregarded the uproar surrounding him. Turning to face Lu Wanyin. Upon seeing her reddened eyes and slightly trembling hands, he felt a surge of compassion. All right. He enveloped Lu Wanyin in his embrace. Then you mustn't leave my side, protect me, understood? Lu Wanyin buried her face in Jiang Huai's chest, her trembling easing somewhat within his embrace. Just then, a booming voice cut through the clamor. If you make another sound, I'll take you down. Daolang swaggered over, brandishing a new long blade, pushing past the students to stand beside Jiang Huai. You. Get on the vehicle. He gestured with his chin towards Jiang Huai. Xiong Wang furrowed his brow. Daolang. He is not on the list. Damn the list. I've personally tested him with the blade. He even knocked your prized Huang Yu flying. So what? Doesn't he deserve it? Huang Yu on the bus clenched his teeth in fury upon hearing this. Daolang shot a sidelong glance at Jiang Huai. I said, get on the bus. And take your little girlfriend with you. The surrounding students grew even more agitated. To Jiang Huai's surprise, the chubby boy he had previously assisted was the first to step forward, shouting indignantly, why should he have special treatment? We are both two-star awakeners. In the face of life and death, perhaps one's true nature is revealed. The chubby boy completely disregarded Jiang Huai's help during the assessment. In his eyes, Jiang Huai had become an enemy. Did you take a bribe from him? The chubby boy glared at Daolang, suddenly realizing, so you two are in cahoots. This incited further excitement among the others, some of whom began to encircle Daolang and Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai found the situation amusing. First, the chubby boy had betrayed him in the most extreme manner, appearing honest and simple yet stabbing him in the back at this moment. Secondly, the behavior of these students was indeed laughable. They dared not surround the bus or provoke Huang Yu, yet now they encircled him. Perhaps they perceived him as a two-star awakener, as an easy target. The chubby boy and the others began to protest loudly, why can he board the vehicle? We also want to get on. Yes. We also want to board. Everyone is fundamentally the same. Why do they possess privileges? The crowd began to jeer along with the rotund figure. And Jiang Huai noticed that only the girl, radiating an aura of chill, was huddled away in silence. She even attempted to dissuade the unruly students, but was brusquely pushed aside. At that moment, the formidable Dao Wolf sliced through the air, the tremor reverberating in the atmosphere, causing all the raucous students to feel a weight in their chests. What the hell are you all here for? To participate in the assessment? To join the association? I sent you to combat the beast side. Now the opportunity lies before you. Are you all cowardly? Let me tell you, we instructors will not abandon you, we will stand alongside you. If anyone dares to retreat before me, I will grant you a swift end with a single strike. The wolf's words were brazen and unreasonable. These candidates were obliged to confront the beast side. Why should Huang Yu and his ilk be allowed to flee? Just because they were weaker? Should they be treated as mere cannon fodder? Jiang Huai ignored them. For he had heard of the evacuation plan from Yu Qingshun. Given the current rate of the beast side's expansion, the evacuation was utterly unfeasible. Once the beast side began, there would be no safe refuge. He would not allow Lu Wanyin to leave fast. With Yu Qingshun absent, he needed her close to ensure her safety. Daogu. Jiang Huai turned to Dao Wolf, smiling as he spoke. I will stay, both she and I will remain. We are night demons, not deserters. At that moment, the nine-phase sealing realm had enveloped the entire Lingyu city. Everything within this city had been perfectly replicated, except for the living entities. At this moment, Lingyu city resembled a desolate ghost town. However, this state did not endure for long. Countless beasts surged forth from 4 gaping rifts, cascading like a black waterfall into the city. The beasts emerging from the northern rift were intercepted mid-descent by a formidable cavalry force. A towering man leading the metallic cavalry brigade bellowed as he pointed his spear toward the rift below. Hunting brigade. Charge! Thousands of elite awakened warriors belonging to the hunting brigade rode forward under the command of the metal cavalry. When the beast side collided with the human warriors, it was as if a colossal meat grinder had commenced its operation. Blood and dismembered limbs were strewn across the ground in an instant. Equally brutal battles unfolded in 3 other locations within the city, the west where the hunters clashed, the north where the Iron Blood warriors fought, and the east upon the summit of Wulian Mountain where the fearless stood their ground. Among these, the central region was the focal point of the beast side's ferocity. It was here that the core area of the beast side resided, led by the most formidable lords. In previous encounters with the beast side, humanity had faced the core lords. Yet, aside from being overwhelmed by that terrifying power and succumbing to despair, humanity had lacked effective countermeasures. But this time was different. Yu Qingshun adjusted the brim of his cowboy hat and took a deep drag from his cigarette. Although, humanity has indeed made progress. He smiled as he turned to Du Qinghong and remarked, 40 years ago, humanity was mercilessly slaughtered by the beast tide. Yet with each tide occurring every 8 to 10 years, we have gradually approached the core fissure. Du Qinghong adjusted his glasses, stating, the cultivation system for awakened ones has matured, resulting in a rapid increase in their power. So what can we, the relics of the past, do for the younger generation? Du Qinghong snorted coldly, sweeping his long sleeves aside as he walked ahead with his hands clasped behind his back. We shall carve a path for them. A path leading to victory and a brighter tomorrow. Yu Qingshun took a final drag from his cigarette before discarding the butt on the ground. The two of them walked side by side toward the ominous mass of beasts ahead. The beasts guarding the core fissure did not initiate attacks on their own. Their primary purpose was to protect this rift, resulting in a massive accumulation of beasts resembling a small mountain before them. As Yu Qingshun and Du Qinghong approached, the surrounding beasts seemed to sense their presence. They bared their teeth, and in an instant, hundreds of beasts lunged toward them with tremendous speed. Just as those at the forefront were about to rend their bodies apart, a blazing inferno erupted before them, reducing countless beasts to ashes. At that moment, Du Qinghong had removed his glasses, shedding the scholarly demeanor he once possessed. He was no longer a Confucian scholar or a Chinese language teacher at Lingyu City. No. To high school, he was a 6-star fire-type awakened one, codenamed Flame Dragon. Du Qinghong's eyes remained as placid as water, yet within his pupils flickered the fervent flames. An increasing number of beasts charged toward them, their strength amplified by the influence of the fissure. Some beasts even leaped high into the air or spread their wings, attempting to soar over the surging sea of flames. Du Qinghong raised an eyebrow, observing those transgressors. He slightly turned his body, his hair and garments billowing wildly in the fiery gusts. The words "See the dragon" were uttered as he summoned a colossal fire dragon from the inferno. The yellow-hued fire dragon before him appeared almost diminutive. This dragon spiraled through the air, conjuring a fiery tempest that engulfed the airborne beasts, reducing them to mere ashes in an instant. The fire dragon roiled upon the ground, incinerating countless beasts, and just as a breach in the beast tide seemed imminent, an unforeseen event occurred. Bang! Three towering, four-story behemoths leaped from the fissure, their landing causing nearby buildings to collapse. Yu Qingshun let out a cold laugh. Leaping gracefully onto a crumbling structure, then turned to Du Qinghong and shouted, "Same as always. Leave the small ones for you. The larger ones are mine." With that, Yu Qingshun leapt between buildings, steadily approaching the three gigantic beasts, which had now taken notice of his presence and began to charge toward him. Du Qinghong chose to disregard him, yet the fire dragon deliberately carved a path of flames for Yu Qingshun. Following this fiery trail, Yu Qingshun encountered minimal resistance. As he vaulted from the rooftop, soaring high above a colossal beast, he gripped the revolver at his waist. His demeanor transformed into one of chilling detachment. Devoid of his usual playful grin. This first shot was a tolling bell for you. Bang. With almost no motion to draw his weapon, the bullet descended, piercing the forehead of the beast and traversing its entire form. Moments later, the beast was unable to emit a single roar before its body swelled and exploded in a violent eruption. At that instant, another colossal creature leaped, its massive frame casting a shadow over Yu Qingshun, hurtling directly towards him. With wisps of his graying hair fluttering beneath the brim of his hat, he exhaled slowly, just as the beast loomed before him. This second shot was the final testament for the deceased. Bang! The bullet swiftly penetrated the beast's chest. Much like the first, its body erupted in a gruesome display, showering the sky with a crimson deluge. At this moment, Yu Qingshun began to plummet. He swiftly raised his hand, seizing the paw of a beast attempting to ambush him, then forcefully hurled it downwards. As the creature tumbled towards the ground, Yu Qingshun planted a foot upon its back, grasping its wings to use it as a cushion for his descent. Boom! He landed precisely where the last beast had been. Now amidst the inner circle of the beast horde, a colossal creature let out a furious roar, raising its fist to strike Yu Qingshun. He leaped aside, using the body of an ambushing beast as leverage to evade the blow. The sheer force of that punch obliterated a swath of the beasts. Thus, Yu Qingshun continued to leap from one beast to another, ultimately circling around the clumsy giant, poised to draw his weapon. Just then, a shadowy spear shot forth from a crevice. Silent and deadly, it surged towards Yu Qingshun's back, and only at the last moment did he realize the impending danger. In a split second, he spun and dove to the side, but despite his swift reaction, the black spear still pierced his shoulder. All you, Du Qinghong, witnessing this scene, immediately urged the fire dragon towards the heart of the beast's side. However, the overwhelming advantage of the beast became apparent. The crevice and the surging tide of beasts were terrifying not merely for their vast numbers and formidable strength, but for their unparalleled capacity for evolution and adaptation. At this moment, the beasts emerging from the crevice were growing increasingly powerful, even developing fire-resistant scales and armor to counter Du Qinghong's flames. Though the fire dragon remained formidable, it no longer swept all before it as it had moments before. Don't worry about me. Hold them off. Yu Qingshun kicked a beast away and then leaped into a nearby building. He utilized the building as a means of concealment, luring the colossal beast towards him. The creature, indeed, began to furiously pound the structure with its enormous fist. Just as it was on the verge of demolishing the edifice, Yu Qingshun ascended to the rooftop, seizing the moment amid the impending collapse. The third shot, aptly named Martyr's Trial, was unleashed. The ebony bullet shattered the beast's skull into fragments. However, Yu Qingshun felt an excruciating pain from the wound inflicted by the black spear moments before. Taking advantage of the crumbling building as cover, he paused to catch his breath, glancing at his shoulder, which was now emanating a dark aura. The Layer's Lord had marked him. The vice president of the association observed the various battlefields through the surveillance of the Apocalypse Society. Upon witnessing the confrontation between Du Qinghong and Yu Qingshun, he sneered. Those two old fellows certainly know how to fight. The woman in white furrowed her brow and turned slightly to address the vice president. Since they have already breached the outer beast horde of the core rift, why not dispatch reinforcements? The vice president displayed a disdainful expression. This is a sin that the night demon must atone for. Is it truly their sin, or merely your selfish desires? The woman in white retorted, her voice gentle yet piercing to the vice president's ears. Star Envoy, do not worry. We are fully prepared for evacuation and can swiftly relocate our strongest forces along with the seeds of the future from this city at any moment. Upon hearing this, A flicker of anger ignited in the woman's demeanor. Are you implying that the association has never intended to defend this city? The vice president emitted a muffled grunt through his nose, taking a puff of his cigar. If we were fully prepared, we would naturally exert ourselves to the utmost. However, he cast a reproachful glance at the woman in white. Take Mount Despair, for instance, it is now teeming with examinees. The original plan was for the fearless to hold the entirety of Mount Despair, preventing any from crossing the threshold, yet now look. His tone grew increasingly intense. That mountain is now occupied solely by a group of inexperienced recruits. The fearless have left behind only one captain. What do you expect them to defend with? The woman in white fell silent. She seemed to grasp the implication of the vice president's words. Indeed, he leaned back in his chair, adopting a detached demeanor. The failure of the Apocalypse Society's prediction has caught us off guard amidst the beast tide. We cannot hold this city, and you bear the primary responsibility. The Apocalypse Society will not shirk its responsibilities. Disappointment etched across the woman's face. Nor will we abandon any city or any individual. With that, she turned and departed from the command room. The vice president watched her retreating figure and erupted into laughter. Ha! Ha! Let's see how you plan to save them. Star Envoy. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice if you can leave this city. I have reserved a spot for you. If you choose to depart now, that opportunity will vanish. The woman in white did not linger. As she listened to the man's boisterous laughter behind her, she felt a wave of nausea. The vice president turned once more to observe the ongoing struggle between Yu Qingshun and Du Qinghong. A smile adorned his face, tinged with an inexplicable delight. As the night demons roamed, your debts would not be easily repaid. Once the two of you old wretches have perished, I shall ensure that the organization you desperately strive to protect will cease to exist. At this moment, the once serene Wang Mountain was engulfed in chaos. Beasts surged forth from the crevice, and to make matters worse, the infected prepared by the association had now transformed into terrifying monsters. The entire camp was on the brink of collapse. The bus carrying Huan Yu and his companions had already departed, and no one knew whether they would safely reach their destination. At this point, no one had the heart to concern themselves with their fate. Initially, the instructors managed to shield the newcomers, but upon receiving orders from the association, they rushed towards the crevice at the mountain summit. Although the directive was to use those abandoned candidates as vanguards, the instructors still possessed a semblance of conscience. Their final command was, those willing may join us to slay the crevice lord, those unwilling should remain at the camp. Whether to stay or to charge forth, both choices felt utterly despondent. While the camp was protected by a barrier, it could not withstand the relentless onslaught of countless beasts for long. Yet, many students opted to stay rather than confront the horrifying monsters at the mountain's peak. Among those choosing to remain was not Jiang Huai. He had attempted to persuade the chubby boy to accompany him, but the boy despised Jiang Huai at that moment. Stop your pretenses. You and Huan Yu are no different. You are privileged individuals. You've never regarded our lives with any worth. He and the other unwilling students resolved to defend the command center. The instructors had completely abandoned these individuals. Jiang Huai approached the chubby boy one last time, saying, come, there is a possibility of survival if you stay. It's a dead end. Get lost. Don't try to deceive me. I've been bullied by people like you since childhood. Who ever cared about me? Get lost. It was truly lamentable. Jiang Huai coldly regarded the chubby boy. He did not care for their fates, his sole concern was ensuring that Lu Wanin survived. He then glanced at In Jia. What about you? Will you stay or come with us? The girl, exuding an aura of chill, although terrified, mustered her courage to stand beside Jiang Huai. I don't need your protection, I will be of help, she implored. Jiang Huai nodded, and the group followed the team led by Dao Lang towards the mountain summit. As Lu Wanin had nearly lost her capacity for thought, Jiang Huai simply carried her on his back. The arduous journey proved far more daunting than they had anticipated. Despite Moyu clearing the path in the front, with no beast surviving her blade, the vast number of beasts still launched attacks from the flanks against the rear of the group. At that moment, Jiang Huai finally comprehended why Moyu's reputation was so formidable. Her gaze remained fixed ahead, never wavering, even amidst the cries of anguish behind her. She refused to pose or turn back to offer assistance. Yet, it must be said, this was indeed the unequivocally correct choice. If they continue to rely on one another, taking one step at a time, they might as well give up. Dying midway would be preferable. It is of utmost importance to send absolute power to the summit and swiftly eliminate the Lord. Yet, Jiang Huai understood deep down that this Lord was not to be compared with the likes of the mother of insects. Though Mou was formidable, she was merely a 5-star awakened being. Expecting her to single-handedly slay the Lord was rather unrealistic. He contemplated transforming into 100 corpses. But such an action would inevitably reveal his identity. Unless Jiang Huai resolved to ensure that no one survived here except for Lu Wanyin, such a choice was inherently contradictory. Allowing these individuals to be slaughtered by beasts or by his own hand bore no essential difference. He gritted his teeth and sought a compromise. Daogu. He smashed his fist through a beast that obstructed his path and called out to Daolang. Daolang swiftly severed a beast's body with his blade and turned to Jiang Huai. What do you want? Take care of that girl behind me. At that moment, India was doing her utmost to delay the advancing beast with her frost breath. It was evident that she was terrified. Yet she did not take a single step back, desperately following Jiang Huai. For such a promising talent, Jiang Huai wished for her not to perish here. Do as you wish. Do you need my help with that girl behind you? Daolang did not inquire about Jiang Huai's intentions, which surprised him. He shook his head. No, she must stay with me. Then you two should hurry and get out of here. Daolang roared, delivering another strike that cleaved through 2 beasts and a large tree. His breath was becoming increasingly labored. At this point, even the instructors had suffered casualties. Let alone the new students. They possessed almost no combat capability and had become mere targets for the beast slaughter. Jiang Huai expressed his gratitude with a nod towards Daolang. I will assist Mou in dealing with that lord. Ultimately, he chose to voice this intention, causing Daolang to pause momentarily. By the time he turned back, Jiang Huai had vanished from his original position, a gust of wind rushing past him. Daolang stared blankly in the direction from which the wind had blown. Then let out a cold chuckle. What an extraordinary young man. Mou's long blade had nearly dulled, yet she tirelessly continued to swing it, her steps never faltering. She never glanced back or to the side, for she firmly believed that only by relentlessly moving forward could she save more people. This was her first encounter with a beast-tide, and it was the first time she truly grasped the terror of the monsters surging from the rifts. Their adaptability made their hides increasingly resilient. Her palms were already bloodied. Mou could no longer recall how many times she had swung her blade or whether the beasts had retaliated at all. From the fresh wounds on her body, it was evident that they no longer fell before her with ease. The summit was now within sight. She could almost perceive the enormous black silhouette above her. Gazing down with a mocking glint in its eyes, Mou could not falter, not merely due to the city that surrounded her, but because he was right there. I shall never allow you wretches to harm a single hair on his head. Her gaze grew increasingly frigid, a morbid obsession distorting her understanding of protection. Kill, kill, kill. Annihilate everything. Sever all ties, and then he shall be safe. Yet, deep within, Mou's heart whispered that the person she cherished could never endure until that moment. Even as she charged forward, he had already been torn apart by those monsters, and she had not even dared to glance back. She could protect no one. Silence. You shall not see him one last time before his demise. Silence. It is not that he cannot keep up with you, it is that you abandoned him. Forsaking him once more. Silence. With a swift motion, Mou's pupils began to reflect a madness that caused her breath and steps to become chaotic. The presence atop the mountain did not let this moment slip by. She suddenly noticed a shadow abruptly emerge within her blood-stained vision. The shadow moved in a manner entirely distinct from the beast and infected she had slain previously. It wielded a long red blade forged from its very own hands, and struck fiercely at Mou. Mou did not recoil, she swung her long knife horizontally, and the two weapons clashed. It was unbreakable. This was her immediate thought as she engaged in combat with the creature. Her advance was finally halted, the beast's strength was overwhelming, and its evolution seemed tailor-made to counter Mou's blade. Gritting her teeth, she knew she could not stop, she absolutely could not falter here. Unfortunately, with a resounding crack, The long knife in her hand shattered as if it were the last taut string of her frayed spirit. She was thrown back by the immense force, crashing violently against the sturdy trunk of a great tree. Blood trickled down her forehead, blurring her vision. In that instant, a sharp spike suddenly shot from the mountaintop, piercing her shoulder and splintering the tree behind her, causing her body to tumble backward. She could not stop here. Yet, that twisted obsession compelled her to push off the ground as she felt gritting her teeth as blood seeped from her mouth. Even so, she managed to stabilize herself. There is still time, still time. I will slay you. I will protect him. This time. Absolutely. Suddenly, Lemoyu sensed something amiss. It was eerily quiet behind her. She realized that she could no longer hear any sounds from that direction. For the first time, she turned to look back at what she had never dared to revisit. Her pupils gradually constricted. Behind her lay a sea of corpses, those of instructors and fellow students alike. All had perished at the hands of these monsters. Yet, what shattered her the most was that fragmented figure. No, Lemoyu's breath began to grow erratic, her pupils quivering, her body trembling slightly. Upon witnessing Jiang Huai's body, torn as if it were mere rag, Lemoyu was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. The formidable monster had arrived before her, strolling leisurely to her side, as if relishing the despair enveloping the young girl in that moment. Then, the creature slowly raised its hand, the blade formed from its appendage radiating a chilling light. Lemoyu could muster no further resistance. She merely stood in a daze, gazing at the shattered form, her mind echoing with past words. I will return for you, brother. Had she truly upheld that promise? Yet she had failed to protect him. At that thought, Lemoyu felt any semblance of defiance dissipate. Her grip on the broken sword slackened, and it plunged deeply into the ground. In that moment, she seemed to await a kind of liberation. Her combat style had always been governed by two emotions, starkly opposed yet extreme. The will to survive. The desire for death. These two twisted sentiments had allowed Lemoyu to endure countless battles, yet they had also wrought immense suffering. Why had she not succumbed in those endless confrontations? Now, having witnessed his demise, the yearning for death completely consumed her mind. So be it. She slowly closed her eyes. Do not be deceived. This thing has the ability to induce hallucinations. Yet the next moment, what she felt was not the excruciating pain, but a powerful gust of wind sweeping past her, accompanied by a voice she knew all too well. Stop dawdling. Move now. This voice seemed to awaken something deep within Lemoyu. She abruptly opened her eyes to find that familiar figure standing protectively before her. He was now gripping the neck of the vanguard beast with bare hands, while behind him he bore the almost unconscious night demon girl. Lemoyu wanted to speak, her tears welling in her eyes, yearning to regain her former indifference. But the intensity of her emotions had become nearly uncontainable. He was merely an untested awakener, perhaps only possessing two-star strength. An inexperienced novice who had yet to pass any trials. Yet in that moment, Lemoyu felt that as long as he stood before her, she need not fear anything. The hallucinations had completely vanished. Despite the casualties among those behind, they continued to fight desperately, intercepting the encircling enemies for her sake. The shattered corpse from her visions now stood before her, like an imposing mountain bearing the weight of everything. I will cover you. Quickly, ascend the mountain, Jiang Huai declared, effortlessly snapping the monster's neck with a casual motion. Lemoyu no longer cared why a two-star awakener could accomplish such a feat with such ease. The immense silhouette atop the mountain seemed to have been provoked by some unseen force, its pupils dilating as it fixated intently on Jiang Huai's figure. Lemoyu inhaled deeply, stifling her emotions, then with a voice tinged with faint calmness, she declared, no need for your words. Her hand clenched tightly around the broken blade thrust into the ground. And with a swift motion, she severed the jagged spike that had pierced her shoulder. In the next instant, she surged past Jiang Huai, resolutely advancing toward the mountain peak. The onslaught of beasts and mutated foes intensified, yet Lemoyu's expression remained remarkably serene. The fractured blade in her grasp appeared more effective than when it had been whole. Lemoyu plunged her broken sword into the abdomen of the first beast, forcefully propelling it forward. An ever-growing horde of creatures obstructed her path, the relentless wave. Just as the girl's stride threatened to be halted, a powerful fist struck, sending the clustered monsters flying. The boy then extended a hand toward Emoyu, urging, "Grab my hand. I will assist you." Emoyu met Jiang Huai's gaze and nodded, an involuntary smile gracing her lips. "Just like before, you have not changed at all. No matter the circumstance, you will always shield me, standing in my defense." At the moment their hands clasped, Jiang Huai pivoted, using his strength to hurl Emoyu forcefully toward the mountain summit. The sheer power of the throw startled Emoyu, nearly causing her to lose her balance midair. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, propelled by that force, her form almost instantaneously reaching the peak. There, beneath the gaping chasm, she finally discerned the true form of the chasm's lord, a colossal creature adorned with countless tendrils, resembling a sea anemone, dominating the mountaintop. Its body bore numerous eyes, and as Emoyu leapt high, these eyes followed her ascent. Immediately, a multitude of tendrils lunged toward her. Emoyu sheathed her blade and then drew it forth, the glint of her sword severing the tendrils with precision. She then aimed a strike towards the Lord's head, however. The blow was thwarted by a defensive barrier before it could make contact, sending her form rebounding into the air. A sense of foreboding washed over her. The Lord's power lay in manipulation and enhancement, its inherent strength not particularly formidable. Yet, such a cunning entity would not allow itself to be unguarded in close quarters. Following her earlier strike, Emoyu realized the futility of breaching this barrier unless she wielded a true blade. Unfortunately, she possessed but one sword. That singular weapon could dismantle the barrier, yet lacked the strength to slay the Lord itself. As she grappled with this dilemma, her gaze inadvertently caught sight of Jiang Huai's silhouette. At that moment, he had leapt to the mountaintop, carrying Lu Wanyin on his back. "I will help you break through its barrier," he declared, looking directly at Emoyu. Had it been any other two-star awakened, Emoyu would have dismissed such a statement, deeming the speaker a madman. But he was different. "Very well," succinctly responded, simultaneously adjusting her posture midair as she cast aside the long knife in her grasp. Yet, she maintained a semblance of a grip as a sanguine aura began to coalesce around her waist, taking the form of a long blade. "Are you ready?" Jiang Huai inquired. "MHM." With that, Jiang Huai clenched his fist, regulating his breath, channeling all his strength into that singular point. He then offered a prayer, fervently wishing that this punch would not lead to his own bone-deep transformation. No matter how formidable his power might be, it could be rationalized, however. Should his body betray the essence of a beast, it would signify a fundamental revelation of his true nature. As for Lu Wanyin, she might have foreseen this moment long ago. At that instant, Lu Wanyin stood behind Jiang Huai, gazing at the Lord with quivering lips, clutching tightly to his back. "Hold steady." Once ready, Jiang Huai abruptly opened his eyes and reminded Lu Wanyin before hurtling towards the Lord. With each step he took, cracks began to form in the ground beneath him, the formidable energy emanating from his being. The horde of beasts and the infected stood resolutely before him. But regardless of their overwhelming numbers, they could not impede Jiang Huai's advance. Ultimately, he confronted the monstrous entity. Raising his gaze, he locked eyes with countless pairs of eyes. The Lord's eyes began to tremble, followed by a ferocious roar directed at Jiang Huai. The fury in that sound perhaps stemmed from an inability to comprehend Jiang Huai's power and the betrayal felt from its kin. What astonished Jiang Huai was the unexpected surge of heart-wrenching emotion that arose within him upon hearing the Lord's whispers. It felt as if his impending strike would not land upon an enemy, but rather upon a former comrade. However, after a fleeting moment, he cast aside such thoughts, letting out a fierce roar as his clenched fist became veiled in an imperceptible layer of white bone. The next moment, his fist collided violently with the Azure barrier. Boom! The entire Mount Despair began to crumble, yet, regrettably, this blow failed to shatter the creature's shield. Jiang Huai frowned involuntarily, the mountain could no longer withstand his might. Should he strike once more, none of the instructors engaged in battle, nor the students remaining in the camp, would survive. Above him, seemed prepared, her form commencing a descent. Jiang Huai could no longer afford to ponder his arms, be yet, even so, she fought valiantly to shield Jiang Huai from those monstrous entities. Though it transpired in mere fleeting moments, it was sufficient. Jiang Huai's hand, enveloped in skeletal remains, abruptly pierced through the fissure in the barrier, unleashing a roar that was anything but human. With both hands, he forcefully tore the crack apart. The Lord's sharp spikes relentlessly lunged toward Jiang Huai's body, yet upon contact, They were thwarted by the ethereal bonds. Thus, the fissure continued to widen and extend. Break it open. Ultimately, Jiang Huai rent it asunder. The pale blue shards scattering through the air, reflecting the cold gaze of the girl and the crimson blade she wielded. Behind her, Lu Wanin collapsed in exhaustion. And before her, a horde of beasts and infected creatures, enhanced by the Lord, emerged. A glimmer of despair flickered in her eyes. Yet, in the next moment, Jiang Huai embraced her tightly, swiftly turning, his skeletal tail sweeping horizontally. The tremendous force repelled the monstrous beings. Jiang Huai then looked up, shouting to the descending MOU. "It's your turn." As MOU plummeted, she locked eyes with Jiang Huai, suddenly sensing something. The skeletal giant in the cinema had similarly gazed up at her. Could it be? MOU's thoughts were momentarily dispelled as she drew the crimson blade from her waist, causing the entire Wuang mountain to tremble. The dust blade shattered. With a swift motion, she cleaved downwards, splitting the Lord's body in two and severing the mountain's peak as well. However, this fracture did not obliterate the mountain's entirety. Everyone still had time to retreat. Following a colossal roar, the Lord emitted a final, mournful wail. This lament echoed throughout the city, reaching every ear. Meanwhile, at Wuang Mountain, the commander of the hunting regiment, the chief of the hunters, and the iron-blooded general nearly simultaneously directed their gazes towards the eastern mountain, which was crumbling. "Our comrades have already taken the lead. Soldiers, now it is our turn. Charge with me." The commander raised his spear high, leading the charge towards the towering figure beneath the fissure. "Ha ha ha." The burly general let out a boisterous laugh before crushing the skull of a beast. He disdainfully turned to face the humanoid lord, who towered over him, and made a gesture across his throat. It was the time for the hunt. Wherever the chief's side swung, the undead began to dance. The true counterattack commenced now. At the association's headquarters, disbelief washed over the vice president as beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Due to the complexity of the situation at Wuang Mountain, they could not discern the events unfolding on site. However, from the distant projections, it appeared that the fissure at Wuang Mountain was gradually closing. This crack and its lord had been vanquished. Was Wuang Mountain merely inhabited by a cadre of four-star instructors and inexperienced recruits? Who was to rely on? Was it solely MOU? The rest of the association felt a simmering resentment. The despicable wretch exhibited neither celebration nor relief, but rather a countenance fraught with panic. "Vice President, several major organizations have commenced hostilities against the Lord. We must dispatch reinforcements to the core rift immediately. This time, we may indeed emerge victorious," the chief strategist of the association remarked coolly. "The core rift. The core rift. Surely, those two night demons must have perished by now. The core rift has fallen. How shall we proceed? The beasts of the core rift and the Lord are unlike those of any other rift." The chief strategist noted dismissively, "I regret to inform you, Vice President, that the night demon, Du Qinghong, and Yu Qinshon are very much alive and have nearly forged a path through." "What?" The vice president slumped into his chair. No. The night demon's faction must perish. They must be vanquished. If they remain, I will never avenge my son. Wait. Do not send reinforcements just yet. He gritted his teeth. Since Yu Qinshon and Du Qinghong are so formidable, let them hold their ground a while longer. If they can inflict damage upon the Lord of the Core Rift, our chances of victory will increase. Such thoughts of contempt filled the hearts of all present. They remained oblivious to how Lu Yuan had ascended to the position of vice president. This imbecile was merely a five-star awakener, devoid of any strategic foresight. Although he held the title of vice president of the branch in Lingyu City, could such foolish decisions truly emanate from a rational being? The chief strategist chose to disregard him. If the president had not gone missing, how could this simpleton be entrusted with such authority? This line of reasoning only deepened the mystery surrounding the president's disappearance. He needed to devise a plan, such as contacting the headquarters of the Awakener Association. Just as he exited the room, a woman clad in white awaited him, having lingered for some time. Lord Star Envoy, the chief strategist greeted her with a bow. Please mobilize the troops, chief strategist, the woman implored, producing a token from her waist. This is the celestial edict from the headquarters. She approached him and placed the token firmly in his hand. Immediately dispatch reinforcements to decisively crush the core rift and its lord. The chief strategist clutched the token tightly and nodded. Meanwhile, within the core rift area, the once dense tide of beasts had been significantly diminished by the efforts of Yu Qingshun and Du Qinghong. Coughing, Du Qinghong leaned against the remnants of a wall, blood continually trickling from the corners of his mouth. Enough, old Du, you can't go on, take a rest, Yu Qingshun urged, his own condition scarcely better. With one arm broken and blood staining half of his body, the two now sat amidst the ruins, surrounded by heaps of monster corpses. I will clear the way for you, Du Qinghong's eyes were clouded, his vision blurred. Despite his potent awakening ability, a congenital illness exacted a heavy toll, consuming his very life force in the process. The flames of a fire dragon devour all, including himself. It has reached its conclusion, old Du, you have done enough. Yu Qingshun said, patting Du Qinghong's shoulder with his remaining hand. Leave the rest to me. He pressed his back against the wall and slowly rose to his feet. Gazing upon the colossal black beast before him, its presence emanating an aura that heralded a chilling truth. This creature was the core lord. Observing the two almost lifeless figures from a vantage of superiority, its marquise betraying a hint of disdain. Lao Yu, Du Qinghong's trembling hand reached out, desperately trying to grasp at Yu Qingshun. Alas, Yu Qingshun's left arm lay fractured, leaving him with nothing to seize. Lao Yu, what are you doing? We promised to face this together. Du Qinghong implored, but Yu Qingshun paid him no heed. He inhaled deeply, steadying his breath, and then limped toward the core lord. Lao Yu, come back. Du Qinghong called out. Yu Qingshun's hand slowly moved towards his severed arm. You must survive, Yun Luo cannot endure alone. Lao Yu, damn it. Don't think of escaping alone. Du Qinghong strained to lift himself, yet even the slightest movement required every ounce of his dwindling strength. The grotesque head of the core lord tilted slightly, as if scrutinizing the dying man advancing toward it. Yu Qingshun halted 10 paces from the monster, striving to straighten his back and adjusting his tattered cowboy hat. What a formidable creature you are, but regrettably, you stand alone now. The core lord emitted a deep, guttural sound, seemingly mocking Yu Qingshun's frailty and ignorance. As Yu Qingshun attempted to retrieve his cigarette case from his pocket, he discovered it soaked in blood, rendered utterly useless. With resignation, he discarded it and slowly reached for the wound on his severed arm. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully inserted 2 fingers into the gory gash, extracting a mangled black bullet. He then turned to the mountain, still crumbling in the distance. Old Du, look, the fissures on that mountain have shattered. Is it Lu Yatu? Ha ha ha, Lu Yatu. She's still too green. A bitter smile crossed Yu Qingshun's face, as if the thought of Lu Wanin was the only thing that could pierce his armor, evoking a fleeting attachment to this world. It's Jiang Huai and Emo Yu, he lamented. Old Du, promise me one thing, no matter what happens. Protect Jiang Huai at all costs. Not asking for me to look after Lu Wanin, but Jiang Huai. Du Qinghong questioned, confusion evident in his voice. Yet, Yu Qingshun offered no opportunity for further inquiries. He brought the black bullet to his lips, bestowing it a gentle kiss. The runes engraved upon its surface began to shimmer with a pale light. This spectacle piqued the core lord's interest. Its evolution could be seen as a form of imitation, as they relished emulating the powers of these formidable awakeners, hastening their own evolution and fortifying their strength. Yu Qingshun clenched the dark bullet tightly with his teeth, then inserted his finger into the opposite shoulder to extract another black bullet. Following that, he retrieved 2 from his chest, 1 from his abdomen, and 2 from his thigh. These 6 black bullets, sustained by his flesh and soul, now lined up neatly in his mouth. He then slowly drew out his revolver, rejected the empty magazine, and exhaled, letting the bullets fall gracefully into the chamber of the revolver. You miserable cur, it seems you have a penchant for learning, don't you? Alas, I have never been cut out to be a teacher. With a click, he reloaded the magazine, lifting his gaze to the core lord, a faint, tragic smile gracing his lips. There are certain things that you beasts will never grasp. Do you doubt it? Click. His fingers moved to engage the hammer, the motion deliberate and slow, as though it nearly drained him of all his strength. Finally, having completed his preparations, he began his last prayer. Let us test this. Lord, I beseech you to grant me strength that in this moment of darkness I may steadfastly hold on to my faith and not lose my way. Just as David faced the giant Goliath with courage, I too shall confront the challenges before me, unafraid and unwavering. The man known as the priest, could it be that he was once an exceedingly devout clergyman who, due to certain circumstances, forsook his faith and principles? Yet, that does not imply he discarded everything. He often told Lu Wanyin that life is a performance. By donning a mask, others cannot easily see through you. Thus, the best way to safeguard oneself is to become someone entirely unlike oneself. However, no matter who you choose to become or what identity you adopt, never forget your original starting point. Safeguard it carefully, and when you are strong enough, do not forget to reclaim it within your heart. The dark muzzle quivered as it rose, aiming at the beast before him. May your mercy endure as eternally as your words. Even in this life and death moment, I trust that your love and grace are boundless. This final pin strikes the death knell for you, and this last flame is the light that bursts forth for you. A beacon guiding you home. This is my final prayer. May the lost lambs return to the fold. May they discover the path back home. Suddenly, the co-lord sensed something amiss. The power, the aura, it could learn, yet before it could fully comprehend, it would perish at the hands of this mortal. Slowly, it extended a finger toward Yu Qingshun, seemingly intent on crushing him. Yet, alas, once the lost lamb bears the mark, there is no escape. Hallelujah. Meanwhile, the other three rifts were gradually closing. This signified that, apart from the fearless ones, the three major organizations had completed their tasks, albeit at a tremendous cost. The casualties among the hunt raiders were particularly devastating, leaving only the commander and fewer than 100 cavalrymen. Yet, their spirits soared. And without a moment's hesitation after vanquishing the Rift Lord, they galloped toward the heart of the rift. At that very moment, the Iron Blood and the hunters also arrived on the scene, each gripped by an instinctual premonition, a foreboding sense of imminent victory. This exhilarating feeling propelled them toward the core of the rift, for humanity had long yearned for this triumph, and now it lay tantalizingly within reach. Upon their arrival, they were met with a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. Du Qinghong, the night demon prowler, lay exhausted before the ruins, while the once carefree and dismissive figure stood alone against the colossal rift lord that obscured the sky. Lao Yu. The sight sent a shiver down Lu Wanyin's spine. Her legs trembled, and although she yearned to rush forward, fear paralyzed her, leaving her to weep as she witnessed the unfolding tragedy. The aura emanating from the Rift Lord was overwhelmingly powerful, yet if the assembled forces charged forth together, victory would be within their grasp. "Shall we assist?" inquired a member of Iron Blood, looking to their general. With a cold smirk, the general crossed his arms and replied, "Let us wait a moment longer." The commander of the hunt raiders also reined in his horse, shaking his head at the cavalry behind him. The leader of the hunters slowly lowered his scythe, while the group of black-robed figures behind him regarded Yu Qingshun with an expression of indifference. "All troops, stand down temporarily." Even the usually impassioned commander of the hunt raiders admonished his restless cavalry. Their hesitance stemmed from a simple rationale: years ago, the betrayal of the Night Demon Prowler's president had led to a disastrous operation, resulting in significant losses for the four major organizations. The Hunt Raiders, in particular, had suffered greatly. Their vice-captain had gallantly faced a surging tide of beasts to cover the retreat of others, ultimately succumbing to the onslaught. Thus, no one was willing to extend a hand to Yu Qingshun. The second reason was the sheer might of the Rift Lord's presence. Rather than charging in recklessly, it was more prudent to observe what strategies Yu Qingshun might employ. Ideally, he would weaken the Rift Lord's powers before meeting his demise or provide them with insights into the creature's combat style. Such knowledge would undoubtedly mitigate casualties in the forthcoming battle. Indeed, in their eyes, Yu Qingshun's life was regarded merely as a tool, a grim jest. This first shot heralded the tolling of a death knell for him. Yu Qingshun pulled the trigger, commencing his battle. The bullet erupted from the chamber, striking the Rift Lord squarely in the head. Although it produced a resounding crack, the creature emerged unscathed amidst the smoke. Its defensive capabilities were formidable. It remained uncertain whether this was due to rapid regeneration or an innate defensive prowess, perhaps even a protective shield. The members of the three organizations stood like frigid automatons, akin to impartial judges in a contest. Their chillingly indifferent analysis suggested that in their eyes, Yu Qingshun had already been consigned to the realm of the dead. His sole value lay in extracting more information. It was indeed a profound folly for a 5-star awakened individual specializing in enhancement to choose a firearm as his weapon. The leader of the hunting regiment observed Yu Qingshun's shot with a derisive chuckle, casually resting his long gun against his back, showing no intention of intervening. The Night Demon. With the sole exception of Du Qinghong, who was deemed formidable, however, it was regrettable that Du Qinghong was inherently disabled, a tragic waste of potential. The general, with a smile that barely concealed his malice, cast a glance at Du Qinghong, who lay weakly among the ruins. After sustaining a gunshot, the Rift Lord appeared unfazed, its grotesque head tilting in curiosity. Its catfish-like mouth slowly parted, revealing a repulsively sinister grin. Do you take pleasure in laughter? Regrettably, I do not intend for you to depart with a smile. This second shot serves as the farewell of the deceased. As the second bullet discharged, blood erupted from Yu Qingshun's palm. He gritted his teeth in evident agony, yet his face bore an audacious grin. The more powerful bullet struck the Rift Lord squarely in the chest. Once the smoke cleared, the Rift Lord remained unscathed. A chorus of derisive laughter erupted from the onlookers. Hey, the leader claimed Yu Qingshun was extraordinary. He appears rather ordinary to me. He can barely hold his weapon steady now. It seems we cannot rely on him to gauge the capabilities of this co-lord. The iron-blooded general's face twisted into a cruel smile, his hands trembling with excitement and anticipation, as if he could hardly contain his desire to confront the Rift Lord. What do you say, master of the hunt? Shall we engage? The general turned to the enigmatic figure cloaked in black. The mysterious man emitted a dry chuckle before shaking his head. Why the rush? We should at least observe the co-lord's attack patterns before we act. Disdainful smiles adorned the faces of those present, as seemingly awaiting, even anticipating, Yu Qingshun's demise. Yet, this time, the Rift Lord ceased its laughter. Its smile gradually faded as it slowly lifted its foot, advancing step by step towards Yu Qingshun. With each movement, the very city trembled beneath its weight. Feeling the pain now, a little muscle. Don't fret, I shall show you how much power humanity can gain by sacrificing everything. Even things more precious than life itself. It proudly lifted its head, allowing the wind stirred by the creature's approach to touzle its hair. As the monster drew near, poised to crush the frail human, Yu Qingshun steadied himself and raised his firearm. In that instant, a wave of unease surged within the hearts of the leaders of the three major organizations. They sensed an unprecedented surge of power emanating from Yu Qingshun, rapidly coalescing around him like a tidal wave. The atmosphere around grew increasingly oppressive, as if even the act of breathing had become a laborious task. The clouds in the sky began to churn, reminiscent of tumultuous waves in the ocean, layering upon one another in a ceaseless transformation. The world was shrouded in a dim haze, with only the glimmer emanating from the muzzle of Yu Qingshun's firearm illuminating this chaotic realm, akin to the first light of dawn piercing through the darkness. At this moment, a profound metamorphosis was occurring within Yu Qingshun's awakened abilities. A conclusion reached by the leaders of the three major organizations. Before they could further investigate the origins of this alteration, a gunshot shattered the silence. This third shot, dubbed the trial of the matter. The bullet pierced through the outstretched arm of the Rift Lord, obliterating it utterly. Everyone was momentarily paralyzed, mouths agape, as they struggled to comprehend the unfolding events before their eyes. The co-leader, Yu Qingshun, staggered yet regained his balance with a decisive stomp. His arm, which had begun to droop, was raised once more. The fourth shot, known as the Prayer of the Baptized. The bullet penetrated the Rift Lord's left shoulder, reducing its disproportionately large left side to mere fragments, causing it to lose balance and stumble backward. Do not hasten to retreat, the fifth shot, termed the Horn of Revelation. This shot nearly ruptured the barrel, unleashing not a mere bullet but a meteor trailing a white flame. At the moment of impact, the co-leader emitted a deafening wail, a sound rife with agony and confusion. A gaping void was left in its body, and the wounds from the previous three shots seemed ignited by this fifth shot. White flames rapidly engulfing its colossal form. Panic gripped the co-leader, fear and despair filled its eyes. It had never envisioned facing such a formidable adversary, nor a situation so dire. Turning, it began to flee towards the rift, its once imposing figure now wavering. The members of the three organizations watching were utterly astonished. Though they had yet to engage with this co-leader, its terrifying presence had already forewarned them of an impending battle to the death. However, The scene before them completely upended their understanding. They could hardly fathom that the five-star awakened being, Yu Qingshon, who roamed the night like a spectre, could compel the core leader to retreat. Did you think you could trample our world, shatter our dignity, and plunder our lives, then simply return unscathed? With the last remnants of his strength, Yu Qingshon unleashed a heart-wrenching roar. His arm, which should have been rendered a mere mass of flesh and blood, rose once more. This was the outcry of countless lives, the collective hatred directed at you. Since you have chosen to come here, then brace yourself to receive our rightful hospitality. This final shot. Yu Qingshon's body trembled as blood incessantly oozed from his mouth and nose. He could no longer perceive anything around him. Yet a singular beam of light continued to guide him through the enveloping darkness. Old you. Lu Wanin's voice resonated from behind him. Reminiscent of that fateful day over a decade ago when he unearthed her from the ruins during the beast tide. From that moment forth, she had become his beacon of hope. The fearless warriors had finally arrived from Wang Mountain to the battlefield, and upon witnessing the battered silhouette of Old Yu, her pupils widened slowly, tears cascading unknowingly down her cheeks. Initially, Yu Qingshon may have perceived Lu Wanin as a means of atonement, vowing to nurture her in a healthy environment. However, he soon realized that she was not merely a pathway, but a radiant light, one that illuminated his life for over a decade. Ultimately, she would no longer be confined by his narrow sanctuary. Birds are born to learn to soar. You should not be a captive bird trapped within a cage. On the day your wings are fully formed, the vast sky shall become your stage. He recalled countless memories, the first time he taught her to read, the first time he guided her in cooking, the first time he instructed her on concealing her emotions. So many firsts. Perhaps at one time Yu Qingshon regarded her as a means of redemption. Yet now, if he could continue to watch her, seeing that Na'vi girl graduate from university, witnessing her spend each day with her beloved, eventually culminating in marriage and children, then even if redemption eluded him, even if all his actions remained unforgiven, so be it. Alas, debts must always be repaid. At this moment, Yu Qingshon prepared to impart to her one final lesson. Even when beset by the scorn of the masses, even when ensnared within the confines of fate, as long as your heart yearns for light and your wings crave to soar, no cage or chain can bind you. To hell with God, to hell with the chasms. To hell with the beast side. If you find the sky too dark, too oppressive, then Father shall pierce through this gloom for you. Fly, my birds. Move forward. My child. This final shot named Abraham's redemption. His voice gradually weakened, as if a force was siphoning away all his vitality, leaving it to rest upon this bullet. The moment this shot was fired, the entire revolver, along with the remnants of Yu Qingshon's arm, disintegrated into dust. The white bullet, enveloped in sacred light, resembled the knife raised by Isaac on Mount Moriah, filled with the utmost dedication to life and an abundance of love for his daughter. In that instant, shrouded in white radiance, Yu Qingshon beheld his former self, the handsome, charismatic priest, and the child he had rescued from the ruins. How he longed to hear her call him father. The fleeting white flame of the meteor encapsulated all the pain, struggle, and love of Yu Qingshon's life, symbolizing hope and commitment for Lu Wanin's future. This potent force ultimately transformed into a radiant white light, completely engulfing the body of the Rift Lord. The brilliance blossomed amidst the ruins, forming a towering white cross. Someone must inevitably become that solitary martyr, why should it not be I? As the light gradually dissipated, the imposing figure of the Rift Lord began to fade away. This marked a definitive proclamation: humanity had triumphed over the beast side. Victory, we have won? Have we truly emerged victorious? The Rift Lord has been vanquished. We have succeeded. An overwhelming excitement surged within everyone's hearts. The members at the command center of the association erupted in cheers, embracing one another, tears of joy streaming down their faces. This day had finally arrived after 40 long years. However, the woman in white remained silent, her expression growing increasingly grave as she gazed through the screen at the scene unfolding before her. Why does that core rift still persist? The remaining major organizations had nearly sacrificed their lives to slay those lords of the rifts. As one rift after another gradually faded away, people finally realized this time they had truly, unequivocally won. Those who arrived at the scene, including Jiang Huai, witnessed it all. Although everyone was celebrating and rejoicing, not a single soul turned their gaze towards the figure that had wrought this miracle. He knelt upon the ground with blood continuously flowing from his body. A gentle breeze blew off his cowboy hat, causing his grizzled hair to sway in the wind. Yu Qingshun was an enhanced ability user, with his life itself serving as the core medium of his enhancement. When his life could sufficiently bear this power, a victory would arrive as foretold. Yet the price required was, without a doubt, exorbitant. Old Yu. Lu Wanyin trembled as she approached Yu Qingshun. She knelt before him. Old Yu, how could you let yourself come to this? She raised her trembling hand to brush aside his white hair. Upon seeing the man, now transformed into an old man, his face smeared with blood, her tears overflowed. And she enveloped his body in her embrace. Lu girl. Yu Qingshun's voice was frail and aged, his eyes devoid of sight. Wasn't I just incredible? Am I not impressive? With each word he uttered, blood trickled from his lips, and he could no longer even see where Lu Wanyin was. She cradled his face, turning it to meet her own. You're the most impressive, don't speak anymore. I will heal you, I promise I will heal you, you foolish old man. Alright then, this time I entrust my life to you. Why must you be so heroic, you idiot? Lu Wanyin was now a weeping mess, her body trembling in stark contrast to the jubilant crowd surrounding them. Because I want to see you grow, I want to see you graduate, take graduation photos. Fall in love, get married, and have children. I want to hold my grandchildren, You fool. Fools may enjoy foolish fortunes. At least both I and old do have survived. Hey. Jiang Huai observed the scene from a distance, feeling an unsettling mix of emotions. Yet, he found solace in the fact that although Yu Qingshun's vitality hung by a thread, he still clung to life. Even if he could no longer fight as an awakened one, he could remain by Lu Wanyin's side, watching her grow as a father would. How chaotic everything was. Jiang Huai sighed, contemplating whether his strength could aid Yu Qingshun's recovery. At that moment, Jiang Huai carried a backpack, within which lay the 18th birthday gift from Yu Qingshun to Lu Wanyin. He felt that such a significant gift should be presented to Lu Wanyin in Yu Qingshun's presence, along with the revelation of how eagerly they had anticipated seeing her smile after purchasing it together. Just as he was about to step forward, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed everyone else was embracing and celebrating. Yet Jiang Huai sensed an elusive aura lingering in the air. Gradually, he lifted his gaze to the lingering fissure above. Something felt amiss. Suddenly, he found himself immobilized, as an overwhelming pressure from above plunged him into a state of heightened alertness. This forced readiness threatened to shatter him into 1,000 pieces before the assembled crowd, compelling him to suppress such an impulse. With a soft thud, the core fissure above him remained ajar, and a droplet, reminiscent of a tear, fell from the eye-like crack. The dark liquid splashed onto the ground, yet few noticed its presence. It began to coalesce from a droplet into a humanoid form, its body encased in a shell akin to an insect's exoskeleton. Its emergence was so silent that it drew no attention from anyone, as if only Jiang Huai recognized its existence. Then, the dark figure slowly lifted its foot, making its way toward Yu Qingshun and Lu Wanyin, who stood not far ahead. No. In an instant, Jiang Huai comprehended the gravity of the situation and raised his gaze toward Lu Wanyin. Get away from there. Hurry. Yet, just as his warning escaped his lips, the dark entity casually approached the two. With a mere wave of its hand, it dissipated the remnants of the radiant cross, conjuring a long black blade from the dust that swirled in its grasp. Yu Qingshun seemed to sense something amiss. Despite his body being incapable of movement, he suddenly unleashed a surge of strength, propelling Lu Wanyin away with his body. In that fleeting moment, the blade's gleam sliced across his neck. The dark figure, without a glance at Yu Qingshun, continued its path toward the cheering crowd. Stunned, Yu Qingshun appeared to grasp the reality of the situation. Blood oozing from his mouth and nose, Lao Yu and Du Qinghong could perceive nothing, yet it seemed they sensed something amiss. Yu Qingshun's hand was severed. Yet he knew without needing to touch that a crimson line was gradually emerging upon his neck. Suddenly, blood gushed forth, then he strained to turn his head, yearning to catch one final glimpse of that child with his murky eyes. Alas, he would never have that chance again. When Lu Wanyin regained her composure and turned to look at Yu Qingshun, her pupils constricted and began to tremble. The girl collapsed, And Yu Qingshan's head fell to the ground. Happy birthday, a tinge of helplessness and reluctance lingered in the air. At that moment, Yu Qingshan's life came to a sudden halt, and her birthday became the terminus of his existence. Two cavalrymen regarded the figure clad in black armor as a remnant of a beast, spurring their horses toward it with intent to strike. The armored monstrosity moved with unhurried grace, and as the two cavalrymen approached, it effortlessly swiped its blades, reducing both horse and rider to mere fragments. The gravity of the situation became painfully clear to all present from the three major organizations. The iron-blooded general felt a bead of cold sweat form upon his brow. What had gone unnoticed moments before now revealed itself upon closer inspection. The creature's aura. This was, without a doubt, the true Lord. The leaders of the Hunters and the Cavalry Guild remained silent, for in the presence of such a being, unless all were six-star awakeners, their efforts would be futile. The overwhelming pressure that emanated from the creature instilled a profound trepidation within every heart. Victory was within reach. Regardless of its nature, they would slay it. The cavalry leader brandished his spear, leading the remaining 100 riders into a fierce charge. The black-armored figure tilted its head slightly, the helmet emitting a series of clicks as if to express disdain for these awakeners. Without the slightest pause, as the leader's spear, radiant with golden light, lunged toward its visage, the creature casually wielded its long blade with a few deft strokes. The iron-blooded general and the leader of the Hunters widened their eyes in horror. The leader and his 100 cavalrymen were swiftly ensnared in a colossal meat grinder, meeting a grim fate without the slightest resistance at the hands of this monster. It mattered not the 5-star awakeners or 6-star awakeners, before its might, all was rendered insignificant. This was the conclusion reached by all present. It was the true Lord. Jiang Huai's pupils quivered as he witnessed the monster sever Yu Qingshan's head with chilling ease, devoid of hesitation. There was no mercy, no exhilaration, no humiliation, merely the act of kicking aside a stone by the roadside. Thump, thump. His mind and heart seemed to tremble, and an indescribable rage igniting within his chest. Teacher Yu. Jiang Huai attempted to steady his breath, to quell the tempest of emotions, yet he found it impossible. No matter how he tried, he could not succeed. The monster continues to slaughter the members of the 4 major organizations. Humanity stands no chance against such a creature. It is utterly incapable of defeating it. There are no more formidable awakeners left in this city. The humans of Linyu City cannot hold their ground. If you truly are a beast, would you assist humanity in combating the beast side? In that fleeting moment, the words of Yu Qingshan echoed in his mind. The humans, at least those in this city, are powerless to vanquish this lord. So, if not humanity, then what? He slowly turned away, his back to everyone, and walked towards the desolate ruins, devoid of life. Where are you going? Mou inquired. Jiang Huai remained silent. He could no longer suppress the fury within him. Yet now there was no need to restrain it further. Mou seemed to understand, not hindering Jiang Huai, merely watching as he departed. Come back alive. Jiang Huai gradually cast aside the sounds of battle behind him, continuously recalling his time with Yu Qingshan. His final memory lingered on the moment the man entrusted him with his phone. Help me deliver this to the girl, wish her a happy 18th birthday. You worthless scum. What have you done? You have destroyed far too much, you wretched filth. Jiang Huai could no longer contain his anger. In that instant, his figure vanished amidst the ruins. The hunting team had been completely annihilated. The leaders of the Iron Blood and Hunter organizations, having learned from the fate of their fallen comrades, dared not approach the creature clad in black armor recklessly. Yet, the consequence of their hesitation meant they could only watch as it advanced step by step out of its territory. Its objective appeared unmistakably clear: the association's command center. It was cunning. It understood precisely what to destroy and which individuals to eliminate to instill dread among the gathered humans. Thus, it targeted the powerful awakeners, utilizing their deaths to terrorize the weaker ones. It resembled a game. Despairingly, it seemed that none present had the capacity to stop it. Just then, a scythe's blade descended from the heavens, striking the armored monster's body. I will kill you. I will kill you. You monster. Monster. Lu Wanin screamed. Countless souls swirling around her form, the scythe emanating a dark glow. In a frenzy, she swung the scythe at the black creature. Yet, the monster did not even attempt to defend itself. What have you done? What have you done? Give him back to me. Give him back to me. Luwanin attacked the black beast with abandon, but her strikes were effortlessly deflected by its shell. As the scythe forged from gathered souls, shattered completely. The monster raised its hand and seized Luwanin by the throat, lifting her into the air. Damn it. At this moment, Ironblood and the hunters could no longer remain inactive. They understood the creature's strength. If they could strike while it was distracted, perhaps they could eliminate it. Regrettably, when the iron-fisted general's steel hand struck the creature's head, he was met with an overwhelming recoil that shattered his iron fist. The malevolent spirits of the hunter could not penetrate the obsidian beast, unable to infiltrate its shell-like exterior. What manner of monster are you? The black creature, with a mere flick of its hand, obliterated the general's skull and turned its gaze upon the hunter's commander, who was immediately consumed by the vengeful spirits. In mere seconds, had it learned my power. In the final moments before being devoured, the commander's eyes betrayed an unfathomable terror. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, leaving behind only a tattered black cloak. The creature then turned to regard Luwanin, not slaying her but fixating on the region of her heart, as if her very heartbeat was something incomprehensible to it. Return him to me, you monster. Tears streamed from Luwanin's eyes, cascading down her cheeks onto the beast's arm. In that instant, it appeared to be absorbing something, then it cracked a sinister smile, revealing a voice reminiscent of Yu Qingshon. Happy birthday, he. This wretched creature was imitating Yu Qingshon, inflicting humiliation upon the girl before it. I will kill you, I will surely kill you. Luwanin gasped for breath, feeling the creature tighten its grip. Everyone had resigned to the belief that she was doomed. Mou had already dashed forward, brandishing a crimson longsword. But it was too late. No one could impede this monstrosity. Return my father to me. The monster slowly raised its blade, aimed directly at Luwanin's heart, eager to discover the source of the unsettling sensation emanating from within her. Just as the blade was about to pierce her heart, the hand quietly emerged, grasping the black blade. Regardless of how fiercely the creature exerted itself, the knife could advance no further. The black beast tilted its head, eyeing the white skeleton that had appeared beside it unbeknownst to itself. As the skeletal face turned to meet its gaze, deep blue flames erupted from the eyes hidden behind the helm. With a resounding impact, the black creature felt an immense force strike its face. The punch from the skeleton left countless cracks on the black armor's helmet, sending it hurtling away as if it were a discarded toy. It soared through the air, tracing a long arc, crashing into everything in its path. Buildings crumbled like paper under its onslaught, dust billowed, obscuring the sky. Its iron-hard black shell, under the might of Baishai's punch, shattered like fragile porcelain, instantly marred by countless cracks. Amidst the smoke, silence reigned, and as the dust settled, all gazes were fixed upon that singular moment. The creature that had sent the black-armored monster flying was neither an awakened one nor a deity descended from the heavens. It was another beast, the creature entirely cloaked in bones, exuding an aura of death. Cradled within the embrace of the white bones was the frail Luwanin, whose movements were slow and devoid of malice, instead imbued with an ineffable tenderness. It turned, gently placing Luwanin into the arms of Mou, who had approached. The gesture was both delicate and cautious, as if it were passing a cherished treasure. Mou, on high alert, received the girl from Baishai's grasp. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a tremendous force surged from behind Baishai. He spun around, but it was too late to react. The black creature's knee struck fiercely against Baishai's head armor, producing a sharp crack. Yet, Baishai did not succumb. Before being hurled backward, he seized the black creature's leg, leveraging its momentum to throw it to the ground. A thunderous roar erupted from Baishai as he mounted the black humanoid, raining down blows upon its head in a frenzied display of rage. Yet, no one knew the origin of that fury. Each strike resonated with the tremors of the earth, as if the entire world quaked at the clash of their powers. The awakened ones stood frozen in terror, having never witnessed such a formidable contest of strength. The beast draped in white bones exhibited strength that bordered on the absurd. Even a being as domineering as the Core Lord seemed to falter before the white skeletal creature. However, the Core Lord was not one to yield easily. Its arm coalesced into a long knife shimmering with black light. Yet, in the next instant, Baishai's tail, sprouting from its coccyx like the scythe of death, forcefully pinned the Core Lord's arm to the ground. With a fierce grasp, Bai Shai seized the black humanoid's head and let out another furious roar. Its wrath erupted like a volcanic eruption, infecting every heart present with an unprecedented sense of terror. With a crack, the black creature refused to back down, suddenly rising upright. A sharp spike jutted from its gaping maw, aiming directly at the skeletal creature's face. But Bai Shai delivered a lateral punch, shattering the left half of the black creature's visage. Fragments of its shell began to scatter. And the one swift spike wilted in an instant. The skeletal being pounded its fist relentlessly against the creature's chest, occasionally issuing taunting roars at the core lord. Black, viscous liquid splattered upon the white bones, yet it showed no concern at attacking the core lord with a wild fervor. Within the association, the figure of the woman clad in white trembled. She was the star envoy of the Apocalypse Society, possessing a perception far superior to that of other awakened beings. Thus, she was acutely aware of the formidable power wielded by the white skeleton. What exactly was this entity? At this moment, no one could intervene in the battle between these two monstrous beings. Just before the 100 Bones shattered its own armored chest, the Lord of the Rift seized an opportunity. It seemed to emulate the skeleton, its tail suddenly extending and piercing through the skeleton's back with a violent thrust. The sharp spike emerged from the front of the 100 Bones, which let out a cry of agony. The black creature took advantage of this moment. Delivering a fierce blow with its head against the 100 Bones, as its body swayed, the robust tail, covered in armor, violently slammed it to the ground. Yet, its assault did not cease. As the 100 Bones fell, the black creature flipped over and pinned it down, its tail brutally piercing through the hardened skeletal abdomen. Then it opened its mouth wide, its fangs glimmering with a dark light as it crushed the shoulder of the 100 Bones. Roar! The 100 Bones bellowed in anger, yet the Lord of the Rift held its head firmly down against the ground. Just as everyone felt that the outcome of this battle was imminent, the blue flame hidden within the eyes behind the armor of the 100 Bones surged forth. Roar! Its armor began to transform, the once smooth skeletal form grew sharp angles. At that moment, a pair of delicate insect wings sprouted from its back, derived from the colossal mother bug. With a powerful flap, the 100 Bones seized the tail of the core lord, lifting it into the air and then crashing it down forcefully to the ground. Roar! The Lord of the Rift thudded to the earth, emitting a furious roar as it opened its mouth, energy coalescing within. All awakened beings sensing this energy understood the grave implications. Should it unleash this force, the 9-phase sealed dust realm would shatter in an instant, leaving the true Lingyu city utterly defenseless. This power would rend the entire city apart. However, just as the energy reached its peak, the 100 Bones descended from the sky, driving its knee into the creature's throat. Crack! The monster's roar shifted abruptly into a whimper, yet the energy continued to gather within its maw. The 100 Bones retaliated with a fierce punch aimed directly into its mouth, gripping the monster's throat against the gathering force. This torment inflicted immense pain upon the black creature. It began to struggle, hastening the accumulation of energy. The skeletal arms of the 100 Bones were gradually deteriorating, enduring unimaginable agony. Yet this suffering only fueled its rage. With one hand, it grasped the creature's jaw, then simultaneously, both hands exerted their force. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar and the creature's anguished wails, the battle reached a fever pitch. It brutally wrenched its jaw apart, continuing to tear downwards, ripping away its neck and chest, along with its carapace and skin. Dark blood gushed forth instantaneously, cascading to the ground like rain. The energy accumulated by the monster had finally dissipated, it could now only collapse to the earth, convulsing incessantly, its murky eyes fixated on the remains. Those eyes were filled with a tumult of emotions, rage, confusion, and fear. The creature did not grant the core lord any further chance to resist. Yet it was utterly exhausted. It coiled its tail around the lord's waist, restraining any struggle, then pressed both hands against its head. With a ferocious roar, it wrenched the already misshapen skull, along with the spine, from the core lord's body. Having completed this act, it slowly rose, standing amidst the ruins, where all gazes turned towards it in terror. The creature disregarded the onlookers, casting its gaze around until it settled upon Emoyu and the unconscious Lu Wanin cradled in her arms. The blue flames that burned in its eyes gradually extinguished. Finally, it crushed the body of the black-armored monster beneath its foot, grasped the severed head, and leaped away, swiftly vanishing from sight, leaving behind a throng of bewildered awakeners and a rift in the sky slowly closing. The beast tide had come to an end. Humanity had indeed triumphed this time. Yet no one felt the exhilaration they had previously experienced. The awakeners from the associations and various organizations appeared dazed, as if struck hard on the head. A sense of despondency began to spread within their hearts. Had they truly won? Yes, they had, but if reliant solely on human awakeners, they would have no resistance against a genuine co-lord. Perhaps, if all the forces of the four major organizations and those monstrous awakeners from the associations converge, they could indeed slay that co-lord. However, the toll on humanity would be exceedingly severe. The newly awakened were undoubtedly growing stronger. But only if the older generation could withstand the burden of the world. Should the pillars of support collapse, no nest would remain intact beneath the fallen. Thus, rather than celebrating, the priority now lay in rescue efforts. Countless auxiliary awakeners began to scour the ruins in search of injured companions and to recover the bodies of their fallen comrades. Meanwhile, in a partially collapsed building, a young boy gasped for breath, trembling as he reached the second floor, where he collapsed onto the ground and began to retch uncontrollably. Wiping the grime from his lips, he attempted to stand, but the weakness in his legs caused him to collapse once more after only a few steps. Subsequently, an object he had been clutching fell from his grasp. "What have you done, monster? What on earth are you?" The boy struggled to turn over, lying back against the ground as the words of Yu Qingshun echoed in his mind. Slowly, he turned his head to gaze at the head that had rolled away. The creature, with its shattered jaw, gazes quietly at itself. Jiang Huai, using both hands and feet, begins to crawl towards the severed head. "What have you done, monster? I'm saying if something happens to me, please take care of little Lucy. I wish to protect all of you." Tears streamed from the corners of Jiang Huai's eyes as his hands finally made contact with the head, gripping it tightly and pulling it close. "Do you know what he means to Luan Yin? You wretched beasts have already robbed her of her parents, and now you have taken her last kin." He struck the face with one punch after another, yet his hands had grown feeble, his bones softened, blood gushing as his fists collided with the creature's hardened shell. "Return her family," he hoarsely cried out, "give her back her loved ones." His sobs transformed into an indescribable anguish and fury. "It's all because of you wretches." Jiang Huai seized the head and, with a fierce determination, opened his mouth wide and bit down. His teeth shattered instantly, yet with the last remnants of his skeletal strength. He pierced through the hard shell of the head. As the deep core, shimmering with a black light, appeared before him, an inexplicable hunger consumed him, driving him to gnaw at the monster's head, devouring the shell, fragments, flesh, and the core itself. After this ravenous act, Jiang Huai's mouth was a bloody mess as he collapsed onto the ground. The sounds of rescue workers outside the building echoed in his ears. If discovered here, they might piece together the truth. After all, some remnants of the monster's head lay scattered around him, still untouched. Unfortunately, Jiang Huai had neither the strength nor the will to contemplate this any longer. He slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness felt like torn fabric, chaotic and disordered, as he experienced an unprecedented sense of weakness and helplessness. Surrounding him was an endless darkness, as if time itself had come to a standstill. He attempted to move his body but found himself bound by an invisible force, unable to shift even a finger. Suddenly, Jiang Huai felt his consciousness being pulled, and he opened his eyes. The dark, damp, and bloody atmosphere enveloped him instantly. He had returned to that peculiar prison, standing before the cell that held Bai Hai. Bai Hai stood silently, just as before, his bones stained with dark blood. Jiang Huai recognized it as the blood of the co-lord. Abruptly, Bai Hai moved, stepping towards the cell door, then lowering his head slightly, his eyes, flickering with faint blue flames, fixed on Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai could sense Bai Hai's fury, a rage akin to his own, wrath directed at the beasts. Confusion washed over him. Bai Hai was a beast as well. Yet why did he harbor such a profound desire for slaughter against other beasts? What was it that fueled this rage? What exactly are you? Jiang Huai's hand slowly grasped the iron bars, his gaze penetrating the depths of the prison cell. Yet, in that fleeting moment, his attention was abruptly captured by a startling revelation that was his own hand encased in a sinister black exoskeleton. He was acutely aware of the hand's true owner, the co-lord he had just slain. Trembling, he attempted to withdraw, but suddenly, The skeletal hand reached out from the confines of the cell, seizing his throat with an iron grip. "This is not my rage, Rahos." Weighty voice resonated in Jiang Huai's ears. "This rage belongs to you." The voice emanated from the skeletal figure, its eyes ablaze with blue flames, fixated intently upon Jiang Huai. Now transformed into the core lord. Simultaneously, the placard at the prison's entrance began to flicker, indicating a change in obedience levels. "Submit to your fury," it beckoned. "Or conquer it." Jiang Huai felt a surge of power coursing through his body, originating from the skeletal hand. Pain akin to being torn apart ensued. Clutching his chest, his black claws raked at the exoskeleton covering him, only exacerbating his suffering. As the skeletal figure released its grip, Jiang Huai collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His clawed hands pressing against his encased head. An indescribable sense of oppression and suffocation enveloped him like a tidal wave. "Obedience level 5, the voice intoned. "It is seizing your body, exploiting your wrath." The skeletal figure's words acted as a catalyst, flooding Jiang Huai's mind with memories of the past, the Awakeners Association. The 4 great organizations ran the former presidents of the Night Demon Patrol. They all deserved death. Obedience level 40, the voice continued. Gaining momentum. They all deserved death. Jiang Huai felt the core lord's power gnawing at his being, an unprecedented fury consuming his soul. Obedience level 90. Now, who is the true master of this body? The skeletal figure's fiery gaze remained fixed on the core lord before him. Obedience level 99. The core lord slowly lifted its head, directing its gaze towards the skeletal figure within the cell. In that instant, the light that signified Jiang Huai within its eyes vanished entirely. The dust settled. Jiang Huai had lost, dominated by his anger, absorbed in the struggle against the core lord's essence, becoming a mere fragment of it. From this moment forth, Jiang Huai would cease to exist. The lights above the prison flickered, and a notebook in the prison office began to inscribe words of its own accord. New inmate. Codename Annihilator, danger level 7 stars. The skeletal figure gradually rose to its feet, casting a final glance at the fading human form. The blue flames in its eyes dimmed. "You are not the one I await," it stated, its tone as placid as water. As it turned to retreat into the darkness, intent on resuming its interminable vigil. A sudden sound echoed, a resounding bang. The skeletal figure turned back, and for the first time, the flicker of astonishment graced its expression. The core lord's head violently collided with the iron bars of the prison, one eye clouded while the other gradually regained its luster. Bai Hai understood that the individual named Jiang Huai seemed quite unwilling to concede so easily. Intriguing. Bang. The core lord's head struck the bars repeatedly, the resounding noise echoing through the dark space. Countless pairs of eyes slowly opened in the shadows, as if sensing something remarkably fascinating had emerged. Crack. A slight fissure appeared in the core lord's exoskeleton, which Jiang Huai forcefully tore apart with his hand. Half of Jiang Huai's face emerged from behind the shell. Who, now, truly claimed ownership of this body? Unable to suppress the surge of rage, if it could not be contained, then let it all be surrendered to fury, allowing it to erupt like a raging tide. His task was to conquer it after its overflow. All the anger that Jiang Huai's voice trembled, not from fear or weakness, but from a transformation of that anger into an exhilarating emotion. He leaned closer to Bai Hai within the bars, exerting pressure once more. With a sharp crack, he tore apart the core lord's exoskeleton, the shell shattering incessantly. The gazes of Bai Hai and Jiang Huai met, filled with astonishment and excitement. Gradually, blue flames ignited within Jiang Huai's pupils. All the anger was now at his command. Like shattered glass, the core lord's shell completely disintegrated into countless particles of black dust. A wave of energy surged from beneath his feet, and as Jiang Huai slowly released his grip on the bars, he reclaimed his body and conquered this power. He had to master the force of anger. Should he ultimately be consumed by this fury, an inescapable abyss awaited him. Bai Hai approached the prison's edge once more, raising a hand. "Your journey continues, a pleasure to collaborate, Jiang Huai." Jiang Huai paused, then nodded and grasped Bai Hai's hand. In that instant, the inscription at the prison's entrance indicating obedience was entirely erased, replaced by synchronization. Simultaneously, Jiang Huai noticed Bai Hai's form beginning to transform. The white skeletal structure gradually peeled away, replaced by a black gold exoskeleton. Much like the core lord, yet by high stature was even grander. Each inch of its armored body exuding a streamlined elegance. Standing there, it resembled not a beast, but a warrior cloaked in black armor, radiating an overwhelming aura. If Bai Hai were a formidable heavy tank synchronization, 30. Core of the core lord completely absorbed. Unlocking Bai Hai's offensive form, annihilation. Jiang Huai was somewhat taken aback. This powerful form of Bai Hai was not an offensive type. Their hands gradually released. Jiang Huai looked at Bai Hai and inquired, "Will you continue to assist me?" "As long as your aim is to hunt down, I shall follow you until the final moments of this universe's descent into oblivion," Jiang Huai nodded. "I appreciate your guidance, accomplice." Yet he was acutely aware that it was insufficient to prevent the recurrence of Yu Qinshun's fate and to safeguard those dear to him. He must eradicate those wretches. To achieve this, he must devour more cores, a stronger cause. Within that office, the freshly inscribed words began to transform. Newly apprehended prisoner, annihilator, confirmed devoured. Candidate for warden has appeared. We look forward to your next visit. At that instant, Jiang Huai felt a chilling breath flowing into his mouth, carrying a faint sweetness. He abruptly opened his eyes to find himself beneath the dilapidated ceiling of a building. Slowly, he propped himself up, only to discover someone seated beside him. The person seemed anxious, hastily wiping the corners of their mouth. "Miss Mou." Jiang Huai gazed at Mou in confusion, then noticed a lingering moisture in his throat. His eyes were drawn to the bottle of mineral water in her other hand, and he suddenly comprehended the situation. "Thank you." He expressed his gratitude to Mou as he attempted to rise. However, his legs felt weak, and Mou stepped forward to support him. At that moment, Jiang Huai noticed water stains around Mou's lips. Recalling the sweet sensation he had just experienced, he realized that she had fed him water with her own mouth. Mou, noticing his gaze on her lips, quickly released him, causing Jiang Huai to plop back onto the ground. "Do not misunderstand. I was merely trying to help you drink, seeing you in such a feeble state," she stammered. Jiang Huai stood frozen. Mou had just used her mouth to provide him water. Although he was taken aback by this revelation, he chose not to dwell on it. Considering the uncertainty reflected in Mou's wondering eyes. "That beast was you, wasn't it?" Mou, having gathered her composure, posed the question, her tone no longer frigid. Jiang Huai sensed her guard had lowered. Logically, as the leader of the elite squad of the Fearless, she should have been suspicious of him from the outset and investigating his background. Now that it was confirmed he was the beast, should she not have seized the opportunity to hunt him down while he was unconscious? "Yes," Jiang Huai replied, regarding Mou with a newfound caution. Yet he comprehended that should he forcibly undergo skeletal transformation at this moment, it might lead to uncontrollable consequences. "What about Lu Wanyin?" Jiang Huai inquired. "Fearless will escort her and Du Qin home to the association's medical department." "Is that so? And the rift?" "It has vanished. The 9 faces sealed dust realm still exists only because the association is searching for survivors. So humankind has triumphed." Jiang Huai exhaled in relief, gradually retreating to lean against the wall as he sat down. "That is indeed a relief. Humanity has never triumphed amidst the tide of beasts. This marks the first victory. The ensuing circumstances may either improve or grow increasingly intricate." Mou approached Jiang Huai and spoke, "Some beasts have fled back through the rift, still lurking in the shadows of this city. Regardless, we shall pursue them to the very last moment." Jiang Huai was fortunate to catch a rare smile on Mou's face. It seemed that humanity was genuinely yearning for this victory. "Do you care for that awakened one named Lu Wanyin?" Suddenly, as Jiang Huai lowered his head in silence, the girl before him posed this question. Jiang Huai did not grasp Mou's intent and responded cautiously, "Yes, she saved my life from an infected creature." "Is that all?" Mou's tone bore a hint of impatience, though subtle. Jiang Huai's keen perception detected this slight shift. What else could it be? He raised his gaze to meet Mou's, noting a semblance of dissatisfaction in her eyes. "Never mind, it's nothing," Mou conceded, ultimately relinquishing the subject. Yet, Jiang Huai sensed that Mou had indeed discerned something. He wished to conceal from her the fact that Lu Wanyin had perished once, resurrected by his own transformation into a beast. Thus, he shifted the conversation back to himself. "Why did you not slay me while I was unconscious?" Jiang Huai asked. Half concealed in the shadow of a corner, his cold, gleaming eyes fixed on Moyu. She crossed her arms, momentarily silent. You suspected me while in the cinema. And continued to investigate my records and information. By the time I awakened, you must have already been convinced that I was that beast, correct? Moyu sighed softly and nodded. Then I failed to comprehend why you did not act. I have never investigated you out of suspicion, the girl interjected, her gaze, which had previously wandered elsewhere, now locked onto Jiang Huai, devoid of the previous cold detachment. Instead, it was imbued with a sense of grievance. As if wronged by someone significant. Then what is the reason? Jiang Huai found this matter increasingly perplexing. The girl before him had no prior connection to him. Yet she had repeatedly investigated him in secret. Moreover, she had come to his aid time and again in moments of peril. During the battle on Wuang Mountain, Moyu had placed all her hopes upon Jiang Huai, an untested two-star awakened one. Such trust left him both astonished and bewildered. It was indeed an illogical phenomenon. This is a personal matter, I prefer not to disclose it. Moyu's voice resonated in the empty corridor, reclaiming her air of indifference and distance. She then turned to leave, her steps resolute and unwavering. The sunlight casting through the shattered window illuminated her silhouette, stretching a long shadow, as if narrating the struggles and helplessness she harbored within. Jiang Huai stood rooted in place, his gaze complex as he watched Moyu's retreating figure. He could sense that Moyu's trust in him was not without reason, yet what lay concealed behind this trust? Jiang Huai found himself perplexed and unable to fathom. Feeling only that this shadowy figure, as dark as ink, was enveloped in enigma. Thank you, Jiang Huai, for allowing us all a moment to breathe. But do not reveal your powers in front of others. Moyu's voice echoed at the corridor's entrance. The girl, her hand resting on the staircase railing, slightly turned her head to glance at Jiang Huai. Was this remark born out of concern for him, or was it a veiled threat? Before Jiang Huai could decipher her intent, the girl had already melded into the darkness like a shadow. As the last rays of the setting sun gradually faded, night began to descend, leaving only Jiang Huai's solitary figure and the lingering sweetness of the air. With the disappearance of the core lord's rift, the sky regained its former tranquility. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the ruins of Lingyu City, ensconced within the confines of the nine-phase ceiling realm, bringing a semblance of warmth and hope. Humanity had finally secured its first victory amidst this protracted beasttide. Lingyu City, once a thriving metropolis, became the first city to survive the onslaught of the beasts. However, the joy of victory proved fleeting. People soon recognized the immense cost hidden behind this triumph, particularly regarding the remnants of the three major organizations. Each faction retained the bodies of their fallen leaders, with the Hunter's chief utterly obliterated by soul backlash. Only the power of the Fearless ones remained relatively intact. Moyu, the captain of the Fearless stationed in Lingyu City, was initially the least trusted among the leaders of the four major organizations. It was not that her strength was inferior to that of the others, rather, her youth cast a shadow of doubt. Moreover, she displayed an alarming disregard for her comrades' lives during missions. Yet, this formidable lone wolf had led a band of novices and instructors to slay the Rift Lord atop Wuang Mountain. In a heartbeat, the name Moyu transformed into a hot topic among the associations and various organizations. Lingyu City swiftly became a bastion of human spirit and a monumental symbol. The four major organizations began dispatching additional personnel to Lingyu City, eager to seize the advantage in what might evolve into the epicenter of awakened human power. The association's actions were particularly swift. While assisting the four organizations in personnel rescue, they discreetly collected the cores of four Rift Lords. However, the core of the core lord remained unaccounted for. The only plausible explanation was that the white skeletal behemoth had seized the core. Consequently, the association was compelled to consider that this creature did not align itself with humanity, but rather acted to devour and slaughter, posing a significant uncertain threat that could one day become a ticking time bomb for Lingyu City. Even if the city within the nine-phase ceiling realm was ravaged, it would gradually reconstitute itself, provided it was not besieged by the beast tide. Those cities that had already fallen had succumbed to the revelry of the beast. However, what perplexes humanity is that after utterly ravaging cities and slaughtering their inhabitants, this beast would lead the transformed humans into the rifts instead of continuing their expansion. This behavior is regarded as a peculiar trait of the beasts. Yet, even in the absence of these creatures, humanity remains hesitant to venture forth and rebuild. In stark contrast, Lingyu City emerged victorious against the tide of beasts, and the ruins within the nine-phase sealed dust realm are gradually being reconstructed. At the very site of the fiercest battle, where the core lord once stood, an elderly man in a black robe leans on his staff, murmuring incantations in a language incomprehensible to others. He stands atop a mound of rubble, gently swaying his staff, adorned with an octagonal bell that emits a continuous tinkling sound. Souls return, he chants, and soon countless spirits begin to converge upon him. His staff glides through these ethereal beings, seemingly searching for something. At last, when the staff makes contact with a particular soul, an enigmatic smile graces the old man's face. Yes, yes, I have found you. His withered fingers slowly entwine around the soul, guiding it into the wind chime atop his staff. You Qingshon, such a powerful and pure soul. Your time has not yet come. On the night following the conclusion of the beast tide, the Awakeners convened an urgent meeting. The gathering was not numerous. Yet every participant wielded significant authority capable of determining the world's trajectory. Among them were the leaders of the four major organizations, the military heads, the leader of the Awakener Association, the divine emissary of the Harbingers, and influential leaders from various third-party organizations. However, their assembly was not to celebrate the victory over the beast tide. While Awakeners around the globe rejoiced, they alone perceived the gruesome casualty figures and the looming uncertainty. The third party, led by the Mizujetsu Trade Association, believed they could harness this unknown entity, transforming it into a usable force. Conversely, most organizations contended that this beast, akin to the world-ending black dragon, was born solely for destruction and slaughter. With both sides steadfast in their views, the majority ultimately triumphed. Given the overwhelming power of the four major organizations compared to the Trade Association, thus, the association resolved to classify the white skeleton as a beast and affix the highest danger label upon it. This marked the second beast of such perilous classification since humanity engaged in war with the rifts. The previous one had directly precipitated the Night Demon Guild leader's defection, namely the Black Dragon, underscoring humanity's trepidation towards the white skeleton. On the second day following the beast tide, in a bid to swiftly replenish their ranks, the association decided to pass all students from Wang Mountain who had participated in the battle through the assessment. This included the elite students who had fled aboard buses. During the association's award ceremony, the MOU, having gained renown from the battle at Wang Mountain, was bestowed with an honorary medal. Standing upon the podium, her gaze swept over the students below, finally resting upon Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai subtly shook his head, a gesture that could not have been clearer. In the Battle of Mount Wuang, one should refrain from mentioning oneself. Although this was not MOU's intention, Jiang Huai's display of power was exceedingly exaggerated, far beyond what could be attributed to a mere super rookie concealing their strength. Consequently, all the accolades for this battle fell squarely upon MOU's shoulders. Following this, a posthumous honor ceremony was held for the fallen leaders and members of the three major organizations. The Iron-Blooded General, the commander of the Cavalry Hunters, and the overseer of the God's Layers were all bestowed with the title of hero. Yet, the man from the Night Demon Patrol, who single-handedly vanquished the strongest monster under the core lord, was scarcely mentioned. Subsequently, the vice president of the association personally awarded certificates of honor to all the trainees, announcing their successful passage through the assessment. From this day forth, they would be recognized as official members of the Awakeners Association. However, a few were expressions of joy, particularly those students who had narrowly escaped death. Some still trembled at the recollection of the horrific scenes from the previous day. Lu Wanin was absent from the gathering. Last night, she had been taken to the Awakeners Hospital, but the doctor informed Jiang Huai that the Night Demon Patrol had not established a medical safety net. Thus they were unable to treat Lu Wanin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huai was nearly beside himself with rage and nearly confronted them. Yet, the valiant Chu He approached Jiang Huai, informing him that Lu Wanin had been transferred to another hospital and was currently receiving treatment and resting. Consequently, Jiang Huai collected the certificates and badges for the absent Lu Wanin and proceeded to the hospital indicated by Chu He. However, upon entering the ward, he found no trace of Lu Wanin. A nurse informed Jiang Huai that she had been discharged that morning. Her recovery had been remarkably swift, in fact. They had scarcely aided her treatment, as the doctor added. Jiang Huai realized that perhaps his own strength was influencing Lu Wanyin, but as long as she was unharmed, that was all that mattered. He understood that Lu Wanyin would not return to her home, leaving only one possible location where she might be. Jiang Huai chose not to remain for the celebration. Instead, he took Lu Wanyin's certificate and badge to the dilapidated apartment building in the Bangalore district of Linyu City, the shared home of Yu Qingshun and Lu Wanyin. He knocked on the door but had no response from within. Lu Wanyin, Jiang Huai called softly. Upon hearing his voice, a rustling sound emanated from inside the house. He waited at the door for a while, but when it remained closed, he knocked again. Lu Wanyin, it's me, Jiang Huai. The door was not locked. At last, Lu Wanyin's voice seeped through the crack, but it was hoarse and low, sending a pang to Jiang Huai's heart as he sensed the sorrow and despair woven into her tone. He grasped the doorknob and opened the door. The room was tidy, much like it had been during Jiang Huai's last visit. He could not discern whether it was Yu Qingshun who had kept it that way or if Lu Wanyin had tidied up upon her return that morning. The girl lay curled up quietly on the simple bed she had occupied for over a decade, her body curled tightly as if seeking the last remnants of comfort and warmth. Her long hair flowed gracefully around her, and the little rabbit hairpin that had accompanied her for many years lay quietly beside her. A look of bewilderment and helplessness adorned the girl's face. Her eyes were vacant, as if all light had been extinguished within them. The air in the room felt thick and suffocating, enveloping everything in a heavy pall. Jiang Huai gently approached the bedside and sat on the edge gazing at Lu Wanyin. Her breaths were faint and slow, as though they might cease at any moment. Have you had breakfast? Jiang Huai inquired softly. Lu Wanyin's cracked, pale lips trembled slightly, yet no words escaped her mouth. Her eyes remained hollow, seemingly devoid of any connection to the world around her. She clutched an old rabbit doll tightly, the gift from Yu Qingshun during her childhood. Though the doll showed signs of age, it was evident that its owner cherished it deeply. Aside from its yellowed fabric from numerous washes, it bore no other marks of wear. The rabbit's face wore a gentle smile, as if attempting to comfort her, assuring her that everything would eventually be all right. Yet such solace only deepened the girl's yearning for Yu Qingshun. Jiang Huai watched as Lu Wanyin slowly turned her head, the shattered despair in her eyes causing Jiang Huai's heart to tremble. I no longer have a father, the girl spoke, her voice laced with sorrow. She had been excavated from the ruins. Initially, everyone believed it was merely an earthquake, but when her father carried her to safety from the collapsing building, they encountered a street filled with monsters. These creatures mercilessly slaughtered humanity, sparing no one. Her father entrusted her to her mother, sacrificing himself so that the two could escape. He met a tragic end at the hands of the monsters. Subsequently, even larger beasts began to demolish the building, and miraculously, she survived under her mother's protection. While buried beneath the rubble, she sensed a delicate, bluish membrane enveloping the small space her mother had created with her body. In her final moments, her mother awakened and used her life force to shield her daughter. This membrane shielded her from the debris that threatened to harm her. However, her mother would never again open her eyes. She could not recall how long she waited, the roars of the monsters echoing above her. Just as despair threatened to consume her, the monstrous roars transformed into anguished screams, followed by a voice calling out at their awakened ones down there. She did not comprehend what an awakened one was, but her instinct for survival compelled the 4-year-old girl to cry out desperately. Don't cry. I will save you. Soon after, she heard the sounds of stones and debris being cleared. Amidst this chaos, she also listened to the growls of the monsters and the furious shouts of men. Blood began to seep through the ruins, dripping onto the delicate bluish membrane, soaking its outer layer. At last, as a ray of light broke through the crevice, the protective membrane began to dissipate. Just as she was on the brink of being buried once more, a strong hand stained with blood shattered through the gap, pulling her to safety. It's all right now. The man, drenched in blood, with a hoarse voice, managed to force a faint smile at the girl cradled in his arms. The monstrous sounds surrounding them resumed, causing the girl to shiver in fear. Little one, let us play a game. Close your eyes and hold on tightly to your uncle. Count to 100, and when you open your eyes, I will give you a gift. Trembling, she nodded and nestled closer into the man's embrace. Feeling the warmth of his bloodied arm, then closed her eyes. The air was filled with the roars of monsters and the gunfire of bullets. She counted in a quavering voice, blood dripping onto her head and face, yet she remained unharmed. 100, neither more nor less. Slowly, she opened her eyes to see the man curled by a large tree, his body stained red with blood, yet he held her tightly. Uncle. The girl shook him gently, fear gripping her heart that he too might succumb. Uncle. The man seemed to be revived, taking a deep breath. After regaining his composure, he shakily raised his other hand, revealing a bloodied little rabbit hairpin. You are a good child, here, this is for you. Uncle, I don't want the gift. Please don't die, don't leave me like my parents. The man leaned against the tree trunk, blood trickling from his lips. Don't worry, I want to die. Really? The girl asked, her eyes brimming with tears. Yes, I just sleep very deeply, hehe. She buried her face in his embrace and began to cry. A mix of a childless fear of the present situation and the sorrow of having lost her parents. Don't worry, from now on, I will be your family. I am very strong and will absolutely not die. If you find me sleeping too deeply, just kick me awake. You mean it? Liar. Luwanin slowly opened her eyes in a daze. She vaguely remembered having shed all her tears, yet her heart remained heavy with indignation. At that moment, she lay in her bed, covered with a blanket, the dark room feeling exceedingly lonely. She could no longer see that figure again. She used to find him most bothersome, especially when she had classes the next day while he lounged in the living room, watching television and drinking. Clutching her shirt at her chest, Luwanin felt a pang of heartache. Father. The room was small, merely a space divided by a cloth curtain that served as a makeshift living room. Thus, when Luwanin turned her head, she could see the tattered sofa in the living room, the bed where the man had slept for over a decade. As her gaze fell upon the sofa, her breath caught in her throat. A figure lay asleep on it. Old you. Luwanin scrambled off the bed, beginning to doubt her understanding. Could it be that Old you was not dead? Old you was still alive, how could he possibly be dead? He once claimed to be invincible, asserting that he would never perish. Luwanin stumbled to the edge of the sofa, only to find herself kneeling on the floor in a daze the next moment. For the figure on the couch was not Yu Qingshon, but Jiang Huai. Upon hearing the commotion, Jiang Huai slowly rose and regarded the kneeling Luwanin, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation without uttering a word. Instead, he gently lifted the unresisting Luwanin and carried her back to the bed. May I have a moment alone? Luwanin uttered blankly, her gaze fixed on the wall of the room. Of course, Jiang Huai nodded, noting that it was now 6 in the morning, the dawn imminent. He placed the certificates and badges Luwanin had earned on the table, filled the refrigerator with the meals he had prepared, and cast one last glance at the dazed Luwanin. Contact me if you need anything, I will come right away. Thank you. After departing from Yu Qingshon's home, Jiang Huai made his way directly to the hospital designated for awakened individuals. Prior to arriving, he had gathered information from Chu He, who informed him that Du Qinghong was in critical condition and undergoing emergency treatment. However, upon reaching the hospital, the doctor informed Jiang Huai that Du Qinghong's emergency care had concluded and he had been transferred from the intensive care unit. What is his current condition? Jiang Huai inquired, perplexed. The severity of Du Qinghong's injuries was evident, so how could he have been moved from the ICU? The doctor, growing impatient, replied dismissively, I don't know. Ask someone else. Just as he turned to leave, Jiang Huai abruptly seized his wrist, the force causing the doctor to wince in pain. What do you mean by this? The doctor stammered, initially inclined to call for help until he met Jiang Huai's gaze, which sent a chill down his spine. The look in his eyes was not that of a mere youth but bore the ferocity of a beast fixated on its prey. I shall ask you once more, what is Du Qinghong's condition? Jiang Huai's voice was frost-laden. The doctor, caught in a bind, gestured for Jiang Huai to close the office door before speaking softly. In truth, old Du's injuries are quite severe. Even though he has temporarily stabilized after a night of emergency care, it is unreasonable for him to have been moved from the ICU at this time. What does this imply? Jiang Huai's voice grew increasingly frigid. The doctor, bewildered, noted that Jiang Huai appeared to be a newcomer who had just passed his assessment. Yet, he emanated an aura of terrifying menace. Let me be candid with you, there are those within the association who do not wish for the night demon patrol to thrive. Yu Qingshon is deceased, yet Du Qinghong remains alive. Therefore, Jiang Huai clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles punctuating his rising fury. Furthermore, the association has communicated that the night demon patrol's unauthorized actions disrupted plans, leading to the sacrifice of the leaders of the three major organizations stationed in Linyu City. Thus, they have mandated that the hospital cease treatment for those affiliated with the night demon patrol. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Huai rose to his feet and strode towards the door. He was a hero in the battle against the beast side. At last, he uttered a chilling remark, Yu Qingshon, Du Qinghong, in this tide of beasts, they are all heroes. With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut. And the doctor let out a sigh of relief before picking up the phone to dial a number. Vice President, as per your instructions, I have ceased treatment for Du Qinghong. Rest assured, by tonight at the latest, the Du Qinghong will undoubtedly meet his demise. Are you certain this will not stir up trouble? A ghost visited just now, he said. I understand. I will heed your words, Vice President. At that moment, Jiang Huai stood at the doorway of the doctor's office, eavesdropping on the conversation with clarity. Is such a human being truly worthy of protection and salvation, the teacher Yu? In a dim and cramped corner of the small sick room, Du Qinghong lay enveloped in bandages. He rested quietly on the bed, in a room devoid of windows, where sunlight could offer him no solace. Du Qinghong resembled a forsaken soul on the brink of death, silently awaiting the arrival of the Grim Reaper. The door creaked open. Yet it was not the Grim Reaper who entered. Jiang Huai gazed at Du Qinghong, who lay on the bed without any auxiliary breathing apparatus or foredrip. His fists clenched with a creaking sound. He stepped into the sick room, only to find no place to set down the fruit basket he carried. Teacher Du. Jiang Huai observed the figure on the bed, eyes tightly shut, half of his face swathed in bandages, feeling the vitality within him slowly ebbing away. It was a flicker of flame, feeble yet unwilling to be extinguished. Do you wish to live, Teacher Du? Jiang Huai placed the fruit basket on the floor and slowly raised his hand, reaching toward the bed. If you desire life, grasp my hand. His hand gradually became enveloped in a shroud of white, like a skeletal grasp. Initially, he had not sought Lu Wanin's consent to prolong the girl's life with the power of beasts. Now, though no apparent issues had arisen, Jiang Huai remained uncertain whether Lu Wanin's body could still be deemed human. Thus, he needed the other party to choose for themselves, even if it was merely a slight movement of a finger. The intent behind this was not overly complex. Jiang Huai merely sought to alleviate his own sense of guilt. Humans are inherently contradictory beings. Once they receive acknowledgement from others, the burden on their conscience diminishes when engaging in actions deemed morally ambiguous. At that moment, a raspy whimper escaped Du Qinghong's throat, and Jiang Huai then witnessed the bandaged hand slowly stirring, seemingly striving to make contact with Jiang Huai's hand. I understand. This is your choice, Teacher Du. I respect your decision. You will survive. Fortunately, due to the room's simplicity, devoid of any monitoring devices, Jiang Huai unbuttoned his shirt, reached toward his chest, and forcefully plunged his hand into the area where his heart should be. He extracted a small black crystal. In truth, Jiang Huai had already begun to sense something amiss. Is this not the very method of transforming into an infected beast? Yet, to survive and retain one's self-awareness, what does it matter even if one is uninfected? As Jiang Huai stepped out of the hospital, he concealed his blood-stained chest with his coat, then retrieved his phone. Chuhid, could I trouble you with a matter? His voice bore a hint of awkwardness, for Jiang Huai had never been one to solicit assistance. Brother. What is it? No need for pleasantries. Our comrade Du Qinghong from the Night Demon Patrol is currently being denied further treatment at the hospital. Could you, that pack of scoundrels? All right, brother. You need not say more. I will arrange for someone to transfer Mr. Du immediately. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care. I am grateful. Why the formality? You and sister-in-law have saved me on 2 occasions, once at the cinema and once at Wang Mountain. By the way, how is sister-in-law? She has returned home and is doing well. Teacher Du should regain consciousness soon. I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on him then. Of course, brother. At that moment, Jiang Huai passed by a large screen in the hospital corridor. The screen was displaying an official statement from the Awakener Association regarding the recent battle against the Beast Tide. In this fight against the Beast Tide, we have achieved our first victory, the moment of historical significance for humanity. Lingyu City shall stand as a spiritual monument in our history. Yet, we must remember that in this conflict, the Awakeners who defended their homes paid a heavy price. We will erect a monument within the nine-phase sealing realm in Lingyu City to eternally honor those who have fallen. Many sacrifices during this beast tide could have been averted. But due to the reckless actions of certain individuals who disregarded commands, the leaders of the three major organizations perished directly in the Kofisha assault. Jiang Huai's grip on his phone tightened as he seemed to anticipate the forthcoming words of the rotund vice president. Night Demon Patrol. I am certain everyone is familiar with this organization. Indeed, it is the cowardly faction whose defection led to humanity's defeat in the battle against the beast tide. In this beast tide, Du Qingshun and Du Qinghong, the two leading figures of the Night Demon Patrol, caused other organizations to fall into a passive stance through their rashness. Thus, I hereby announce, bang. The television screen was shattered by a single punch. A blue flame flickered in Jiang Huai's eyes, startling those around him. At that moment, his call to Chu He remained connected, who had naturally heard the broadcast. Brother, please do not be agitated. The Awakener Association is merely seeking a scapegoat to appease the three major organizations. I have insider information. They want to trouble the Night Demon Patrol further. Brother, are you still there? A scapegoat for the three major organizations? Jiang Huai's lips twitched slightly as he retracted his fist and, with a chilling smile, declared, I shall provide them with an explanation. Brother, please do not act impulsively. The phone was crushed underfoot, and before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the seemingly deranged youth had vanished, leaving behind a television screen that had been shattered alongside the wall. Jiang Huai considered himself not to be an irritable person. He always took great care to conceal his emotions. So what then had provoked such fury within him? Was it the death of Yu Qingshun? Was it the side effects of this newfound power? No, it was an unpleasant reality. The truth was that he now possessed power, thus granting him the capital for his rage. Even though this anger might undermine the very vision that Yu Qingshun had painstakingly sheltered him from, he nevertheless proceeded toward the location of the Awakener Association. Meanwhile, at the association's press conference, the vice president concluded the accusations against the Night Demon Patrol. Consequently, the association decided to disband the Night Demon Patrol immediately and hold its remaining members accountable for the recent casualties. Yet, it was clear in many minds that with Yu Qingshun dead and Du Qinghong likely hanging by a thread, who else remained in the Night Demon Patrol? Was it that girl who had failed 3 consecutive assessments? Or perhaps that boy who had just joined this year and was still not considered a formal awakener? Or was it the elusive Yun Luo, whom scarcely anyone had seen? To place the blame on such a small organization of merely 3 individuals seemed rather excessive. However, the representatives of the 3 major organizations expressed no dissent. Someone had to take responsibility. Thus, it was formally declared the Night Demon Patrol would never be disbanded. And we shall not be held accountable for the leaders of the 3 major organizations who perished in this incident. An incongruous voice emerged from the entrance, drawing the attention of all present. Upon seeing Jiang Huai, a wave of confusion swept through the crowd. Who was this person? At that moment, the leader of the fearless MOU stood with her arms crossed, frowning upon Jiang Huai's entrance, sensing an unsettling aura emanating from him. Huang Yu was also present, now a formal member of the fearless. Upon spotting Jiang Huai, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. This little brat was still alive, having not perished on Wang Mountain. And who might you be? The vice president maintained an air of authority. Jiang Huai, with a cold smirk, advanced step by step toward the podium. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, he solemnly declared, Jiang Huai, official member of the Night Demon Patrol. You are the one who has just passed the assessment, remarked the vice president with a faint smile. I heard from Miss Moyu that you fought valiantly alongside her and the instructors on Wang Mountain, providing her significant assistance. He glanced at Moyu, who remained silent, her expression icy, yet her clasped hands tightened. The instructors from Wang Mountain have praised you highly, Jiang Huai. You are indeed a rare talent. The vice president initiated the applause, followed by scattered clapping from the others in attendance. The vice president continued, stating, "For a talent like you, remaining in the Night Demon Patrol offers no future. I can recommend you. All the leaders of the 4 major organizations are present today. With my endorsement, you may choose to join any of their teams." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What was happening? A fledgling, barely out of his shell, was being directly recommended by the vice president to join one of the 4 major organizations. Was this vice president genuinely benevolent? Moments ago, one might have thought he sought to eradicate the Night Demon Patrol, yet it appeared otherwise. Was he truly acting out of kindness? Jiang Huai found the situation amusing. This corpulent, rotund figure merely sought to craft a favorable image before everyone. He harbored no personal vendetta against the Night Demon Patrol. He would continue to regard the promising talents within it with due seriousness. Moreover, this could facilitate the further disintegration of the Night Demon Patrol. What was there to lose? The leaders of the 3 organizations expressed no dissent. After all, surviving the battle at Despair Mountain and gaining recognition from Miss MOU undoubtedly marked one as a talent. Yet, only MOU remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon Jiang Huai, conveying a clear message: "Leave fast, I will handle matters concerning the Night Demon Patrol." Apologies. I realize my previous intent was unclear. Jiang Huai slowly lifted his head and smiled at the vice president. What I meant is that I am here for an explanation. The smile on the vice president's face froze, his eyes quivering slightly, before he stared at Jiang Huai and inquired, "An explanation? Do you represent the Night Demon Patrol in providing an account to the 3 major organizations? Are you out of your mind?" Jiang Huai scoffed, and his derision caused an uproar among the attendees. It was unexpected for someone to speak to the vice president of the association in such a manner. Although Hongwu was merely the vice president of the association's Lingyu City branch, his authority was considerable, especially during this period of the branch president's disappearance. "It is not I who must provide an explanation to you, rather, you and the 3 organizations you mentioned are obliged to offer an explanation to the Night Demon Patrol." The leaders of the 3 organizations were taken aback. They had come at the behest of the headquarters to attend this press conference. After all, it was the local leader who had perished, and they had intended to seek accountability from the association. Since the association had decided to let the Night Demon Patrol bear the blame, they had resolved to accept that. Yet, now this impudent young man from the Night Demon Patrol dared to speak so arrogantly. "I must have misheard, Jiang Huai," the vice president remarked with a forced smile. "You heard correctly. Yu Qingshon and Du Qinghong managed to quell the beast side at the core fissure with their combined strength, even forcing the strongest subordinate of the core lord to reveal themselves. But what were the members of the other 3 major organizations doing at that time? They merely watched from a distance, sitting idle and observing the conflict. Not a single person stepped in to assist. Upon hearing Jiang Huai's furious rebuke, the awakened individuals present, though aware of the truth, dared not speak up. "You scoundrel, how dare you slander our general? The night demons are indeed a vile breed." The members of the 3 major organizations seethed with indignation, yet the most agitated of all was Huan Yu from the Fearless faction. "Jiang Huai, do you not know where you stand? You shall not act with such impudence here." He bypassed MOU, brandishing a flaming spear and lunging towards Jiang Huai. To everyone's astonishment, none intervened, not even MOU. Of course, MOU's intentions differed from theirs, while others wished to witness Jiang Huai's demise at Huan Yu's hands. Hoping to bask in Huan Yu's glory, the MOU anticipated Huan Yu's downfall at Jiang Huai's hands, for vanquishing such a weakling would require little effort. As Huan Yu's spear surged forth, flames poised to engulf Jiang Huai, he turned to regard Huan Yu and raised his hand, delivering a powerful blow to the spear's tip. A resounding crack echoed as the flaming spear shattered. The immense force sent Huan Yu reeling backward, yet before he could retreat far, Jiang Huai seized him by the throat and forcefully slammed him to the ground. "You intended to kill me, did you not?" Jiang Huai's gaze flickered with blue flames, his expression icy as he regarded Huan Yu. "Cough, cough. Jiang Huai, I will kill you. I swear I will." Huan Yu gasped in fury, struggling to resist. The flames that burned fiercely for others felt like nothing but a mere whisper against Jiang Huai, unable to singe even a strand of his hair. Huan Yu felt Jiang Huai's grip tightening, his throat emitting a desperate choking sound. The members of the 3 organizations exchanged bewildered glances. How could Huan Yu The super rookie favored by the Fearless faction will be rendered powerless before this night demon. This fellow does not seem to exert much strength, remarked the vice president solemnly. Miss MOU, will you not intervene? The association forbids internal conflict. MOU shrugged, her voice icy. This is our own provocation. If we are now overpowered and pressed to the ground, I cannot afford to lose face. The vice president's expression darkened as he turned to Jiang Huai. Cease this at once. Release him. Jiang Huai slightly turned his head, glancing at the vice president before revealing a cold smirk. Uncle. Save me. Huang Yu's struggles grew feebler as he desperately turned to the vice president for aid. So there exists such a connection, he is your uncle. You dare not kill me. If you do, the association will not spare you. The Fearless faction will not let this go. Do you know who I am? Jiang Huai. Release me at once. The association forbids internal strife. You are committing a grave offense. The vice president bellowed, gathering energy in his fist. Yet, before such a multitude, broadcasting live, he could not lay a hand on a junior. The members of the three organizations remained uninvolved. After all, this was not their affair. The scene perfectly replicated the tense standoff reminiscent of the time when Yu Qingshun fought valiantly alone. Ultimately, Jiang Huai slowly released his grip. Jiang Huai, you worthless fool. You shall forever remain beneath my heel. Not only will I destroy you, but I shall also annihilate every member of the Night Demon Patrol. A sinister smile crept across his face as he spoke. The vice president of the association breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that he was not a madman. Yet, his heart remained uneasy, for the situation took a sudden turn. Jiang Huai's recently loosened hand transformed into a fist, gradually lifting. You Huang. A cruel smile emerged on Jiang Huai's face as he began to speak in a low tone. What are you planning? I assure you that I shall not kill you. His voice was barely audible, as if meant solely for Huang Yu's ears. However, I require your body to convey certain messages. What do you mean? Furthermore, I know who you are. Without hesitation, Jiang Huai struck Huang Yu's left shoulder with a powerful punch. The sound of shattering bones echoed, and Huang Yu's left arm crumbled, causing cracks to spread across the floor. You are a coward. The youth trembled violently, a mouthful of blood erupting from him, splattering across Jiang Huai's face. Huang Yu. The vice president's anguished scream shattered the dreadful silence. Kill that brat. He trembled as he pointed at Jiang Huai, shouting furiously. The members of the three major organizations showed no intention of intervening. Instead, they watched with a sense of schadenfreude as events unfolded. Jiang Huai belonged to the Night Demon Patrol. His death would be preferable. If he survived, his brutal assault on Huang Yu would tarnish the reputation of the Fearless. Who would stoop to associating with such a waste? Regardless of the outcome, it was not worth their intervention. However, some smaller organizations were eager to curry favor with the association, brandishing their weapons and showcasing their abilities as they advanced towards Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai understood that this was the perfect opportunity. He needed to demonstrate that the Night Demon Patrol would not tolerate such despicable insults. As anticipated, the larger organizations remained passive, opting to use these eager small factions to establish their own authority. Jiang Huai was taken aback. He had never anticipated that a figure would suddenly appear before him, not facing him, but rather standing protectively behind him. What are you doing? Jiang Huai questioned, perplexed by MOU's silhouette. I know what you intend to do, Jiang Huai, but trust me, the time is not yet right. Do not attract too much attention to your power. MOU tilted her head slightly, gazing intently at Jiang Huai as if she could see through his thoughts. The once aggressive crowd halted in their tracks, for the presence of MOU from the Fearless now stood in front of Jiang Huai. One of her hands rested on the hilt of her weapon, poised for action, emanating an aura that chilled the atmosphere to its core. What do you mean by this? MOU? The vice president of the association demanded with a cold expression. Huang Yu is an official member of the Fearless, and you. Are you now attempting to shield this scoundrel? MOU's expression remained impassive as his long blade slowly emerged from its sheath, the chilling hum slicing through the nerves of all present. The tip of the sword lightly touched the ground, seemingly MOU's response. What are you doing? Jiang Huai inched closer to MOU, whispering, you should not involve yourself in this matter. This contest was instigated by an official member of the Fearless. And the techniques employed by Huang Yu are lethal strikes. I believe all of you can comprehend this clearly. MOU disregarded Jiang Huai's words, instead casting a cold gaze upon everyone. If one intends to take a life, the one must be prepared to lose their own, yet Jiang Huai did not kill him. Merely rendered him one arm incapacitated, which was already a show of mercy. Her gaze gradually shifted towards the representatives of the three major organizations and the vice president. You all have repeatedly claimed that the association forbids internal strife, yet when Huang Yu instigated this conflict, who among you intervened? Or do you mean to say that you cannot even prevent a newcomer who has yet to reach the 4-star realm? The leaders of the three organizations bore grim expressions, their faces betraying a hint of anger. Why implicate us when your official members of the Fearless instigate trouble? However, this put them at a disadvantage, for they had refrained from intervening when Huang Yu harmed another. Now, they could not act at all. The rest of the organizations, upon seeing MOU, dared not take another step forward. Utter nonsense. The vice president bellowed, rising to his feet, his aura beginning to radiate outward. MOU. Are you speaking on behalf of the Fearless right now? Jiang Huai felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had initially intended to leverage Huang Yu's severed arm to convey a message to these individuals. The Night Demon Patrol has not faltered, there are still those in charge. Thus, they refrained from acting against Du Qinghong and Lu Wanin. Yet now, with MOU steadfastly aligning with him, the situation would only grow more convoluted. MOU seemed poised to say more, but Jiang Huai shot her a fierce glare. Step aside, this is not your affair. He could not allow MOU to become further entangled. Jiang Huai could not fathom why this woman would involve herself in such a complicated situation on his behalf. Behind him, Huang Yu continued to tremble and groan, while the vice president was seething with anger. In that instant, Jiang Huai sensed an influx of powerful auras entering the venue. He then beheld a dozen individuals clad in black uniforms encircling him and MOU. So this is the association's forbidden army. I've heard that even the weakest among them possesses a 5-star strength. Such formidable beings hidden away, yet never deployed amidst the beast side. This lad seems destined for demise today. The members of the three organizations awaited the spectacle with anticipation, while MOU, disregarding Jiang Huai's protests, once more stood beside him. Leave them to me to handle. Do your utmost to conceal your strength, MOU murmured. At the same time, Jiang Huai found it impossible to comprehend MOU, what was truly going on with this woman. Their relationship was not such that she could brazenly oppose the association in front of so many witnesses. There was certainly something unusual afoot. She had consistently emphasized the need to conceal her powers, as if she were privy to information unknown to others. This peculiarity made Jiang Huai hesitant to act impulsively. Just as the tension between the two factions was about to escalate, the door to the conference room swung open once more. This time, it was none other than the star envoy of the Dawn Enlightenment Society who entered. The appearance of the woman in white shifted the atmosphere dramatically. She raised her hand to reveal a letter embossed with golden foil, the latest correspondence from the headquarters. With an icy demeanor, she fixed her gaze on the vice president and declared, "No one shall take action against the Night Demon Patrol." Her words detonated like a bomb within the crowd, causing even Jiang Huai to turn and regard her with bewilderment, unable to fathom the underlying motives. Observing the stillness among the attendees, the woman nodded and then unfurled the letter to read aloud. Effective immediately, the headquarters lifts all prohibitions against the Night Demon Patrol. Yu Qingshon and Du Qinhong are not criminals, rather, they are heroes who have forged a path to the future for humanity. The society has resolved to posthumously honor Yu Qingshon with the title of hero. The crowd was left in a state of shock. This brief proclamation utterly refuted all the statements made earlier by the vice president during the press conference. At that moment, the vice president's face turned a shade of deep anger as he glared at the woman in white. How would he account for the injury inflicted on a former member of the Fearless? With a grim expression, he questioned her word by word. The woman in white let out a light laugh and turned her gaze toward MOU. Since he is a former member of the Fearless, we shall see how the Fearless chooses to address this matter. If they choose not to pursue it, then they must accept the consequences of their own actions. MOU decisively responded, "This is outrageous." The vice president slammed the table, his corpulent body trembling with rage. Jiang Huai, MOU, and the woman in white were the objects of his seething hatred, to the point where he wished to see them reduced to ashes. Yet, the woman had not finished speaking. After hearing MOU's retort, she nodded and continued, from this day forth, the Night Demon Patrol shall continue to exist as an officially recognized organization of the association, and the previous restrictions imposed upon them will be lifted. With that, she turned her attention back to the Vice President. Furthermore, the association will investigate Vice President Hong Wu's lackadaisical response during the Beast side. The organization responsible for this inquiry will be Iron Blood. The head of Iron Blood rose with a smile, as if he had anticipated this development, and mockingly waved at the now furious Vice President. You cannot treat me this way, Hong Wu retorted coldly. You accuse me of inaction. Do you have any evidence? The majority of your chief of staff, your adjutant, and members of the Awakener Association stationed in Lingyu City have already expressed their willingness to testify. The Iron Blood leader replied with a grin. President Hong, it would be wise for you to cooperate, as there are more matters to investigate. He approached the vice president, his tall stature towering over Hong Wu. Regarding the disappearance of Chairman Luo Yuanming, it seems you are not entirely uninvolved, are you? Slander, Hong Wu bellowed, his spittle splattering the face of the iron-blooded official, who remained unfazed, simply wiping his face with a hand and gesturing to the association's guards. Take him away. The 10 guards promptly approached Hong Wu. Vice President, do you prefer to maintain your dignity yourself, or shall they assist you in preserving it? The iron-blooded official sneered. Hong Wu's nostrils flared with furious breaths, resembling a terrifying bull. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon Jiang Huai. Night Demon Patrol, Jiang Huai, I shall remember you. After Hong Wu was escorted away, the medical personnel of the association carried the unconscious Huang Yu out as well. Jiang Huai's plan had failed. He initially intended to demonstrate his prowess to deter these individuals from targeting Du Qinghong or Lu Wanyin again. However, considering the outcome, it appeared favorable. He nodded to the woman in white and softly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. You need not thank me, the woman replied, stowing away a letter and glancing at MOU. You should express your gratitude to her. You are unaware of what she will face next. With that, the woman turned and departed. Jiang Huai looked at MOU, puzzled. Yet, MOU seemed unfazed, simply waving to her troops before also leaving the scene. As Jiang Huai exited the venue, he became aware of countless eyes watching him. His earlier strike against Huang Yu had not been delivered with excessive force. Yet it had so easily incapacitated a rising star. After all, it should have been the strength of a 4-star awakener. A newcomer, already possessing the power of a 4-star awakener, combined with the reckless protection from the fearless MOU, had rendered Jiang Huai a coveted individual in the eyes of many. Leaders of several major organizations were already whispering among their subordinates, discussing the necessity of keeping an eye on Jiang Huai. Should an opportunity arise, they would endeavor to recruit him. However, Jiang Huai paid no heed to their guesses, ignoring all attention as he left the assembly. Just as he stepped outside, he received a call from Chu He. Brother, are you all right? The live coverage of the press conference was abruptly interrupted. Where are you now? Hearing someone genuinely concerned for him touched Jiang Huai's heart. I'm fine. He intended to inquire about MOU with Chu He, but recalling that Chu He likely had no pertinent information, refrained from voicing it. That's good to hear. By the way, brother, Mr. Du Qinghong has awakened, and he... What has happened to him? Jiang Huai asked, the hint of anxiety creeping in. His injuries have nearly healed. Aside from losing one eye, his body is largely unscathed. I've advised him to rest a bit longer, but upon hearing you attended the press conference, he immediately... Before Chu He could finish, Jiang Huai spotted Du Qinghong in the distance, still dressed in a hospital gown and bandaged, limping toward him. Chu He, I understand. Thank you, I'll hang up now. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Huai approached Du Qinghong, who, before Jiang Huai could utter a word, already wore a serious expression and uttered 2 words, nonsense. The winter afternoon carried a hint of chill, then Du Qinghong's figure appeared particularly solitary on the secluded street. The hospital gown and bandages that adorned his frail body rustled in the cold breeze. Each step he took seemed to require immense effort. Although his gaze was resolute, his voice betrayed an undeniable frailty. Jiang Huai, what are you doing? Du Qinghong's voice was low and hoarse, as if each word demanded great exertion. One of his eyes was wrapped in bandages, completely blind, while the other held a trace of reproach, but more so, concern. Do you realize that your actions could place you in peril? There must always be someone to divert their attention, Jiang Huai replied, moving closer to support Du Qinghong. He could feel Du Qinghong trembling, perhaps from anger or pain. Teacher Du, you and teacher you have already borne too much for the Night Demon Patrol. Those who wish to utterly dismantle it will undoubtedly take action. He spoke with determination, thus, we must make it clear that the Night Demon Patrol is still standing strong. Du Qinghong shook his head in resignation. You are very clever, Jiang Huai, truly clever, but you are still too young. Coupled with that power within you, it creates an illusion that you can fight the world alone. Du Qinghong's grip tightened on Jiang Huai's sleeve. Yu Qingshon has died. Yet I do not wish to see you bearing this burden alone. I know there are secrets between you and Yu Qingshon. I know it was you who pulled me back from the brink of death. But this power should serve as your foundation, and not as a glaring beacon. His voice grew increasingly frail. Jiang Huai understood that his anger had indeed been excessive, the fury born from within him, although manageable, felt as elusive as grains of sand slipping through his fingers. These escaping grains would only serve to obstruct his ability to think clearly. I am still alive, Jiang Huai. Du Qinghong grasped Jiang Huai's hand firmly, his gaze locked onto the youth's eyes. This old man is not dead yet, so do not reveal all your cards too soon. Rely on me a bit more, as long as I am here, the Night Demon Patrol will not fall. A sudden sense of reassurance washed over Jiang Huai. The man before him had only just returned from the threshold of death and could barely stand. Yet his words provided a sense of safety akin to that offered by Yu Qingshon. You are still a child, this old man is not finished yet. I will not allow you to face all of this alone, do you understand? Du Qinghong placed a hand on Jiang Huai's shoulder. Jiang Huai nodded vigorously. I understand. Teacher Du subsequently, he forcefully took Du Qinghong back to the hospital arranged by Chu He, instructing him that while he could refrain from causing chaos, he must focus on recuperating here. Only once he had fully healed could he return to the stronghold of the Night Demon Patrol. In a moment of resignation, Du Qinghong had no choice but to acquiesce. He informed Jiang Huai that there was another member of the Night Demon Patrol who should be returning shortly. Though she was not much older than Jiang Huai and Lu Yatu, her combat experience was extensive. Before I leave the hospital, you two should heed her guidance. Jiang Huai nodded in agreement, which allowed Du Qinghong to finally close his eyes and rest. As they departed from the hospital, Jiang Huai suddenly noticed a familiar silhouette standing at the entrance. Are you waiting for someone? He inquired as he approached the figure. The girl trembled slightly before slowly turning to face him. Yes, Yu replied, her expression betraying no emotion. I am waiting for you. Jiang Huai furrowed his brow. He despised the feeling of being unable to decipher another person, and Yu's inscrutable demeanor only heightened his discomfort. Thus, he instinctively sought to maintain distance from her. Thank you for today at the venue, but I would prefer if you refrain from getting involved with me in the future. Before Jiang Huai could finish, Yu coldly interrupted, even without my intervention, you would not have allowed that force to run rampant and wreak havoc, would you? Jiang Huai paused, then nodded slightly. Why? He asked. I could sense your fury at that moment, which is why I intervened, yet amidst that searing anger, I felt a chilling cold akin to ice. What do you mean by why? Jiang Huai countered with a smile. Why not just eliminate everyone present? Indeed, at least within this city, there exists no power capable of rivaling your skeletal might. Her words held deeper implications. Jiang Huai raised his gaze to Yu, contemplating whether there were entities beyond the city capable of counterbalancing the 100 bones. Wouldn't it be more satisfying for you to eliminate those who pose a threat to the Night Demon Patrol? She was probing for information. I am not a beast. Jiang Huai replied, fixing his stare upon Yu. There is no need for such tests. I am not. Yu retorted, her composure slipping as she noticed Jiang Huai's unwavering wariness. She turned her head away, muttering softly, why are you always so guarded around me? With a resigned sigh, Yu continued, Jiang Huai, join the fearless. I can recommend you, within a year, given your abilities, you could easily assume the role of captain in my squad. Jiang Huai chuckled, realizing she was attempting to recruit him. It made sense, after discovering the nature of his powers. It was only natural that such large organizations would be eager to enlist him. So, that was the reason she had stood by him at the venue. Apologies. But I am a member of the Night Demon Patrol. I appreciate your offer, Miss MOU, he replied, preparing to leave. However, MOU silently followed him down the hospital steps. Do you have something else to say? Jiang Huai halted and turned to look at her. If you join the Fearless, I can protect you, MOU stated earnestly, and for reasons unknown to him, Jiang Huai felt the weight of sincerity in her words. Moreover, this protection may not necessarily stem from sheer strength. After witnessing the formidable power of Bai Hai, she could not possibly be oblivious to the terrifying force that resided within her. It seemed that MOU was hinting at something deeper. With the resources of the Fearless, your endeavors would undoubtedly become considerably more manageable. Does this imply that the Fearless truly values my presence? No. MOU shook her head. My invitation for you to join was purely a personal inclination, yet I can assure you that, should you desire it, I can facilitate this matter. A temporary silence enveloped the two, until Jiang Huai, feeling somewhat vexed, broke the stillness. It appears you are quite intrigued by my abilities. Jiang Huai cast a cold glance at MOU, no longer concealing her thoughts. Since the other party had repeatedly inquired about her, deducing that she was indeed Bai Hai, the intention to recruit her was evidently clear. If you are genuinely interested in my powers, why not, Miss MOU, consider joining the Night Demon Patrol? MOU was momentarily taken aback, seemingly caught off guard by Jiang Huai's proposition. Should Miss MOU join the Night Demon Patrol, my strength would be at your disposal. And as you suggested, you could indeed protect me. Would that not be a mutually beneficial arrangement? Having reached this point in their discourse, she ought to comprehend the implications. After uttering these words, Jiang Huai intended to turn away, but once again, MOU astonished her. Not yet, I cannot join at this moment. My involvement would only bring you considerable trouble. She was genuinely contemplating this dilemma, and from the tone of her words, it appeared she was indeed willing to join. Jiang Huai was left utterly speechless. What on earth was this woman thinking? She was completely unfathomable. Yet Jiang Huai suddenly felt as though she had gleaned a glimpse into the depths of this young lady's heart. I apologize, Jiang Huai. Ultimately, it was MOU who expressed her contrition. I am not currently free, I am but a pawn of the Mo family, a blade honed by them. My every action is constrained, much like a chain binding me to the Mo family and the Fearless. Jiang Huai answered for her. Although he did not understand why MOU was so captivated by him, he sensed the shackles that adorned her. Indeed. MOU nodded, albeit reluctantly, however. Jiang Huai's metaphor was strikingly apparent. She then lowered her gaze. I am sorry, Jiang Huai, disregard my previous statements. I am unable to ensure my own safety. Let alone yours should you join the Fearless. With that, MOU turned to leave. Wait. The sound of Jiang Huai's voice halted her steps, prompting her to turn back. Only to see an object arcing through the air towards her. Instinctively, MOU grasped it, revealing it to be a lollipop. Recently, someone has taken to gifting me this. And I have developed a bit of a fondness for them, Jiang Huai remarked with a smile. If you are truly willing to join the Night Demon Patrol, I will sever this chain binding you, though not at this moment, for I can discern that you have yet to make a firm resolve. In times of distress, indulge in sweets, do not perpetually wear a stern expression. In this era, survival demands relentless effort, so do not burden yourself further. On the day you make your decision, do remember to inform me, said Jiang Huai, waving goodbye to MOU. Sometimes, seeds are sown in such a manner, then when that seed eventually sprouts, perhaps the Night Demon Patrol will gain a formidable force. Jiang Huai felt a twinge of guilt. He should not exploit such a young girl. Yet, if this course of action could bring her a modicum of happiness, why not? MOU watched Jiang Huai's departing figure, glancing at the candy in her hand. Her lips quivered slightly, as if she wished to voice something, but ultimately, she remained silent. After carefully tucking the lollipop into her pocket, MOU turned and walked in a different direction from Jiang Huai. How could she be unaware of Jiang Huai's intentions? But if this could aid him, if it could allow her to stand beside him, or even sever the chains that bound her, then what was there to lose? As the two individuals moved in opposite directions, perhaps one day their paths would intersect once more. Until that day arrived, both must prepare accordingly. Brother. Are you playing that war game with me again? Emoyu's hand was clenched tightly around the lollipop in her pocket, a barely perceptible smile gracing her face. Before returning home, Jiang Huai had made a special trip to the market to purchase a variety of vegetables. He intended to prepare some stews and tonics, along with dishes that Lu Wanyin particularly enjoyed, and deliver them to her in the afternoon. Despite knowing her current state of melancholy, her body required nourishment more than most. If her health deteriorated now, it would be a challenge to restore it later. With this in mind, Jiang Huai quickened his pace. However, upon reaching the door of his rented apartment, his hand froze as he clearly heard a rustling sound emanating from within. Could it be a thief? Jiang Huai pondered, astonished that anyone would dare to steal from someone as destitute as he. Carefully, he opened the door. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, making his fingers itch with hunger. What was happening? Had a thief come to cook in his home? But upon seeing the small pair of boots at the entrance, Jiang Huai understood, though he was equally astonished. Those boots belonged to Lu Wanyin. How slow you are. Where have you been? Lu Wanyin, wearing an apron and her hair in a ponytail, leaned out from the kitchen. She wore light makeup. Yet Jiang Huai could see that her eyes were slightly swollen from crying. Rushing over, he grasped her arm. Hey. What are you doing? Lu Wanyin, caught off guard by Jiang Huai's sudden grip, felt uneasy and turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. How are you? Are you all right? I'm fine, really. Why are you so worried? You don't seem like yourself at all. Lu Wanyin mustered a faint smile before glancing to the side, saying, if you don't let go, the water will boil dry. This is the beef stew I specially made for you. You go rest, I'll take care of it. Jiang Huai wished to usher Lu Wanyin out of the kitchen, yet the young girl gracefully spun around and re-entered. No, I'm almost done. Why did you buy so many vegetables? It's fine, we'll cook everything, then you can eat it all. Do you take me for a pig? Lu Wanyin gently tapped Jiang Huai's shoulder, and together they commenced their culinary endeavors, during which Jiang Huai keenly observed Lu Wanyin. He noticed that her mood remained somewhat off. Whenever there was a moment of idleness, she would stand still, lost in thought, thus she endeavored to keep herself occupied, cooking, dining, and cleaning up afterward. Ultimately, they began a thorough cleaning of Jiang Huai's home. Time for a surprise inspection. The girl exclaimed, darting into Jiang Huai's bedroom and then suddenly diving beneath his bed. This time, however, Jiang Huai did not stop her. He simply watched as she remained motionless, half her body buried under the bed. Jiang Huai. After a long pause, her voice emerged from the darkness below. He approached and sat on the floor beside the bed, replying, I'm here. Am I really useless? Like a burden, dragging him down for over a decade. He could have lived a much easier life. Jiang Huai remained silent, impatiently awaiting her continued revelations. For these 10 years, he never dared to spend money on himself. Every time he earned a little from his tasks, he saved it for me, buying me clothes and paying my tuition. To ensure I had enough to eat, he subsisted on instant noodles every day. He owes me nothing. Lu Wanyin's voice gradually took on a tinge of sorrow, laced with a tremor. I still remember that one time I returned home late from work and found he'd consumed a great deal of alcohol. While intoxicated, he lay there crying, repeatedly apologizing to me. He is such a wonderful person, deserving of a more brilliant life, yet he remains trapped with me in this dilapidated house. He has tried so hard, why does he still cry? Foolish idiot. Jiang Huai nodded slightly, then gently patted Lu Wanyin's lower back. Every father wishes to provide the best life for his daughter, perhaps, in Teacher Yu's eyes, such a life is not what she deserves. Enveloped in darkness beneath the bed, the girl began to sob, her body trembling. No, he's a good father. He simply doesn't know what I truly want. I wish for him to come home safely every day, to argue with me and savor the meals I prepare. I want him to witness my growth, to see me become someone he can rely on. Teacher Yu does not understand. Jiang Huai sighed, then grasped Lu Wanyin's waist with both hands. What are you doing? Come out. He forcefully pulled her from beneath the bed, yet she still buried her face in her arms. Jiang Huai took the opportunity to retrieve his somewhat tattered backpack from the bed, now battered from the beast side, but even so, the gift box within was nearly misshapen from pressure. At this moment he presented it to Lu Wanyin. "What is this?" Lu Wanyin gazed at the gift box, momentarily taken aback. "Teacher, you bought you a birthday gift," Jiang Huai remarked. She carefully untied the ribbon and lifted the lid of the box. Before her lay a brand new phone, its surface gleaming, as if it still retained the freshness of its factory condition. Beside the phone was an invoice, prominently displaying a price exceeding 4,000 yuan. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Wanyin's eyes, quickly replaced by a wave of emotion. She smiled, tears silently tracing her cheeks and falling onto the box. "This phone cost over 4,000 yuan, and the receipt is still inside. This fool, unwilling to buy herself new clothes, has actually gifted me something so extravagant." The young girl's voice trembled as she delicately caressed the phone. Thankfully, the device appeared to be unharmed. Jiang Huai said little, choosing instead to remain silently by her side. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Lu Wanyin seized Jiang Huai's collar. Her face bore traces of tears, her eyes glimmering like stars as she gazed earnestly at him. "You have reignited my heart, you have helped me accept reality. I feel so sad, even now. Therefore, you must take responsibility, and do not forget that our play is not yet concluded. So, tonight, may I weep beside you?" Her trembling hand clutched his collar, her voice filled with a certain plea. Jiang Huai's astonishment gradually morphed into a sense of comfort. Before her hand slipped away, he grasped it firmly and then embraced her tenderly. "Anytime is fine." That night, Lu Wanyin slept deeply. In Jiang Huai's arms, her breathing was steady. Despite the tear stains at the corners of her eyes, she finally managed to rest well. Jiang Huai remained by her side until dawn, when he barely succumbed to sleep himself. It seemed he had exhausted his strength a bit too much, as he slept straight until noon. Upon waking, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. He slowly sat up, knowing without a doubt that Lu Wanyin was preparing a meal. Yawning, he made his way to the living room and indeed found her cooking lunch. She appeared to be in slightly better spirits, and upon noticing Jiang Huai had awakened, she turned slightly and said gently, "Go brush your teeth and wash your face. Are you feeling better now?" During lunch, Jiang Huai asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "Yes. I will strive to realize the future that teacher you wishes to see," Lu Wanyin replied, a determination evident in her eyes, which eased Jiang Huai's worries a bit. He joked, "Teacher you is hoping to see you married and have children, so you must work hard." However, immediately after he spoke those words, their gazes inadvertently locked. Lu Wanyin's voice, low yet unmistakably clear, broke the silence. "Then, do you wish to marry me?" For a moment, the clatter of dishes ceased. With Jiang Huai still chewing his rice, and Lu Wanyin seemingly taken aback by her own words, they both instinctively averted their gazes. "Haha, I was just joking." Lu Wanyin quickly waved her hands, laughing. I think so too." Jiang Huai resumed his meal, and in an apparent attempt to shift the conversation, he inquired of Lu Wanyin why she bore so many facades. Are you being sarcastic?" Lu Wanyin mused, resting her chin on her hand. "No, I am genuinely curious," Jiang Huai replied. "As a child, I was quite apprehensive about social interactions. When all you took me to primary school, I resembled a hedgehog. Anyone who approached me would send me into a state of anxiety, prompting me to exhibit defensive behavior. Consequently, Olyu was often summoned to the school for admonishments." As Jiang Huai listened attentively to the girl's narrative, she continued, "So Olyu advised me that if I feared being harmed by others, I should craft one mask after another with my exceptional acting skills to conceal my true self." She then cast a challenging glance at Jiang Huai, adding, "When you, Jiang Huai, are the only man who has unveiled all my masks, you must bear the responsibility for that." After a brief moment of astonishment, Jiang Huai acknowledged that he had inadvertently encountered her most vulnerable side. "Ha ha ha, you jest again," he responded, though this time Lu Wanyin's voice grew increasingly softer. Observing the faint blush on her cheeks, Jiang Huai was left uncertain whether this was yet another masterful display of performance. Fortunately, at that moment, Jiang Huai's phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed an unfamiliar number. Hello, I am not interested in insurance, real estate, vehicles, or loans, he began, reflexively dismissing the telemarketer's call. However, just as he was about to hang up, the dispassionate female voice came through. Is this Jiang Huai of the Night Demon Patrol? Yes, that's me. What is going on? Have I been summoned? He replied. Tonight at 8 p.m. at the Night Demon Patrol's base, bring Luwanin along, there is a meeting. Excuse me, who is this? Yun Luo. The call was abruptly terminated, leaving Jiang Huai perplexed as he stared at the screen. Luwanin, too, appeared somewhat bewildered. What is the matter? Isn't there another operative from the Night Demon Patrol? He asked. Yes, Yun Luo. What is going on? Jiang Huai pointed at his phone, explaining, she just called. Instructing us to return for a meeting at 8 p.m. As night fell, the city's clamor gradually subsided. The fading glow of neon lights flickered between distant high-rises, resembling the eyes of the night, observing the joys and sorrows of humanity. The dilapidated two-story building that served as the Night Demon Patrol's base stood quietly in the nocturnal landscape, akin to a weathered elder silently safeguarding memories of the past. Luwanin stood before the base, her fingers lightly grazing the weathered iron gate, a surge of inexplicable emotion swelling within her, as if she were apprehensive of something. Just then, another hand enveloped hers from behind. Let us go, Jiang Huai encouraged with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Luwanin nodded. And together they pushed open the iron gate. Upon entering the first floor, a gust of cold air escaped from within, imbued with dampness and a musty scent. The familiar sight of Yu Qingshun sitting on the sofa, smoking and waving at her, was no longer present. At this moment, the ground floor of the stronghold was shrouded in darkness, enveloped in an eerie silence, with only a few strands of moonlight filtering through the windows, casting a melancholic glow upon the mortal floor. Luwanin's footsteps involuntarily slowed as her eyes roamed through the shadows, attempting to identify the familiar corners. The sofa, coffee table, and bookshelf all appeared desolate. Jiang Huai grasped Luwanin's wrist, who stood dazed at the doorway. The lights are on upstairs, let us ascend. He suggested gently. All right, Luwanin nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the second floor, they discovered that Du Qinghong's office was illuminated, prompting them to push the door open and enter. Inside, a tall woman was meticulously organizing Du Qinghong's handwritten documents. You are 5 minutes late, she remarked indifferently. Her back turned to them, before gradually turning around. In the soft glow of the light, her figure appeared strikingly statuesque. The woman appeared to be in her 20s. Slightly older than Jiang Huai. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, with a few strands inadvertently falling, adding a touch of gracefulness. Her gaze remained fixated on the documents in her hands, her fingers delicately turning the pages, each motion exuding elegance and composure. However, despite her beauty, her expression was devoid of emotion. Yunjie, Luwanin softly called her name. Yun Luo nodded slightly, yet her eyes continued to scan the documents without acknowledging the two. I am Yun Luo, the leader of the Night Demon Patrol's field team. After a long pause, she finally lifted her gaze to Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai. A newcomer to the Night Demon Patrol, he replied politely, extending his hand. However, Yun Luo merely regarded his hand without any response. The situation is dire. So I shall speak plainly. She resumed her discourse, leaving Jiang Huai to slowly retract his hand. Although the association has lifted some prohibitions, we still owe a significant amount of external debts. Yun Luo continued, her expression and tone remaining utterly unperturbed, as if the Night Demon Patrol's current plight bore no relevance to her. We need to identify new sources of funding to sustain the organization. Jiang Huai furrowed his brow. I thought the Awakener Association had absolved the Night Demon Patrol of its debts. The association has no authority to absolve us for those who perished during the last beast tide, Yun Luo stated, setting down the documents and regarding Jiang Huai with a detached gaze. Jiang Huai sensed something peculiar about her. His perceptiveness usually allowed him to detect emotional shifts in others through their tone and gestures. Yet, this woman, Yun Luo, emitted no discernible aura with her words or actions. To put it bluntly, in Jiang Huai's eyes, Yun Luo resembled a puppet capable of speech, utterly devoid of emotional fluctuations. Luwanin gently tugged at Jiang Huai's sleeve, seemingly signaling him to disregard the situation. Jiang Huai nodded slightly, then turned to Yun Luo. Do you have any good suggestions, Yun Jie? After the significant reduction of the Night Demon Patrol, the association has also curtailed most of our authority to undertake missions. In this context, Du Qinghong and Yu Qingshun have shouldered the daily expenses of the entire organization. As he spoke, he picked up a handwritten ledger. This was Du Qinghong's meticulous accounting, where he utilized his limited funds to operate a few small businesses, generating a modest cash flow for sustenance. However, this was far from sufficient to support the daily maintenance of the Night Demon Patrol. So, you imply that the financial backbone of the Night Demon Patrol primarily relies on Teacher Yu. Indeed, but on the surface, Yu Qingshun is merely a construction worker, and his salary could never sustain such a massive debt and daily upkeep. Yun Luo tapped her fingers on the table, her tone remaining icy. Thus, I suspect that Yu Qingshun has his own clandestine operations. He is secretly trafficking cores of the infected and beasts. I recall that illicitly trading cores is a grave offense within the association, Jiang Huai remarked, his brow furrowed. This was something Yu Qingshun had personally disclosed to him. Regardless of whether the cores were acquired through private hands or official missions, they were supposed to be reclaimed by the association. This rule applied primarily to small and medium organizations, as larger entities typically retained the cores for their own use, an unspoken guideline of the association, as Yun Luo elucidated. Evidently, the Night Demon Patrol does not possess such privileges, Jiang Huai noted. Yun Luo nodded, I have already contacted Du Qinghong, and he confirmed that Yu Qingshun indeed retains some cores from the hands, yet he is unaware of Yu Qingshun's clandestine dealings. The immediate concern is to address the debts of the Night Demon Patrol. The Awakener Association has sent documents this afternoon, mandating that the Night Demon Patrol must achieve two significant goals before the year's end. First, the organization must cease its losses before the year closes. Second, the number of members must expand to 5. Jiang Huai was somewhat taken aback, having initially thought that the correspondence from the association was a lifeline for the Night Demon Patrol. However, it now appeared that without a viable solution, it was akin to receiving a suspended death sentence. Yun Luo paid no heed to Jiang Huai's astonishment and continued. Should the Night Demon Patrol fail to meet these two criteria, the organization will be forcibly disbanded and its members absorbed by other organizations. If no organization is willing to take us in, we will be conscripted into the vanguard of the next beast tide, a euphemism for sacrificial cannon fodder. At that moment, Jiang Huai deeply comprehended what it meant to be in the vanguard. What you need to do now is visit Yu Qingshun's residence and see if he has left any clues. Jiang Huai fell silent. Yun Luo noticed his quietude and inquired. Is there anything else? Teacher Yu once mentioned that you are his student, correct? Yes, Yun Luo acknowledged with an air of indifference. And how do you feel about his demise? Jiang Huai intended to question why she accepted his death with such nonchalance. But Lu Wanin tugged at Jiang Huai's sleeve and interjected, Sister Yun, I'll accompany Jiang Huai, I've gathered some of old Yu's belongings. Yun Luo nodded, then fell silent, turning back to continue perusing the handwritten notes. After departing from the stronghold, Jiang Huai could no longer contain his curiosity and intercepted Lu Wanin, inquiring, is she truly one of the Night Demon Patrols? I find her demeanor rather aloof. Lu Wanin turned to glance at Jiang Huai, offering a faint smile. Everyone's initial impression of Sister Yun is similar, regardless of the circumstances. She seems devoid of any personal emotions, exhibiting absolute rationality. Jiang Huai nodded in agreement. I find this rather unreasonable. Lu Wanin stretched languidly before leading Jiang Huai ahead. For ordinary individuals, experiencing emotions is entirely natural, yet for Sister Yun, these sentiments, which others possess, are feelings she can never truly comprehend. Jiang Huai seemed to sense a deeper understanding brewing within him, yet he awaited Lu Wanin's elaboration. Sister Yun possesses a remarkably potent awakening ability. She is, apart from all you, the most formidable member of the Night Demon Patrols. As a psychic ability user, her power lies in perfect imitation. As long as the opponent is not vastly superior in strength, she can flawlessly replicate their abilities. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Huai recognized the formidable nature of such a power, applicable not only to attribute-based ability users but even to those specializing in physical enhancement. Yun Luo can likewise perfectly mimic their capabilities. However, such immense power likely comes with unimaginable suffering. The side effect is that Sister Yun awakened at the age of 3. And on that very day, she completely lost her emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and fear, those most fundamental feelings that ordinary people possess, all eluded her. Thus, her mind remains in a state of absolute rationality. This also elucidates her indifference to Yu Qingshun's demise. Sister Yun had once earnestly attempted to feign understanding of others. But this only garnered her more malice, leading her to abandon the pursuit of possessing emotions. Yet, there was an exception. Lu Wanyin suddenly remarked with a smile, only once. During a spar with old Yu, it seemed as though Sister Yun was genuinely angry. Jiang Huai pondered for a moment before concluding, her emotions are not entirely extinguished, rather. They are suppressed by some force. Correct? Applause for you. Lu Wanyin turned to Jiang Huai, clapping her hands. Jiang Huai shot her a sidelong glance. You are quite adept at concealing your emotions as well. Upon returning to Yu Qingshun's residence, Jiang Huai observed that, although Lu Wanyin appeared considerably calmer than before, the prospect of confronting Yu Qingshun's belongings in such a short span was still somewhat overwhelming for her. Several times, he caught Lu Wanyin staring blankly at the items left behind by Yu Qingshun, her eyes vacant and devoid of life. Unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Huai urged, "Please get me a pack of cigarettes and some barbecue." He fished out 100 yuan bill and handed it to Lu Wanyin. "If it's not enough, call me. And I will bring you more money." Lu Wanyin held the bill, perplexed. "Do you smoke?" Jiang Huai smiled noncommittally and gently nudged her back, urging her to hurry. "Go on, if you delay any longer, the nearby barbecue stalls will close." Lu Wanyin seemed to grasp Jiang Huai's intentions. Casting him a grateful glance before playfully sticking out her tongue, "Which kind-hearted soul's barbecue stall closes so early?" As she departed, Jiang Huai stretched languidly and began to sort through the belongings of Yu Qingshun. It must be said, despite his disheveled appearance, Yu Qingshun's personal effects were meticulously organized. His clothes folded with precision. Lu Wanyin had been at her own home for some time. This must have been arranged by Yu Qingshun himself. Given his usual demeanor, Jiang Huai nearly forgot that Yu Qingshun had once been a priest. After surveying the entire room and Yu Qingshun's possessions, Jiang Huai understood his intentions. Perhaps he aimed to provide Lu Wanyin with a conducive living environment and maintaining a scrupulous approach to his personal life. When the neighbors came over to investigate the commotion, they expressed their sorrow upon hearing of Yu Qingshun's unfortunate demise at the construction site, remarking on his character as a good man who raised an orphan. Whenever Lu Wanyin was around, he refrained from smoking indoors, retreating to the corridor to indulge in his habit. He had indeed bestowed upon Lu Wanyin the best life he could offer. While sorting through Yu Qingshun's old clothes, Jiang Huai suddenly noticed something sewn into the lining of some garments. Carefully, he pried open the linings and discovered a series of letters. His heart raced with excitement. He had finally found them. These were records of Yu Qingshun's correspondence with a mysterious organization. He had documented everything in detail, yet the name of the organization remained elusive, leaving only a string of phone numbers. Suddenly, a chill brushed against his cheek. Jiang Huai whipped around to find Lu Wanyin standing beside him, having appeared out of nowhere. You scared me to death. Why did you suddenly turn around?" Lu Wanyin's courage was as timid as ever, and ironically, it was she who was startled by her own mischief. "Wasn't I supposed to be the one frightened?" Jiang Huai chuckled helplessly, then accepted the chilled beer she pressed against his face. Lu Wanyin placed the remaining beer and barbecue on the table, then nestled into her chair, eyeing the letters Jiang Huai had uncovered. "What does it say?" "It details teacher Yu's internal transactions with a certain organization." As she took a sip of her beer, Jiang Huai was taken aback. Old Yu was indeed trading cores in private, Lu Wanyin remarked, munching on some barbecue. Jiang Huai cast a sidelong glance at Lu Wanyin. She had approached him silently and pressed the cold beer against his face. Logically, such a feat should have been impossible. Currently, only a 5-star awakened being could conceal their presence from him. Yet Lu Wanyin had repeatedly eluded his perception. He couldn't help but ponder whether this was linked to her having resurrected once using her powers. Lu Wanyin noticed Jiang Huai's gaze lingering on her, intentional or not. With a deliberately faint smile, he remarked, "If you wish to look, then do so boldly." "Why the shyness?" Coughing twice, Jiang Huai took a sip of beer and rose to his feet. "Aren't you going to read the letter?" I've already perused it, there's nothing of value. He replied as he made his way toward the door. I have some matters to attend to. Will you be staying here tonight or returning to my home? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Wanyin responded, can't I accompany you? Jiang Huai feigned awkwardness, scratching his head. It's a personal matter, I'm just queuing to buy a few things. If you wish to join, we can queue together. Lu Wanyin shot him a disapproving glance. You wouldn't be queuing for something scandalous, would you? I'd rather not go. You can handle it alone. I'll tidy up all used belongings and then head to your place to wait for you. Very well. Jiang Huai replied with a smile as he closed the door. In his hand, he discreetly clutched the letter containing contact details. The depths of the situation remained unclear to him, prompting Jiang Huai to resolve to investigate this matter independently. He was indeed astute, yet at times he underestimated Lu Wanyin's complexity. The young girl stood by the window, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at the vanishing silhouette of the boy beneath the moonlight. A mischievous smile gradually emerged on her face. You excel in many ways, except in deception. If we were to engage in a relationship, you'd best be cautious. I might just catch you off guard. Today, the residents of the Emo family in Lingyu City welcomed its true master. Emo Yunxiong, the current head of the Emo family, arrived in this city with a heart full of joy following the conclusion of the Beast side. The reason was simple, his daughter, Emo Yu, had demonstrated remarkable prowess during the Beast tide, even leading a group of students and instructors to obliterate a rift. Such achievements had significantly elevated the reputation of both the Emo family and the fearless warriors. However, this elation was soon to be shattered. With a resounding thud, the heavy head of his cane struck the girl's face, sending her slender form crashing to the ground. Emo Yu's blood splattered across the floor, and she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Get up. Emo Yunxiong's voice was chillingly cold, echoing like an undeniable command. Despite her injuries, Emo Yu managed to rise from the ground and kneel once more before her father. Do you believe you possess all of this because of whom? Emo Yunxiong took the silk handkerchief offered by a maid and wiped the blood from his hands. It is I, he said, moving beside the girl and lifting her chin with his cane, forcing her to meet his gaze. I granted you everything, transforming you from a worthless, discarded waif into the person you are today. He slowly crouched down, scrutinizing the blood-stained visage of the girl. As their eyes locked, a surge of fury ignited within him. The fearless warriors, the captain, the esteemed daughter of the Emo family, power and wealth lie within your grasp, yet you remain unsatisfied. I have given you everything. How do you repay me? Emo Yu remained silent, her gaze unwavering as she stared back at the man before her. You dare to shield a wretched night demon from scrutiny. You openly oppose the association, positioning yourself against the three major organizations. You have even entangled the fearless in this mess. Is this your repayment to me? The man struck fiercely across Emo Yu's face, causing her to collapse once more onto the ground. This time, something slipped from her pocket, a small token of his affection, a promise, a seed of hope. Do you believe you hold any status, Emo Yu? You are but a dog raised by the Emo family, a mere blade, a puppet, a tool. Your only duty is to obey me, yet here you are indulging in the whims of a child. The man's fury escalated as he lifted his foot and, within the widening gaze of Emo Yu, mercilessly crushed the fallen candy beneath his heel. Listen closely, Emo Yu, your mother is nothing but a despicable harlot. He spat with contempt. Did she truly believe her position could earn my affection? The mere thought repulses me, such a greedy, shameless woman. His polished shoe crushed the candy, producing a dull thud that echoed like the shattering of Emo Yu's dreams and hopes. The reason I permitted you into the Emo family is due to your power. He continued, his tone growing colder. You must achieve what others cannot, you must become a hero, elevating the Emo family to prominence, ensuring the fearless stands at the pinnacle of all organizations. His words dripped with commands and expectations, yet they were laced with control and confinement over Emo Yu. If this power cannot serve my purpose. His voice darkened, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes, I would not hesitate to break this blade myself. Unbeknownst to him, the obedient tool he had always commanded had quietly raised her head, regarding him with a strange glimmer in her eyes. Deep within her, something had begun to stir and take root. In the dead of night, in Lingyu City, a girl clad in a black hooded sweatshirt Her battered face concealed beneath a hood and mask wandered aimlessly through the desolate streets. Her hands were buried in her pockets, tightly clutching the remnants of the lollipop. Now completely shattered, yet still encased in its pristine wrapper. The winter sea breeze cut through her, yet she did not resist the chill, rather, she embraced it. Allowing the wind to sharpen her senses. The man's final words echoed in her ears, some wish to see the night demon perish, sever ties with them. Even if the night demon is spared for now, this organization will soon meet its end, newcomers will not be spared either. Who has the night demon offended? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Emoyu arrived at a crossroads, lifting her gaze, then suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure. A youth clad in a black hooded sweatshirt and mask was engaged in a phone conversation at the intersection. Upon spotting the boy, Jiang Huai tightened his grip on the candy he held. He dialed the number from the letter. To his surprise, the call connected rather swiftly. And the voice on the other end clearly recognized that Jiang Huai was not Yu Qingshun. Sir, regardless of who you are, please forget this number. It would be beneficial for both of us, do not attempt to contact us again. The voice was evidently altered, making it impossible for Jiang Huai to discern its gender. I am a disciple of Yu Qingshun and a member of the Night Demon Patrol. Like my master, I wish to continue our dealings with you. I do not care who you are, sir, we will not engage in any transactions with you. Just before the call was about to be terminated, Jiang Huai quickly added. I can procure a more powerful core. How powerful? The voice on the other end sounded almost playful, as if teasing a child, and the mechanical alteration faded slightly. More powerful than what Yu Qingshun previously dealt with. There was a moment of silence before the voice returned, now devoid of mechanical distortion, replaced by a sultry woman's tone. Little brother, are you sure you know what you're saying? I am certain. 1 hour from now, at Binhai Park in Lingyu City, come alone. Binhai Park was still under construction. The call ended with a beep, then when Jiang Huai attempted to redial, the number was no longer in service. He let out a cold laugh and put away his phone. Regardless, there was now an opportunity for contact. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he wrapped his coat tighter against the cool night breeze and set off toward the still developing Binhai Park. Once a grand sight on the planning map, Lingyu City's Binhai Park now resembled a chaotic construction zone. Towering cranes appeared particularly jarring against the night sky. Jiang Huai surveyed his surroundings, noting the skeletal structures of unfinished buildings. The busy workers of the day had vanished, leaving only these solitary edifices standing quietly in the dark. There was no daytime clamor or the roar of machinery, only an enveloping silence and darkness. As he walked onto an open patch of land, the surrounding cranes suddenly illuminated, their lights converging upon Jiang Huai, banishing the darkness. His eyes emitted a faint blue glow, unaffected by the sudden brightness, allowing him to discern the figures emerging from the shadows, gradually encroaching upon him. In a matter of moments, he found himself encircled by 100 individuals. I am here to conduct business, not to engage in a fight, he called out, but no one responded. It was not until a striking figure emerged before him that the crowd parted, creating a path for her. Integrity is paramount in business, she stated. A woman draped in a fur coat, her figure alluring and her features enchanting, gazed at Jiang Huai with a hint of provocation in her eyes. Jiang Huai surmised that she might be the leader. He smiled at her and said, Sister, is my presence here alone at this late hour not a sufficient display of sincerity? He continued, I hope you will appreciate the burial site I have selected for you. Dear brother, although it is still under construction, it will undoubtedly become a place of great fortune in the future. I trust you hold no grievances about being laid to rest here. Jiang Huai paused momentarily, yet maintained his smile as he inquired, May I ask why? Because you did not come here alone, the woman replied. At her words, the smile on Jiang Huai's face faltered, and he questioned, What do you mean? She sighed. Dear brother, do you truly believe we are a ragtag group? I anticipated that you would bring company, however, I did not foresee your connection to her. While she spoke, a shadow silently approached Jiang Huai's side. Am I correct? The leader of the fearless squad, Miss Emoyu. Jiang Huai was taken aback, staring at Emoyu in astonishment. It's you again? Emoyu, still shrouded in her mask and hood, possessed clear eyes that met Jiang Huai's gaze before she turned to address the woman, saying, I followed him here, he is unaware. As a 5-star awakened being, MOU could conceal her presence, making it impossible for Jiang Huai, who had not undergone skeletal transformation, to detect her. But why did she seem to appear wherever he went? He felt no need to ponder this further. The woman smiled wryly and turned to MOU, stating, "Though there are some business dealings with your family, I regret to inform you, Miss MOU, that you have violated our rules. And I must ensure that both you and this brother meet your demise here." With a snap of her fingers, the Ballyman emerged from behind her. Upon seeing him, MOU was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing in concern. The mad ghost of Joshua? An acquaintance? Jiang Huai noticed that the imposing man exuded an unusual aura. No. He was once an elite member of an organization called Joshua, a 5-star awakened being. However, he should have perished during the last beasticide. I have only heard of his name and seen his file. The presence of a supposedly deceased awakened being here could only mean one thing: he was uninfected. The woman smiled faintly upon hearing Jiang Huai's deduction. "You are quite perceptive, dear brother. If you had not infringed upon our rules, I would have considered keeping you by my side." She licked her lips gently and then addressed the mad ghost with a calm demeanor. "Kill them all." The mad ghost began to lumber forward, step by step, towards the two. MOU, though unarmed, positioned herself protectively in front of Jiang Huai. He glanced at her figure, sensing something was amiss. "Are you injured?" "No, you need not worry. I will ensure your safe departure from here." The mad ghost emitted a low grunt. His voice thick and gravelly as he declared, "No, you both shall remain here today, under the weight of her father's punishment." MOU's right hand had become swollen and painful, making even the simplest of movements a laborious task. Slowly, her left hand reached out and grasped Jiang Huai's wrist, as if imparting a sense of determination to him. The girl's voice remained as indifferent as water. "Do not leave my side. I know your body has yet to recover. Stay close to me, and I shall ensure your safe departure from this place." However, Jiang Huai remained unmoved by her concern. He gently extricated his hand from MOU's grasp and strode purposefully towards the raging beast. Though his movements were slow, each step radiated an unwavering resolve, as if no force could hinder his advance. "What are you doing?" MOU asked, and her tone tinged with urgency. "Trust me, I can lead you away." Jiang Huai paused, turning his head slightly to regard MOU, a warm smile gracing his face. "I trust you." His voice was calm and resolute. "So trust me just this once. Rest assured, we will be fine." MOU stood frozen, staring blankly at Jiang Huai's retreating figure. He was now an infected being. She could no longer regard him as a 5-star awakener. No sooner had MOU's words fallen than the enraged beast hastened its advance. Indeed, with each step it took, the earth beneath Jiang Huai trembled. Such power could not possibly belong to a 5-star awakener. An invisible force whirled around the beast. Each breath it drew exuding an oppressive aura, as if the very air was being suffocated by its presence. The creature began to mutate, transforming into a monstrous humanoid. It roared, its arms morphing into steel blades aimed directly at Jiang Huai. Just as MOU anticipated Jiang Huai's imminent transformation into a skeleton, the beast's attack abruptly ceased. The steel blade halted less than a foot from Jiang Huai's face, unable to advance another inch. The previously disinterested woman observed this spectacle with a hint of curiosity. "What are you waiting for?" she commanded the beast, her voice a mere whisper. "Kill them." The beast seemed eager to comply, gritting its teeth as it regarded the unremarkable human before it, yet its body felt utterly beyond its control. "What have you done to me?" it uttered through clenched jaws. Jiang Huai replied with a smile, "Nothing much, but my power has some rather unique effects on the infected." Unbeknownst to all present, including MOU, blue threads were slowly extending from Jiang Huai's back, weaving together until they connected to the beast's nape. Its eyes, flickering with pale blue flames, locked onto the terrifying creature. Simultaneously, an irresistible command infiltrated the beast's mind. "Your strength is beneath mine, therefore, kneel and submit to me." Third. In the next moment, the beast, now a grotesque figure, prostrated itself before Jiang Huai, the dominator. Jiang Huai looked down upon the creature from his elevated position, his expression devoid of emotion. In that moment, the only thought occupying the beast's mind was one of submission. MOU stared in astonishment at the scene before her. immediately recalling the insect mother endowed with the power to manipulate the infected. Jiang Huai, can it be that you possess the ability to consume the strength of beasts? The woman appeared quite intrigued at that moment. It seems you are not a worthless individual, little brother, you have pleased me greatly. Shall we continue our discussion regarding the transaction? Jiang Huai inquired with a smile. The woman, arms crossed over her chest, leaned against the front of a black sedan and replied, I regret to inform you, brother, that the line to you Qingshon has been severed. However, I am curious. Little brother. She raised an eyebrow regarding Jiang Huai. Why does an awakened one of your caliber find themselves subservient to the Night Demon Patrol? If there exists an organization genuinely striving to save humanity, I believe it would be the Night Demon Patrol. Jiang Huai's words momentarily stunned the woman, who then let out a derisive laugh. You are quite adorable, little brother, but alas, the rules are rules, the line to you Qingshon is indeed dead. She added, however, we can establish a new line of contact for you. Be at ease, little brother, I shall reach out to you again. With that, the woman opened the car door. At that moment, Emoyu interjected, Danju Commerce, how do you possess the power to control the infected? How do you convert deceased awakened ones into infected? The mention of Danju Commerce caused the woman's movements to halt. She slowly turned her head, her expression devoid of any amusement. Now I see as she gazed at Emoyu. Miss Emo, I must admit, you have surprised me by uncovering our organization's name. However, regarding the methods of controlling the infected, I believe you ought to inquire with your companion beside you, as he is likely more knowledgeable in this regard. Wait, Jiang Huai called out to the woman. She slightly tilted her head to look at him. Brother, I find you rather likable, so I shall permit you to interrupt me one last time. Speak, what is it? Are you the shadow walkers? Jiang Huai's question lingered in the air, an eerie atmosphere enveloping everyone in silence. Finally, the woman scoffed, indeed. We are the rats that scurry in the shadows as described by the association. Yet even we strive in our own manner to help humanity win this war. Brother. If you disdain the shadow walkers, then our transaction, no, Jiang Huai shook his head, I am merely curious about the shadow walkers, having just recently awakened. If I have offended you, I apologize. Emoyu cast a sideways glance at Jiang Huai, appearing somewhat uneasy about his conversation. Why the interest in the shadow walkers? The woman replied, when you find yourself at a dead end, come seek us. Only by embracing the darkness will you earn the right to bask in the light. After uttering this, the woman elegantly entered her vehicle and departed. Soon, the group that had encircled the area gradually dispersed, leaving only Jiang Huai, Emoyu, and the incapacitated frenzied ghost who lay motionless on the ground. So, are you going to interrogate me now? Jiang Huai asked with a smile. Will you tell me? No. Then I shall not inquire further. The directness of Emoyu took Jiang Huai by surprise. He had initially anticipated that she would seize this opportunity to confront him, threatening to reveal the clandestine dealings between himself and the Danju Chamber of Commerce. Yet again, she outmaneuvered him. Jiang Huai observed the subdued figure of the mad spirit, who dared not raise his head, and he let out a resigned sigh as the pale blue tendrils gradually retracted into his back. The mad spirit finally freed himself from his constraints, reverting to human form, albeit with a wary gaze directed at Jiang Huai. If I am to collaborate with the Danju Chamber of Commerce, it would be prudent not to harm their associates. You may leave now. The mad spirit remained silent, casting one last scrutinizing glance at Jiang Huai before vanishing into the night. Jiang Huai and Emoyu departed the park together. At the familiar crossroads, Emoyu quickened her pace and said to Jiang Huai, I will not disclose today's events to anyone, rest assured. However, just as she was about to leave, Jiang Huai grasped her left wrist, pulling her closer. In her astonishment, Emoyu watched as Jiang Huai lifted her mask and hood. The biting cold wind tousled the girl's dark hair, revealing the bruises and wounds marring her countenance in stark contrast to her beauty. What are you doing? Emoyu frowned, her face tinged with irritation as she instinctively turned away, unwilling for Jiang Huai to witness her distressing appearance. How did you sustain such severe injuries? Jiang Huai ignored her protest and gently lifted her right hand, which she had concealed behind her. I fell, she replied, her gaze reflecting a cold detachment, as if she were shrouded in distrust and vigilance towards the world. Yet, in Jiang Huai's presence, her indifference seemed to melt away, rendering her soft and vulnerable. Although she wished to conceal her wounds from him, she did not truly resist as he meticulously rolled up the sleeves of her sweatshirt. His touch was both tender and resolute, silently assuring her that he would not allow her to be harmed. Upon seeing the still bleeding wound, Jiang Huai's brow furrowed with concern. A hint of reproach lacing his voice. This is madness. No matter how strong you are, you possess a human body. An infected wound will lead to dire consequences. As he spoke, he pulled Emoyu towards the entrance of a nearby 24-hour convenience store. Wait here. Do you hear me? He repeated his instruction. Anxious that she might leave alone. Understood, Emoyu replied, turning her head away in displeasure, her brow knitted, yet she obediently remained at the store's entrance. Her silhouette appeared solitary under the glow of the lights, as if she were awaiting some form of redemption. Before long, Jiang Huai returned with an abundance of ice, antiseptic, and bandages. Sit here, he directed, pointing to a bench beside the convenience store. Thus, Emoyu complied. Taking her seat on the bench as she watched Jiang Huai attend to her injuries, meticulously wrapping them with bandages. One must exercise caution to avoid infection. Leaving a wound exposed while hastily dressing will only exacerbate the injury. My blood is inherently tainted and immune to infection, murmured Emoyu softly. However, Jiang Huai paid her no mind. After tending to the wounds on her arm and face, he meticulously inquired further. Once he ascertained that Emoyu had not sustained any serious injuries elsewhere, he gradually rose to his feet. I won't see you home, he stated after scratching his head. Thank you for keeping my secret. Just as Jiang Huai was about to depart, Emoyu whispered that I'm sorry. Jiang Huai halted, turning to face her. The young girl slowly retrieved the shattered candy from her pocket. I apologize for failing to protect the gift you gave me. Her voice quivered as she uttered these words. Jiang Huai smiled gently. It's alright, we can always buy another. Just wait here, while Emoyu tightened her grip on the broken candy, rising with determination in her gaze as she looked at Jiang Huai. Do not give me anything else until I possess enough strength to safeguard what is precious. She then stepped closer, using her left hand to tidy his tousled hair. Do not be so tender with a girl so casually. After leaving this incredulous remark in a surprisingly gentle tone, she turned and departed. Her silhouette gradually melded into the night, leaving Jiang Huai standing alone. Gazing in the direction of her disappearance, his heart awash with complex emotions. Jiang Huai found himself increasingly perplexed. Was it merely a lollipop? Was it truly such a significant matter? Though uncertain whether he had established a connection with the Danzhou Merchants Guild, he resolved to return home and consult Yun Luo the following day regarding future matters. However, upon arriving home, Jiang Huai found no trace of Lu Wanyin. He softly called her name, but only the hollow echo responded. Initially, he speculated whether she remained at the residence of Yu Qingshun. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss. Crossing the living room, he approached the balcony. The door lay ajar, and through the gap, he was met with a scene that left him astounded. Lu Wanyin had donned a tattered black cloak, its edges frayed and worn. She knelt upon the cold balcony floor. Beside her lay a damaged black scythe. Countless souls swirled around her, flickering with a dim glow in the night, evoking an aura both mysterious and terrifying. These souls appeared ensnared by an unseen force, revolving around Lu Wanyin in a bizarre vortex. Soul, return, spirits heed the call from the realm of yin and yang. In this moment of enchantment, I summon you back. The gates of the netherworld stand open. By my name, my blood, my spirit manifest in this realm and the next. Lu Wanyin's voice resonated through the night, her form emanating an extraordinary radiance. The souls, sensing a threat, grew increasingly tumultuous, striving to break free from her grasp. The struggle soon left discernible rips in Lu Wanyin's black cloak as she gripped her scythe, endeavoring to maintain her balance. However, this situation did not persist for long. Her strength was ultimately overwhelmed, and the frenzied souls began to surge back towards their original master. This flesh and blood vessel had become their gluttonous feast. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Lu Wanyin gritted her teeth and extracted a yellow talisman. With the incantation of soulbinding and warding against evil barely completed, a sudden gust of sinister wind, conjured by the spirits, whisked the talisman from her fingers. At that instant, countless malevolent spirits seized the opportunity, converging upon Lu Wanyin. In the next heartbeat, A hand reached from behind to steady the girl's faltering form, simultaneously retrieving the talisman and placing it firmly in her grasp. "Do not fret, I am here," Jiang Huai uttered, encircling the girl in his embrace, shielding her from the ravenous onslaught of souls with his own body. Lu Wanyin trembled and softly acknowledged him before inhaling deeply and completing the incantation. The talisman ignited, and the myriad souls seemed once again confined by some unseen force. Their chaos gradually subsided, and they obediently returned to Lu Wanyin's body. Jiang Huai's garments lay in tatters, yet his body remained unscathed. He held Lu Wanyin tightly until she softly declared, "I'm alright now." Only then did he slightly loosen his grip. The black cloak adorning Lu Wanyin appeared even more tattered, and her hair had become somewhat disheveled due to the recent turmoil. Jiang Huai assisted her to her feet, ensuring she was unharmed before inquiring, "What on earth were you doing on my balcony in the dead of night?" The initially flustered Lu Wanyin burst into laughter at Jiang Huai's words. "You are the one conjuring spirits. I was attempting to summon all US soul." Jiang Huai had long harbored a particular concern: do souls truly exist after death? Upon hearing Jiang Huai's inquiry, Lu Wanyin herself was uncertain. "The souls within me are predominantly remnants of the infected I have vanquished. Whether this power constitutes what is deemed a soul remains unclear to me. However, I cannot locate all US essence, not even a trace." Lu Wanyin's hand gradually clenched, and she spoke with a heavy heart. "It is not solely about all US soul. I yearn to gather more spirits and acquire greater strength. Only by growing powerful can I safeguard our home from the nocturnal demons." Jiang Huai mused, "I cannot bear the entire burden alone, leaving it to you and Sister Yunlu." Jiang Huai was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his small deceit had been unmasked. "I do not know where you ventured earlier, Jiang Huai. You harbor many secrets. But I shall not pry, for I trust you." This statement ignited a flicker of guilt within Jiang Huai. He forced a smile and produced a letter from the tattered pocket of his clothing. "I just made contact with the organization that engaged in dealings with Teacher Yu." Lu Wanyin was not overly surprised, as if she had anticipated it all along. "Dangerous? Before I returned, my clothes were perfectly intact, yet here with you, they ended up damaged. I find you to be the more perilous one." Lu Wanyin smiled shyly, then suddenly seemed to sense something. She leaned closer to Jiang Huai, inhaling his scent. "What's wrong?" Lu Wanyin gently raised her hand, pushing Jiang Huai onto the sofa, then straddled his lap. After brushing aside her hair, she leaned towards his ear and whispered, "Let me offer you a piece of advice, Jiang Huai. Girls are quite sensitive to scents, especially perfumes." Following her words, she playfully bit Jiang Huai's neck before rising and retreating to the bathroom. Indeed, girls can be quite terrifying, Jiang Huai thought as he sprawled on the sofa, finally exhaling a sigh after a long while. The next morning, Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin arrived at the university. He had initially intended to help Lu Wanyin take a leave of absence so she could rest, but she insisted on accompanying him to school. When they made their long-awaited appearance in class, several girls immediately rushed over. They grasped Lu Wanyin's hands, expressing their concern and care, their eyes filled with worry. Some had even begun to weep, their tears falling onto Lu Wanyin's hand, warm and sincere. "Wanyin, you must stay strong, we will always be with you." At that moment, Shoujo, Lu Wanyin's closest friend, was crying the hardest, holding Lu Wanyin's hand tightly as if to lend her strength. A flicker of emotion crossed Lu Wanyin's eyes. She gently nodded in response to their concern, "Thank you all, I'm fine." The official narrative surrounding Yu Qingshon's death was that of a construction site accident. He was indeed a worker at a construction site, engaged in high-altitude tasks, thus the likelihood of mishaps was considerable. Surrounded by a group of girls, Lu Wanyin, with Jiang Huai understandingly refraining from interrupting, stood quietly at the side, observing their interaction with a tangle of emotions. He knew that at school, Lu Wanyin would don a mask, employing her acting skills to navigate the world. Yet, who could definitively claim that the friendships forged through such performances were devoid of genuine emotion? Meanwhile, in a modest villa in Linyu City, Zhou Qin's face was ashen. The cause was not trivial, it stemmed from his drunken bravado at the family banquet the previous evening, where he had boasted in front of all the family elders. He claimed to have a close relationship with the young lady of the Emo family, and during the celebration for the Zhou family's patriarch's 80th birthday, he suggested that it would be a tremendous honor to have her in attendance. Zhou Qin's complexion paled as he listened to his elders become increasingly animated about the prospect. His drunkenness was swiftly sobered by the gravity of the situation. Chin, your grandfather's 70th birthday will host esteemed guests from prominent families. Certainly. Families like the Emo clan are beyond our reach, but if you could invite Miss Emo as a friend, it would be a significant honor for our family. Father, I entrust this matter to you. You have never contributed to the family in any way. If you fail to handle this, do not expect to receive a single penny from me in the future. Thus, Zhou Qin sat on the sofa in the villa's living room, holding a glass of red wine, yet devoid of any desire to savor it. At that moment, Chen Ning emerged from the bathroom, clad in a thin bathrobe. Brother Zhou Qin, what troubles you? Why do you wear such a gloomy expression? Zhou Qin felt irked by her inquiry. If it weren't for her, he would never have provoked that insufferable brat named Jiang Huai. Had he not entangled himself with Jiang Huai, he would not have drawn the attention of the young lady from the Emo family. His current predicament was entirely due to her. Yet, suddenly, an idea struck Zhou Qin. He gently took Chen Ning's hand, guiding her to sit beside him, and wrapped his arm around her shoulder, asking tenderly, "My dear, you previously mentioned that Jiang Huai has not yet given up on you. Is that true?" Chen Ning, perplexed by Zhou Qin's sudden mention of Jiang Huai, hesitated for a moment, biting her lip and blushing as she nodded. Ning, there is an upcoming family banquet, and I wish to invite that young lady from the Emo family through Jiang Huai. Do you think you could speak to him? Upon hearing this, Chen Ning furrowed her brow. Brother Zhou Qin, Jiang Huai is still upset with me because of our situation. You know he cares for me deeply. I fear he may not be inclined to assist me so readily. I am well aware of that, Ning, Zhou Qin replied, as he gently encircled her waist with his arm and whispered in her ear, "Perhaps, my dear, a small sacrifice on your part may be necessary."